The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by Rio Grande.
Attention, please, calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 185 regarding a shooting at 310 Marchesall Street. That's all. Rosencliff.
Nothing can stop the march of progress of definitely superior products. Tomorrow, hundreds of you who have known Rio Grande only through the friendly medium of calling all cars will begin to buy Rio Grande cracked gasoline and Sinclair motor oils from your independent Rio Grande dealer. We know this because it has happened every week for the 184 weeks calling all cars has been invited into your home. It has been responsible for cracked gasoline having a greater percentage of sales increase for over 2 years than any other gasoline. This fact has been a constant source of satisfaction to me as your narrator and announcer, for we who know the facts of cracked gasoline's superior performance and know that we have presented the most conclusive proof of quality ever presented to Western motorists are sometimes impatient with our friends who may still be using some sluggish type of gasoline. Rio Grande's invitation to you is sincere, logical, and true. Any oil man will tell you that cracking is the most modern, scientific method of refining the highest grade of gasoline. The finest cracking process in the world is used by the Sinclair Refining Company, the world's largest independent oil company. In the West, only Rio Grande cracked gasoline can be refined by this process, and as proof that Rio Grande cracked is recognized as a faster accelerating, longer mileage, more powerful gasoline, we present the fact that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. We call this police car performance. So that's exactly what it is, and that's exactly what you'll get if you will kindly accept our invitation to see your Rio Grande dealer tomorrow. Once more, it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Bret Harte once said, "For tricks that are dark and ways that are vain, the heathen Chinese is peculiar." In my years as a peace officer, this has not been my experience. I have found that the Oriental view of justice has not always coincided with the Occidental view, but in the main, I have found Chinese people to be upright and respectable citizens. Probably no white man will ever fully understand the vast importance which pride or faith has for the average Oriental. But this true story of Los Angeles Chinatown may possibly add a little to our appreciation of its importance to this race from the land of lotus flowers. but your program is waiting. I'll have a few highlights for you at the end of the broadcast.
When a man lives in a land that was old, when our own era began, that man takes into himself all the mystery and tradition of that land. He feels instinctively the press of years, the insignificance of his own stature against the panorama of generations before him. He does not quickly throw off the yoke of tradition and seek things afar off and unknown, but sometimes the lot of such a man is not an easy one. The weight of circumstances becomes an inexorable force which drives him toward far horizons. To Louis Garchon, sitting beside his beautiful young wife in the garden of his father, such a time has come. He looks for the last time at the great yellow moon rising out of the waters of the Yangtze.
Soon I will see this garden no more. The moon that comes so silently as a great mute dragon to light the sky will shine on both of us. But I will not be here beside you.
It was not good that Louis Garchon so soon leave the garden of his ancestors.
It is not the garden of my ancestors which I sorrow to leave. It is you.
The time will be short. Then I will come to you.
No more than 4 seasons shall pass before I will be great merchant in America. Then we will have our own garden. We will watch the yellow moon rise from our own plum orchard.
It is so, for you have said it.
It is spring now, and the plum blossoms like their soft cheeks are touched with pink. Soon the fruit will be lush and ripe. When the first plum falls, the leaden feet of messengers shall bring you news. I will write your name on my hand palms. Then everything I touch will be yours.
No man can foresee his battleground. Every shadow may bring him peril. You will take care?
When I reach America, I will seek the house of my kinsman.
Do you think Louis Van Nam will welcome you?
I do not believe he has become the wicked man as we are told.
He who forsakes the sacred name of his ancestors must be a wicked and an evil man.
Is Louis Van Nam so wicked then because men now call him Louis Fouque?
That alone is not all. I fear Louis Van Nam.
Is it not because your worthy father refused when my kinsman wished to marry you?
He who rids his house of an evil had better suffer the evil than tell the world.
Oh, lotus flower, do not be sad tonight. Before the leaves fall from the plum trees, I will send for you. You shall come to my garden. Then you will be happy
The
again.
gods of mercy and of love will hold your hand.
But things did not go as Louis Garchon pictured them that night, under the yellow Chinese moon shining over the garden by the Yangtze. The months went by. The plum trees bloomed again in the garden of Chun's ancestors. The months became years. The laws of the new land would not let Toy come to America. The 5th New Year comes and goes, and with it goes the soul of Louis Toy. In a gambling den in Chinese Alley, we find Louis Van Nam, known to his associates as Louis Fouque.
Yeah, you don't seem to be playing so well tonight, Spook. What's the matter?
Nothing is the matter with me. Watch your own hand.
Okay, chum. That's how you feel.
Yes, that is how I feel.
Up to.
I will see it.
Give me 3.
And I will take 2. 3 jacks.
3 queens.
Yes, that cleans me.
And it makes you owe me exactly $10.
I haven't got it. I will give you my IOU.
It's no good here, Fook. I told you that before.
But I haven't that much money. You'll have to give me time to raise it.
Now listen, I happen to know you had enough this morning to buy junk with, and I'm telling you, you'd better get that $10 and get it quick.
I will have it inside of an hour.
You'll be mighty sure you do, Fook. I'm getting fed up with you birds playing this joint for a sucker. Now get going and get back here with that dough.
Don't get so tough about it, fellow. I will get your money.
I'll tell a cockeyed world you will. you don't, you'd better be scarce around the alley.
You talk too much.
Good evening. What can I do? Oh, Captain Cantor. I did not recognize you.
Sir, it is dark in here. Why do you not light up this place?
The light costs too much money. I am saving it.
What for? You cannot send for toy now, you know.
Yes, I do know.
Oh. I'm sorry I spoke that way, son. You know, I love toys, too.
I know.
Son, I am in a spot.
I do not believe I understand.
I am in a jam. I need help.
It shall be a pleasure to help, gentlemen.
Swell. I mean, it shall be a pleasure for me, too.
What is your need of me?
I need money. It is a matter of faith.
Is it honest debt?
What has that got to do with it?
Why, nothing, I suppose.
I owe $10 to a friend of mine, a debt of honor.
Gambling?
Yes.
I have no money for gambling.
You will not help me?
I will help you, but I have no money to pay gambling debt.
Well, let me have $10. I will pay you back.
I have not that much in the store.
You haven't $10 in this place?
Only a few moments ago, men brought goods which I had ordered. I needed all I had to pay for them.
Well, how much have you?
I have only $5.
Well, let me take that. $5 will help. Maybe I can stall them for the rest.
You are welcome to what I have.
Things are getting pretty bad when the fellow's own cousin will hold out on him.
I am not, as you say, holding out on you. I have given you all that I have in my store. Would you have me borrow for you?
That would not be a bad idea.
It is an evil idea. I shall not borrow for you.
What's wrong with you?
For 5 years, I have been a member of this community. I am known and have the confidence of my fellow countrymen. You have not.
Hello. So now you are taking to preaching, eh?
Does no gratitude grow in your heart?
Gratitude? Gratitude for what? A measly $5? Pah! Do not make me laugh.
Abundance, like want, ruins many.
You and your philosophy. I'm getting fed up with it. I shall repay this loan exactly 1 month from today, son. With interest.
On the night of July 24th, 1934, Chief of Police James E. Davis and a party of friends were enjoying dinner at a Chinese restaurant on Marchesto Street.
I remember a very interesting case. It was back in 1927, just after I'd been made chief of the department. This particular criminal was a petty thief, a pickpocket. He tried to get into narcotics smuggling, wanted to become a big shot, and it was about the... Yeah, that's next door. Excuse me, but I'll have to get on the job. I'll be back as soon as I find out the trouble.
One side. Why, beg your pardon, Chief. I didn't recognize you.
Oh, that's all right, Sanderson. I guess I did just about fill up this little door then.
What happened?
That's what I've been trying to find out. I heard the shooting and ran down here, but the murderer had walked out.
Man dead yet?
Not quite. All right, boys. Careful. That's it. All right, you people. Clear the way there.
Looks like he's a bit shot up.
Yes, I counted 5 wounds myself. I heard 6 shots, though.
Well, we can allow him 1 miss out of 6. See the gun anywhere?
It's on the floor, just under the edge of the bed. The murderer evidently threw it into the room after he shot the man.
Any witnesses?
Well, these fellows here. Got their names on this card. They apparently saw the whole thing.
Looks like most of them were related. What was the victim's name?
I gathered from a remark made by Yen Toy here that his name was Louis Garchon.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him. Known all over Chinatown for his philanthropy.
Yen Toy said he was the #1 boss man.
That's about tops in Chinatown.
Yes. I'm wondering about something, Sanderson.
What's that, Chief?
Have you ever seen so many young Chinese around the scene of a murder before?
Oh, now that you mention it, it is odd, isn't it?
Yes. Usually all you find around a place like this is a lot of old men. And just try to get one of them to talk.
No, I think you got your answer in that number one boss man, Chief.
You're probably right. Who's on the case with you?
Well, practically everybody in the homicide detail, including Joe Filker.
Joker seems to be having a fine time out there interviewing Chinese.
Here he comes. Get set.
Evening, Chief. Hi, Sandy.
Why the greetings? Came over in the same car, didn't you?
That's right, we did. Say, I got a swell list of witnesses here.
What have you found out?
Well, it seems that one, Louis Fuchs, a cousin of the deceased.
Oh, so he's dead, huh? Got a
Yeah.
report on that, too?
Yes, sir. Caught it on the radio a minute ago.
What about this Louis Fuchs?
Louis Fuchs, on or about the 24th day of last month, June, attempted to borrow the sum of $10 from Louis Gard-Chun.
The deceased.
Yeah. It also seems that Louis Gard-Chun, having only $5 at the time, gave the cousin that amount and told him to be on his way.
Which caused Fook much mental anguish, no doubt.
Right. He suffered much lost faith.
So he came in and shot Louis Gard-Chun.
Yes, sir. How'd you know?
I gathered as much from the conversation of our star witness, Louis Yen Toy, the gentleman standing behind you. Toy, this is Lieutenant Filkers of the homicide detail.
Hiya. This illiterate person is honored. May the gods help you to swiftly bring to justice the murderer of Louis Gard-Chun.
Your expression of goodwill and cooperation have quite overwhelmed the honorable police officer.
Yeah, you say, Louis Fuchs did this deliberately.
Quite deliberately. We are old men. We come often to the shop of Louis Gard-Chun. He is only a few years in this country. He bears many tales of good news of our native land.
Son, is man greatly respected by our people. No man has aught to say in an evil way of Louis Gard-Chun.
Louis Fuchs is number one bad man.
Now, suppose we try to find out what happened here. Now, Yen, where were you when this occurred?
I sat by the door there.
Did you see Louis Fuchs come in?
I saw him.
What did he do?
He come to door. No word was spoken. Chun rose and ran to room. Here. Louis San Nam followed him. Louis San Nam shot Chun many times. Then he went away.
Now, yes, is that what you saw?
He's never far-seeing enough eyes witnessed these things.
Aside from this loan business, did Louis San Nam have any other motive that you know of?
The wise ones have said love and jealousy were born on the same day.
The road is short that leads from fear to hate. Say, what is this, a murder investigation or a recital?
What's the matter, Joe? You out of your depth?
Heck, no, but... It is wise to take action now. Only the fool rests while the thief is still uncaught.
Well, this is hardly a thief we're after. But after all, only a fool rests. Well, let's get back to headquarters, boys. We'll comb Chinatown tonight for Louis Fuchs.
Hot dog. Quick, Sandy, the needle.
Captain Wallace, I want every available man you have. I'm throwing a cordon of radio cars around Chinatown. I want to send your men into every place where Louis Fuchs might hang out.
Okay, Chief.
I have a list here of addresses where Fuchs most likely to visit. It's another evidence of the willingness of the Chinese to bring this man to justice. Given to us by two Chinese girls, acquaintances of Fuchs.
Quite an array of them, isn't it?
18 in all. Now, Wallace, I want you to put Lieutenant Littlejohn here in charge of one group.
All right.
Give Sanderson and Filkers one group.
Yeah.
Brown and Casey can work with still another group. You start in at one end of Chinatown. Use this list for all it's worth. I want Louis Fuchs.
There followed hours of feverish activity. House after house was raided. Every address on Chief Davis' list was checked. Lucas of Scotland Yard. Coming in, me lad. Open up, open up. Okay, get 'em up. Let's have some light here. Mother of Moses, did you ever see so many guys in one room?
Your Oriental contacts are rusty, Joe. This is only a small family group.
15, 16, 17, 18. Ye gods, you can't get 18 people into this dump.
You missed one, Joe. Look under that packing box there.
Uh-oh. Oh, sleeping in the lower, huh? Come on, get out of there. Come on.
Oh, Hunter, come on.
Shut up, get over here with the rest of them.
Now listen, monkeys. Listen. We're looking for Louis Fuchs, Harvey. You'll catch him, Louis Fuchs?
No, catch him. Louis Fuchs, no catch him in this place. No see Louis Fuchs. 2 or 3 days.
You know him?
Oh, yes. Me know him. No see. 2 or 3 days.
Come on, Sandy. Let's scram. We'll knock over the next dump.
I'm beginning to get fed up with this.
You're fed up. What about me? I've been asking all the questions for the last hour. All you've been doing is looking them over.
Wilkerson, Scotland Yard. Yeah, I know. Come on, let's see what this one's got.
Come on, open up.
Hey, who's making all the noise?
Wilkerson Sanderson, lady, police department.
So what?
So we're looking over your joints.
You got a warrant?
Sure, pocket full of them. Give me a Jane Roe warrant, Sandy.
Oh, never mind. Come on in. And stand there gabbing all night. Now, what's the rap?
Nothing for you, lady, unless you know one Louis Foop.
Sure, I know him. Who doesn't?
About 50,000 Chinese from Los Angeles came to never heard of him. Now, how come you know him?
Probably because he lives here.
What?
Hey, what's the matter with you screwballs? Are you deep? I said he lives here.
Now, wait a minute, Sandy. Don't get excited. We can handle this all right.
Hey, what is this all about?
Hey, when did you see this Foop bird? See him last, I mean.
About 9 o'clock this evening.
Exactly 15 minutes
Just
before...
what was he doing when you saw him last?
Going right through that door right behind you.
Alone?
No. Louis Tong was with him.
If I hear that name Louis again, I'm going to bust
Say, now, listen,
somebody...
I'm getting tired of standing here arguing with you guys. Open up or scram.
Now, wait a minute, lady. We're after a guy for murder. You don't want to be locked up as a material witness. You better calm down and let us have what you know.
Murder? Louis Fook for murder?
Yeah, Louis Fook for murder.
Now listen. Don't get me wrong, boys. I don't know nothing about it. Now, listen, it's just like I told you. The last time I saw Louis Fook, he was going out that door with the other guy.
Take it easy. I'm not after you for anything. I'm not after anybody except this Louis Fook. You know where the other guy hangs out?
No, but I know he's supposed to go to a meeting of this Tong bunch tonight over on Los Angeles Street.
Okay, we'll pick him up later. Any pictures of Louis Fook?
Sure, up in his room. Why don't you go up and look at him?
That's an idea. Let's go, Sandy. Well, here's our Tong headquarters.
Might as well park here till they come out.
Yeah, which may be any time between now and daylight. Wonder what this meeting's for.
Oh, probably discussing the murder and the fate of the murderer.
But Gar-Chun wasn't a Tong member.
Ah, but Louis Fook was. Chinese feel pretty sore about this thing. So unjustified.
Gar-Chun was a number one boss man, all right.
Hey, look. Come some guys out of Tong headquarters.
How are we going to find Louis Tong and that mob? Hey, wait a minute. Here comes an old Chinese. I'll see if he knows anything. Does this unimportant detective dare hope that the Honorable Ancient One knows Louis Tong?
It is truly written, there is small choice in rotten fruit. The insignificant person now coming from the room of the Honorable Society is the man you seek.
Ooh, what the...
Shut up and let's grab him.
Who is that guy?
I don't know, but he suddenly put the finger on Louis Tong. Hey, you.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, me, number one fanboy. Me no do anything?
What do you mean, you no do anything?
Now, listen, Tong. Cut out the laundry talk. You happen to know you're able to speak English, all right? Now, come on, get in the car. We'll talk while we ride. Okay, Joe, let's go. Now, listen, Tong. We aren't trying to pin anything on you. We're not arresting you. We want you to help us. Where's Louis Fook?
I do not know.
Don't hand us that. We know you were with him at 9 o'clock this evening. Now, where is he?
I do not know. It is true I was with him at 9 o'clock tonight. I have not seen him since left the house where we live.
Did he have a gun when you saw him tonight?
Yes, he had a gun.
What kind?
I was 38, Smith & Wesson.
How do you know?
He showed it to me.
Did he tell you he was going to shoot anybody?
He did not tell me.
When did you leave him?
I left him on Main Street at 9:30.
How did you know what time it was?
I look at the clock on newspaper building tower. Louis Fook say he would meet me again at 11 o'clock.
Did he meet you?
No.
Where did you go to the Tong headquarters tonight?
Our leaders, they sent for me.
Why?
To ask me what you have asked me.
What are you going to do about it?
Tomorrow morning you will learn what the Tongs will do.
Next morning, before a drab, shabby building in the heart of Los Angeles, Chinatown, Chief of Police Davis, Captain Wallace, and officers of the homicide squad gathered for a few hurried words before climbing the creaking stairs to the headquarters of the Bing Kong Tong. Inside, they found themselves in a scene of almost indescribable splendor. Rich tapestries covered the ugliness of the walls. A picture of exquisite beauty and luxury gave to the room an air of old China. America, with its hustle and hurry, had ceased to exist. Here were the leaders of a race of exiles assembled to decide the fate of one of their own members. Apart, but still part of the group, were the leaders of the powerful Hip Sing Tong. Two distinct factions held them in accord but now united in a common cause, the avenging of an unjust murder, the murder of a man who was not a member of either Tong. At last, the president of the Bing Kong Tong spoke.
It is truly said, silence is a true friend who never betrays. It has also been written that the flower of success can bloom only in a contented heart. No person among our people can have a contented heart while freedom still clasps to her bosom one who has so unjustly slain his friend. May this humble person request that the illustrious officer make known his wishes to this unworthy group?
I deeply appreciate the honor you've shown in asking me to come to this meeting. Let me assure you that no member of your Tongs is under suspicion except Louis San Nam. He is the man we want.
If there is here one who knows where Louis San Nam hides, let him speak.
Louis San Nam is not in this city.
Will the president ask this worthy member the source of his information?
How do you know this?
One of the members of our honorable society has helped him to escape.
A fraud is not perfect unless it is practiced on clever and cunning persons. We are not clever and cunning persons, so the fraud is not perfect. The unloyal one will not go unpunished. It is with sorrow, honorable officer, that I convey to you the news that one of our people has betrayed us. It is given to me to say also that our people offer a reward for the capture of Louis San Nam.
There followed weeks and months of fruitless search through every Chinatown in America. Then, one morning, several months later...
Lieutenant Silkerson, Sanderson to see you, sir.
Oh, send them in.
Yes, sir. This way, gentlemen.
Oh, come in, boys. Sit down.
Chief.
Right. Well, what's on your minds?
Well, we traced Louis Fook up the coast, sir.
And he dropped out of sight in Portland.
I got a wire from Texas this morning. I'll read it to you. Have information. The Chinese who hanged himself near Con City in order to avoid arrest is Louis Fook, wanted for murder in Los Angeles. Advised disposition of body.
Couldn't take it, huh?
How'd the Texas boys find out about it?
They were on their way to pick him up on our request. It was his attempt to save his face.
How'd you find out Fook was in Texas?
Oh, we have means. You know what Bret Hart said? For tricks that are dark and ways that are vain.
I know. The heathen Chinese is peculiar.
Subsequent investigation led to sending an officer to Texas to exhume and identify the body of Louis San Nam, known to the underworld of Chinatown as Louis Fook. The Sinclair refining processes that are responsible for the quality of Rio Grande cracked gasoline are also responsible for the quality of Sinclair motor oils. There are many reasons for you to use these internationally famous oils, but the one most important reason right now is this. Sinclair oils contain no petroleum jelly. That's a useful product in your household, but a bad one in your motor. Most oils do contain this harmful ingredient, and you know what happens to it when it gets hot. It melts and breaks down to a watery substance. Sinclair oils will not break down in the most intense summer heat, and that's one reason alone why 8 major airlines, 150 railroads, great fleets of ships, and motorists of 45 nations of the world depend upon Sinclair oils to protect their billions of dollars worth of motor equipment. You'll add months or years to the life of your car, and you'll save money with Sinclair motor oil. If you didn't get your free copy of the June issue of Calling All Cars News this last week, that's a third good reason for seeing your Rio Grande dealer tomorrow. Sinclairize for safety with Sinclair motor oils and get police car performance with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And now, Chief Davis has a word for you.
One of the most interesting phases of this case we have not mentioned. The family of Louis San Nam, or Louis Fook, cooperated with the Chinese Chamber of Commerce and with the Tongs to distribute pictures and descriptions of Louis Fook to every Chinatown in America. Thus it was that his movements were soon known throughout this country. He could not associate with his countrymen nor with Americans. He was indeed a marked man, a man who had lost his face.
Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. The cancellation broadcast 185. This case is now closed. That's all. Closed and quit.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for Rio Grande.
A primitive race.
We have the power to save some of them.
Doomed to destruction.
We are sworn to uphold the principle of the Prime Directive.
Until Worf's foster brother violates the Federation's highest law.
You have left us with a colony of Baralans who think they're still on their own planet.
Now, will two brothers clash to preserve a fragile culture's future?
I cannot allow you to remain here. You'll have to kill me first.
Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
For you, proof of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh ho, open a pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you smoke 'em.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show for Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Bears, and Bing's guest was Dorothy Kirsten. And now, this being Valentine's Day, Chesterfield presents a rosy-cheeked, dimple-kneed little cherub, all tied up in a bright red ribbon, Bing Crosby.
Thank you, Ken. Hey, boy. You are going a little bit overboard there, aren't you? Valentine's Day or not, that's the most precious introduction I've heard since Bobby Breen reached his majority. Where did you come up with that thing? What is that, dimple need?
Well, Bing, this isn't television. I want the folks listening in to know how you look.
But you're giving our listeners a bum stare. I'm not a dimple-kneed cherub, but I'm not tied up with a bright red ribbon.
Well, that's what I say. This isn't television. Who'll ever know?
I wish you wouldn't keep mentioning television on this program. I thought we were going to keep it a secret.
Oh, no, it's too late now, Bing. The news is leaked out.
No.
Yes, people have even bought sets.
I don't believe it.
Oh, yes, you do. Come on, quit stalling, Bing. When are you going into this new medium?
Just as soon as we are ready, Ken.
Who's we?
Me and television.
I wonder which of you will be ready first.
You know, it might be a photo finish. But now, for all our friends who are huddled in their living rooms with the lights on, I think we better get on with our radio show. Our opening selection is You and Your Beautiful Eyes, and Mr. Tubby Guerin, the eminent song swami, is currently beating the bushes and flailing the tocsin in behalf of this next ditty. He has given me his solemn word of honor that it's destined for hit classification. I hope my rendition in no way defers this blessed circumstance. And your beautiful eyes tell such beautiful lies. When you start that hocus pocus, boing, things get out of focus. You and the way that you kiss, that ought to give you a prize. Baby, you can make a statue come to life just looking at you. You and your beautiful, oh, but they're beautiful. You and your beautiful eyes. And the way that you kiss, they'd ought to give you a prize. Baby, you could make a statue come to life with just looking at you. You and your beautiful, oh, but they're beautiful. You and your beautiful eyes.
Thank
you, Tim. The arrangement was in the key of 7 spades. You know, what's the good word for today?
Well, being where Chesterfields are concerned, the word for today and every day is proof of mildness.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, friends, proof of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. That's what Chesterfield has for you.
And here's the authority that proves Chesterfields are milder.
Over 1,000 prominent tobacco growers have signed a statement saying, to judge tobacco for its mild smoking qualities, I smell it. If it smells milder, I know it'll smoke milder. If that tobacco is made into cigarettes, those cigarettes will smell milder and smoke milder. That's why I smoke Chesterfields. And Chesterfields are made of the right combination of the world's best tobaccos.
And you know the way Chesterfield blends those tobaccos, their secret process. It means that every Chesterfield will have the right combination of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. Yes, Chesterfields are proved to have no unpleasant aftertaste. We've got the authority for that, too.
It's the country's first and only cigarette taste panel who reported Chesterfield is the only cigarette in which members of the panel found no unpleasant aftertaste.
And there you have the straight facts. That's what Chesterfield has for you, mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. So get yourself a pack of Chesterfields today. They satisfy. Paramount picture, Mr. Music. Here's one of the ballads that I'm particularly fond of. You'll have to follow your dreams till they all come true. Look around when they do, and you'll be home.
And you'll be home.
You'll have to follow your heart, and it may be far. Then just ask where you are, and you'll be home. You'll be home. There'll always be meadows yonder with greener clover than those you'll wander right over. That shining castle you see on a distant shore. Go and knock on the door, and you'll be home.
That shining castle you see on a distant shore.
Go and knock on the door, and you'll be home. Knock on the door, and you'll be home. Thank you. Our guest this evening is a beautiful and gracious lady who can currently be caught doing a very stylish guest shot in the Paramount offering, Mr. Music. Several times in the past few seasons, in fact, she has graced our halls with her blonde loveliness and her superb soprano. It's indeed a pleasure to play host once again to the charming star of the opera and concert stages, Miss Dorothy Kirsten.
Thanks, Bing.
Dorothy, may I say that you look exceptionally stunning tonight. It's an exciting gown you're wearing.
Why, thank you, Bing. I made this dress myself, you know.
No. You, Dorothy Kirsten, you make your own clothes?
Well, certainly, Bing. Don't you?
I haven't the time. I'm too busy sewing for the kids. I just can't. But what are you going to sing for us tonight, Dorothy?
Well, would you like something from Tristan and Isolde?
Is that better than Martin and Lewis?
Well, Well, that's a matter of taste.
Well, I think your taste in songs is certainly impeccable, and I have implicit faith in your superior judgment.
Well, in that case, I'll sing Can't Help Loving That Man from Showboat.
Showboat? Oh, that's dandy. Anything that'll go on a showboat ought to be real great on this here tobacco plantation. Get to singing, here, gal.
It must be something that the angels done plan. Fish gotta swim and birds gotta fly. I gotta love one man till I die. Can't help loving that man of mine. Tell me he's lazy, tell me he's slow, tell me I'm crazy. I know. Can't help loving that man of mine. When he goes away, that's a rainy day, and when he comes back, that day is
You know something, Dorothy, whenever I hear you sing, I'm always impressed by what you do in the upper registers.
Whenever I hear you sing, Bing, I'm always impressed with what you do in the cash registers.
Now, wait a minute. You have made a bon mot. Well, listen, you kids at the Met don't do so badly, you know.
Well, no. We still do all right in the concert tours.
Oh, the concert tours. I was never much in that field. I gave a concert once, and all I drew were gophers, groundhogs, 4 rock chucks, a Mexican roadrunner, and 2 Canadian honkers from Medicine Hat.
What opera needs today is some creative genius who can make it more commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you know of somebody who can help us.
Well, most of the geniuses I know are busy writing singing commercials. Oh, there's one. There is one boy. Yes, I just happened to think about it. I'm afraid he's tied up right now. Very clever fellow, too. Name is Society Kid Hogan.
Society Kid Hogan? Is he a businessman?
Well, he ain't a ballet dancer.
But does he know anything about music?
An authority, Dorothy.
Well,
he used to go around to jukeboxes and collect the nickels. He'd still be at it, too, but his uncle was paroled and demanded his burglar tools back. Hand me back my Jimmy.
Well, I don't think Mr. Hogan sounds like the right man, Bing.
Well...
We need a man of proven ability, Bing. Who's the man responsible for your success? Well, after all, Bing, you're very successful, and somebody must be responsible for it all.
Well, I suppose so. As much as I hate to admit it, I'll have to say that my brother Everett thinks he's the one.
I remember your brother Everett.
You remember him?
Isn't he the, large one?
Yes, he's a bit rotund. You would say that. He's the large. I think he wears a 48 belt, or maybe that's his hat size. I don't know.
Do you think Everett could help us, Bing?
Well, frankly, I'd rather have him on your side than mine. But I must warn you, Dottie, Everett's a very commercial-minded boy.
That's just what we need.
Oh, yeah, but he might carry it to extremes. I know for a fact that he's got a plan on right now. He's mulling it. A plan to do soap operas in the Met.
Well, I don't understand, Bing. Just what was Everett's plan?
You know what he figures, Dottie? Everett figures that the Met could make more money if they'd put on shows in the morning, too. He claims that most of the women in the country are used to getting their opera in the morning.
Yes, but those are the radio soap operas.
Yeah, but that's where the loot is.
Oh, but Bing, most of our operas tell very sad stories. They're full of intrigue and strife, heartaches and murder.
You ought to catch a soap opera some morning. You'd be surprised how much misery goes on before noon. The other morning, Dottie, just the other morning, I counted 10 ruptured appendix.
Oh, no.
And young Dr. Malone was out of town.
Auditioning for a television show, no doubt.
Cinch to get into television. Just think, Dorothy, how happy the housewives will be when they actually can see the young doctor carving up patients right there in the living room. Dorothy, if all you legitimate opera stars would stage a morning performance, man, you'd clean up.
Really?
Yes. Why, the housewives would flock to the Met. They could sit there comfortably knitting, sewing, darning socks, shelling peas, cleaning chickens. Why, they could even bring bundles of laundry.
Laundry?
Actually, sure. We'd fill the lobby with Maytag washers and hang the wet wash in the balcony.
This whole idea sounds a little messy, doesn't it?
What do you want to be, neat or rich?
Just a little bit of each would be
That's
nice.
a tremendous idea. The housewives would love it. We could even put in a babysitting service.
Babysitting at the Met?
Why not? Lawrence Mercury alone could sit on 50 or 60 of them. I tell you, Dorothy, sponsored opera is the thing, and it's got to be done in the morning when the women want it.
Well, you might be right.
I promise you I am.
I suppose if most women don't have a good cry before noon, their whole day's ruined.
I tell you what, Dorothy, you know a lot of operatic numbers. We can show the folks right now. Why don't we? Just show them what a soap opera at the Met would be like. Overture, please.
Good morning, ladies. Welcome to the Metropolitan Soap Opera House. You're here as the guest of our sponsor, the makers of soap. And remember, girls, soap does not come in bars, it does not come in chips, and it does not come in flakes. Soap comes in lumps. Yes, sir. Is the only soap on the market that contains mashed potatoes. And now for our daily opera, Portia Faces John, starring Dorothy and Bing.
My name is Portia. I'm facing life, and life is nothing more than storm and strife.
My name is John, and my other wife is the sister of Portia, who's facing life. Her wife is facing life.
No, that's me. I'm facing life.
I'm facing John.
No, not you.
Well, I can't figure who is facing who.
Soap to wash the face and to face the wash.
To scrub your cats and suds your mutts.
This commercial's driving me from soap to nuts.
No wash, no wipe, no rinse tonight. Does the soap you're using make your hands a sight? Use soap in your dish pans. No wash, no wiping, and in a bag. And no hands.
Oh, this This has been an awful week. What a battle!
This week we're really up a creek.
Without a paddle. So listen to our tale of woe and drop a tear or two for us before you go. To pay my rent, I'm singing jazz.
My uncle went to Alcatraz.
A dog attacked my cousin Keith.
I've got impacted wisdom teeth.
They repossessed my car today.
My brother Everett joined AA.
The poorhouse is our new address.
This week's been misery. What a mess!
But then came our lovely weekend.
What happened?
Things were so peaceful then.
Do tell.
I got hit by a car.
Oh, dear.
But I just broke one leg so far.
How nice.
Let's die. One simple fracture, not even compound.
Life can be beautiful for John and Portia.
I'll keep on facing life.
I'll face my other wife.
John married
Portia. Not if I have to support you.
Father will force you.
Oh, well, tune in and see.
Tune in and see.
Tune in and see. Tune in and see.
This opera's brought you to the BBC. Stop.
And folks, this has been coming at you overseas. Dorothy Rudolph Bing, just cut your salary. Here's an old favorite which is starting to pick up. It pleases me because it's always been one of my favorite songs. Buddy Cole made this arrangement in a moment of temporary aberration. The night is young and you're so beautiful. Here among the shadows, beautiful lady, open your heart. The scene is set and the breezes sing of it. Can't you get into the swing of it, lady? When do we start? When the lady is kissable and the evening is cool, any dream is permissible in the heart of a fool. The moon is high, and you're so glamorous. And if I seem over amorous, lady, what can I do? The night is young, and I'm in love with you.
I need your help.
What's my help?
Well,
What's
here
trouble?
it is, Valentine's Day, and I still haven't sent a Valentine to my wife.
Surprised that you can. Why don't you do what I did? Send a carton of Chesterfields with a tender, sentimental note attached.
Well, say,
Yes,
why
yes,
didn't I
yes,
think of
certainly.
that? A carton of Chesterfields. And I know just the sentiment to write on the package.
Let's hear it, Ken.
Darling, for you, proof of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
That's a cue if I've ever heard one. Seriously, friends, that's what Chesterfield has. For you. Mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And here's just how you can prove it.
Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, wonderful aroma. Now, tobacco growers have always said, tobaccos that smell milder, smoke milder. So, light a Chesterfield, and you'll see it's true. Chesterfields do smoke milder.
And along with that milder smoke, you'll find Chesterfields leave no unpleasant aftertaste. This is a fact confirmed, incidentally, by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Well, there you have the reasons for smoking Chesterfields. It's the one cigarette that has, for you, mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
And, musically, we do it thusly.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So ho, open the pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
For a duet tonight, Dorothy and I have chosen a great favorite of mine, and I hope of yours, too. Dorothy says she likes it, incidentally.
Love it, Bing.
Cut you in on it.
Soft as the voice of an angel, breathing a lesson unheard. Hope with a gentle persuasion whispers her comforting word. Darkness is over. Wait till the tempest is done. Hope for the sunshine tomorrow. After the shower is gone. Whispering hope, welcome my voice, oh how well, making my heart in its sorrow rejoice, whispering hope, welcome thy voice, oh how welcome thy voice, making my heart in its sorrow rejoice.
Dorothy, I want to tell you it was very nice of you to pay us this visit this evening. Hope you'll join us again real soon.
Thank you, Bing. Who's going to be your guest next week?
Oh, next week, Dorothy, we have a darling. Our guest will be Miss Tallulah Bankhead.
Oh, wonderful. Is Tallulah going to sing on the program, Bing?
We're trying to reason with her, but our lawyers are huddling. No matter the outcome, whatever happens, I promise you it'll be jolly, though. Good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Bing.
Good night, folks. See you next week for Chesterfield. That's the best cigarette for you to smoke.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guests, Miss Tallulah Bankhead and Miss Peggy Lee. And friends, open your hearts on this Valentine's Day to the needy overseas. You can bring direct happiness to a deserving family through your contribution to CARE. For $10, you can supply a family of 4 with enough food for nearly a month. Meat, sugar, rice, flour, 17 basic foods in all make up the 24-pound standard CARE package. And nonprofit CARE guarantees delivery. Thousands of undernourished children overseas need our help desperately. We can help through CARE. Send help now to an unfortunate family overseas by a contribution of any amount to your local office of CARE.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Play tune for Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm Magee. The line between fact and fancy is often a very thin one. The border that separates illusion is very narrow, just as the distance from sanity to madness and back again to sanity can be a very short one. And do we always know where the real world leaves off and the dream begins?
Sometime the spirit of a man die before his body die. When his soul, his spirit, die before the rest of him, then the god Marco is his specialist art. When that happen, melody of the drum is his special sad too, like now. Listen to the song of lamentation. Death has walked among my people. Here is why this island is called the Island of the Lost.
Our mystery drama, Island of the Lost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Ever had a tall, frosty glass of Amplitude? Well, if your beer is Budweiser, you've had it often. Amplitude is a fancy word. The total experience of flavor. Next time you take a healthy swallow of Bud, watch what happens. Think about the sensations you're experiencing. Notice how the flavor of Bud comes on nice and easy. Not too strong, not too quick. Just right. Notice the clean, crisp togetherness of Bud's taste. Everything in perfect balance, with no single element jumping out at you. And there'll be no aftertaste either, no hanging on. And you'll be refreshed and ready for another glassful. Actually, Bud drinkers have been experiencing Amplitude for years, but they just say Budweiser, and that says it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
At Suburban Savings in northern New Jersey, you're always the tops. So to help you reach the top, Suburban is offering you a top 7.90% effective annual yield on their 7.50% savings certificates. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Just a $2,500 minimum is all you need to get your savings straight to the top. Federal regulations allow premature withdrawals on savings certificates, provided prescribed federal penalties are adhered to. Of course, Suburban also has other ways to top off your day with a wide selection of other savings plans to choose from. Your savings will always come out on top because we offer you the highest interest rates allowed by law. Suburban Savings Office, conveniently located in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, Sparta, and choose the right savings plan for you.
Dreams have breath and tears and tortures and the touch of joy. They leave a weight upon our waking thoughts. They take a weight from off our waking troubles. They can divide our being. They can become for us the heralds of eternity. For Tony Bridges, it began in the office of his eye doctor.
Tilt your head back just a trifle more, Tony. So, very good. Now hold still, please.
You know, every time you put that head mirror on to examine my eyes...
And no talking, my friend.
Oh, you're the doctor.
One moment more. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, finished. You were saying, Tony?
Oh, nothing important. It's only that every time you examine my eyes and put that big mirror on around your head with the hole in the middle, it always makes me think of one of those science fiction movies with, Boris Karloff. Well, what's the verdict here, Dr. Werner?
Doctor, we'll prescribe a stronger prescription for your eyeglass.
The prescription I'm wearing strong enough?
Not quite, Tony. At your age, shall we say past 39?
Past 39? What about for a man who's just past 59?
A little stronger still.
Fritz, if they'll help cut down on these headaches, it'll certainly be worth the trouble.
Yeah, the new glasses may help.
May?
We can never be sure about these things. We must always hope. You know something, Tony?
What?
Sometimes I think your headaches could be, how do you say, by something not altogether physical.
Oh, come on, Fritz. What's that supposed to mean?
How old is your wife?
Now, you know perfectly well how old Martha is.
30.
Almost on the nose. But what's Martha's age got to do with...
She's half your age. Charming, intelligent, beautiful. Black hair, green eyes, the figure of a goddess, the face of an angel.
Yes, one of the most gorgeous young women you've ever seen, right?
Exactly. Could it not be possible that there is a certain tenseness in your relationship with this beautiful young wife?
That causes the headaches? Oh, no, Fritz, I don't think so.
I've seen you both at a dinner party. How you react whenever a younger man seems to be paying the slightest attention to her. Martha loves you deeply. You have no cause in the world to be jealous of her. I promise you. So relax. Enjoy her. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your life.
Fritz, what you're prescribing is what I have in mind.
That's good.
You know that Martha left a week ago for that vacation we've been talking about. A little hidden-away island in the Caribbean. Well, I am joining her.
You're joining her? That's perfectly wonderful.
Yes, it's going to be like a surprise. She's not expecting me for another few days.
You shouldn't do that, Tony.
Well, who says so?
Why do you surprise her? Can't you wire her or phone?
Well, no way. There's no direct phone to the island. And by the time a wire got there...
What about the new glasses?
Well, I've lived this long with the old ones. I can live a few more days with them. Here's the address of the island. It's the Hotel Paraiso. Send them Air Express. They should be there in 2 or 3 days.
Whatever you say, Tony.
Auf Wiedersehen, Fritz. And thanks for the advice.
Not at all.
And don't forget the glasses.
Of course not.
See you in about 10 days.
Miss Elliot, please take this letter to Mrs. Martha Bridges, Hotel Paraiso, Isla de los Perdidos. I'll give you the exact address later. Send it airmail, special delivery. Mark it urgent. Ready? Dearest Martha, when you get this letter, Tony will already have surprised you. I did my best to think of a way to keep him from coming without arousing any suspicions. No luck. Under the present circumstances, it would be best for you to take every possible precaution. You cannot be too careful, dear Martha.
At 1 o'clock the following morning, I was in the lobby of the Hotel Paraiso on the little island of Los Perdidos, the island of the lost. Behind the desk, his feet on the desk, was a bald, fat little man, fast asleep. Excuse me. Maybe this will work.
Please forgive me, senor.
It's all right.
I was just taking a few winks of sleep.
It's my fault. It is a little late, 1 in the morning, your time.
Oh, the hour is of no importance, senor. Welcome to the Hotel Paraiso. I am at your service.
My wife arrived last Tuesday, and she doesn't...
Of course, senor. Pablo understands. Your wife arrived last Tuesday.
Yes, and you're Pablo.
Always at your orders, senor. Your lady, this good senora, is expecting you. You will find her in Bungalow B. It is our very best.
Expecting? She doesn't even know that...
You must not keep her waiting, eh, senor?
But this is a surprise. She doesn't even know that I'm coming. Are you sure, Pablo?
Oh, I am sure, senor.
You didn't even ask me my name.
I know, senor, eh? You follow me now to Bungalow B, see? This is our Bungalow B. Cantor, senor.
Yes, well, you can put my bag over there near the coffee table.
Now, this naturally is the living room. The bedroom is through that door.
Just a moment. I want to see. Now, we must be quiet. It's dark, but... Yes, that's Martha all right in there. And she's in bed, sound asleep.
Well, you yourself have said, senor, it is a little late.
But I just can't understand it.
Don't try, senor. Meantime, try to make yourself comfortable. Admire, if you will, the beauty of this bungalow.
Yes, it's very nice.
As you can see, all the furniture is what you call rattan. All beautifully handmade by the artistic makers of furniture of the island. And please do notice the draperies, senor.
Yes, they're very pretty.
Fishing nets woven by the fishermen of the island and made into most unique decorative hangings.
But how could she have been expecting me? I wasn't supposed to...
And in the morning, senor, when you awaken, you will see a view from the bedroom window as you have never seen before in all your life.
Are you sure that she...
Oh, I am quite sure. Bungalow B is situated on a most high cliff looking down 2,000 feet into our beautiful sea and the rocks below.
Yes, of course. I look forward to seeing it.
In the morning, senor. And now, senor, pleasant dreams. Until tomorrow.
What was he talking about? Martha couldn't possibly have been expecting me. Not for another 3 days. Oh, well, it'll all get cleared up in the morning. Oh, I better get undressed, get a little sleep. And my little gift for Martha. My anniversary present. Beautiful string of pearls. Perfectly matched. Oh, wonderful luster. Well, I'll keep till morning. I'll put them around her beautiful neck as I wake her. Oh, Lord, I'm tired. Well, lights out, Tony. I feel as if I hadn't slept in... No, not again. Not here, of all places. Oh, that pain is coming again. It's spreading down the whole side of my face. It's hard to breathe.
It is me, my darling. Alberto. I'm sorry to be late. Oh, I beg your pardon.
What are you doing here?
I apologize, sir. A frightful mistake. I thought this was Bungalow B.
This is Bungalow B, young man, and I'm afraid that you've made a very great mistake.
If this is Bungalow B, I have made no mistake.
Who do you think you're looking for?
I cannot see, senor, but this can not be any of your business.
Shh, please, keep your voice down. My wife is in there asleep.
Your wife? This is beginning to be most amusing. That beautiful young woman is the wife of an old rooster like you? This is very funny. Your wife?
Now, listen, you better leave. You've come to the wrong place.
Perhaps it is you who have made the mistake. The American girl told me that...
get out of here fast before I kill you.
So, the old man has a gun, too.
Yes, and it is loaded. Out.
As you say, senor. She is all yours, old man. Good night and good luck.
As the door slammed shut, something exploded inside me. I knew that these last few months of doubt, fear, suspicion about Martha were based on something more than fantasy. This young man was evidence of it, clear and tangible proof. I hadn't been expected for a few days, and Pablo had mistaken me for this young man. My brain began to pound like a trip hammer. I no longer trusted myself to be in the same room with Martha if I stayed. At that moment, I looked down at my hands. The string of pearls was still in them. I tore them apart furiously and watched as they rolled to the floor. All night long, I wandered as though drugged up and down the long miles of beach, ghostly white in the moonlight. In the morning, weary and numb, I found my way back to the lobby of the hotel.
Tony! Darling! No, it can't be. When did you get here?
Last night's plane, connecting boats.
Oh, darling, why didn't you let me know you were coming?
Well, I had a crazy idea, Martha. I wanted to surprise
Well, you certainly have. Why didn't you come to the bungalow?
you. I did, Martha.
Oh, Tony, I would have heard you.
I came in very quietly.
Is anything wrong? Are you all right, sweetheart?
Oh, yes, I'm just dandy.
Well, where did you sleep last night?
I didn't. I walked along the beach after I left the bungalow.
Oh, why should you have done a silly thing
Martha, what have you been up to since you got here?
Oh, Tony, dear. Now, stop it. I won't be cross-examined. You know very well.
Who was that young man, Martha?
What are you talking about? What young man?
The young man who came calling on you in the middle of the night. He said he had an appointment.
I haven't the remotest idea what you're talking about.
I'm leaving on the next boat. It goes at 4:00.
Tony, could we go over to the bungalow, please? We can't talk here in the lobby.
All right. Whatever you like, Martha.
Where'd I put the key? Oh, here it is.
Martha.
What is it? What's wrong?
Martha, you've made a mistake.
Mistake?
The furniture. It's all different from what it was last night.
I don't understand you, Tony.
The draperies, they were made of fish netting. These are, what do you call them, matchstick bamboo. Martha, what's the letter on this bungalow?
It's Bungalow B, of course.
This isn't the bungalow where you slept last night.
Of course it is.
Now, let's take a look at the bedroom. Oh, no. No, it can't be. You were sleeping in a double-sized bed, king size, in fact, and this room has 2 twin beds. No, wait. I know the view. Pablo said that the view from this bedroom window was something that I...
What is wrong, Tony?
Well, he said that there was a beautiful view of the sea and the rocks below the cliff and palm trees. Martha, what do you see out of this window?
Nothing but the side wall of the bungalow next to us.
Then where is the beautiful view? Unless, for some reason, Pablo lied to me.
When the tree that has stood in the forest for 1,000 years topples and falls crashing to the ground, is there a sound if there are no ears to hear it? Do the brilliant colors of the rainbow exist for someone who has never had the blessed gift of eyes and eyesight? These are questions for which there are no easy answers. Just what similarly disturbing questions are there for Tony Bridges? Questions to which he has not yet found the answer. We'll find out shortly when I return with Act Two.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
Nope. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious midsize car on the market, the midsize Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
Here's this week's dinner winners from your ShopRite supermarket. Fresh American whole leg of lamb, just 97 cents a pound. Shoulder lamb chops, $1.27 a pound. First cut beef chuck steaks, 59 a pound. Semi-boneless beef chuck roast, 99 cents a pound. Fresh pork spare ribs, 89 cents a pound. Fresh honeydew melons, just 69 cents each. Lots of variety for your menus and savings, too. Get a lot more for a little less throughout your ShopRite store.
She loves her family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
Worthy events for Tony Bridges of the night just past. The tree falling in the forest unheard, or colors never seen. What was the logical explanation? For Tony, what had happened was all a little strange and curious.
Martha and I talked all morning. She finally convinced me that everything that had happened last night was, in fact, a series of reasonable coincidences that spelled out mistake. For the first time in months, I felt as close to Martha as I ever had, and I knew she felt the same way about me. We went for a walk into the mountains that rose behind the hotel. On the way back, just as we were nearly at the bungalow, Martha lost her footing, turned her ankle badly. I carried her into the bedroom. She rested while I unpacked and ordered dinner in our rooms.
So, with your permission, senor, a beautiful dinner has been prepared for you and the senora. Look here. This fish was swimming happily in the sea only half an hour ago. And 1 hour ago, these beautiful vegetables were growing proudly in our own garden.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Pablo. It all looks beautiful indeed.
So I place the dinner here on the table.
Thank you.
And, senora, I hope you do not suffer too much pain.
No, it only hurts if I try to move it or put weight on it.
You just stay where you are for a day or two, and it'll be fine, I'm sure.
It is essential that one exercise care when walking in our beautiful mountains. From the time when there were earthquakes here, there are some cracks where one can trip and twist an ankle.
Oh, really? This is earthquake country. I didn't know that.
Senor, was. Not in any more than 40 years. Now, there. Your dinner is served. I leave you to the enjoyment of it. Buenas noches to you both. Senor, senora.
Well, let me get these few things away in the closet, and then we'll have our so beautiful dinner. Do you have the key, dear?
What key?
To this second closet. It's locked.
Oh, I forgot. There isn't any key. Pablo said the last guest took it with him. There's no master key, so he's ordered a duplicate from the mainland.
Oh, well, I'll put my stuff in your closet then, all right?
The key should be here by tomorrow or the next day.
Oh, that's great. And now, if the senora will permit, that she be carried from her bed to this most appetizing dinner.
The senor has the senora's permission.
Up we go.
Oh.
There we are. Comfortable?
Yes. Couldn't be happier. Except for this stupid ankle.
Buen appetito, my darling. To us.
To us.
In the middle of the night, I was wakened by the most curious sensation. My bed was being shaken violently. All around me, I had the feeling that the furniture, the pictures on the wall, were vibrating in some strange way. whole bungalow was quivering. Martha, are you all right? Martha, are you awake? Oh, where's that light? Oh, there. Martha. Her bed was empty. Martha, where are you? Where could she be? Then I suddenly remembered her ankle. How could she have left her bed? Where could she have gone? What had Pablo said about this once having been earthquake country? Of course, that's what was happening.
At your service, Senor Reyes.
We're in the middle of an earthquake, aren't we?
Earthquake? There is no earthquake, Senor.
But of course there is. What are we supposed to do?
Senor?
Oh, look, will you stop beating about the bush? Just tell me that it's nothing serious or that it'll pass without damage, but don't tell me that it's nothing.
Would you please to tell me why the Senor thinks there is an earthquake?
The pictures, my bed, the lamp, the whole room is shaking and jumping around, and that noise, that rumbling noise.
The Senor, your wife, she is experiencing the same thing, Senor?
Well, that's just it. It's really why I called. My wife is not here.
Oh, I am so sorry to hear she is not there.
Have you seen her?
I regret, Senor. I have not.
But where could she have gone? She can't walk.
Of this, I have no knowledge, Senor.
No, wait a minute. Wait just a moment. The sound seems to have stopped, and nothing's shaking anymore. Is it all over?
I think perhaps I can explain. The strenuous climb you have made this afternoon in the mountains, the kindness of the altitude and the thinness of the air, you are not used to it. It happens to many of our guests.
What happens?
It is a kind of a spasm of the muscles, Senor, from the altitude. I'm so happy it has passed.
But my wife, where is my wife?
Of that, Senor, as I have already said, I regretfully have not the slightest idea. You sleep well, Senor.
In spite of my concern about Martha, I fell asleep immediately. A long and merciful sleep. When I awoke, it was broad daylight. The sun was streaming in through the windows, and everything was exactly as it had been in the middle of the night, except for one thing. Lying in the next bed, reading calmly, was Martha.
Good morning, sweetheart. Did you have a good night? I slept like a rock.
Where were you last night?
Tony, let go of my arm. You're hurting.
Where were you? Where did you go?
What are you talking about?
Where were you?
Let go. Get your hands away from my throat. I can't breathe.
In the middle of the night, you left this bedroom. Now, where did you go?
Are you out of your mind? Take a look at this ankle of mine. It's purple and blue. It's twice the size it was last night. I can't walk on it except with the greatest pain. You ask me where I was last night, I was here. Right here in this bed every minute of the night.
A couple of days passed. They were blessedly peaceful, uneventful, golden. 2 days before our vacation was to end, Martha's ankle was strong enough for her to venture out on another little walk into the hills that ran along the edge of the cliff that overlooked the sea below.
Oh, this cane's a great help. I really don't have to put my full weight on the ankle.
Just watch your step. Avoid any of those cracks that Pablo pointed out.
Oh, look, darling, there's a clearing up ahead. We could rest for a bit when we get up there. Oh, listen to those birds.
Yes, the whole thing is like a Garden of Eden.
You know, Pablo said if we follow this path, we'll discover thousands and thousands of wild orchids. Oh, we should have come here long ago. It's so much more fun than going to those silly luncheons.
For the first time in months, I began to feel sure of myself. Sure of Martha. In spite of all my fears, I knew she loved me. I had no reason for being jealous of her.
Everything is so much more fun.
Not a single reason. As she spoke, I began to hear a strange sound, like the flapping of 1,000 wings, coming nearer and nearer.
Tony, look! The sky is black with them.
Birds. Huge birds. Martha, what are they? They're all pink and red.
I think they're flamingos. I've never seen so many birds in my life. They're coming closer and closer. sir. Tony, I'm frightened. What should we do?
I don't know. Martha, use your cane. If they come close, use it like a baseball bat. Here's a branch from a tree. I'll do the same.
Look out, Tony. Here they come.
Look, there's one. Oh, that big one. Oh, that big one just knocked off my glasses. I can't see.
Don't think I can fight them. There's too many of them.
Keep at it, darling. Sooner or later. Oh. Martha? What happened? Where did they go?
They?
The flamingos. The birds. They disappeared as suddenly as they came. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I can't imagine. Oh, I need a cigarette.
You take one of mine. They're in my bag.
I can't see very well. I lost my glasses when those birds...
The bag. It's right near your feet.
Oh, yes. Yes, I've got it. Oh, there's so much junk in your bag. What's that?
What is it?
Listen. You hear it? What do you suppose it is? Martha, you do hear it, don't you?
I think so.
In the distance, those drums beating.
Oh, of course. Of course I hear them, dear.
Oh, thank heavens. I thought for a moment. Where do you suppose they come from? Who's playing them?
But I haven't the slightest idea.
That's funny. Now for that cigarette. Down we go into the bottom of your bag and... Martha. Martha, what's this?
That's the key to the closets in the bungalow.
To your closet?
To my closet and your closet. It's to both closets.
Both? When did it get here?
It's always been here. Why?
When I asked you about it the other night, you said there was no key to my closet. Somebody had taken it away and they were making a new one.
I said that?
Of course you did. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's all starting to make sense. That anyone could be so evil. That anyone could so despise another human being that she'd stop at nothing. Stoop to anything to get him out of the way.
You don't know what you're saying. I love you, Tony. You must believe me.
Anything at all. Even to the point of trying to drive a man out of his mind.
It's not true.
All these strange things that have been happening. Oh, they were no coincidences. They were all part of some twisted, devilish scheme you worked out to get rid of me by driving me mad.
Careful, Tony. You're backing me so close to the edge of the cliff.
The mix-up with the bungalows. Oh, that was a good one. How did you work that? And the business of your ankle and disappearing in the middle of the night. That was worthy of a master.
Stop it, Tony!
And the birds, huh? And now this key. Oh, you missed your calling, Martha. You should get an act together. Martha, the mysterious magician. She mystifies. She confuses. The hand is quicker than the eye. She cheats. She lies. But it's all part of the act, isn't it, Martha? Isn't it?
Careful, Tony. I'm losing my balance. Tony,
Long trip, Martha. 2,000 feet. And those sharp rocks down there can't be very comfortable, can they? The act is over, Martha. Curtain, Martha.
Jealousy is said to be the child of love. But if the parent does not do his best to strangle the child will not rest till it has poisoned its own father, which may well be the case with Tony Bridges. To what further extremes will the deadly venom of his jealousy drive Tony? He may or may not know the answer, but we shall when we return shortly with Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend, give your heart to your love, but give your cold the contract, the sooner the better.
The common cold is a rotten thing. You miss so much. Sneezing, drips, and congestion can drag you down. Then ask yourself the contact question. 6 or 3 or 1? You'd need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 ounces of Cold's liquid, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief of those symptoms. That's daytime, then nighttime relief. Both the others have things for aches and fever, and the liquid, something for coughs. Not found in contact 600 tiny type fields.
Give your code to contact.
6 or 3 or 1. Take contact. Only as directed.
Most appetizers you eat, but there's one appetizer you drink. Dubonnet.
Before that's the time to think about some Dubonnet to drink. Before a meal by day or night, it helps to whet your appetite. Before. It's the time before for Dubonnet.
Think of Dubonnet as an appetizer. It's the wine you drink before meals, before lunch, before dinner at cocktail time, before whatever you've got cooking. It helps to whet your appetite. Whether you serve it straight, on the rocks, with a twist, or soda. Dubonnet before makes what comes after that much better. Dubonnet. It all started in France, of course.
Before. The time before for Dubonnet.
A product of USA, Dubonnet Company, New York, New York.
A glorious feeling of exhilaration flowed through Tony. His head was as light as if he'd drunk too much champagne. For the first time in years, he no longer had a heavy millstone around his neck. The torment of having a beautiful young woman for a wife. Tony Bridges' only concern now was to find some way to get off the island before Martha's body was discovered.
The same drums I'd heard just before Martha. I started walking slowly, deliberately, in the direction from which they seemed to come. Without my glasses, I could just barely see where I was going. I tore my way through a tangle of creeping vines and found myself in some sort of a clearing. I almost stumbled over something seated before a small fire. It was an ancient little man of the island, his face like so much black parchment, his clothes in rags. He sat there, hunched over the smoky fire, blinking his eyes and mumbling. I beg your pardon.
It is all my fault. I should not sit in the middle of the path, but it is a good place to meditate.
Who are you? What's your name, old man?
It is long forgotten, my name, even by me.
What are you doing here?
Sitting, listening, thinking.
Listening?
To the sad and mournful song of my people.
Oh, you mean those drums? You hear them too?
Alas, I hear them too well. I hear them.
What are they for? Where does the sound come from?
Our island is small. They come from everywhere. They are heard everywhere.
But why? Why? What do they mean?
This what you hear is lament. And death has walked among my people, among the lost one. It is why this place is called Isla de los Perdidos, Island of the Lost.
Someone has died?
Someone has passed on to Mako.
Who is Mako?
The great father of all things in the sea, from where we all have come to where we all shall go.
I see.
This is reason for the wailing of the drums. They beat out their farewell to the soul of a man who is making the journey to Mako.
The soul of a man or a woman?
Man. Always man, not woman. For woman, drums play another song, not this one.
I understand. I'm very sorry for the poor man who has gone on to Mako. When did he die?
No one can be sure. Perhaps he is not yet dead.
Well, then why...
The drums often sing with the promise of things to come, to some soon. Sometime the spirit of a man will die. Before he does, then Mako is especially sad because he is made to wait. When that happened, the melody of the drums is especially sad too. Like now.
I left my ancient friend as quickly as possible, made my way back to the hotel. I couldn't stop thinking of all the confusing things that had happened since I arrived on this cursed island. The mix-up with the bungalows, the visitor that first night, the missing closet key, what I had thought was an earthquake, Martha's apparent disappearance in the middle of the night in spite of her bad ankle, the attack by the flamingos, and finally, my realization that Martha, in some way, has made all these things happen to drive me out of my mind. Well, hold on there. Has made things happen? Made things happen. Martha is dead. Her body at this very moment is being battered against the sharp rocks by the angry waters of that beautiful blue sea.
Senor Bridges, I have been looking for you all over.
What do you want?
Most especially, I have been looking for the senora, your wife.
What is it?
For you, senor, this small package has arrived by this morning's boat.
Thank you, Pablo.
And for the senora, this letter. Handmade, very special delivery. He's marked most...
Yes, I'll take it.
You will be sure, senor, it reaches the hands of the senora. Is also marked very personal.
Don't worry.
Thank you, senor.
I walked over to Bungalow B. Once inside, I collapsed into the big chair, feeling as though my lifeblood had been drained from me. I opened the package addressed to me. Good old Fritz. My glasses. I put them on, and things came into focus once again. Then I tore open the letter addressed to Martha. Very especial delivery, most urgent, very personal. As I read, my hands began to shake, my head to ache.
Dearest Martha, when you get this letter, Tony will already have surprised you. I did my best to think of a way to keep him from coming without arousing any suspicions. No luck. Under the present circumstances, it would be best for you to take every possible precaution. You cannot be too careful, dear Martha. My last examination of Tony showed unmistakable symptoms. In the simplest language, of deterioration of the brain tissues. The symptoms point clearly to a situation where Tony's sanity hangs by a very thin thread. At any given moment, that thread may snap. If it does, the first manifestations will be an attack of dizziness, accompanied by a buzzing in the ears and a
blurring of the vision. There are also indications of things that follow the classic pattern, that there will be a series of hallucinations. Hallucinations. He will think he sees and hears things he actually does not see or hear. He will think he has done things he has not actually done. Hallucinations. Then none of these things ever really happened. And Martha's alive. She's alive. Like everything else, I imagined that, too. I imagined that I killed her.
Si, pronto?
Pablo, have you seen the senora?
Un momentito, por favor. I have not seen your wife since she left with you, senor.
You don't understand, Pablo. Everything is...
Will you please to have a seat for one small moment, Senor Bridges, until I complete this telephone call? Your pardon. Si, Harvey.
You see, Pablo, I'm not exactly well, and I had the foolish idea that Martha, my wife, had fallen over the... that I had pushed her and that she... You understand?
The guy who's dead... Ah, no, it's incredible. ¿Estás seguro?
I thought she might be dead, but now I know that too was what we call a hallucination, something that you think
Se cayó en las rocas. A pie de la cuevadra. Oh, yo lo digar. Gracias, jefe. Hasta pronto.
Now, what was that all about, Pablo?
I regretfully must inform you, senor, of some
Very bad news.
What is it, Pablo?
At the foot of the cliff, senor, just below the hotel, 2 fishermen have just discovered the body of the senora, your wife. The police will soon be here. Are you all right, Senor Benitez?
Oh, yes, I'm fine, Pablo. Did I hear you speaking on the phone a moment ago?
The phone? Ah, si, senor. It was the contractor for the building of the annex to this hotel.
And you didn't tell me something about 2 fishermen, what they found at the bottom of the cliff?
Not one word, senor, about any fishermen.
You said nothing about my wife?
Well, no, senor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Pablo. I'll be in the bungalow. Was that phone conversation and what Pablo had told me about Martha's body being found at the foot of the cliff, was that, too, a hallucination? Along with my backing her off the cliff? What was real? What was imagined? Was Martha dead? Was she alive? I rushed back into the bungalow. I knew Martha would be there. Dear, sweet, wonderful, beautiful Martha. Martha? Martha, sweetheart, where are you, Martha? The bedroom? The bathroom? Oh, where on earth could she be? Yes.
Excuse, senor, but you have 2 visitors. I will accompany them to the bungalow. We will be there in a moment.
She couldn't possibly have gone to... No, what's this? What have I got in my hand? Where did it come from? The key to my closet. I had it when I asked Martha for a cigarette, and she told me that... and it's been here in my hand all that time. Strange. I must open the closet now. I do have the key, and that's what keys are for. To open things. Isn't that right, Tony?
You must excuse us, senor. These are the police of the island.
No, not just this minute, please. Not till I open the door to the closet.
We can tell you. The maid, when she cleaned this morning, found the door to the closet open.
So? No, it isn't for real. I'm only imagining this. It's my imagination, gentlemen. It's my imagination.
See, Senor Jefe, here in this closet, that is the body of his wife. Is strangled with a string of precious pearls.
The poet Longfellow wrote, "The moon, from some dark gate of cloud, throws o'er the sea a floating bridge of light, across whose trembling planks our fancies crowd into the realm of mystery and night." So Tony Bridges, as he stands staring into the sea, watching the floating bridge of light cast by a full Caribbean moon, Tony knows at last the difference between the real and the imaginary. Or does he? I'll be back shortly.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me what happens this time of year?
Rhubarb reaches its peak.
Nope.
Muskmelon reaches its peak?
No.
Oh, well, does it in any way involve something reaching its peak?
No, not really.
Oh.
What happens this time of year is that you can get a really outstanding deal on Buick's small but surprisingly elegant Apollo. And with what's happening to prices, you may never have a better chance to buy a Buick, huh?
Hey, I know what happens.
Yeah?
The buzzards come back to Hinckley Ridge, Ohio.
Oh. I hadn't thought of that.
We trust you've enjoyed our little exercise in Now You See It, Now You Don't. Or to put it another way, a string of precious pearls should never be used for anything other than show. But that's something everybody knows, isn't it? Our cast included Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, Bob Caliban, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
We want Cantor, we want Cantor. That's blue ribbons and resplendent. Sing to Eddie, Eddie Cantor. Ribbon Cantor.
Bert Gordon, the Mad Russian, Cookie Fairchild and his orchestra, the Sportsmen, the Blue Ribboneers, and yours truly, Harry Bonzell, bring you
The Eddie Cantor Pat's Blue Ribbon Show.
What do I do on Monday? Dream, dream, dream. What do I do on Tuesday? Dream, dream, dream. Wednesday, Thursday comes and then I do the same thing over again. Oh, what do I do on Friday? Dream, dream, dream. Gee, but I'm a busy guy. I make a nice living, strange as it seems. I'm just the guy who's getting by, living on dreams. And what do I do on weekends? I'm with you. Then my dreams come true.
Just dream when the day is through. Dream, that's the thing to do.
What do I do on Monday?
Dream, dream, dream.
What do I do on Tuesday?
Dream, dream, dream.
Wednesday, and then I do the same thing over again.
Oh, what do you do on Friday?
Dream, dream, dream.
Gee, but you're a busy guy.
I make a nice living, strange as it seems. I'm just the guy who's getting by, living on dreams. And what do I do on weekends? I'm with you. Then my dreams come true.
I'll be dreaming with you.
Friends, let's turn the clock back to last Friday. We are in the Cantor household. It is early morning. In the semi-darkness, a figure quietly gets out of bed, stealthily tiptoes across the room to a chair, over the back of which hangs a pair of pants. Silently, the figure goes through the pockets.
That Ida, she never keeps any money in her slacks.
Now, the figure starts to dress. First, he puts on his shorts.
Which pair shall I wear today? The blue ones with the red polka dots? Oh, no, I wouldn't dare. What if I were run over and they took me to the hospital? The nurses would take one look at me and think it's Ida again. I know what I'll do. I'll wear the shorts the sponsor gave me. No. Those bottle caps scratch. No. Maybe I better... Who is it?
It's Marilyn, Daddy. Can I talk to you?
Well, wait a minute, honey. I'll put on the robe. Come out. What is it, Marilyn?
Daddy, I want to use the car today.
But, Marilyn, today is Janet's turn to use the car.
Oh, but, Daddy...
Then it's Edna's turn, then Natalie's. You know the rules, Marilyn. You'll have to wait your turn. You know the way the house is run. Democracy, equality. Nobody is better than anybody else.
Oh, but I got a date with a fellow.
Nobody gets in it. A fellow? Take the car. Take the chauffeur. I'll put in the gas.
Oh, thanks, Daddy.
Wait a minute. I'll lie down for a while. A fella.
Oh,
By the way, Marilyn, this fella, is he serious?
Well, look at my finger.
An engagement ring.
Isn't it beautiful?
Beautiful, she says. You can hardly see the stone. And what you can see looks like glass. The ring isn't even gold. When your mother and I were engaged, you should have seen the ring I gave her.
Daddy, read the inscription inside.
To Ida from Eddie. With a beautiful solid gold ring with a 4-carat diamond. tell me, darling, where did you get it?
Mother lent it to me.
Lent it to you? What kind of a fellow are you going with? Can't he even afford an engagement ring? I'd like to meet him.
Oh, that must be him now.
Good. I want to talk to that fellow.
Daddy, what are you going to do?
Do? I want to sell him this engagement ring.
Daddy, this is Jack, and I'll leave you two alone.
Come in, young man, come in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cantor.
So you're the young man who's going to marry my little Marilyn, huh?
That's right.
Oh, come into the dining room. Have some breakfast. Get strong. Come on in. Come on in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Marilyn's a lovely girl, you know, and of course I have 4 other girls.
Yes, and they're all lovely.
Really? Well, you'll stay for lunch, huh?
Thank
you. Incidentally, you're not an only child, are you?
Oh, no. No, there are 4 besides me.
4? Bring them over for dinner, huh?
Yes, 4 sisters.
On the corner, you'll find a hamburger stand. I'm only joking, son. You know, comedians, radio. Don't be nervous. Every young fellow has to have a talk with his prospective father-in-law. I remember the time I had to speak to Ida's father. It was exactly like this, except for one thing.
What's that?
You and I are talking English. You know, Portuguese is not easy. Especially a Litvak Portuguese, you know? Let me, My boy, let me tell you something. You know, marriage is the best thing in the world for a man. It keeps him young. Look at a fellow like me. I've been married 33 years, you know.
33 years?
Huh?
Well, Mr. Cantor, how old are you now?
38.
38?
Yes.
Mr. Cantor, how could you get married when you were only 5?
Ida was a hillbilly. It's nothing. I was a child bride. I mean a groom. I had to marry her. Her father pulled out a great big...
Gun?
No, a salami. I thought it was loaded. Listen, I want to tell you. There's one thing you must realize, son. Marriage is a very serious proposition. There are responsibilities.
I know. All my life I've looked forward to the day I'd get married and become a father.
The same day?
No.
No, but listen, young fellow, there's one question I must ask you. It's rather personal. I don't know exactly how to ask you. Maybe it's not even right for me to ask you.
$40 a week.
$40 a week. You expect to support a wife on $40 a week?
Mr. Cantor, when you got married, how much were you making?
You know how high food is?
How much were you making?
And clothing? The prices are exorbitant.
Mr. Cantor, how much were you making when you got married?
I was out of work.
You see?
But Ida was making $55. Listen, frankly, young man, my advice to you is to wait. Don't get married right now. Just because sugar is plentiful. Don't do it, will you? Don't.
Well, that's very strange advice coming from you, the man who used to sing, potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper, now's the time to fall in love.
I know.
The butcher, the baker...
I know the words. I know the words. I take a note. I know the words.
Well, millions of people got married because of that song.
I know. Should never have started. I just got a letter from one of the people who heard me. Listen to this. Dear Mr. Cantor, in 1932, I took your advice and got married. Now I have 9 children to support. What does he want from me? All I told him about was potatoes and tomatoes. The kids were his own idea.
Mr. Cantor, I know what's bothering you. You feel bad about losing your daughter.
Who feels bad?
No, what I mean is, you're not losing a daughter. You're gaining a son.
What you mean is you don't have an apartment, huh?
Well, that's true. But I thought that a man in your position, living in a great big house like this, and with a reputation for generosity and kind-heartedness, would surely help us.
And I will help you.
Oh, thanks.
Of course I'm going to help you, my boy. I'm not one to stand aside and young love and... Sure, I'm going to help you. Here's the paper. I'll help you look through the ads. Oh, wait a minute. Look, we're on a page here. Here's an interesting one. For sale... House originally built for $3,000, now selling for only $98,000. Owner must sacrifice. How can he let it go so cheap? Oh, here's something. Look, for sale, house overlooking Lana Turner's home. Completely furnished with gas range, refrigerator, and high-power telescope. Say, that's interesting.
Oh, Mr. Cantor, what's the use? With this terrible housing shortage, it looks like Marilyn and I can't get married.
Can't get married? Don't say that. It shouldn't be that way. It's not only you and Marilyn, it's all young people who want to get married. Why, if this situation continues, nobody will get married. The population will keep dropping. And statistics prove that the only one who will be alive in 70 years from now will be Al Jolson. And there won't be any Crosby program, so he'll be out of work. Listen, something has to be done. Something has got to be done about this housing problem, and I'm the one who'll do it. I've got experience. I'm going to Washington. Hand me my suitcase.
But Mr. Cantor.
My mind is made up. Give me my hat.
But Mr. Cantor.
Don't try to stop me. I know what I'm doing. Give me my coat.
But Mr. Cantor.
What's the matter?
Aren't you going to put on your pants?
Hey, Harry?
Yeah?
Harry, isn't it lucky we were able to get a compartment on this train?
Sure is. You know, Eddie, I don't mind going to Washington with you, but you didn't give me much time to pack.
What did you bring?
22 bags and an overnight case.
22 bags full of... 22 bags full of clothes?
No, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Oh. What's in the overnight case?
Bottle openers. So, Eddie, you didn't tell me, what is the trip all about?
I told you I'd tell you on the train. We're going to Washington to try to get Congress to do something about the housing situation.
Oh, situation is bad.
Yeah.
You know, I have to sell my house.
You do?
Yeah. Telescope and all.
Harry, we've got a long trip, so let's settle down and get comfortable.
Yeah.
Listen to those train wheels. Do you hear the song they're singing?
No, I don't hear anything.
Listen. Do you hear that whistle down the line? I figure that it's engine number 49. She's the only one that'll sound that way on the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. You hear the song the wheels are singing now, Harry?
Sure. Do you see that glass of foam and beer? It's splendid and it's splendid and it's full of cheer. That's the beer that's brewed the Blue Ribbon way. It's the finest, bestest beer in the USA.
Can't you hear that whistle go woo-woo? 'Cause the whistle knows just what the passengers will do. It's the dining car they're going to, 'cause the passengers would like to wet their whistle too.
Here it comes. The waiter knows what to serve. Ooh, 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 ooh. Be careful with the fast going around the curve.
'Cause he knows that Pabst is the beer they'll choose. It's blended from 33 priceless brews.
Of the world's great beers, it's far the best.
And it helps old Eddie Cantor keep his daughters dressed. It's not too dark, it's not too light. Blended, splendid, made just right. Order with confidence, serve with pride. Good with cold cuts on the side.
All out for Pav.
Harry Bonzel.
Well, what's the matter?
I've been waiting here outside the Senate office building for an hour. What's been keeping you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. I was walking along and I saw a figure in a slinky black evening gown, so I followed her.
Yeah?
You know? Followed her for 5 blocks before I found out it was a Supreme Court justice.
Oh, you fool.
Yeah.
Well, let's go in.
Yeah.
I want to have a talk with the chairman of the Senate Housing Committee.
Just a second, buddy. Only senators are allowed in here.
But
outside.
Now, what are you going to do now?
I know what I'll do. I'll crease my hat differently, take off my tie, muss up my hair.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Go right in, Senator.
It always works. Well, here's the office of the Senate Housing Committee. Pardon me, young lady.
Whom did you wish to converse with? Or talk to, as the case may be. To who?
I want to see somebody about building small homes for young people. They need houses. Young people want to get married.
He's telling me.
Look, miss, I want to see the head man, the man who understands this country's economic needs. Where is the man who can straighten me out on this all-important question?
How do you do?
We're calling the Mad Russian. Hey, Russian.
Yes, you citizen. Speak, citizen, speak.
Russian, what are you doing in Washington?
Nothing.
Nothing?
In Washington, you got to do something. But if you must know, I'm Secretary of the Treasury for Ulysses S. Grant.
Grant has been dead for 60 years.
Not so loud, they'll take away my office.
Don't go away. Russian, what do you know about government?
Well, what do I know about government? What do I know?
Yes?
You are speaking to a man who spent 4 years in Coolidge's cabinet.
What happened?
I nearly suffocated.
Russian, you are no official.
I am killed. Only last night I was at an international banquet.
Yes.
Every delegate was eating his own national food.
Uh-huh.
The Chinese delegate was eating chop suey.
Yeah.
The French delegate was eating crepe Suzette.
What was the Russian delegate eating?
The British delegate.
Oh, Russian. You are an nincompoop.
Eddie Cantor?
Yes?
You are talking to an nincompoop who has made a speech in front of Molotov. Here is what I said to him.
Yeah.
Molly!
Wait a minute. You call Molotov Molly?
His name is Meyer.
No. Russian. Don't. Do me a favor. Don't look at me, will you?
What do you want me to do? Look at myself?
All right. You suffer what? Listen, Russian.
I've been suffering for years.
All right. Russian, I've come to Washington to try to do something about the housing situation.
What? The coinky-dinky?
Coinky-dinky? Coinky-dinky?
Are you trying to say a coincidence?
Oh. Will you stop it?
As I started to say.
Yes.
We were just discussing the subject of housing in Congress.
Yes.
And the sum total of our discussions was to recommend a two-room, fee-free, prefabricated house from Sears Roebuck.
A prefabricated house from Sears Roebuck.
Wait till I get a hold of that dentist.
Yeah. So what happened? When I get through with you, you use two dentists. Listen. What happened with the prefabricated house from Sears Roebuck?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Well, I bought one, but I couldn't use it.
Why not?
Sears was living in one room, and Roebuck was living in the other. So taking the cow by the horn...
No. You mean the bull.
That I found out after I got a handful of milk.
All right, continue.
I decided the whole trouble was the labor shortage.
Yes.
So I invented a machine that will build a house in 2 hours.
2 hours?
It does away with carpenters, bricklayers, plumbers, and electricians.
Why, Russian, that is amazing. But why aren't they using your machine?
It takes 900 men to operate it.
Russian, you don't understand the first thing about housing.
But I do. The whole thing is a matter of inflation.
Yeah.
Cantor, do you know what inflation is?
Well, of course.
Then I'll explain it to you.
All right, go ahead.
You go into a store and you want to buy a rubber balloon.
Yes.
It costs 20 cents.
Uh-huh.
With air in it, it costs 30 cents. That's inflation.
Wait a minute. What is your point?
When you got the blow, you got the blow.
Russian, you're confusing me.
Don't worry, I'll give you a for instance.
Yes.
You want a for instance?
Give me a for instance.
Here's a for instance.
Go ahead.
This country is divided into two classes.
Yes.
The haves and the have-nots.
Yes.
The haves have, and the have-nots have not.
Yeah.
All the time, the have-nots are trying to get from the haves what they have not, and the haves are trying to keep from the have-nots what they have.
Oh, wait a minute. Which class do you belong to, the haves or the have-nots?
The ain't-got will never get whom I'm working for, and let's take up a collection.
Russian, that is ridiculous. The phone.
Pardon me. My phone is ringing. Hello? What? Really? I'm glad you told me. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Who was that?
Martha. His name is Meyer.
Oh, get out of here, will you? Oh, this is a waste of time. I'm going over to the Senate to get some action on housing.
While Eddie and Harry are on their way to the Senate, here are the Sportsman Quartet to sing I Believe.
I believe in wishing well. and I also believe in a lot of things the daisy tells. I believe that a four-leaf clover brings lots of luck, lots of joy, lots of happiness. I believe those things. And when it's Christmas, I believe in Santa Claus. In Santa, why do I believe? I guess that I believe because I believe that dreams come true. If you wish for a dream by a wishing well, don't tell the wish or you'll break the spell. It may sound naive, but that's what I believe. You must wish for a dream by a wishing well. But don't you tell or you'll break the spell of the dream you dream that the wish is well. It may sound naive to you, but that's what I believe is true. Never kill a hawk in the dark of the moon. Don't get married except in June. It may sound naive, but that's what I believe. Thank you for applauding our musical aggression. We take you now to that quiet place where Congress is in session.
The House and the Senate are meeting today to take up the problems of the USA. To jazz up the session, for the very first time, we're conducting the meeting entirely in rhyme.
I'm the Speaker of the House. Please, no cheers. I'll be Speaker of the House for the next 4 years.
The Speaker of my house is elected for life. The one I refer to as my dear little wife.
Order, order, order in the House. I want everybody to be quiet as a mouse. That goes for the senators from every state. The clerk will now officiate.
Order, order, tap, tap, tap. Without my gavel, I don't give a rap. I've held this job since 1930. I am known as Gavel Gertie.
I am a senator from way down south. Yuck, 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 and shut my mouth. When I speak, I use this tune.
Mr. Chairman, that's Effie Vaughan.
Gentlemen of the Senate from all over the nation, today we take up the housing situation.
Let us dispense with this idle banter. I give you your friend and mine, a star of stage, screen, and radio, also an experienced babysitter.
Get to the point.
Eddie Cantor.
Well, what I have to say won't take very long, but I can say it much better in the following song. Here's what I believe. I believe in a roof over every lad and lass. But instead of you passing a housing bill, it's the time you pass. I believe that the very people who built the ships, built the planes, and the submarines could build houses too. No one is asking for a fancy mansion, but must war heroes wait in line to rent a Quonset hut? I believe in a decent place to live. Lincoln lived in an old log residence, but some kids today live in canvas tents, and this we must relieve. That's what I believe.
The chair recognizes the senator from Milwaukee.
I thank you. I believe that the situation's grave. Sherlock Holmes had to change his name, I see. Now he's called Sherlock No Vacancy. This we must relieve. That's what I believe.
The chair recognizes the senator from California.
I believe a Californian needs no house. He can sit in the sun from morn till dark.
After that, he goes to Griffith Park.
We are not naive.
No, sir.
So that's what we believe.
The chair recognizes the senator from Wyoming.
Why did I ever leave Wyoming?
Any other questions?
I believe in living at the Y. At the Y, I can live in a great big way. You see, it's the YWCA.
Russian, you're a heel.
But I am no schlemiel.
We believe. Animals make us look down.
Beavers build new houses in the brooks. So what are we? A bunch of snooks? Are we so naive?
No, this we don't believe.
Say, Eddie, do you mind? I'd like to talk about your wedding anniversary.
Oh, no, next week, Harry, next week.
No, but I've got to talk about it now. It's wonderful that you and Ida have been married for...
Well, thanks, Harry. It has been a long, long time.
Yeah, just how many years
well,
was...
let's see now. We were married in 1914.
No,
I'll never forget what Ida said
Look,
to me.
Eddie, please just tell me the number of years you've been married, nothing more. Just the number of years.
I thought you wanted to talk about my anniversary. Okay. That's just, you want a figure. 33. Just 33, that's all right.
Well, thank you, Eddie. And for every one of those 33 fine years... Pabst Blue Ribbon blends one fine brew into their splendid beer. Yes, sir, that special Pabst blending process explains why Pabst Blue Ribbon outsold in the last calendar year every other brand of beer in the entire world, and why it is known for its sparkling quality in every city or town in the United States. It's those never less than 33 blended brews that give Pabst Blue Ribbon its splendid flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So, Eddie, what do you say? Let's all celebrate that 33rd anniversary of yours with blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
33 fine brews blended into one great beer. 33.
Right on top of this week's mailbag is a request for an old favorite melody that makes us reach right down to the bottom of our memories. The Blue Ribboneers, Cookie Fairchild and his orchestra, join me in bringing you...
Our Blue Ribbon
I'll be down to get you in a taxi, honey. Better be ready about 8:30. Now, dearie, don't be late. Wanna be there when the band starts playing. Remember when we get there, honey, the 2 steps, I'm gonna have 'em all. Gonna dance out both my shoes when they play the Jelly Roll Blues. Tomorrow night at the Docktown Strutters Ball.
I'll be down to get you in a taxi. You better be ready about 8:30. Now, honey, don't be late. We gotta be there when the band starts playing.
Remember when we get there, honey, the 2 steps, I'm gonna have 'em all. Gonna dance out on my shoes when they play the Jelly Roll Blues. Tomorrow night at the Docktown Strutters Ball.
Daddy, you know, Sunday's Father's Day, and we girls were wondering what you wanted.
Well, get me something inexpensive, Marilyn. Don't spend a lot of money. I can't afford it. Look, remember what I told you last year? The gift is not important in itself. It's just a token.
And do you remember what we gave you?
Yes, a token, yes. A streetcar token. But, friends, you know, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing to have Father around the house. And with living space as scarce as it is today, it's also a wonderful thing to have a house around Father. Too many heads of families this Father's Day will be just another day of standing in line looking for a place to live. Well, a fellow like that doesn't need a Father's Day necktie. What he needs is a place to hang last year's necktie. So if you have any space to spare, by all means share it. Let someone use it. Think of certain other parts of the world and be grateful that in this country your rooms are rented out instead of bombed out.
This program is brought to you, ladies and gentlemen, by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Newark, New Jersey, Peoria, Illinois, And with the best wishes of the Pabst dealers from coast to coast.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, George is on his way to work and is about to drop Liz off at Findley's bookstore, where she's going to practice that quaint American custom known as exchanging your Christmas presents.
You know, I'm really lucky, George. This book you gave me is the only present I have to exchange.
Sorry. I guess I forgot which size book you wore.
Oh, don't be silly. It's just not the kind of book I like, that's all. I have no interest in it.
Oh, then why did you wait 2 weeks to exchange it?
It took me that long to read it.
Liz, that's cheating.
No, it isn't. If I didn't read it and find out I didn't like it, how could I tell whether I wanted to keep it or not?
There must be an answer to that.
Oh, there's Findley's, honey. I get off here.
Well, goodbye, baby.
Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, George, you don't have to get out and come all the way around and open the door for me.
Oh, I wasn't going to. My coat was caught in the door.
Thank you, Sir Walter Raleigh.
Well, goodbye. See you tonight.
Hey! You forgot to kiss me! Oh.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Cooper.
Good morning, Mrs. Findley. I wonder if I could exchange this book my husband bought me for Christmas.
Oh, I think so. What's the matter? Didn't you like it?
No. I mean, I didn't read it.
Well, I'll take it back.
Thanks. Here's your book.
Thanks. Here's your bookmark.
I wonder how that got in there.
Mm-hmm. They're sneaky little things. Now, here's a new book I think you'd like. It's a historical novel, and is it spicy? Look at that cover.
It does have a plunging book jacket, doesn't it?
And it's just as good inside. Wow!
You read it?
Half of it. I had to quit. It kept steaming up my glasses. Say, here's just the book for you. It's about marriage. The Second 10 Years Are the Hardest by Thomas J. Crendelston.
Well, I certainly don't need it. George and I have been married 11 years, and we're very happy.
He's got a whole list of danger signs that tell if your hubbies lose an interest.
No.
You see? Here. Does your husband read the newspaper at the breakfast table?
Look, if George ever lost interest, I certainly wouldn't need a book to tell me. What was that?
Does your husband read the newspaper at the breakfast table?
Absolutely not. And what of it?
Did Mr. Cooper read the paper when you were first married?
Well, no, because we were holding hands all the time. He didn't start reading till he learned how to turn the page with his nose.
Well, if you don't want this book, let's see what we can...
Wait a minute, Mrs. Findley. What else does that dope have to say?
Number 2. Does your husband remember to kiss you goodbye?
What's the next thing?
Does your husband still open the car door for you?
Wrap that book up, Mrs. Finley. That man knows what he's talking about.
Mrs. Cooper, what in the world is that book you've had your nose in all day?
It's a very enlightening book about marriage, Katie. It gives a test to see if your husband is indifferent and a test to see if he's unfaithful.
Well, what if he isn't indifferent and isn't unfaithful?
Well, then he gives a third test to see if he's alive.
You certainly don't need it. I've never seen a happier couple than you and Mr. Cooper.
Well, we'll see. If George passes the tests, I may keep him.
Well, that's big of you.
Here's a test for indifference. Listen. You can tell your husband is indifferent by any of the following signs. A, he doesn't stand up when you enter the room.
There goes half the marriages in the country.
B, he doesn't remember your anniversary.
There goes the other half.
C, he has stopped doing nice little things for you, such as picking up a handkerchief or other items you may drop. What do you think George's score will be, Katie?
You're not going to actually test him out, are you?
I certainly am. Tonight after dinner, I'm going to walk into the living room, drop my handkerchief, and say, George, do you know what day this is?
No.
Yes. And if George doesn't leap out of his chair, pick up my handkerchief, and say, our anniversary, watch out.
Wait a minute. Today isn't your anniversary.
I know it. But does George know it? We'll find out. Peek into the living room, Katie. Is George sitting down yet?
Yes, he's reading the paper.
Good. I can't expect him to stand up when I enter the room if he's not sitting down to start with, see? Well, here I go. Hi, George. Hi, George.
Hi, Liz.
Well?
Well, what?
I just entered the room through that door.
Well, that beats coming down the chimney.
Yes, doesn't it? Well?
Well, what? Why don't you sit down, Liz?
Why don't you stand up?
Well, why should I? Is someone playing the Star-Spangled Banner?
No.
You want to see who's tallest?
No.
Oh, I know. You want to get this chair. Well, nothing doing. I was here first. And besides, my shoes are too tight. Well, don't just stand there looking at me, Liz. Come on, sit down. Make yourself at home.
All right. I will.
Oh, Liz, you dropped your handkerchief.
I did?
Yes, there it is, right down by my feet.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute before you pick it up, Liz.
Yes?
While you're down there, will you untie my shoelaces?
George Cooper, I hate you.
What's the matter with you, Liz? Were you under the dryer too long today?
I'll give you one more chance. George Cooper, do you know what day this is?
Uh-oh. Of course I do, dear. I bet you thought I'd forgotten.
What?
I have a present for you right here in the desk drawer.
Good heavens, it is something, and I've forgotten.
Here you are, darling. Many happy returns of the day.
Well, thank you. What's it for?
Happy anniversary, honey.
This is not our anniversary.
Oh, it isn't? I mean, of course it isn't. Happy birthday, darling.
It's not my birthday, either.
Valentine's Day?
No, try Groundhog Day.
Groundhog?
No, never mind.
I give up, Liz. Oh, what day is it?
It isn't any day. And what's this box of candy you had all wrapped up?
Well, I've had that in the desk for 3 years.
3 years? What for?
So I'd be ready in case you suddenly said, do you know what day this is?
Well, that's a sneaky trick.
I don't get this whole thing, Liz. It isn't any special day.
It is, too. It's the day I found out you don't care about me anymore.
Liz, what's the matter with you?
Don't speak to me, you can't.
Did you want to see me, Mr. Atterbury?
Yes. Come in, George, boy. Is something troubling you?
Yes, sir.
Well, don't walk around with such a worried look on your face. The bank examiners are coming today.
I'll try to do better, sir.
Well, if you can't look cheerful, at least stay down in the vault when they're here.
Yes, sir.
What seems to be the trouble, boy?
Oh, it's Liz. She's acting very strange.
Strange for Liz or strange for a normal person?
Now, strange for Liz.
Gad! No wonder you're worried, boy. What are her symptoms?
Oh, real goofy. She'll walk into a room and drop her handkerchief, and if I don't pick it up, she cries. Last night she made a big scene because I didn't remember it wasn't our anniversary.
Oh, she's going through that phase.
That phase?
Yes, the you don't love me anymore phase. All women go through it. Even Iris.
Really?
Yeah. Yes, it happens around the time they decide to finally admit they've reached 30. About their 35th birthday. But it's easily handled.
Well, what shall I do? Ignore her?
No, on the contrary. Make her feel important. Shower her with affection. Romance her. That's what I did with Iris.
Yeah, how did you do it?
I forced myself.
I meant, how will I go about it?
Oh, well, when you go home tonight, take her some flowers.
Oh, flowers, huh?
Yes. And then, just as she's recovering from the shock of the flowers, you suddenly announce that you're taking her out to dinner and dancing.
Well, do you think it'll work?
Go home and try it, boy. You'll be surprised.
Mrs. Cooper, are you still reading that book?
Yes. Last night I found out George was disinterested. Now I'm finding out why.
What does the book say?
Well, according to Crandallston, a husband may be disinterested for any of the following reasons. A, now this is funny, he feels inferior to you because you have a greater mentality. Well, it isn't that funny.
Sorry.
B, perhaps there's another woman?
Oh, now that's ridiculous. Not Mr. Cooper.
Another woman, huh?
As long as you've been married, he never even looked at anyone else.
Another woman, huh?
Oh, Mrs. Cooper, you're being silly.
Well, we'll find out. Look at this next paragraph. Some sure signs of unfaithfulness.
What are they?
You can tell that your husband is unfaithful by any one of the following signs. A, if for no reason at all he brings home a gift like a bouquet of flowers.
Well, I've never seen Mr. Cooper bring you flowers.
Well, lucky for him is all I can say.
You're safe there.
I'm not through yet. B, if your husband suddenly starts romancing you and suggests dinner and dancing.
Well, there you are. He passes 100%.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Katie. I'm getting all excited over nothing. You know, I should be happy I've got good old, dull old George.
Honey, I'm home.
Larry blows, old faithful. I know just what he'll do, Katie. What? He'll come in, give me a peck on the cheek, read his paper, eat dinner, and fall asleep in his easy chair. He ain't much, but he's all mine.
Well, I'll go put dinner on.
Hello, George.
My darling. Oh, my beautiful wife. You look ravishing.
Who, me?
Yes, you, my little baby doll. Come on, give me a great big kiss.
What are you holding behind your... Oh, George. What are you holding behind your back?
It's a surprise for you. Close your eyes.
What is it?
Close your eyes.
They're closed.
Open.
Flowers.
Yes. How do you like them? Hey, what is this anyway?
Oh, George, how could you bring me flowers?
Because I love you. And that's not all. I've made arrangements to go to dinner and dancing tonight.
You monster!
Monster? Oh, Liz, will you please give me an explanation?
Yes, I'll be glad to.
Well, what is it?
Don't ever speak to me. That's what is it.
Well, if anybody can make 4 sides out of a triangle, it's our Liz. She's not the only gal, though, who can make a gorgeous dessert out of a rectangle. The rectangle being a box of Jell-O, and the gorgeous dessert being tempting Jell-O cream, made with any gay red Jell-O flavor. Just prepare the Jell-O as directed. Then, when slightly thickened, fold into 1 pint of softened vanilla ice cream. Chill in your prettiest sherbet glasses and serve to a delighted family. Kids and grown-ups alike love Jell-O's rich, fruit-like flavor. Locked in so it can't get out till your first delectable spoonful. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 taste so rich and tempting they make you think of the real ripe fruit. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, a registered trademark of General Foods Corporation. J-E-L-L-O. And now back to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband. Well, it's the next morning, and Liz Cooper is feeling pretty blue because of, quote, another woman, unquote, in George's life. Katie the maid is commiserating with her.
Mr. Cooper's actions last night convinced me you were right about that other woman, Mrs. Cooper. Oh, I guess men are just plain no good.
You're right, Katie. But unfortunately, there's nothing else to marry.
Well,
Shh, here he comes.
Good morning, Liz. Good morning, Katie. Look, Liz, at least you might give me an explanation. I haven't done anything. Katie, what is this? I haven't done anything.
He hasn't done anything.
I do that too, you know.
Thomas J. Crandallston certainly had you pegged.
Who?
Never mind.
Oh, I'm going to make a phone call.
Suit yourself. Who do you suppose he's calling, Katie?
I wouldn't know.
Hello?
Hello, Iris. Is Mr. Atterbury there?
No, he's gone, George boy.
Oh, well, I'll send... Wait a minute. Iris, you're Liz's best friend. Now, has she talked to you about something awful I've done?
No, she hasn't. But I'm glad you called. What did you do?
Well, that's just it. I haven't done anything.
Oh, nuts.
She's acting awful strange. Maybe you could figure it out.
Well, tell me all about it.
Well, I can't right now. I'm phoning from home. Can't we meet someplace? Let's have lunch together. We could meet at the restaurant down there.
Katie, the way he closed the door so I wouldn't hear, do you suppose he's calling her?
Oh, he would not right under your nose.
You're right. It's just a business call.
Why are you opening the door?
Shh. I don't think he's getting enough air in there.
Oh.
All right, then. We'll meet there for lunch.
Oh, it is a business acquaintance.
Well, I'd better go. Liz will be getting suspicious. Oh, I wouldn't want her to know we were meeting like this.
What?
Oh, you don't know how much this means to me. You're a real sweetheart.
Oh, Katie, it is the other woman.
I wonder who the home wrecking husband is.
Oh, some gorgeous, attractive young doll. I'm too old to hold him.
Well, I'll see you at lunchtime, Iris.
Iris!
Oh, no.
Iris Atterbury, my best friend.
She stabbed me in the back right under my nose. I'll take care of her.
What are you going to do?
I'm going down to see Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, do you think you should?
Why not? He's in this triangle, too. And we hypotenuses got to stick together. Mr. Atterbury, I'm sorry to bother you at the bank like this, but something awful has happened.
Why, Liz, girl, you're crying. Now sit down and tell me what's wrong.
I just found out that...
Don't go all the way back to the beginning each time. Start with found out.
Found out that George...
Oh, we're getting closer. Now start with George.
George has another woman in his life.
Liz, what are you saying?
I just found out.
Oh, don't go all the way back there again. I heard what you said.
How could he do a thing like this?
Now, Liz, there's no sense getting excited about this. Be calm. We'll figure it out. Do you know who it is?
Yes. I overheard them making a lunch date this morning.
Be calm, calm. Now, who is it?
Iris.
Well, the thing to do is... Iris?
Yes.
My Iris?
Yes. What are you going to do about it, Mr. Atterbury?
I'm going to fire him. I wouldn't have anyone with such poor judgment working for me.
How could he ever give me up for her?
Iris and George, I can't believe it. You know what that young upstart needs?
Glasses?
Besides that, a good thrashing. You said they were having lunch together where?
I don't know.
Come on. We'll go to every restaurant in town.
Mr. Atterbury, when we find George, will you do me a favor?
What?
Give me first crack at him.
Oh, George, sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right, Iris.
Now, tell me all about it.
Well, Iris, I've been mulling it over, and, well, I think Liz has a guilty conscience. I think she's interested in another man.
Really? I mean, really? Oh, George, you're jumping to conclusions.
So suppose I tell you I even know his name.
No.
Yeah, she let it drop this morning by mistake.
Who is it?
Thomas J. Crandallston. Has she ever mentioned him to you?
Not a measly word. I'll never tell her anything as long as I... Uh-oh. Look, George. Coming in the door.
It's Liz.
And there's a man with her. You were right. Can you see who it is?
No, wait a minute. It's Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, no. Rudolph and Liz. No wonder she didn't tell me.
Ah, there they are, Liz.
I see them.
George.
Liz, you and Mr. Atterbury.
Iris.
Well, if it isn't Rudolph, the red-nosed philanderer.
Now, just a minute, Iris. You can't bluff your way out of this. Shameless.
I've got nothing to hide, Thomas J. Crandallston.
What? I think you owe me an explanation, Liz.
I owe you an explanation. After I find you in a love nest with an old crow. Old crow?
Now, just a minute. I happen to love that old crow. And you're no spring chicken yourself. Don't forget those red feathers are all dark at the quills.
Atterbury.
Don't you talk to Liz that way, fatso.
Why, you washed-out Casanova, you. I'll teach you to run off with my wife.
Your wife? Do you think I'm crazy? You ran off with my wife.
Your wife?
Do you think I'm crazy? I heard you make a date with Iris.
Well, I was trying to find out why you'd been acting like an idiot.
Me?
Yes, and while we're on the subject, I suppose Atterbury isn't Thomas J. Crandallston. Well?
Thomas J. Crandallston? You thought that he... Oh. Sit down, everybody. Oh, I have a story to tell you. Once upon a time, there was an idiot named Liz Cooper.
Well, we finally got that straightened out.
That whole mess just because I forgot to open the car door for Liz.
Yeah.
Well, Liz was perfectly right.
You tell him, Iris.
Well, here's my car.
After you, George.
Hey, George! Wait for us!
Oh, Gad, we've forgotten them again.
I'll turn around.
Don't be a fool! Keep driving, boy! Head for the border!
Yes, Lucille, where to this evening?
Bob, we're going to whip back through the years to some of the greatest moments in history. Tonight we'll see what happened when Napoleon met Josephine.
Okay, will I be Napoleon?
Yeah, let's try it that way. I'm too tall for the part. Here we go, Wilbur.
Hi, Josephine.
Hi, Nap. Let's cut a rug.
Why?
I always wanted to cut a rug with a short nap.
But I'm asleep for the Battle of Waterloo. Can't we sit this last one out?
Well, okay, we can hold hand.
You mean hold hands?
No, I mean hold hand. You always keep your other hand stuck in your coat. What happened? Did you break a strap on your underwear?
No.
You got a dishpan hand?
No.
Are you keeping a baby chick warm?
No, you'll never guess.
Well, give me a hint.
All right. It comes in 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Yes.
What could it be?
The flavors are locked in so they can't get out till your first delectable spoonful.
Gee, I know it as well as I know my own sponsor.
Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell J.
Go on.
E. Let me take a look. L. Got it?
No. Let me take a peek. Ooh, Jell-O.
Yes, and Jell-O spells a treat. The heck with Waterloo. I, Napoleon, the Emperor of France, will stay here and have Jell-O with you. Oui?
Woo! Good night, Lappy.
Good night. You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll, Jr. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball and My Favorite Husband again next week, presented by
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree. Oh, it's log cabin syrup for mine, with that real Northwoods flavor so fine, oh so fine, blended cane and pure maple, it's tops on your table, that real maple flavor does pancakes a favor, it's log cabin syrup for mine.
Yes, Log Cabin is the syrup with that delicious Northwoods maple flavor. It's America's most popular quality table syrup. Enjoy it on waffles or pancakes for Sunday night suppers, as well as at breakfast.
It's log cabin syrup for mine.
Listen to Lucille Ball and My Favorite Husband again next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Coulthard, and starring two of radio's foremost personalities, Lyle Sutro and Robert Darnley, in Behind the Locked Door.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as I bring you the strange and chilling story so many of you have asked to hear again. I call it Behind the Locked Door. Our story begins in the beautiful mountain region of Lake Mead, Arizona. A convertible car is speeding along a deserted road which winds through the mountains. The car slows down, turns into a dirt road. A few minutes later, it comes to a stop before a small mountain lodge. Kathy Evans, an attractive girl in her early 20s, gets out of the car, runs up the steps of the lodge to the front door. She knocks impatiently, looking about anxiously.
Yes?
Martin.
Kathy.
I thought I'd find you here. Aren't you going to ask me?
Go away, Kathy.
Martin, what's wrong?
Go away. Go away.
Not until I find out what this is all about. Well, let me in. Are you alone?
Alone? Yes.
Darling, look at yourself. You haven't shaved in days. Martin, those deep gashes on your neck and face. How did you get them?
It doesn't matter.
Darling, you must have lost a great deal of blood. And you're feverish.
Yes, I know.
Is it true about Professor Stevens?
Yes.
Why did you leave town so suddenly last night? The authorities are looking for you.
Do they know I'm here?
No. How could they? It was intuition that brought me here.
They mustn't find me.
Martin, nothing makes sense. You returned from an expedition last night alone, unexpected. You stay in town 1 hour and then vanish. Not even phoning me.
It's best that way, believe me, Kathy.
You've got to tell me everything that's happened.
I can't, Kathy, I can't.
I'm your fiancé. I've got a right to know.
Kathy, go away, please.
I won't go away until you tell me what's happened.
If I do, then will you go?
Yes.
I don't know where to begin. I suppose if you can say it had a beginning, it was that day a little over 2 weeks ago in Professor Stevens' office.
Come in, Martin. Come in. Have a seat.
Thank you, Professor.
Martin, how would you like to go exploring with me for, say, 10 days, 2 weeks at the outside?
Exploring where?
The Vermilion Cliffs along the Colorado River. I found some wonderful Aztec pieces there last summer. One large cave I stumbled on proved to be a veritable treasure trove.
Yes, I've seen those Aztec pieces in the University Museum.
Now, the Vermilion Cliffs still remain largely unexplored. I'm sure that we could turn up many more objects of interest.
It certainly sounds intriguing. The only reason I hesitate, Professor, is because of Kathy.
Oh, I'm sure she'd give you a 2-week leave of absence.
Yes, I suppose so. How many of us would go?
Well, it would just be you, myself, and an Indian guide. And 3 burros. I find that the fewer there are on an expedition, the better.
Mm-hmm. When would we leave?
Well, what about the day after tomorrow?
All right, Professor, I'm with you. So these are the Vermilion Cliffs, Professor.
Yes. An awe-inspiring sight, aren't they?
They're as breathtaking as the Grand Canyon itself. I had no idea they towered so high.
Yes, they make you realize just how insignificant man really is.
Yeah.
Now, this region is so desolate, Martin, that it's all but unexplored. That's why I'm drawn to it time and time again.
Yes, I can understand that. It represents the challenge of the unknown.
Careful, Martin. You'll get the exploring bug.
Oh, I've already been bitten, Professor.
Well, if you're going to be an explorer and an archaeologist, I'll have to start teaching you the fundamentals of the profession. Sam, this seems like a good spot. We'll camp here for the night.
Phew. Well, it certainly is hot, Professor. Exploring isn't as easy as I thought. All right, Professor, what is it? For 20 minutes now, you've been sitting on that rock staring at that cliff.
Note the boulders strewn over the face of that cliff.
What about them?
And that's a very peculiar landslide. If you carefully study the formation of it...
What's peculiar about it?
Many of the rocks look as though they'd been placed there by human hand.
But why, and by whom?
Well, one of the ancient Aztec forms of punishment was to seal a person in a cave by means of a landslide or just piling heavy rocks in front of the mouth of the cave.
That landslide, there must be hundreds of tons of rock there.
Yes. Well, fortunately, we're prepared for it.
Is that why you brought the dynamite along?
Yes. Probably all we'll find will be a skeleton. In that case, it'll have been a waste of dynamite. However, we'll chance it. Oh, Sam.
What do you want?
Get the case of dynamite, Sam. I'm going to blast that landslide.
Professor, better leave it same way it be.
Why?
Evil spirit sleep in cave. Better not wake him up.
You really believe that?
Martin, I wouldn't laugh. Sam may be uneducated, but he senses things that you and I can't even begin to comprehend.
Now, wait a minute. You mean you believe what he said about evil being asleep in that cave?
I wouldn't say that I believe it. But nevertheless, I respect Sam's opinion. But Sam, I still want to blast that landslide.
I get dynamite.
Keep your head down, Martin. When I set that dynamite off, there are going to be a great many rocks flying around.
Don't worry, Professor. I've got cover.
Sam, you ready?
Yes, Professor.
All right. Here goes. Keep your head down. All right. It's safe now.
Professor, I think you did it. I can see a small opening. It looks like a mouth of a cave.
Yes, it is. Sam, let me have one of the flashlights. Martin, you take the other. I'll lead the way in.
Just as you say, Professor.
The air doesn't seem too bad in here. Yes, it's all right.
Yeah, what's that noise?
Just rats scurrying around.
Oh.
Certainly a huge cavern. Look at that ceiling. Must be 200 feet high.
Look at the bats up there.
Yes, huge ones. I have a feeling that this cavern and others extend for miles underground.
Yeah, Professor, look.
Skeleton.
Yes. There's another one over there.
Yes. Let's see what else there is.
Wagon train. What?
Good Lord. Sam's right. It's a wagon train.
A wagon train?
Yes. There are at least 30 or 40 wagons in this cavern. Look. Skeletons of horses.
Yeah. Here's a skeleton with an arrow beside it.
Let me see it. Appears to be a Navajo arrow. What do you think, Sam?
Navajo.
Professor, this wagon train, what's it all mean?
Well, many years ago, this wagon train was attacked by Indians. Wagon train retreated into this cavern, hoping to save themselves that way.
And then the Indians caused a landslide, sealing them in.
Yes.
Poor devils.
Notice that old gun lying there.
Yeah.
The flintlock. Seems to suggest that this wagon train must be at least 100 years old.
Yeah, probably headed for the California gold rush of 1848.
Yes. Well, we'll come back tomorrow and search this wagon train thoroughly. I'm sure we'll find many things of great interest.
The next morning, after an early breakfast, Sam and I followed Professor Stevens back into the cavern. We spent the morning investigating the trunks and boxes we found on the wagons. And among the moldy clothing and 101 household articles, we found faded letters and newspapers which showed the wagon train had crossed the Mississippi in the summer of 1849, headed west for California and gold. We finished rummaging among the effects of the wagons, and the professor suggested we explore the cavern. We followed him from one cavern to another, each varying in size. Now and then the professor would stop to mark our trail, for the caverns were honeycombed with countless passageways.
How far do you think we've come, Professor? I should say we're about a mile from the wagon train. We'll go back a few more minutes.
We go back now. Displaced evil.
Now, Sam, if there are ghosts here, they're only the ghosts of the people in the wagon train. They wouldn't harm us.
I tell you, evil. Feel it. All around. We'll go back.
We'll go just a little further and turn back.
Professor, wait a minute.
What is it, Martin?
I think I hear running water.
Yes, you're right. Come along.
We seem to be getting closer.
Yes.
Evil all around us.
Can't be much further.
Well, there it is. Yeah. It's a small river. Look how swiftly it's flowing.
This probably flows for miles underground and it empties into the Colorado River.
Say, Professor, here along the bank, there's a tremendous pile of fish bones.
Yes, so there is.
Look. There are even more on the other side of the river. What do these huge piles of fish bones mean?
It's very strange.
How do you account for it?
I'm afraid that at the moment I can't. Sam, you any ideas about it?
Evil all around us. Feel him strong.
Professor, he's trembling.
Sam, there's nothing to be afraid of. Look, I'll shine my flashlight around, see?
We're being watched.
Watched? What are you talking about?
Won't stay here. I go.
Sam, come back. You haven't even got a flashlight. Sam! Come on, Martin. We've got to catch him. Sam! Wait for us.
I can still hear his footsteps.
We've got to catch him. Into himself a serious injury running in the dark like that. Sam! Wait for us.
Professor, it's Sam, screaming.
This way. That fool's probably broken his leg.
No, that sounds more like a fight.
Fight? Who could he possibly be fighting with?
I don't know.
He stopped. Sam, where are you? Keep shining the flashlight around. Can't be much further. Sam!
There he is.
Yes.
He's just sitting against that boulder. His head down.
Sam, give me a hand with him.
Good Lord. His face. Neck.
Yes.
Who could have done this to him?
I don't know.
But there must be an explanation. There has to be.
Martin, I have a theory. But it's so incredible that I can't bring myself to voice it. Tell me. What do you think I'm insane?
Tell me.
What if the people of the wagon train, or rather the descendants, are alive here in these huge caverns.
That's impossible.
Why? Picture what happened the day the 150 people or so were sealed into this mountain with the Indians. What would have been the first thing they'd have done?
Tried to dig their way out.
Exactly. They start digging and find there are 100-ton boulders blocking the entrance, and they have no dynamite. They're forced to give up.
Yes?
They spend days looking for another way out, fail to find one. The day comes when all their food is gone. Starvation sets in.
All right. Then that would mean they would all die.
Not necessarily. The strongest of them stumble along in the darkness and find the underground river. They catch an abundance of fish and are able to survive.
The huge fish bone piles along the river.
Right. The river was an everlasting supply of food. They continue to live by the river in the dark. Some probably went insane, died. Others adjusted themselves to their new environment.
Professor, you think those handful of survivors had descendants who are alive today inside this mountain?
Yes, Martin. And it was one of them who clawed sand to death.
What can those descendants be like, being born and living in darkness?
I can only guess. I should imagine they'd be blind or near to it. But their other senses would be remarkably developed.
Their physical appearance?
I don't know.
It's not like a nightmare. It's a nightmare you can't awaken from. What's to prevent them from attacking us?
And our flashlights, for one thing. I'm sure light frightens them, just as fire frightens animals. Fortunately, I have a revolver.
Well, we better move on. Wait a minute. What about Sam?
And nothing we can do for him now. Come along, Martin. We must find the trail I marked so that we can get out of here.
Seems we've been searching days for the markings you left.
Yes. Actually, it's been 10 hours. Listen.
What? The river.
Yes. Come along. Once we reach the river, we'll be able to pick up the trail I'm on.
Well, we're getting closer.
Yes. There it is. Here we are. Look, Martin, there's my marking on the passageway. We found the trail.
Yes.
Martin, 2 a.m. We'd better rest for a few hours. We're both too exhausted to go on right now. Just one of us stand guard, and the other sleeps.
All right. I'll set up the first hour.
Thank you, Martin. Keep the flashlight on.
Don't worry. I will. In a matter of minutes, the professor fell asleep, and I sat on guard, flashing my light slowly around the huge cabin. I looked at my watch, and the seconds seemed like minutes, and the minutes like hours. My eyes grew heavy, and I finally dozed off. Suddenly, I awakened in the darkness to hear the professor screaming.
Martin, help me! Turn on the flashlight!
Frightened frantically, I fumbled in the darkness, but I couldn't find it. And suddenly, I was shot. By the flashes of the gun, I could see the professor struggling with a huge, dark figure. And suddenly, all was quiet, except for the professor's moan. As I crawled toward him, in the darkness, my hand struck the flashlight. I turned it on, and there was the professor.
Martin, I think I'm wounded.
You're bleeding badly. Let me stanch your wounds.
Too late. Leave at once. At once.
But what about you? Professor? Professor! I felt his heart, but there was no beat. I staggered to my feet, shined my flashlight around until I found the professor's marking. I stumbled wearily along the marked passageway, trying not to remember my last glimpse of the professor's face. I hadn't gone more than 100 yards when suddenly my flashlight flickered and went out. As I stood alone in the darkness, that Scampering past, I fought to keep from screaming. The darkness seemed to become heavier and more oppressive with each passing moment, and I had the feeling something was silently approaching. I backed up against the passage wall and waited, my eyes straining in the darkness, and then suddenly I was leaped upon by a wild fury. I threw my arms up as razor-like claws raked my face and neck. Again and again, the guard was savage. was knocked aside, and I could feel the blood streaming down my face and neck. And then suddenly the deathly clawing ceased as my attacker turned to ward off something in the dark. As I sank to my knees, I was dimly aware of a fierce fight taking place, and then consciousness left me. Later. How much later, I have no way of knowing. I became aware of a heavy, calloused hand washing my face and neck with water. I winced in pain as the water flowed into the deep cuts, and then suddenly I remembered all. And remembering all, became aware of the calloused hand washing my face and the presence of someone beside me in the darkness. Who are you? For a moment, the hand hesitated, then resumed washing my neck. Well, can't you speak? Say something. A noise came from its throat that was more that of an animal than a human being. If I could only see you. Do you have a name? It spoke. Seemed to repeat the word name, though I couldn't be sure. And faint from the loss of blood, I closed my eyes and fell asleep. When I awoke, my face and neck felt stiff and painful. It seemed to sense I was awake, for as I opened my eyes and stared into the darkness, it came to my side. Can't you understand anything at all? Don't my words make any sense to you? Why did you save my life? My hand brushed against its hand, and I could feel the sharp, claw-like fingers on it. I reached out in the darkness. As I touched its face, it bit my hand. I tried to get to my feet, but it placed a strong hand on my shoulder and held me down. At that moment, I realized that not only was it my savior, but my jailer as well. I lost all track of time. Now and then, it would leave me. And I would cautiously get to my feet to steal off, but no sooner had I taken more than a few steps than it would be there at my side, forcing me to return to the bank of the river. I spent my every waking moment trying to think of a way to escape. And then, when my despair was greatest, an idea came to me. The professor had said that the underground river I lay beside emptied into the Colorado River. Though the odds were 100 to 1 against my surviving, I knew it was the only possible way of escape. Slowly, I crawled a few remaining feet to the edge of the river and, leaning over, started to wash my face. I could sense that it was watching me. I leaned forward a few inches more and fell into the river. As I came up for air in the swift-flowing water, I heard a splash beside me. A moment later, I felt its arms around me. The current swept us along with breathtaking speed, and as we clung to each other, I discovered that it couldn't swim. For what seemed hours, the river swept us along in the darkness, and I felt myself losing consciousness as I attempted to keep the two of us above water. When I regained consciousness, Kathy, we were both lying on a sandbar in the Colorado River, and the sun was beating down on us.
Darling, you're delirious from your wound. You need a doctor.
I wish I wish it were simple as all that.
You're feverish. You need care.
Go away, Kathy. Go
How
away.
can I? Leaving you alone like this?
Don't you understand? I'm not alone. She's here.
She's here?
Yes. Didn't I tell you? Turned out to be a she.
You're out of your mind. You don't know what you're saying.
First saw her. That first time. Lying unconscious on that sandbar, my first instinct was to leave her there, but how could I? She'd saved my life in the cavern and then jumped into the river when she thought I was drowning, even though she couldn't swim herself.
Martin, I want you to get a grip on yourself.
As I was dependent on her in the dark, she's dependent on me in the light. She's blind. She can't speak yet.
Stop talking like that.
You can't believe it's true, can you, Kathy? Neither could I at first.
What are you staring at? Is there anyone in that bedroom? Well, I'll soon find out. Why is the door locked?
She's in there.
Martin, you're sick. You don't know what you're saying. I'll prove to you there's no one in that room. It's just your imagination. Give me the key to the door.
Kathy, go
Give
away.
it to me. Thank you. Perhaps when you see the room is empty, you'll be willing to return to town for medical treatment. There. I told you.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? What's that, madam? You want a description of what Kathy saw when she opened that bedroom door? Well, you might ask Kathy. The only trouble is the poor girl gets hysterical when you question her about the occupant of that bedroom. I suggest you write a letter to the Museum of Horrors for a full description. They consider the Woman of the Mountain as their star exhibit because when she... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler. You may now enjoy other exciting adventures of The Mysterious Traveler in the current issue of The Mysterious Traveler magazine. In our cast, Lyle Studrow, Ann Shepard, and Robert Donnelly, with Maurice Tarplin in the title role. Phil Tarkin speaking. This program came to you from New York. Mutual's ace commentator Cecil Brown, currently on a 3-month fact-finding tour of the world, heads for the Orient on the last lap of his history-making trip. In these last weeks, Mr. Brown will bring you on-the-scene reports from such tinderbox areas as India, Hong Kong, Hawaii, Japan, and Honolulu. You won't want to miss any of the eyewitness accounts by this able commentator of the latest happenings in these headline-making spots of the world. Be sure to listen to the news reports of Cecil Brown over most of these stations. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
You want to buy what at the pet shop, dearie?
One of them little birds that you teach to talk. You know, a keet.
You mean a parakeet?
No. We'll just get one keet to start with. And if we like him, we'll get a pair of keets and raise a bunch of little keets. My gosh, don't you get it, Molly? It's a pun, the classical type of humor that...
It ain't funny, Magee.
Yes, it's Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Every night, Monday through Friday, NBC brings you the Fibber, Magee, and Molly program, transcribed, written by Phil Leslie, and directed by Max Hutto. Sitting here as we do in the midst of plenty, it's hard to realize that all around the world are men and women and children who are cold and frightened and hungry. We can reach out a helping hand to those unhappy people through CARE. For $10, CARE will deliver a food package in your name to any individual or any group you select in most any country in the world. For $6.95, CARE delivers a new budget food package in any one of 14 European countries. Or for $10, CARE delivers baby food, knitting yarn, or a pure wool blanket. The package CARE sends for you will contain more than you could send yourself for the same money. If you don't know anyone in the war-ravaged countries, CARE will choose a needy family for you, and you'll very likely hear from them after they've received your package. Just send $10 or $6.95 to CARE, New York.
That shop's right down the block here, Molly. Come on, let's keep moving.
I think this is a wonderful idea, dearie. I love having a parakeet around the house.
Yep.
You know, we haven't owned a pet of any kind for a long time.
Nope. Not since that canary Aunt Sarah sent us passed away.
Yes, that poor little thing.
Ugh.
It all happened so fast. The delivery man brought him in, set his cage on the piano.
Yep.
He took one whiff of that cigar you were smoking, sang 4 fast bars of Goodbye Forever, and rolled right over on his little back.
He was too delicate.
For your cigar, so am I. That last box of Coronas you had.
No, Molly. Coronas, not Colonas.
They always smelled to me like somebody's mustache was burning.
Well, don't worry. When we get ourselves a parakeet, if he don't like my cigars, he can tell me on account... Oh, hi, Mort. That's Mort Toops.
I know. His wife is one of... Oh, hello, Willie. Willie Toops.
Yeah. That kid always walks down the street right smack behind his old man. Wonder why they don't walk together.
Well, I suppose he's trying to follow in his father's footsteps.
Don't ever crack about my jokes again, Mrs. McGee.
Sorry, old man.
Anyhow, like I was saying, I hope we can get us a real smart little parakeet that'll learn fast, because I'll have a wonderful time teaching him to talk.
They do it, you know. Yeah, they learn. It takes patience.
Yeah, boy, imagine the look on Doc Gamble's face when he walks in our front door and the bird says, "Hi, Melonbelly, how's the fracture business?" Old Doc will fall right on
No, McGee, you're not going to teach an innocent little parakeet that kind of language in our house.
So I'll take him out in the garage and learn him. Gee whiz, even if I only get him to say, "Go home, bucket seat," it'll be worth the trouble just to see the look on Doc's face when he's...
I hope we're not buying this bird just to insult Dr. Gamble with, because you do that yourself without me
Oh,
help.
I'll teach him a lot of stuff, Molly. A couple songs, few jokes. Hey, you know something? I might be able to work up a vaudeville act with him.
Oh, I wouldn't try to carry this thing that far.
Boy, oh boy, wouldn't that make a sensational act, Molly? Just imagine, if I had a parakeet trained to play straight man for me, like Fred Nittany, you know, the guy that I and him used to have us a vaudeville act together from Starved Rock, Illinois together, used to do, for me. You've heard me mention old Fred.
1,000 times, and I'm happy to say here's the pet shop.
Yeah, well, come on in.
Oh,
Boy.
the whole place is full of birds.
Yeah.
Look at all the parakeets over here, McGee, the big cage.
Yeah, now, play it smart now. Play it smart. Don't look too anxious, Molly, because we don't want
Aren't they darlings, McGee? Just look at the pretty little thing.
Yeah, now watch it. Here she comes. Watch
Good afternoon. What can I do for you? Interested in parakeets?
Yes, we are. They're the cutest things.
We're just looking around, sis.
Well, I have some very fine birds. All these cages here.
Yeah, you're overstocked, aren't you? In that case, you probably want to get rid of them pretty bad, so if the price is right, we might take one of them off your hands. Help you out.
I see.
Matter of fact, if the price is right, I might take one of your birds, teach him some tricks, and put him in vaudeville.
How nice.
So if you got a good, smart bird, you know, quick study, with a small appetite, for around $2, I'll take him, if you throw in a cage.
My husband was in show business at one time, miss. He used to be a comedian.
Used to be? Boy, that's a loaded remark.
He still is, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
These birds are $10, sir.
Here's the one, McGee. Look at him. Isn't he sweet? Hi, birdie. Pretty birdie. Look at his little eyes sparkle.
They ought to sparkle. For $10, they could be diamond studded.
We'll take him, miss.
All right. The cage he's in is $9.95 if you'd like
Pay
to.
the lady, dearie.
Oh, okay, kiddo, if you say so.
Bird.
Well, here you are, sis.
Thank you. Now, just let me take him out of the cage a minute, madam, and I'll clip his wings for you.
Clip his wings?
Oh, it doesn't hurt them. It keeps them from flying so you can turn them loose in the house without worrying about...
Oh, no, you don't, sis. You're not clipping anything off of my bird.
But, sir, we
Anytime I lay out 10 smackers for a bird that size, I want the whole bird. Let me get hold of that cage there.
You got it, dearie? I'll open the door for you.
I got it.
Drop in again. Good day.
Bye, miss. Be careful now, you don't stumble.
Don't worry, I got a good grip on this cage.
Watch the threshold. Don't stumble.
Oops. Hey, grab the cage.
Oh, dear. Where's the bird? Which way did he go? Get up. Where'd he go?
Well, where is he? Oh, there he goes, I think.
That's a sparrow.
Huh?
No.
Oh, there he goes around the corner. Come on, Molly. Hey, birdie, birdie, birdie. Hey,
Here, birdie. Here, birdie. Oh, heavenly
birdie, birdie,
day.
birdie.
You know, a lot of vacations start as a daydream and end as a daydream for lack of money. That needn't happen to you. You can have extra money when you need it. Simply join the payroll savings plan for buying United States savings bonds. When your bonds mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invest. There's your extra money, your vacation, both guaranteed. Ask your employer about buying United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan. Then join.
Here, Birdie.
Here, birdie.
Here, Birdie. You see any sign of him, Molly?
Not a sign. Oh, dear. Now, if this isn't the silliest thing.
Yeah. Whew. Let me sit down on this bus bench a minute. Oh, boy, I'm bushed.
Me too.
I'm beat out like a ninth-inning bunt. My gosh, if that ain't the rottenest. Oh, hey, here comes Wallace Wimple. Wonder if he saw our parakeet. Hey, Wimp.
Oh, my goodness. Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
What are you doing way over here?
We're looking for a bird, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, you see anything of a bird around here, Wimp?
Oh, indeed I have, Mr. McGee. I've been out bird watching all day, and oh, have I seen the birds today.
Yeah?
I saw a bobtailed wick thistle and 2 black crows and a red robin standing perfectly still.
Well, you see, Mr. Wimple, we happen to be looking for a particular bird.
Oh, well, that would be the spraddle-headed BB bird, Mrs. McGee.
The what?
It's a very particular bird, the spraddle-headed BB bird.
Oh?
It eats nothing but BBs.
Say, now, McGee brought one of those home from a hunting trip last year.
I did?
That was so full of BBs it took 2 of us to lift it out of the oven.
That was a goose, Molly.
Well, it sure was full of BBs, I know.
Well, that was on account of because 5 other goose hunters shot the goose first. I had to shoot it on the way down. But all this chatter is getting us no place, and I'm rested now. We're looking for a parakeet, Wimp.
A parakeet?
Yes.
Oh, well, come on down to the pet shop. They have some dandy parakeets.
No. We bought one there today, Wimp. We bought it, and it got away.
That's why we're here. We chased it 6 blocks.
At least we thought we were chasing it, but it turned out to be a sparrow.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to help you look for it, Mr. McGee.
Swell. Well, you go that way, Wimp. Molly, you take Oak Street, and I'll... Hey, there it goes. Here, Birdie.
That was a hawk, Mr. McGee.
Oh, I thought he was flying kind of fast. Well, come on, let's get going. Boy, that a boy. I told you I'd catch you, baby. You just snuggle down there in my hat and take it easy, son. We're almost home now. He's a cute little devil. First thing I'm going to do with you, Buster, is clip your wings a little. Now, I hope Molly's home because I'm hungry enough to eat a horse. I'll put you in the cage we got for you and then...
Oh, I thought I heard you come in, dearie.
Oh, hi, kiddo.
I thought you were lost. I've been home an hour.
Well, it was a tough job, but I finally cornered the little Dickens.
Where on earth did you find him?
It was funny. I was just about ready to give it up when I heard this chirp, and I spotted the little devil in Old Man McDonald, the president of the Third National Bank's yard.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. He was perched on the edge of the bird bath, and I went in and got him.
You did?
Funny thing, they must have had a burglary over there today, too, or something. Because just as I was turning the corner, one of the maids come running out hollering, "Stop, thief!"
Oh, dear.
Yeah, whoever it was got away because I looked all around and there was nobody on the street but me. I'd have gone back and asked if I could help, but I wanted to get this bird home before I lost him again. Where's the cage?
In the dining room, and I have news for you.
Hmm?
Our bird is in it.
What?
I knew him the minute I saw him. He was perched on a bush in the park, and when I held my finger out, he hopped right on it. There he is.
Oh, my gosh. You mean holy smoke. No wonder McDonald's maid was hollering for the cops. Boy, it's lucky she didn't see me. I'll take this bird back there tomorrow and slip it through the fence. Uh-oh.
Maybe she did see you.
I better hide. Where'll I put the bird? Where'll I put the bird?
Too late now. Come in.
Hello, folks.
Oh, glad to see you, Mr. Wimple.
I'm sorry I didn't get back here sooner, but...
Oh, that's okay, Wimp. Thanks a lot, anyhow, boy.
We found the bird, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, twice, in fact.
You did?
Yeah, there's our little bird in the cage there, Mr. Wimple.
My goodness. I wonder whose bird this is. In my hat.
In your hat?
Heavenly days.
I wonder if it could belong to the little boy who kept running after me and screaming in Italian.
Oh, my.
At least I think it was Italian. I lost him finally.
My gosh. When we start out to get ourselves a parakeet, kiddo, we get a parakeet. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is probably Mrs. McDonald now. 79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking.
I don't see...
Who?
If it's somebody talking in Italian, I'm not here.
Oh? Oh, yes. The parakeet.
Uh-oh, old man McDonald.
Is that so? Well, fine. Thank you very much.
Who was it?
The pet shop.
Yeah?
They said when you fell down and dropped the cage, our little bird flew right back into the shop.
What?
And she tried to call us, but we left too fast.
Oh.
She's holding him for us. We'll pick him up tomorrow.
Boy, we'll have a quartet.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Meet the safe driver, alive on the highways. You may be able to follow his good example. He's not too hard to find. You can always spot him by the way he drives. He always keeps his car in A1 mechanical condition because he knows that even a safe driver can have an accident in a car that doesn't respond as it should. He shows courtesy for other drivers by signaling turns and giving them the benefit of any doubt. He knows that speed is his greatest enemy, so he slows down at night, in bad weather, in crowded traffic, and on narrow roads. He knows and obeys the laws written to help save his life. And most important of all, he drives as though the country's highway accident problem is his personal problem, which it is. Remember, few accidents happen with safe drivers. Are you one of them? NBC has brought you the Fibber, Magee and Molly program, transcribed with Bill Thompson as Wallace Wimple and Mary Jane Croft in the pet shop. And here are Fibber and Molly to say...
See you tomorrow night. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is John Wald inviting you to be with us again tomorrow night for another visit with Fibber, Magee and Molly. Listen to Can You Top This tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Enter the world of Detective Noir with Philip Marlowe, up next.
They were born at the same hour on the same day of the same parents, and they were identical in beauty and talent. Only one was deadly, but the other was not. And I couldn't tell which was which until I found a green purse, a fresh corpse, and a pair of dancing hands.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dancing Hands.
The telegram I found stuck in the mail slot when I got back to my office after a long and roundabout day read. Enclosed, find a $50 money order. I want you to investigate a man. The table is reserved for you at the Saddle Club where I work. Come in time for the second show at 11, important. It was signed Beth Tyler. So at 11:15 with $50 worth of inspiration behind me, I drove over the Cahuenga Freeway and out Ventura to the Saddle Club, which pretended to be Old English by showing its beams through a flagstone facade. I went in the carefully rough-hewn oak door, and even before my eyes became adjusted to the cozy lack of candle power inside, Neil Redmond, owner and operator of the place, glided toward me, sporting his genial host smile, which tonight was even more forced than usual.
How are you, Marlowe? It's been a long time. Business a pleasure, Phil.
It's always a pleasure to come to the Saddle Club, Neil. I've even got a reservation.
You know my food better than that, Marlowe. Just don't let it get rough, will you? Come on, I'll find your table out front. I want you to see this show. A pair of twins in a twin piano act that's sensational.
Yeah?
Edie and Beth Tyler. Oh, here, how's this?
Fine.
Incidentally, Edie will be the one on the left.
Well, if they're twins, what's the difference?
Plenty. Edie may be Mrs. Redmond one of these days.
Oh.
Redmond, but you are wanted on the phone, sir.
Get the number, George, and I'll call back.
This gentleman said you would talk to him, sir. It is Mr. Paul Cedar.
Paul Cedar? Oh, yeah. Excuse me, Marlowe. This is important.
Redmond reacted to the name Cedar like a punch in the nose. But I figured that was none of my business, which was more than I could say for a flabby, dull-faced character at the next table, who followed the nightclub owner all the way out of the room with a pair of watery red eyes, which he deliberately avoided turning in my direction. But at that point, an MC stepped out on the stage, and so I stopped worrying about Flabby in favor of the first look at my client.
The Saddle Club is proud to present its second show of the evening, featuring the incomparable piano stylists Edie and Beth in Dancing Hands. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Bring them up.
The curtains parted on the stage, set with an oversized full-length mirror, which reflected a grand piano, a black vase of yellow flowers, and a tall brunette with a wry, crisp waistline, who touched up a piled-high hairdo, put on a pair of long black gloves, checked her hemline, and sat down at the piano. Then she ran through an involved arpeggio while her reflection in the mirror looked on in admiration. It was an old but cute routine, and the illusion was perfect because the Tyler twins were practically identical. I took another look at Flabby, whose face was pushed up in a nasty leer. He stood up, dropped his cigarette into his drink, and tossed a crumpled bill down on the table, just as the lights went out for the trick part of the act. On the dark stage, two pairs of purple hands danced over two glowing silver keyboards, which would have been good except that the pair of hands on the right, which belonged to Beth, suddenly stopped in midair and hit blue notes like a 9-year-old at her first recital. When the lights came up again, my client's face was as white as Middle Sea, and the flabby character, oozing a victorious smile, was on his way to the door. Well, they wrapped it up fast after that, and Beth ran into the wings, leaving Edie to take the bow alone. The band took over in a hurry and brought things down to normal. So as couples moved down to the dance floor and George the waiter headed for my table, I sat back and waited for that message from my client.
Here you are, sir. Compliments of the house.
Oh, thanks. Any message with this?
No, sir. Just that Mr. Redman had to leave.
Oh, thanks, George. I sipped the double scotch and wondered if I should take the initiative and contact my client. When the message I'd been waiting for came, good and loud, I jumped up, shoved my way through the gaping dancers to the dressing room hallway behind the stage. A gang of club personnel was bunched in front of a door, obviously locked, labeled Edie and Beth Tyler.
It was one of the twins,
Hey, what's the matter?
It's one of the twins. She's free. We gotta get in. That door's locked.
Break it down.
But
Get out of the way.
It's Edie. It's Edie.
All right, now, wait a minute. Hold it. She's all right. Clear out and give her a chance. Come on. Outside, everybody. Beat it. That means you two. Come on. Out. Here, Miss Tyler. Tyler. Take it easy. You're all right now. Come on, sit down. Tell me what happened.
I don't know for sure. I was worried about Beth. I came back and didn't see her anywhere. Then I heard a noise in here. It was dark. I came in and someone grabbed me.
Man?
Yes. I don't know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
I screamed. He knocked me down. Then locked the door. Got out through the window there. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Philip Marlowe, a private detective. Your sister hired me to investigate a guy. I was to meet her here after your number and find out about it. Any idea what's that?
No, I can't imagine. But gee, Beth has been terribly upset ever since last night.
Oh? What happened last night?
Well, for one thing, my purse was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see why that should upset her. Gee, there was nothing in it but $12 and my makeup stuff.
Where's Beth now, do you know?
No, I haven't seen her since she ran off the stage. I'm not even sure she came in here.
No, she was here all right. She dropped one of her gloves. You're still wearing both of yours. Where do you girls live? Maybe she went home.
Well, Beth has a cottage out on Hazeltine, 4179.
You don't live together? How come?
Well, gee, Mr. Marlowe, just working with Beth is hard enough. She's so sarcastic.
Okay, I'll wear my thick skin. One more thing, Miss Tyler. Do you happen to know where Neil went?
Neil's gone?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, that's funny. He always stays till the place closes. Oh, he must be coming right back.
I'll take a look. Then I'm going out to see your sister. Sarcasm and all. I spent 10 minutes questioning the help on the whereabouts of the boss and got nothing but double talk for answers. So since I was still carrying Beth's glove around with me, I dropped it in my pocket and went outside to my car. I'd opened the door and slid far enough under the wheel so I couldn't back out before I realized that the dough-faced Flab was already there on the seat. His right hand wrapped around something blunt and menacing in his sloppy jacket pocket.
You better come on in.
What are you doing in my car, blubber boy?
Don't get sassy now, mister. And the name is Sippy.
That's no improvement, and that's no answer.
All right. I saw you inside making with the big talk, so I says to myself, he's an interested party. I should look him up. Maybe we can do business together. All right, stay over there.
What kind of business? I'm particular about the gutters I crawl in.
It has to do with the twins inside there. You can get in touch with me later for further details. I got an angle, mister. You'll see when I leave.
Yeah? When you tried to work that angle, you got to the wrong twin in the dressing room. Did you know that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Sippy, where can I reach you?
You'll find out if you really know what's up. Don't try to follow me, though. I'll be seeing you.
When Sippy slid out of the car and beat it, I made one move after him and then stopped cold. Because lying on the seat where he'd been sitting was a green leather handbag with the name Edie etched on it. I snapped it open. It had been stripped of everything but the scent of Amia and the smudged slip of paper that read, Number 9 Arrow Motel, Lancashire Boulevard. So that was Sippy's address, and he had the stolen purse. But the why of all the commotion over 12 missing bucks was still the number one question mark. And I figured the best place for an answer to it was at Beth Tyler's. So I drove out to Hazeltine. But even before I stopped at number 4179, I heard the piano. I walked to the door and stood there a moment listening. I eased it open, slipped inside. Soft, indirect lighting accented the figure of the girl at the piano. The little waves of iridescent crimson chased themselves over the smooth satin gown as she played. Glossy blue-black hair fell to her shoulders. Beside her, a burning cigarette sent a single plume of smoke into the still air. Just for a moment, I found it difficult to remember that she was my client.
Oh?
You're looking better, Beth.
You're Philip Marlowe, I suppose?
Yeah. I dropped by to return your glove, among other things.
Just put it there on the table with the other one. Where did you get it, Marlowe?
In your dressing room at the club. Your sister tangled with an unidentified man who was hiding there after you left. While we're on that, why'd you shove off so fast?
I was scared.
How'd you know I'd find you?
You're a detective. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Look, if you want to burn up your retainer playing hide and seek, it's your business. Now, who's the guy you want me to check on? The flabby one who made you blow up tonight?
Yeah, that's right.
Why?
Because I think my sweet twin sister is mixed up in something a little more serious than her usual scatterbrain escapades.
And the flabby guy is in on it because he has a green purse, right?
How did you know that?
He left it with me. Name is Sippy. He lives at the Arrow Motel, number 9. Knows something worthwhile about this business, and he's anxious to sell it. All of which puts him a hop, skip, and a jump ahead of your detective. Now tell me, why is everybody, including Neil Redmond, all wound up over one stolen purse? What's it all about, baby?
I don't know, baby. Suppose you find out and tell me.
Wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that Neil loves his sister and you love Neil, would it?
Marlowe, I hired you to investigate a man, not to pry into my personal affairs.
You'll get more for your money to stop holding out on me.
It's my money. Besides, I'm not holding out. Believe me.
I'll try. Real hard. Well, as soon as I've got something, I'll call you.
Where are you going now? My retainer entitles me to know, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. First to the club to find Redmond and get his side of it, and then I'll probably drop in on our chum, Sippy, at the Arrow Motel on Lancashire.
Good. I'll, keep a light in the window for you.
Oh, sweet. Also keep your door locked. From the inside, baby. As I drove down the dark, winding street toward Ventura Boulevard, I caught a flash in the rearview mirror of a station wagon behind me. It looked like a tail, so I opened up. But it stayed with me. When it swung out into the left lane to pass, it suddenly cut in front of me. I jammed on the brakes as the spotlight flashed at my eyes, and when my front wheel banged against the curb, I was already half out of the car.
Stop right where you are, fella. Don't come 1 inch closer, I'll drop you.
I switched off the spotlight, and I saw a face the texture of a doormat over an embroidered purple shirt and orange tie. He had hand-tooled, high-heeled boots on and was topped off by a 10-quart cream-colored Stetson. But the doormat face was grim, and the silver-barreled Colt pistol in his hand looked right at home.
I followed you up here from the Saddle Club. I don't know what your game is or why you're messing around and what don't concern you, but I aim to find out mighty quick, so start talking.
Okay. First, I resent being crowded off the road. Second, I resent a spotlight in my face. And third, I don't like pistols pointed at my stomach. So cool off, Jesse James. You're wasting your time and mine.
You got it wrong there, friend. Paul Cedar don't waste his time, and you're going to find that out.
Paul Cedar, huh?
Yeah.
Don't tell me you're all excited over a stolen purse with $12 in it.
$12?
Yeah.
Listen, clown, there's 30 grand missing somewhere between Redmond and me, and I'm going to get it.
30,000?
Yeah. Redmond's a high roller, and that's okay with me. But he lost it fair and square in my joint over in Nevada, and I've been holding his markers much too long. So if I have to chalk that dough off to experience, it's going to be a pretty unpleasant experience for a certain party. Get me?
Yeah, I get you. But you're shoving the wrong way, Longhorn.
Somebody's trying to make a fool out of me, bright boy, and I don't stand for that. I'm liable to shove a lot of ways, and hard. So don't get underfoot. Now, you're sure to get stepped on. So long, dude.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, tomorrow marks the anniversary of an important event in American history, the signing of the first peace treaty between the Indians and the Plymouth colonists. In commemoration of these events, CBS's Sunday night stars, Amos and Andy, will be found with a kingfish burying the hatchet deeper than ever in their hopes and dreams. And CBS's own Jack Benny will be back again tomorrow with his special guest, Van Johnson. Invite some friends over. Sit back and enjoy the Jack Benny program. You can hear Amos and Andy every Sunday on most of these same CBS network stations, and Jack Benny over them all. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Dancing Hands.
When the Texan from Nevada galloped off in his trusty station wagon, I forgot all about Neil Redmond and headed instead for Sippy and his further details at the Arrow Motel on Lancashire, where Bungalow 9 turned out to be an all-alone green and white collection of clapboard that showed light, a half-open door, and nobody home to my knock. When I tried knuckles on wood again and still got only a faint echo for reply, I stepped inside. There in the center of an ivory-white throw rug and clamoring for attention like an only child at a family reunion was a wide and wet circle of red. From there, the ugly splotches that narrowed as they got farther away trailed off until, finally, in the next room, the path ended where I expected it to. The quiet form of Skippy, sprawled over an upset chair and holding his hands tight against the red on his left side. When I got to him, he was going fast.
30 grand. A lot of dough. Didn't know I was shooting that high. And the twins...
One what, Sippy?
One of them...
Did one of them do this?
He's dead, isn't he, Marlowe?
Yeah. Yeah, Redmond, he's very dead.
Oh, no, Marlowe. I only found him a few seconds before you did.
Yeah, and the rest of that runs, you heard someone coming, you didn't want to be seen, so you ducked back out of sight, huh? I don't buy it, Redmond, because for one thing, it's too pat. For another, how do you explain being here in the first place? Come on, fast.
Okay, I'm here because I'm in a nasty jam.
Like what?
Like $30,000 I've got to pay in the next hour to a guy named Paul Cedar who's running out of patience in a hurry, believe me.
About that I do. I've already met the gentleman. But right now, Redmond, we're talking about Sippy.
Okay. Last night I had things to do, so I gave Edie Tyler the money for the payoff to Cedar. A couple of minutes after she stepped out of the club, somebody roughed her up and got away with her purse and the 30 grand.
You're a liar, Redmond. Edie herself told me that purse only had $12 in it. How come?
Simple like, Marlowe. In my business, you never yell copper too soon or too loud. It doesn't pay.
Mm-hmm. Now, look, for the third time, Redmond, you and Sippy, how do you figure?
I don't know. He was at the club tonight, acting funny. When he left, I got a glimpse of Edie's green purse sticking out of his topcoat pocket. Later on, I saw him run away from a car near the club, so I followed. I ended up here a couple of minutes behind him, and that, Marlowe, is the truth, I swear.
Which you do at the drop of a... Hey, wait a minute. Look, if you're telling the truth, I begin to get a different picture. And by that, I specifically mean a very talented but very sly dame named Beth Tyler.
Oh, no, Marlowe.
Why not? Because you love Beth's sister? Face it, Redmond, it doesn't add up any other way. Sippy here couldn't have stolen that purse from Edie. If he did, he'd have taken his dough and blow and not spent his time putting out feelers. But on the other hand, if Sippy happened to see Beth take it from Edie, empty it and toss it away, we've got another story, right?
Ah. Because he wouldn't make a move until he knew how much he had gotten away with.
Exactly. But there he ran into trouble because he was trying to get close to Beth, and in doing that he got mixed up and went for Edie instead, like tonight at the club.
Sure. And a dying man's words just now about one twin.
To which you can add the unpleasant fact that I personally ran off at the mouth when I was up at Beth's an hour ago. So she knew where to come for Sippy. Look, Redmond, it's got to run that way, I'm sure of it.
Well, maybe you're right, Phil, but right or wrong, I'm still in the jam. So if you don't have any objections, I'm going back to my club now for a last try at raising that money again before Cedar shows.
You mean you're going to face him, Neil, with or without it?
I've got a Marlowe. You see, I own a fast club, all right, and I gamble a lot, too. But I don't welch on my markers, no more than I knock over flabby little guys. You know what I mean, Phil?
I think so. But don't fold now, Neil, because I might still be lucky enough to catch up to Beth Tyler and your money both before your time runs out. And right now that means fast to a phone and call to Edie, who might know which way a runaway twin would head. I'll see you, Neil. The nearest phone was at an all-night mobile gas station a block away. As I dialed Edie's number, a thought hit me. Maybe Beth wouldn't head anywhere. Maybe she'd just stick around.
Hello?
Edie, this is Marlowe. Seen anything of Beth?
No, I haven't. But why? What is it, Marlowe?
Well, from where I stand, two things. First, your sister has the $30,000 and $12 that was in your purse last night.
Oh?
And second, she's just about it for a sloppy around the edges murder.
Oh.
Now, look, have you any idea where Beth would head if she had to get out of town in a hurry?
No, I don't, Marlowe.
Oh, well, maybe somebody up around her place does. I'll call you later.
Marlowe, wait. Are you sold on this? I mean, about the things you said Beth did?
Just about, Edie. But for your sake, let's hope I'm wrong. All the way, honey. Goodbye. Driving fast back toward Beth's place on Hazeltine still left me enough time to think about a not-too-small detail that I'd completely overlooked. Thanks to me, the entire Los Angeles Police Department knew nothing about what was going on in and around the Saddle Club. 5 minutes later, when I'd parked away from the dock and obviously deserted number 4179, I'd walked back and around to a pair of uncurtained French doors at the side. I knew that oversight is what is generally called a blunder. But the next second, I knew it was nothing compared to the one I was making currently.
If you so much as turn your head again, Marlowe, I'll kill you.
Not like you did Sippy, please, Beth. I'd hate to go that way.
Sippy was a mistake, Marlowe, believe me. I was rushed.
So you shot and ran, huh?
Yes. But I didn't run too far, because from where I stood, I could hear and see both you and Redmond and talking the whole thing over.
And when you knew that we'd caught on to your act, you decided to follow me and see where I was going before you made your next move. Is that it?
Exactly. Now get inside. Go on, the door's unlocked. All right. Now get over there, near that closet, and don't turn around.
Why not? Afraid of the look on my face when you shoot?
Shut up, Marlowe. And stop being brave. Because unless I have to, I'm not going to kill you. After all, you've already served your purpose.
Which I presume was getting mixed up in this mess just long enough to find out about Sippy for you.
You presume correctly. Also, you talk too much. Now open that closet and get inside.
All right.
Go on.
As you say. But first, baby, one question. Did you do all this for the 30 grand alone? Or does it tie in with Neil Redmond and the way he feels about your sister Edie?
It's a little bit of each, Marlowe. But as I said, you talk too much. So get in there and shut up.
Getting out of Beth Taylor's half-inch thick oak closet was like arguing with an umpire. You couldn't be subtle. So 20 tiring minutes went by, and the heels on both my feet were numb before the paneling finally gave in, and I was out and over to the telephone to put in a call to the police. It should have been made a long time ago. But then, even as I was halfway through dialing the numbers, I saw something on an end table nearby that made me slowly change my mind. It was the 2 black gloves that Beth wore in the Dancing Hands act. And while I stared at them like they were alive and beckoning, I thought hard for what must have been a full minute. And then suddenly I knew that my next stop had to be the Saddle Club. As I parked at the Saddle Club, I saw light drifting out of Neil's office, which was something I had expected. Inside, I moved along a dark hall toward what I knew would be the trio of Neil Redmond, the Nevada Texan, and Eddie Tyler.
All right, Redmond.
The raucous voice of Paul Cedar was anything but happy.
How stupid do you think I am? Cedar, I'm telling the truth. Edie had the 30 grand, but somebody got it from her when she was on her way to you. That's a stinking line. You know it, Redmond. You never had the money. This whole thing's been a frame to stall me. And one way or another, I'm going to get you to admit that.
No, you're not, Cedar. And if you don't drop that gun now, you're never going to do anything ever. Come on, let it go. All right. Now sit down and shut up and listen hard, because Redmond's telling you the truth.
What? Paulo, you know where the money is?
That's right. And I also know who took it. Less than an hour ago, a little after I called you, Edie, Beth caught up to me and confessed the whole shebang, exactly as we figured it, Neil.
You mean she admitted getting the money from Edie and using you to locate Sippy?
That's right. But there's only one drawback to everything she admitted. None of it's true.
What do you mean, Marlowe?
I mean, Cedar, that Beth Tyler didn't steal your money from Edie here any more than she killed Sippy. I also mean that as far as I can tell, Beth Tyler was nothing more than a girl who played the piano and got upset when a stranger named Sippy started to bother her. And I never saw the real Beth Tyler after she ran away from a piano in the club tonight. That she's dead and that you, Edie, have been posing as Beth all night because, 1, you yourself stole Neil's money, and 2, you murdered your sister as well.
No!
Yes, Edie, come on, admit it. It's true.
No, it isn't. I guess it is at that, Marlowe.
In Beth's body?
In our dressing room. In the closet. I didn't want to kill her. But she found out that I had only pretended to be robbed when there was no one around. And that Sippy had seen me scream and get rid of the purse myself.
Sippy, who was only trying to muscle in on a deal, went to her by mistake, huh?
Yes. That's how she knew what I'd done. When she confronted me in the dressing room just before you came in and said that she wouldn't stand by and let me do a thing like that to Neil. I lost my temper.
You killed her, Edie.
Yes, I did, Neil. And when Marlowe showed up after her scream, I said that someone had attacked me. And then I pretended to be both Beth and myself from there on to get out of the whole thing. And I almost did. But now I'm so sorry. Oh, no.
bad hours went by before the police had everybody's story, and Paul Cedar and the 30,000 was gone for Nevada, and Edie was gone for good. That left just Neil Redmond and me alone and standing near the main bar in the club. Neil was doing his best to stay all in one piece.
Well, Marlowe, it's been a tough night for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, but a tough one for you, Neil. What with Cedar and the money and...
The girls, Marlowe?
Yeah.
At least it came out right before the cowboy got too tough, thanks to you. So tell me, Phil, how'd you know that Beth was dead and that Edie was both people all along?
That was a couple of gloves, Neil, the ones they wore in that Dancing Hands act. You see, when I first met Edie in the dressing room, she was wearing hers, and one of Beth's was on the floor. Hey, pour me one, will you?
Yes.
Okay. I took it, and later when I met what I thought was Beth, I returned it, and she put it with what we both thought was its mate.
Yeah.
Thanks. But a little while ago, when I got close to the gloves again, I saw that couldn't be, that they were both for the left hand, Neil.
Ah. Then when Edie went to Beth's place to pass herself off as her sister, who she had already killed, she was smart enough to know that she should have only one glove around.
Yeah, but not smart enough to think about which glove it should be. From there I worked backwards.
Until you got to the three of us at the club and tried what you knew might be the right answer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were right, Phil, all the way.
Yeah, but I was still gambling. If I had been wrong, Neil, I was giving the real Beth a long head start.
It's always that way when you gamble, Phil. I know. Sometimes you pick right, sometimes wrong. Cards, dice. Even with twins. Good night, fella.
When I finally got to my car, started out of the valley and back toward Hollywood. It was better than 8 o'clock in the morning. And here and there as I drove, I saw people who I'd never heard of and who'd never heard of me, stumbling outside after their morning papers. And I got to wondering what they were going to think when they read about a girl who had killed both her twin sister in a nightclub and a flabby guy in a motel who wasn't much good. Oh, well, it was hard to say. And for myself, I was too tired to think. Or maybe I just didn't want to.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Lou Krugman, Ed Begley, Paul Frees, and Bert Holland. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
When it started, it was simple. Just a lawsuit for damages. But before it was over, it was far from simple, and the damages were murder. All because of a red-headed woman, a ghostwriter with ambition and a match that burned with a bright green flame.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
My gracious, Mr. Duggan, all them men down there by the depot.
Yeah, it's quite a crowd.
Well, what's so curious about a wagon load of buffalo hides, I wonder?
Well, maybe they got a white one, Chester.
And they sure must have something mighty interesting.
Yeah. Is this your wagon, mister?
No. Gatliff's. I skinned for 'em.
Oh, what's the crowd for?
Just curious. The other skinner got hurt, and we brung him into the dock.
Oh, what happened? Is he hurt bad?
Bad enough Gatliff didn't see no sense in bringing him into town at all. Me and the cook, we made him, though. And here comes Gatliff now.
Chester,
Yes, sir?
go up to Doc's and see what you can find out, huh?
All right, sir. How is it, Gatliff?
The doc will take care of everything, Tobe.
Well, never mind that. How is he?
He's dead. Now, let's drive these hides on down to the shed. Come on.
Just a minute, Gatliff.
Some other time, Marshal. I'm busy.
So am I, but I want to talk to you anyway.
You and the cook go get them hides unloaded, Tobe. I'll be right along.
Yeah.
All right, what do you want, Marshal?
What happened to your Skinner?
Billy? He hurt himself, that's all.
He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
Look, Gatliff, anything you don't want to tell me, I can ask Doc.
Well, there's
about.
nothing to tell, Marshal. He got hurt and he died, that's all.
When did he get hurt?
Last night.
Then why didn't you bring him in last night?
Them other fellers, the cook and Tobe, they figured he was done for anyway. They didn't want to bother, I guess.
Well, what happened to him? How did he get hurt?
I don't rightly know, Marshal. He was alone in camp. We got there, he'd gone and burned himself.
Burned? With what?
Hot lead, Marshal. Spilt it all over him. He was cooking up lead in a fry pan. That was one of his chores, making my bullets. Always was a mite clumsy, so he messed himself up this time.
There must have been a lot of lead.
50, 60 pound, I reckon.
Mr. Gatliff, that man of yours, Doc saw through with him. He says you can bury him now.
Oh, no, I ain't gonna pay for no burial. He's just a skinner I hired. I don't even know his last name.
You're his boss, aren't you? You brought
He's
him in.
just a bum that worked for me.
Well, I mean...
All right, hold it, Chester.
Well,
Okay, Gatliff, we'll take care of it.
Caused me trouble enough. I don't want to hear no more about it.
Chester, what about the Skinner? Tell me.
it was just terrible, Mr. Dillon. Doc says he don't know how he lived as long as he did.
Did he talk to Doc?
Oh, my, no. Poor fellow.
How do you suppose it happened?
Poor hot lead. Had a whole pan full of it, they told me.
Yeah, but what man's going to pick up 50 or 60 pounds of molten lead and spill it all over him?
Well, I didn't think of that.
Of course, there's another way it could have happened.
How?
Somebody could have pushed him down into it.
Oh, my goodness. Who?
I don't know. Gatliff or maybe a Skinner, Tobe. Wonder where Tobe went.
Well, him and the cook probably went over to the Long Branch to drink up their wages.
All right. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go do something about burying that man, will you?
Yes, sir, I will.
How are you, Tobe?
Oh. Hello, Marshal.
Sam, sell out a bottle of rye and another glass, will you?
Sure, Marshal.
Buy you a drink, Tobe.
You will? Well, sure, Marshal, sure.
There you are. Well, Tobe, here's to your friend, Billy.
Well, he weren't no friend of mine. But he died a bad death. I'll drink to him.
Tell me something, Tobe. How did Billy and Gatliff get on?
You noticed Gatliff's eyes, Marshal.
Yeah, I did.
He's got powder specks shot into him. They look like turkey eggs.
Yeah, I know.
Now, you don't get on with a man like that.
How come I never seen him in Dodge before?
That man's greedy, Marshal. He's downright wicked about money. He figures he can save time and make more money by selling his hides to buyers' agents on the prairie. He gets less out there, but he can kill and sell more that way.
Well, he came in with a load of hides today.
Well, that's just because we made him come in with Billy.
Now, tell me about the accident, Tobe.
Well, Billy was melting lead in a fry pan. The way I figured, he must have tripped somehow and fallen smack into it. When we rode in, we found him rolling around on the ground. That's all I know.
When who rode in?
Well, me and the cook. The cook skins on days Billy's making bullets.
And where was Gatliff?
Oh, he went in just ahead of us.
Oh? How long ahead of you?
Maybe 20 minutes.
And he found Billy first, is that it?
Yeah, I guess he did. Now, I hadn't thought of that before, Marshal. So that's why you've been asking so many questions.
Well, I wasn't sure, Tobe. But I expect you're telling the truth. The cook told the same story.
So that's what happened. Gatliff killed him. Why, he murdered him.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. But I haven't got enough to prove it.
He killed Billy so's he wouldn't have to pay him his wages due. Well, you see, we've been out 4 months. He must have owed Billy $300-400.
Yeah. You going back out on the prairie with him?
I ain't afraid of him. He'll sure be sleeping with one eye open from now on.
And if you let on your suspicions, he'll sure try to kill you.
Not me. He can just do his killing on somebody else.
You'll be leaving in the morning, I suppose, huh?
About dawn, I reckon. As soon as Gatliff hires a new skinner.
Yeah. Well, the bottle's yours, Tobe. And good luck.
I sure do thank you, Marshal.
Later in the day, Chester and a couple of other men buried Billy out on the hill. As Tobe said, he'd died a bad death, and it was made worse by the man who had done it to him, going scot-free. But there was nothing I could do, and I tried to forget about it. They left Dodge next morning, and things were peaceful enough for a few hours until word came that there'd been a knifing in a Nestor camp over across the river. We rode over to see what it was about.
Yes. Well, he was knifed in the back, Matt. That's all I know.
Yeah, and nobody saw it happen.
This looks like somebody got clean away with murder.
Yes, it does.
Well, look here. Why, Yorkie.
Marshal? Chester?
Oh, what are you doing over here, Yorkie?
I come looking for berries, and I seen it.
Oh, what do you mean?
I seen that man get stabbed.
You did?
I heard him arguing, and I sneaked up just after he'd done it. They were all alone.
Well, who did it, Yorkie? Did you recognize him?
No, I never saw him before.
Oh, what did he look like?
Oh, he was big, dirty looking. He had a buckskin shirt.
Anything else?
Well, he had funny eyes, Marshal. He had spots in them.
What you doing there? Sounds like...
Yeah.
How in the world could you ever sneak up close enough to see his eyes, Yorkie?
I lived with the Arapahoes.
Well, by golly, you did, didn't you, son?
You know who did it, Marshal?
I do now, Yorkie.
I hope you catch him. I gotta get back.
So long, Yorkie.
I guess it was Gatliff, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Seems like a dangerous sort of man to be running loose.
Well, I got him now, Doc. As soon as I find him.
I hope so, Matt. I certainly do hope so.
Since Gatliff would figure that nobody had seen him, it wasn't likely that he'd run. And anyway, there wasn't much sense in trying to track him down in the dark, so Chester and I didn't start out till the next morning. Ordinarily, a man could ride into the prairie and disappear, but with Gatliff, it was a little different. At least we knew he'd be around the buffalo herd somewhere. It was late afternoon before we reached good hunting grounds and almost dark when we found the first hunter's camp.
Supper will be ready soon. Cook, throw some more tongue in that stew pot.
All right, Miss Mercer.
If you don't like buffalo tongue, you'll go mighty hungry in this camp.
Well, thanks a lot, mister.
Yeah, you're a lawman.
Yeah, Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
My name's Tom Mercer.
Pleased to meet you. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do? Supper will take a little longer now, and anyway, my skinners won't be in for a while yet.
How you been doing, Mercer?
Oh, fair, Marshal, fair. I killed over 100 today.
You been here long?
About a month. I'll move on in a couple of weeks. I don't know, Marshal. I think this whole southern herd's going to be clean wiped out before long. Next year I'm going to Dakota.
Too many hunters, maybe, huh?
That's just it. That's it exactly.
Have you seen any in the last day or two, Mercer?
Just who are you looking for, Marshal?
Man by the name of Gatliff, a big man. A man with speckled eyes.
What's he done?
Well, do you know him?
No, I don't. Nobody's come near us in over a week.
Yeah, then you're not much help. Except for that stew that your cook's making.
Boy, you like that. Hey, we're having dried apples, too.
Ah, good.
I swear I pretty near could eat a buffalo raw, the entire beast.
You must be part Injun.
No, sir.
I've seen one of them eat a whole liver raw. Got propped up against a tree and ate every bit of it, then went sound asleep right there in the sun. He was sure some sight.
Where'd you ever get that close to an Indian?
Oh, Indians ain't always bad.
No. But they're going to get real hungry when you hunters finish this herd off.
That's so, Marshal. That's surely so. That's what makes them mad.
Now, don't you think that's reason enough?
Fellow told me a couple of weeks ago he run into a bunch west of here. He was looking for scalps, all right. Hey, there come the Skinners. Now we can get outside of some of that stew.
All of it.
Don't you ever feed this man, Marshal?
Only when he works, Mercer.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon.
We spent the night in Tom Mercer's camp, and at dawn, just after breakfast, we said goodbye and rode on west. In the next 2 days, we met plenty of hunters, but we didn't find Gatliff. About noon of the third day, we cut the trail of a wagon train and figured it to be that of a hide buyer's agent who'd come out onto the prairie to do business on the spot. An hour or two later, we saw him. A long string of ox-drawn wagons piled high with buffalo hides. And there was a man on horseback leading the train. We rode up to him.
Oh, there.
Yeah, that's quite a load you got, mister.
10,000 so far. What are you doing way out here, Marshal?
Well, I'm looking for a hunter by the name of Gatliff. Do you know him?
Sure I do. Just picked up a load from his rick early this morning. He in trouble?
Yeah. Where is he?
Straight south of here, a couple of miles. Can't tell you exactly. He moves around a lot.
Well, that's close enough for us. Thanks a lot, mister.
Sure, Marshal. I never did like him anyway.
There's an empty rick yonder. That must be it.
Yeah, but he's moved his camp.
Yeah, but not far if it was just this morning.
Chester. What's that out there?
Where at?
That looks like a man. Come on.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, it's that Skinner here.
Yeah. Get some water, will you?
Yes, I will.
Tobe? Hey, Tobe. Can you hear me? Tobe? He's been shot, Chester.
Yeah. Here's the water.
Tobe. Tobe, it's Marshal Dillon.
Okay, give me a drink.
Here.
He shot me, Marshal.
Oh, what happened? Where's the rest of the crew?
They run off. They took his wagon and the horses. He went kind of crazy when he found out. And that's why he shot me.
Oh, where is he now?
I don't know. He shot me. And then he said he was going hunting. He's gone loco. Just loco.
Here, now, take it easy, Tobe. Take it easy. You're going to be all right.
I could hear him shooting at sharps a long time. And then he stopped.
Where was he? Which way, Tobe?
Off behind me there. I could hear him.
Chester, you stay with him. I'm going after Gatliff. Off in the direction Tobe had indicated, there lay a large, isolated hollow surrounded by low ridges. When I reached it, I dismounted and crawled up to where I could look down into it. There was no sign of Gatliff. But lying on the prairie floor were the bodies of countless fresh-killed buffalo. It was a strange sight. The old bulls and the cows and the little calves lying there, blackening the prairie grass. I got up and I stood looking at it for a long time. Then suddenly, out in the middle, I thought I saw a slight movement, and a second later there came the familiar boom of a Sharp's 50. And I dropped behind the ridge and waited. And then Chester rode up.
You found him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Tobe is dead, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Gatliff's down there in the middle of a hollow, but we can't get anywhere near him as long as he's got that Sharp's rifle. He's killed a small herd of buffalo in there. Now he's lying out in the center of them.
He must have gone crazy, just like Tobe said.
Yeah.
What in the world is he shooting at now?
I wish I knew, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, the way he's facing them shots.
Yeah. That's a signal for help, Chester. Come on.
Look out, maybe it's just a trap.
We'll be ready to take cover behind one of these animals. It might be.
Yes, sir.
Just keep your eyes open now.
There he is, behind that big bull.
Yeah, I see him.
Mr. Dillon, he's all...
Yeah, there have been horses in here. Indians.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on. That was his last effort, Chester. He's dead now.
Mr. Dillon, that's awful.
Yeah. Come on, let's get out of here. I don't know how the Indians caught Gatliff. He'd gone a little mad, and maybe that made it easy for him, but they finally got themselves a buffalo hunter. And into their unbelievably savage torture of him had gone all the hatred and desperation of a race being slowly starved and driven from their homeland. Then they'd put him there, surrounded by his own bloody slaughter, and they'd gone off with a gesture of contempt, leaving his rifle and his ammunition by his side. And having seen what they did to him, I'll never know how he managed to fire even one of those shots. For all of his evil, Gatliff had died harder than any man I'd ever seen. Chester and I rode back to Dodge. And it was never mentioned between us again.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, Richard Beals, Harry Bartell, and Jack Moyles. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week for the third of the 5 most popular Gunsmoke shows. It is called Word of Honor.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
American.
The Lucky Strike Program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, in the Rose Bowl game on New Year's Day, Illinois upset the Dope. And here he is, and he's still upset, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, for your information, I wasn't upset at all. I enjoyed the game very much.
Certainly was exciting, wasn't it, Jack?
Yes, sir. And what a score. Illinois 45, UCLA 14, and Al Hoysh 103. That was really something, wasn't it?
Oh, and what wonderful seats you had, Jack. How did you get such good tickets at the last minute?
Well, Don, it wasn't easy. You see, even though I was born in Illinois, I've lived in California for the past 15 years. So in order to get 2 tickets, I called Governor Warren.
You called the governor of California?
Yes. He couldn't do anything for me, so he called Governor Green of Illinois. Governor Green called President George Stoddard of the Illinois University. President Stoddard got in touch with Ray Elliott, the coach. Elliott got in touch with Buddy Young. And fortunately, Buddy Young happens to be a very good friend of Rochester. So through Rochester, I not only got 2 seats on the 50-yard line, but I also got a sure thing in the 4th race at Santa Anita. Say, Don, who were you rooting for at the game?
Well, Jack, I didn't want to show any partiality, so I got a seat on the UCLA side and a seat on the Illinois side.
Well, Don, how could you possibly sit on both sides of the... Oh, of course. And, Don, weren't you disappointed when you weren't picked as the winning float? Huh? Well, better luck next year.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Phil. Phil, get your band ready and... Phil, what happened to your orchestra? Half of your boys are missing. Where are they?
Look, Jackson, New Year's Eve was only 5 days ago. Give them time. Give them time.
Say, what?
Leave them alone and they'll come home, dragging their empties behind them.
I know, but meanwhile, do the best you can with the boys. Oh, no.
What's the matter, Jackson?
Sammy, the bass fiddle player.
Well, what about him? He's the best bass player in the country.
I know, but look at his bass fiddle. It has 6 silver handles on it.
Well, that's Sammy for you. If anything happens to him, you don't want us to go to no expense.
Fine. Look what he has carved on the bottom of it. R.I.P. What's that?
Rest in Petrillo.
Now cut that out! And until something happens to him, tell Sammy to put down the shovel, use a bow, and blow out the candles on the music stand. Will you?
Oh, by the way, Phil, I saw you at the Rose Bowl game New Year's Day.
Oh, is that where I was? Phil, you know where you were. That was a great game, wasn't it? What about that 103-yard run that Hoysh made?
Confidentially, Jackson, it was longer than that, but it won't go on record.
What do you mean?
He picked up the ball behind his old goal line, started down the field, ran up into the stands, asked me for my autograph, told me how to spell Harris, and then went on to make the touchdown.
What?
If he'd have waited for me to dot the I, they'd have nailed him on the 10-yard line.
Well, that just shows you how fast that boy is. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, everybody's here now except Dennis. Where is he?
I don't know. He hasn't come in yet.
Well, how can we go on with the show if the cast doesn't get here on time?
Oh, Jack, don't be mad at Dennis. I happen to know something that you don't know.
Don't tell me he has 3 shows.
No, Jack, it isn't that. It's something you won't believe.
What is it?
Well, all of a sudden, Dennis got a big crush on me.
A crush on you? How come?
I don't know. Someone must have told him I was a girl.
Oh, Mary, stop kidding. Has Dennis really got a crush on you?
Yes, Jack, and he's so cute. Ever since last week when I danced with him in that nightclub, he's been sending me notes and little gifts.
Gifts? What did he give you?
Oh, lots of things. His Boy Scout knife, a bag of marbles, 3 Coca-Cola bottle caps filled with mud, a ball of tinfoil, a fish hook, and a stick of bubble gum.
No.
Yes, and I'm worried.
Why?
If you see me wearing his bicycle clip, you'll know we're engaged.
Well, how do you like that?
And, Jack, you should see the note he sent me yesterday.
Dennis sent you a note?
Yeah, wait a minute. I'll read it to you. Oh, it's so sweet. My darling Mary, I hope you won't think I'm silly, but I keep your picture on the wall of my bedroom. I didn't want my mother to know who I'm in love with, so I took a pencil and drew a mustache and a derby hat on you. I think I fooled my mother because now she's in love with you, too.
Well, I'll be darned.
And look how he finishes.
Oh.
I love you madly and passionately, and will never forget the kiss you gave me when I took you home. Thanking you in advance for your next shipment, I remain... I remain yours truly, Dennis Day.
Well, that's the cutest letter I've ever heard. Let's see that. Mary, why has Dennis got the stamp pinned on the envelope?
Oh, that. He says that ever since he fell in love with me, he won't let anything else touch his lips.
Well, gee, he must be hungry by this time, huh? That's certain. Shh, quiet. Here he comes now.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Don.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Dennis. Dennis, I said hello.
Mary, don't make it so obvious.
Obvious. All I said was hello.
I know, but look how you're trembling.
Dennis, you're imagining things. She's not trembling.
What are you trying to do, break us up?
No, I'm not trying to break you up.
Say, Mary, come here a minute, will you? I want to look at you.
All right, Dennis.
Gee, gosh.
Well, what is it, Dennis?
You look so much better without a mustache.
Dennis, what about the Derby?
No, thanks. I'm not hungry.
I didn't mean that. But anyway, kid, I know how you feel. When you're in love, everything is bright and sunny and cheerful. Your heart overflows with goodness. You feel nice towards everybody.
Say, Jackson, did you hear about Fred Allen being voted the best comedian on the air?
There will be a short pause while Dr. Jekyll becomes Mr. Hyde.
Mary, it doesn't bother me at all. Anyway, I read about Fame magazine selecting Allen as the greatest comedian on radio. What a choice.
What's the matter with you, Jackson? Every time Fred Allen gets an award, you get mad about it. 2 years ago, you got mad because they put his picture on the cover of Time.
Phil, Fred's face was on the cover of Look.
It was on the cover of Time.
It was on the cover of Look. His face represented Time. That burns me up.
All right. So he's not as pretty as I am. But you've got to admit he's got a great radio show.
Some great show. Comes on and jabbers for a few minutes, then he calls, Portland, 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 Portland. For the first 4 years, people thought he was a conductor on a Greyhound bus. Come on, Dennis, let's have your song.
Okay.
Sentimental reason, I hope you do believe me. I'll give you my heart. I love you, and you alone were meant for me. your loving heart to me and say we'll never part. I think of you every morning, dream of you every night. Darling, I'm never lonely whenever you're inside. I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I've given you my
That was I Love You for Sentimental Reasons, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis.
Yes, Dennis, I've never heard you sing so well.
That's because I'm in love.
With me?
It ain't your sister, Babe.
Woo, woo, woo!
Dennis, behave yourself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present... No, excuse me. Come in. Well, Mr. Kitzel, what are you doing here?
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Benny, but I came over to thank you for the Christmas present you sent me and to wish you a happy New Year.
Well, the same to you, Mr. Kitzel. So you like the sweater I sent you, eh?
I have never in my life owned such a beautiful slopover.
No, Mr. Kitzel, you mean slipover.
Slopover, on me it's too big.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, why didn't you return it?
Well, I like it that way because it makes me look like a hep cat.
A hep cat?
Hey, Baba Riba, zip-a-did-you, dear. Hey, Baba Riba. Hey, Baba Riba.
I know.
Do you also know the song about the cement mix master?
Yes. And Mr. Kitzel, I'm glad my present suited you so well.
Yes, I liked it so much I started knitting a pair of stockings to match the sweater.
You did?
Yes. But a funny thing happened. While I was sitting in the rocking chair, my wife came in and saw me knitting.
Uh-huh.
She got all excited and thought we was going to have another baby.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
By the way, Mr. Kitzel, as long as you're here, would you like to sit down and hear the rest of the program?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I got to leave.
Oh, you should stay, Mr. Kitzel, because tonight our guest star is Lauren Bacall.
Lauren Bacall? Who?
Who what?
Who's going? I'm going to stay.
Oh, good. But, Don, you're mistaken about Lauren Bacall. She won't be here tonight.
Oh, why not?
Never mind. We haven't got time to discuss it. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Tell him what happened, Jack.
Mary, we've got a program to do. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Anyway, Don, the trouble started after you left the rehearsal yesterday at Jack's house.
Jack's house.
Lauren Bacall hadn't showed up as yet to rehearse her part. And Phil and Dennis and I decided to stick around and play a little gin rummy. So we went in the den and sat down. Say, Jack, where are you and Lauren going to rehearse?
In the library.
Then we can stay here in the den and play cards, can't we?
Yep, that'll be all right. Rochester, will you bring in a deck of cards, please?
Yes, sir. What kind shall I bring? The red backs or the blue backs?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does. The reds are 40 cents, the blues 50.
Bring them a deck of cards. They won't quibble about the price. Now, come on, Rochester. I want you to go in the library with me and help me get things ready.
Yes, sir.
Now, Rochester, I want to make a good impression on Miss Bacall, so See that there's a nice fire burning in the fireplace. Move the divan so it'll be nice and cozy in front of the fire. Turn the lights down low, turn on the phonograph, and put on some nice, soft, romantic music.
Want me to burn some incense and fan you with a palm leaf?
No, that won't be necessary. Now, let's see. I think these horn-rimmed glasses make me look a little too old. I guess I'll take them off.
Uh-oh, boss. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Remember what happened the time Miss Ann Sheridan came over to rehearse with you and you took off your glasses?
Oh, nothing happened.
When Miss Sheridan came in, you rushed over to where you thought you saw her, put your arms around the bridge lamp, kissed the parrot, and said, "Why, Annie, you bit me."
That's because it was dark. Now, let's see. Oh, that must be Miss Bacall now. Rochester, you answer the door. I want to sit down and make myself look alluring. I mean, relaxed. How do I look?
Fine, boss, but aren't you overdoing it with that rose in your teeth?
Rochester. What are you laughing at?
Ramona Benny.
The rose is for my lapel. Oh, answer the door.
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Benny at home?
Yes, come right in, Miss McCall.
Oh, Rochester, who is it?
Miss Lauren Bacall.
Well, Lauren Bacall.
You were expecting maybe Mrs. Nussbaum?
Rochester, you can get lost now.
Yes.
Well, come in, Lauren. This is in pleasure, Dieter. I mean, indeed, a pleasure. Make yourself comfortable. Sit down.
No, thanks. I'll just lean here against the door.
Gosh, Lauren, seeing you there reminds me of your first picture, The Have and Have Not. You were leaning against the door, just like that. And then you said your famous line.
You mean, if you want anything, just whistle.
Yes. Well, Lauren, shall we start rehearsing?
No hurry. You got a cigarette?
A cigarette? Yes. Here you are.
Thanks. Match?
You know, Lauren, that cigarette I gave you was a Lucky Strike.
I know, and it's my favorite brand, too.
Really?
Yes. They're so round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Gee, F.E. Boone never sounded like that. Gosh, Lauren, I can just picture you in a bathing suit holding up that big tobacco leaf. And you know, Lauren, Lucky Strikes are made of that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Well, what do you know? And I thought Mother told me everything.
Well, live and learn.
You must have learned a lot.
Yes. Well, now, let's start rehearsing. Here's your script. We're going to do a sketch based on your picture, To Have and Have Not. You'll play the same part you did in the picture.
Okay.
Well, let's start. I'll take the first line.
Wait a minute, Jack. I'm supposed to lean against the door.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Well, we'll start again. You're sore at me, aren't you, Slim?
Sure, Steve. I'm sore at you. I wanted to get even. I brought that bottle of brandy up here to make you feel cheap. But I'm the one who feels cheap.
Well, you've only got yourself to blame, Slim. After all, what did I do?
Nothing. What's more, you don't have to do anything. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
All right, but first take that rose out of your teeth.
I'm so sorry. sorry. You know, I meant to put that in my lapel, in my lapel. Now let's start the scene over again. You're sore at me, aren't you, Slim?
Sure, Steve, I'm sore at you. I wanted to get even. I brought that bottle up here to make
brought
you...
what bottle up where?
Phil!
Hello, Curly.
Well, St. Peter must have left the gate open, and look who fell out.
Well, there.
Oh, leave a lamp burning in the window, Mother. I may be a little late.
Phil!
Ah, yes, there's good news tonight.
Yeah!
Well, introduce me, Jackson. Introduce me.
All right. This is Miss Lauren Bacall. Lauren, this is my colleague, Phil Harris.
Well, hoity-toity, I'm a colleague now.
Yeah. Yeah, now go already.
Okay.
Now, come on, Lauren. Let's take that kissing scene again. We'll take that kissing scene again. Let's start where I... who can that be? I left strict orders not to be disturbed.
Mr. Benny, Mr. Humphrey Bogart's at the door.
Humphrey Bogart?
Oh, Jack, I forgot to tell you. Bogey said he'd drop by here and pick me up. You know, he and I are married.
I know. Who do you think played the violin at your wedding? Anyway, he can wait outside. We got a scene to rehearse, and we're going to do it.
Hello, baby. Hiya, Jack.
Look, Humphrey, we're right in the middle of the rehearsal.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. Go right ahead.
We won't be long, honey.
That's all right, baby. You know, Jack, I'm glad to see you again. You're my favorite comedian.
I am? Well, that's good. Now, Lauren, I mean, Miss Bacall. Oh, by the way, what should I call you, Lauren or Miss Bacall?
Mrs. Bogart.
Now, let's get on with the rehearsal, Mrs. Bogart. Starting with your last speech.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
What a comedian. What a comedian.
Look, Humphrey, I'm trying to...
Mr. Benny, there's a telephone call for you.
Oh. Well, pardon me a minute, folks. I'll be right back.
How's it going, baby?
Oh, brother.
Yeah, I thought so. Say, baby, I want you to do something.
What is it?
When you get to kiss him, just put one arm around him and run your other hand through his hair.
Why?
I want to find out if he really wears one. Hey, what does Benny want to be a great lover for, anyway?
Well, why shouldn't he? After all, he played a romantic lead in The Horn Blows at Midnight. You saw that, didn't you?
Yeah, and they called our last picture The Big Sleep. Oh, by the way, what's this sketch you're rehearsing with Benny?
To have and have not. We're rehearsing the big scene you and I did in the picture.
Oh? Which one of you is playing my part?
He's coming back.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to answer the phone, but, well, that's the price of fame.
Who was it?
Wrong number. I mean, my sponsor called because he sent me the wrong number of tickets to the broadcast. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal, Lauren. We'll start with my line. Well, you've only got yourself to blame, Slim. After all, what did I do?
Nothing. What's more, you don't have to do anything. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Hold it. You're doing it all wrong.
Wrong?
Yeah. When you get ready to kiss a girl, you put your arms around her gently, tenderly.
What?
Yeah, you're not supposed to grab her by the earlobes and pull yourself up.
Oh, I see.
And now watch me. Come here, baby. Read that line again.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
No, Slim. I got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you. Like this.
I see, Humphrey. I get the idea. That's enough, Humphrey. Look, you can do that at home. Look. Humphrey, I'm paying her by the hour. Stop! I'm supposed to do that. I get the idea now, Bogey. Let you and I take it again, Lauren.
Say, Jack, our gin rummy game's over, so I thought I'd come in here and watch you rehearse.
All right, but be quiet. Now, come on, Lauren. Start with your line again.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
Ah, Slim. I got a better use for it. Come here, let me kiss you. Like this.
No, Jack. No, you're doing it all wrong. Here, let me show you again.
What?
I'll do it with Mary this time. Are you ready, Mary?
Am I ready? I was puckered up when I walked in here.
But look, Mary isn't even...
Come on, Mary. You take Baby's line.
Okay. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
Oh, no. I've got a better use for my lips. Come here and let me kiss you. Like this.
Humphrey, you can stop. Humphrey, you can stop. Bogey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is this anyway? Step aside, Mary. I want to talk to Mr. Bogart.
Yeah, and I want to talk to him, too.
Dennis.
Say, he's cute.
You haven't got a chance, sister. I send all my Coca-Cola tops to Mary.
Dennis.
Now listen to me, Bogart. I saw you kissing a woman I love, see? And you ain't muscling in on my racket, see? Those lips ain't big enough for the both of us, see? Now get out of here before you get hurt, see? Get out, see? Out, see? Out, see? Out!
Dennis.
See?
Come on, baby, let's get out of here. This guy's tough.
Bogart, Lauren, come back. Dennis, I can't believe it. You know what you did? You frightened Humphrey Bogart.
Sure.
Dennis, what's that you got in your hand?
A picture of my mother.
Oh, no wonder. God, now Lauren will never be on my program.
Jack, we'll be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
Experts like Mr. Joyner can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Remember, year after year,
LS, MFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart for appearing on my program tonight. They can currently be seen in their Warner Brothers picture, The Big Sleep. Well, I better rush home now. Oh, taxi. Oh, taxi. Oh, doorman, get me a taxi, will you?
Look, Bud, if you want a taxi, just whistle.
What?
You know how to whistle, don't you? Just put your lips together and blow.
Oh, yes. Well, what do you know? It works.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 2nd.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper in The Virginian with Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Gary Cooper, Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Our guests, Sidney Skolsky, noted Hollywood columnist, and Richard Klein, physical trainer of picture stars. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. We wish you could all be with us tonight in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, not only to meet our stars, but also the many other screen celebrities whom I see just beyond the footlights, awaiting the curtain of another great show. But wherever this hour finds you, a hearty welcome from Lux. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the soap preferred by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars, and is yet so inexpensive that every girl can use it every day. Our message is to use all the cosmetics you wish, but remove them thoroughly, the Hollywood way, with Lux Toilet Soap, whose active lather cleanses the pores and keeps your skin soft, smooth, always lovely. Our show opens with word from our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Here in the hometown of movies, we're so used to stars who grit their teeth, clench their fists, and crash their way into the limelight, that a man as shy and human as Gary Cooper is a complete novelty. On a Hollywood soundstage, he's as refreshing as a breeze off the prairie. Last month, the Cheyenne Indians up in Lame Deer, Montana, tried to give him a name. They called Gary Comaced. He was mighty pleased to become a member of the tribe until he discovered that his new name means tall, handsome one. Gary was an unknown actor in westerns when he was called in by the Paramount Studios for a screen test. Entering the room, he faced an office filled with producers and executives. The long young man from Montana looked at the expressionless faces, swallowed hard, smiled feebly, and bolted for the door. But his personality clicked. They gave him an important role in Wings, and Gary's been soaring steadily upward ever since. I welcome him tonight as a fine actor, a sincere co-worker, a fearless man, and a close friend. Charles Bickford is also a most welcome addition to our cast. Charlie left the stage to work for me in Dynamite, my first talking film, and has appeared in 4 of my pictures since, including The Plainsman. Charlie's no mean antagonist as a villain. In fact, it took an African lion to put him in the hospital. He will be heard tonight in the role of Krampus. Our leading lady is Helen Mack, who has been on stage and screen since childhood, and is one of the most unspoiled young actresses in Hollywood. She is heard as Molly Wood. The role of Steve is played by John Howard, co-star of the film Valiant is the Word for Carrie. And now, up with the curtain, as the Lux Radio Theater presents The Virginian, written by Owen Wister, starring Gary Cooper with Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Wyoming, in the early 1900s. The dusty little town of Medicine Bow is humming with activity. And though it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, the Maverick Cafe is filled with a noisy, rowdy gang of cowhands, whooping it up on their one day off. From the street comes a tall, quiet, spoken young cowboy, known to his friends as the Virginian. As he steps up to the bar, he gets a loud welcome from an old pal, Steve.
Hey, you gall-dang mangy soup-fed buzzard, who are you passing by?
Steve.
Nobody else but.
Well, Steve, you ornery low-down cousin to a bald beaver. What in blazes are you doing here?
Oh, nothing special. Blew into town about a week ago.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Steve. Say, it must have been 4 years since we was riding together.
4 years or more. Yes, sir. Say, I heard about you being made foreman over at the Box X Ranch.
It kept me laughing for a week.
Yeah? Well, what have you been doing?
All the same as usual. Working some and playing some. Mostly playing.
Sure. You no good, Weasel. You're just the same as always. Ain't no accounts of nobody nowhere. Ain't you ever going to settle down?
Who, me? Say, what for?
Buenos dias, senor.
Oh, hello, Nina. How are you?
Muy bien.
Hey, let me introduce you to an old pal of mine.
Oh, hello.
Morning, ma'am.
He's very handsome, no?
Yeah, just a minute.
Sure, he's a real lady killer, Nina.
Gee.
Hey, you better watch out for this hombre, ma'am. He's a low-down, double-barreled liar. Don't you believe a word he says?
Oh, yeah?
Hello. What's the argument, boys?
Oh, hello, Trampas. Step right up and join in.
I don't know what it's all about, Nina, but whatever it is, I can settle it fair and square.
No.
In my favor.
When'd you get in, Trampas?
Just blow it in to beat your time with this lady. Come on, Nina, I'll buy you a drink.
But, senor, I am with these gentlemen.
You mean you were with them? Come on.
No, stop. I want to stay here.
Hey, I ain't arguing with you, sweetheart. I'm telling you.
No, let me go.
Wait.
There ain't no argument, Trampas. We're getting along just fine. Not that it's any of your business.
Who's talking to you?
I'm just telling you.
Yeah? Well, when I want to know anything from you, I'll let you know, you long-legged son of a...
Wait a minute. If you want to call me that, smile.
You're getting mighty touchy, ain't you?
About some things. You better be leaving, Trampas.
Sure. Come on, boys. I'll trim my hide off you in a game of stud.
Hey, I wouldn't mix it done with Trampas if I was you.
Trampas and me just don't mix at all.
Hey, where's the Virginian?
Somebody want me? Hey, Nebraska. Yeah.
Oh, hello, boss. Say, the Wyoming special can't get through to the station on account of them cattle blocking the right of way.
All right, I'll send to him. Come along, Steve.
Sure. I'll help you clean them up.
Get up there. Get on.
Hey, head them this way.
All right, Nebraska. Show 'em along.
All right, get along there, you. Get along here, pal.
Well, I guess that fixes it. Thanks, Steve. Well, look at who's here.
Where?
That girl over there. Just got off the train, I reckon.
Hey, she sure is a fine-looking female. Yeah, I'd kind of like to make her acquaintance.
I seen her first, Steve.
Hey, what's the matter with her?
There, she's backing up like a scared calf. Hey, look at her. She's scared of that milk cow down there.
Hey, man, that cow won't hurt you none.
Wait, Steve. I'll go and rescue the fair lady.
Rescue her? From what, a moo cow?
Don't stop me now.
Oh, get away. Get away, please. Oh, get away, I said.
Ho, ho. Get out of here. Get out of here, you ornery devil. Go on. Go on, get out of here. Well, the critter's gone, ma'am. I reckon you're safe now.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's a mighty lucky thing I happened along. A wild steer is an awful ornery critter.
Oh, it did frighten me, just for a moment.
If that steer had seen you face to face just like I'm doing now, ma'am, he couldn't have been so bean.
Oh, thank you.
I reckon you're the new waitress at the Lone Star Hotel.
Oh, no, I'm a teacher.
Oh, the new school, ma'am?
That's right. I've come all the way from Vermont.
Well, that sure is fine.
Well, thank you again for rescuing me.
Oh, that's all right. Any time at all.
Mister.
What's the matter, little girl?
Did you see my bossy?
Bossy? What? Why, no.
She's my milking cow. I was leading her home and she ran away. And I can't find... Oh, there she is. Bossy, here, girl, here, bossy. Oh, so that's your wild steer. A milking cow.
Well, you see, ma'am...
Thank you so much, Mr. Cowboy. It was so brave of you to rescue me from Bossy.
Well, look, ma'am, it was like this.
Don't you think you'd better go and rescue that little girl? I'm sure she'd be quite impressed. But if you tried to make a fool of her, she'd probably slap your face. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm sure sorry it wasn't a real steer. My Lulu gal's a daisy. She wears a big white hat. Then I'll bet your life when I'm in town.
Easy, boy. Who's that, the Virginian?
That's right, Jed.
I thought I recognized you. In the dark, I wasn't sure. On your way to that welcoming party they're giving for the new schoolma'am, I suppose.
That's where I'm heading, Jed.
Yeah, me, too. They say she's a mighty pretty girl.
Yeah, she sure is.
Say, the Valley Ranchers had another meeting this afternoon.
About rustlers?
Yeah. The patience is plumb give out. I tell you, the country's going to the dogs when it pays a man better to steal than to work.
It ain't everybody that's stealing cattle, Judge.
Some is, and it's up to us to find them out.
You know, Judge, I got an idea that ain't going to be so awful hard once we set our minds to it.
What do you mean? You got any suspicions?
Maybe.
Who?
Well, it's only a suspicion, Judge. Cattle rustling's a nasty thing to pin on a man unless you got proof.
Tell me who it is. I'll get the proof.
No, I reckon I'll wait a while, and if I was you, Judge, I wouldn't say nothing about it at the welcoming party. No use spoiling the schoolma'am's first social gathering.
Well, I guess this is where we wash up, Tramper.
Yeah.
Sure sounds like a good time in there.
Sure does. Hey, Steve.
Yeah?
About what I was saying before. You ought to get smart. Cow punching ain't no way for a fellow like you to make a living.
I know it, Tramper. A cowhand's dumb on a locoed steer. Freeze all winter and bake all summer. And for what? $30 a month in keep.
Sure. Making money's easy if you know how. And if you're smart.
Well, what's on your mind, Tramper?
Nothing I want to talk about now.
Well, that's when.
See me tomorrow. I think you'll be interested.
Hello, Steve. Oh, hello.
Why, I thought you was going to wait for me tonight.
Oh, you was late and Tramper dangled by, so I sort of come along with him.
Well, you ain't very choosy about your company.
Maybe you'll explain what you mean by that.
Nothing, Trampus, nothing. But maybe I ought to compliment you, Trampus. You've got so many calves this year. I reckon it keeps you all wore out branding them.
You're liable to talk yourself into a heap of trouble, my friend.
Since when was I your friend, Trampus?
All right. That suits me.
See you later, Steve.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, how about I take you later around to the dance?
Sure. Come on, let's go in. Hey, there's your new schoolma'am over there.
Yeah.
Hey, she looks mighty pretty in her vermont dress, don't she?
Say, she'd look good in an Indian squaw blanket. Well, here goes, Steve.
You gonna ask her for a dance?
And I'm going to get it. Evening, ma'am.
Oh, good evening.
Would you care to try a turn at dancing? Huh? I said, would you care
Yes,
to...
I hear you. You're from Virginia, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. That is, I was born there.
I always thought that Southerners had such good manners.
That's correct, ma'am. Leastways, they should have.
Well, in New England, where I came from, a man always asked to be introduced to a lady before he asked her to dance.
I ask your pardon, ma'am. Will you excuse me for a minute?
Certainly.
Thank you, ma'am. Hey, Shorty.
Yeah?
Come here.
Yeah, what do you want?
You know the new school, ma'am?
No, sure I know her.
Well, I want you to introduce me. Formal-like.
Sure. Yeah, come on over.
Thanks, Shorty.
Oh, Miss Wood.
Yes?
Miss Wood, I'd like to present an old friend of mine to you. We called him the Virginian.
Very pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Oh, yes. You're the gallant young man who rescued me from the tame cow.
What's that? Tame cow?
That's all right, Shorty. I'll see you tomorrow.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, so long, boys.
Well,
Well?
would you like to dance, ma'am, or should we sit down?
Thank you. I am a little tired.
I'd rather talk than dance. Can't talk and dance at the same time anyway. Should we go outside?
Very well.
Wait, ma'am. Nice and quiet out here.
Yes, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Miss Wood, there's something I'd like to say to you.
Do you mind if I say something first?
No, ma'am.
I suppose you feel very proud of yourself for what you did the other day.
Yes. No, ma'am.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is that all you can say?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Well, I don't think you're a bit funny.
Yes,
Stop it.
Well, that's better. Now we're going to get along fine.
You said you had something to say to me.
Well, I reckon you said it already. I was just going to apologize to you on account of acting up like I did about that cow.
Oh, I see.
Now that's all over, and we've been formally introduced and all. I'd like very much to go riding with you someday.
Oh, would you?
Yes, ma'am. You ain't afraid of me, are you?
Oh, why should I be?
No reason at all. I'm as gentle as a plow horse. And I'm powerful interested in education.
Oh, then I do hope you come to some of my classes. I have several little boys just your age.
I'd sure be proud. Yes. Only I don't reckon I could get away from work to go to school right now.
Oh, but you could get off to go riding.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll be calling for you up at the schoolhouse. Well, how do you like the new horse?
Oh, she's marvelous. What's her name? What are you laughing at?
Well, her name is Sir Henry, but I call him Hank for short.
Well, he's a nice horse.
You want to get off here for a while?
All right.
Easy now. There you are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it was wonderful to ride out here. I love it more every day we come.
I reckon I do, too. Never noticed the country much before, but coming out this way with you all the time, I like it fine.
You haven't told me about that book I lent you last week. Did you finish it?
That Romeo and Juliet? Yes, ma'am, I finished it.
Don't tell me you didn't like it.
Well, I ain't read any poetry before, but as soon as I get the hang of it, it'll be as easy as reading the patent medicine catalog.
Didn't you like the story?
Well, they raised a mighty strange breed of men in them days, but in some respects, this Romeo was a pretty good hombre.
Oh, indeed. Just a pretty good hombre.
Yes'm. He had his enemies and killed them. Shows he wasn't no coward and proves he was quick on the draw.
Why, you approve of killing your enemies? An
No.
eye for an eye?
No. Not if there's an honorable way out, no, ma'am. But them enemies was particular ornery. They had it coming to them.
Well, what else? What didn't you like about Romeo?
I didn't like him in that balcony scene.
The balcony scene? Why, that's the most famous scene in the play.
Maybe so, but not for me. What's his idea in traipsing up and down a rope ladder, anyhow? Why didn't he go in through the front door?
Don't you understand? Their families were enemies.
But traipsing up a ladder, that ain't my idea of a real man.
Well, what would you do? Go in and kill her father? That would be nice.
No, I wouldn't have killed him, but I'd have had a showdown with him man to man, and if he was too stubborn to call off that fool feud, I'd have grabbed Juliet right off that balcony and married her.
That was just what he was planning to do.
Yeah, I know, but he couldn't stop playing actor on that balcony. Wasted so much valuable time, he got them both killed.
What would you have done?
Well, I ain't no Romeo, but if I loved a gal and wanted her, I wouldn't fritter away the time on no rope ladder making up poetry.
Well, what would you do?
I'll show you. I'll just take her like this.
Let me go. Stop it. Stop. Oh.
There, that's what I'd do.
You're just as sure of yourself as ever, aren't you?
Molly, don't play act with me. We don't fool each other. We ain't on no balcony. Molly, don't you think the spring is the prettiest time of the year to be married?
I don't want to be married.
Oh, Molly.
Well, not yet, anyhow. I've got my school, and I'm just getting started, and...
Teaching school. That ain't no woman's job in life.
It's mine. Oh, I like you, and I admire you, but I'm not sure of myself yet. This country's so new and strange. I feel like an alien, an outsider. Oh, I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel that I'm, well, different.
Women are funny, Molly. I don't understand them.
Well, I'm glad you think you don't. What was that?
Sounds like a calf bawling. I better find out what the trouble is.
I'll go with you.
No, you better stay here. I'll be right back. Come on, boy. Hello, Steve.
Oh, hello. I didn't know you was coming up this end of the range.
Oh, I'm just kind of drifting around.
I just been putting a monogram in a couple of strays.
Yes, so I noticed. Steve, there's no use talking around things. You've been putting Trampus's brand on somebody else's calf.
Well, what about it?
That's rustling, Steve.
Oh, what's a few calves, more or less, for a man that's got thousands? I'm sick of nurse-maiding somebody else's cows around for no more than enough to keep you in smoking tobacco.
Don't talk that away, Steve. You and I have done a lot of loco things together. But there's some things that ain't only loco, they're plumb wrong.
Now you take life too seriously.
This whole country's taking things more seriously. I ain't trying to lecture you or play Sunday school on what's right or wrong, but the ranchers around here are plumb sick of having their herds trimmed out, and there'll soon be posses out with ropes on their saddles.
Well, I'm carrying a nice limber one to make it easy for them, if they catch me.
You blamed hard-headed fool.
What are you going to do? Turn me in?
Nobody's talking about that. I reckon I couldn't be sore at you no matter what you did. But listen, Steve. You and I have been friends too long to find ourselves lined up on opposite sides in anything like this.
Oh, shucks. How do I know what I'm going to do? This country's getting too civilized, too solemn. Yeah, I got a notion I'll be moseying out to the gold fields or someplace.
No need you leaving, Steve. You know, you can stay on here as long as you want. Just so you don't do nothing crazy.
And if I do?
We ain't going to talk about that. Not till the time comes. Only I'm just hoping the time never does come.
Gary Cooper will be back in just a few moments to continue the story of the Virginian. But now, let's go to the airport in Burbank, out beyond the huge Warner Brothers studio. And as the 5:30 plane takes off for New York, in the crowd are two girls. Let's listen.
Letter, all right, but he should drive way out from Hollywood just to send it off in the 5:30 plane.
Is it important? It's an airmail special delivery to dear old Butler.
Oh.
Anyway, I think it's fun to see planes off. A lot of other people do, too. Look at the crowd.
What? Well, they're not looking at the plane.
No.
Look at those mics and lights over there. Oh. They must be shooting a picture.
Yes. Isn't that Ann Southern?
Yes, it is Ann Southern. Oh, doesn't she look like a million?
Some snappy suit she's wearing.
Some snappy complexion, too. I wish I had one like it.
Ann Southern's complexion does look lovely. It will continue to look soft and smooth and clear because this youthful star protects it. She knows that enemy to good looks, cosmetic skin, comes when you're careless. Here's what this charming star says. Of course I use cosmetics, but I don't risk unattractive cosmetic skin. I use Lux toilet soap because then I know I'm safe. That's good advice for you. Lux toilet soap's lather is active. It removes every trace of dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder that might remain to choke the pores. It's when the pores are choked that tiny blemishes, a dull, lifeless look, enlarged pores tell you you're getting cosmetic skin. Remember, put Lux toilet soap on your shopping list. Buy for your complexion the same care 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Virginian, starring Gary Cooper, with Charles Bickford as Trampus, Helen Mack as Molly Wood, and John Howard as Steve. Several weeks have passed since the Virginian warned Steve against rustling cattle, but the warning went unheeded. We find Steve now with Trampus and 2 other men engaged in running a herd. It's late at night, and they've made camp in a rugged hideaway deep in the hill country. Trampus, squatting beside the fire, gloats over their victory.
Not so bad, eh, boys? 300 head of cattle worth more than 75 apiece. Better than herding for a living, ain't it, Steve?
Say, I'm still herding them cows. We've been running them and running them hard all day long. This ain't no picnic at all.
You'll have your picnic, Steve, when we cash in on 'em. Hey, Pedro.
See?
Put another stick on the fire.
Yeah, wait a minute, Trampus. I'd let that fire be. It's big enough now. If anyone's following us, they'll see it show us shooting.
What's eating you, Jim? Getting scared?
Well, ain't no use asking for trouble. Let the fire alone.
Hey, listen. When I want a fire, I'm going to have it. If there's anybody following us, there's 40 miles back, cooling their heels.
Yeah, hunting for cow tracks underwater.
Well, I'm going to dangle down the ravine, see how Greasy's getting along. Night herding them critters. Right back, Steve.
All right. Listen, what's that? Ain't you never heard cattle before, Jim?
It sounded like they was being disturbed or something.
Calm down, boy. You're all on edge.
Sure, everything is all right. Yeah? Maybe. But I'll be glad when we get rid of them cows, I'll tell you that.
What if they do catch us? You can only die once.
Yeah, what's life anyway? A few winters waiting for spring, a few summers wishing they'd last, and then your little 6x3, 6 feet under the ground, that's all. Might as well be now as later.
Well, that ain't the way I feel about it. I ain't itching to die just yet.
Ah, come on, let's think of something cheerful.
Sure, we sing something to cheer you up.
Now, boy, Pedro, make it low and sweet.
Cuando sale de la baña, valga mi Dios.
Whoa, boy, whoa.
What's up, boss?
Look down there. That fire. It's them. It's the rustlers. Easy now. The cattle must be down in that ravine. Nebraska, take 3 men and round them up.
Sure.
Shorty, you skid around to the north and come up on the campfire from there. Take Honey and Baldy with you, but leave your horses here.
Oh, set, boss.
Judge, you stick with me.
Okay.
When I whistle, Shorty, you and your men close in.
Yeah. Won't they be surprised down there?
All right now? Spread out, everybody. And come in easy. We want to make sure we get them all on the first
Ay, tu dame amor, ay, que vente conmigo, Chanita, a donde vivo yo.
Atta boy, Pedro. I always liked that song.
What was that? I told you they would.
Get their guns, boys.
Yeah, we got 'em, boss.
All right, now stay right where you are.
¿Cómo estamos? Why are you calling cards, boys?
Thanks for the ditty, Pedro. It was real entertaining. Hello, Steve.
Hello.
I was afraid I'd find you here.
Yeah?
I warned you, Steve.
Sure, it's all right.
Well, where's Trampus?
Trampus? Oh, he ain't here. Me and Pedro and Jim were hunting by ourselves this trip.
With 5 cups over there on the rock, you must have been drinking with a cup in each hand.
Hey, boss. Oh, here. Hey, we got the cattle all right, but well, it was a night herding them ducked.
We'll get them later.
What do we do now, boss?
I say string them up.
Now, wait a minute. You got anything to say, Steve?
Oh, I guess not.
You're sure of that?
Yeah.
All right, boys. You know what to do.
Sure we do. Let's have your rope, Shorty. Now, there's a good tree right over there.
No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die,
Shut
I tell you.
up.
But I tell you, I don't want to die.
Shut up, Jim. You got to take your medicine graceful. Well, come on, boys. I guess we're all set.
Ain't you riding in with us, boss?
No. I'm staying here, Shorty. I got things to do and things to think about.
I know how you feel. About Steve, I mean.
He was my friend, Shorty.
I know. He sure went game, though. Not a whimper out of him.
He never even looked at me. Not once. He never said a word.
I reckon he wanted to, boss. You see, when he was getting things ready, Steve gave me his gun. He said to give it to you, boss.
To me?
Yeah. There's a note that goes with it. He wrote it while he was waiting.
Give it to me.
Here it is.
I can't see so good. Would you read it to me, Shorty?
Sure. It says, so long. I couldn't have spoke to you without playing the baby. Steve.
Steve.
Well, will you be riding in now, boss?
No, you go along. I'm heading over to Lost Valley.
What?
I got things to do. I got a hunch that Trampus went that way. I'm going after him.
Keep your head down, Greasy. Be sun up soon. I ain't taking no chances of being spotted.
We gotta get away from here.
I haven't played well on Steve and Jim. We gotta get away, Crumpus.
We'll make it all right. We gotta watch our steps. Now, take it easy. We'll stay here till dark, then we'll head south. After that...
Crumpus.
What's the matter?
Crumpus, look down there. Someone is coming.
Keep low. Ha-ha. Well, if that ain't the Virginian.
See, the Virginian. He's alone.
Yeah. Hand me that rifle.
Here.
Out all by himself, eh? Looking for me. Well, he's looking for the last time.
You hit him. He's down.
Come on, Gracie. I reckon we can start moving now.
Hello, Nebraska. How's the Virginian?
Well, he's still unconscious, but the doc says he's out of danger. Did you bring the medicine?
Yeah, here it is. Say, you know the Virginian ought to be in a hospital. A schoolmom's house ain't no place for him. Well, what'd they fetch him here for, anyway?
Well, they didn't fetch him. His horse brung him. Right over there to that door.
His horse? Funny, ain't it?
No, it ain't funny. Say, he's been hanging around here so much the horse thought it was home.
Shorty, did you bring the medicine?
I got it right here, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
No, you ought to get some shut-eye, ma'am. You look all wore out.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm not a bit tired. Anyway, there's too much to do.
You're sure taking good care of him, ma'am.
As long as he gets well, that's all that counts.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Nebraska, I meant to ask you. Have you seen Steve around?
Steve? Why, ma'am, Steve...
No, ma'am. We ain't seen Steve lately. You see, he don't work for the Box H no more.
Oh, I thought it was funny he hadn't come around. Well, if you see him, tell him his gun is here. The Virginian had it with him that night.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I sure will tell him. That is, if I runs across him.
Thank you. Excuse me, boys.
Say, don't she know Steve was...
I meant to warn you about that. She don't know a thing. Thought it might be better if we didn't say nothing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, she ain't used to things like that yet.
She knew Steve pretty well. She'd be pretty upset if she knew the Virginian had a hand in on it.
Well, how's the patient today?
Oh, I've been up and around, Judge, feeling fine.
Good boy. What's the doc say about you?
All fixed. He says I can get out now any time. Only, Miss Molly, she's been taking such good care of me, I kind of hate to leave.
I can't say I blame you none. You know, there's been some talk lately down around the town as to how we all might be doing a little celebrating sometime this spring.
Celebrating what?
Oh, a wedding.
You mean me and Miss Molly?
How about it?
Well, I wouldn't go putting no bets up if I were you, Judge.
What's that?
Not if I was you.
You ain't getting married?
Oh, I didn't say that.
You said don't put up no bets.
Sure. You know, it don't look so good for a judge to go around gambling on a pretty sure thing.
I reckon it don't, son. Oh, morning, Miss Wood.
Good morning.
Just talking about you.
Will you?
Yeah, just this minute.
Judge Henry, I wonder if he'd mind leaving us for a while.
Why, no, ma'am. Certainly not. Just getting ready to leave anyhow.
Thank you.
Well, so long.
So long, Jed. See you soon.
Sure hope so. Morning, Miss Wood.
Well, Molly.
Why didn't you tell me?
What's that?
Why didn't you tell me? You knew I'd find out sooner or later.
I reckon you're talking about Steve.
I am.
Well, I thought you knew, Molly.
I didn't know. Not until this morning. Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
It had to be, Molly.
You were there. Why didn't you stop it? You could have stopped it.
No, you see, I was leading the posse.
You?
Yes.
But Steve was your friend.
It didn't make much difference then.
Your friend. And you murdered him.
Murder?
What else can you call it?
Molly, don't talk like that. It was hard enough. Don't make it any worse. Somebody had to do it, and I was in charge. That's our kind of law.
Does your kind of law tell you to kill your friends?
It ain't a question of friends or enemies. It's a question of right or wrong. I did what I thought was right, Molly. It was right.
Do you think I'll teach my children to believe that?
Do you think I'll help raise a new generation to approve of murder?
Where you come from, they have policemen and courts and jails. We ain't got that. So when we have to, we do things our own way.
I see it now. It's this life. It destroys every human feeling a person's got.
It's destroyed you. It's made you cruel and ruthless and cold-blooded. Well, it won't destroy me. I won't let it. I'm leaving here just as soon as I can.
Leaving, Molly? You don't mean that.
I do mean it.
Then you're leaving me, too.
Yes, I'm leaving you, too. I'm leaving everything that's base and mean and ugly.
Now, please get out and let me alone. Let me alone.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's the pride of California that it produces bigger things than any state in the Union. Hence, it was with consternation that California learned some 30 years ago that a baby had been born in Maine, weighing 16.5 pounds. His precocious muscles rivaled those of the mythical stonecrusher, Paul Bunyan. There's a legend back in Maine that when his mother took the heavyweight infant for his first ride in a perambulator, the baby leaped from the carriage and, bowing gracefully, said, "Come on, Ma, you get in and let me push." That may be a tall story, but I can vouch for the fact that he was a United States Marine when only 14 years old, and 3 years later was a strong man in vaudeville. Today, California at last claims him, not only as physical director of Paramount Studios and a radio physical trainer, but as a singer and little theater actor as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. DeMille. What would you like me to do? Sing, act, or give you a workout?
I've heard you sing, I've seen you act, and I've thrown myself on your mercies in the gymnasium. Tonight it's my turn.
All right. I hope I can take it as well as you.
Dick, Gary Cooper tells me that you're responsible for that educated fist he swings in The Plainsman.
Gary's really one of the best boxers in Hollywood, along with George Raft, Sir Guy Standing, Jack Oakey, and, strangely enough, Ida Lupino. But I'm proudest of Gary. He's a real example of what regular exercise can do.
Well, many people still believe that the life of a picture star is a round of parties, anything but a round of boxing. One of the reasons I asked you here is to correct that impression.
Well, outside of farmers, none live a more regular, healthy life than film stars. It's a matter of necessity. If they didn't, they'd never be able to stand the strain. A well-balanced diet, plenty of sleep, and the proper exercises are absolutely necessary so they may give their best.
You might be a little more explicit.
Well, their taste in exercise varies. Carole Lombard and Claudette Colbert prefer tennis. Cary Grant and Randolph Scott go in for punching the bag. Bing Crosby and, incidentally, Mr. DeMille like the rowing machine. Gladys Swarthout and Adolphe Monjou do lots of riding. And Marlene Dietrich and Mae West keep their famous figures by pedaling a stationary bicycle. I've been doing my darndest to get W.C. Fields inside of the gym, but he insists he gets all the exercise he needs, juggling a half-dozen grapefruit every morning. My gymnasium, by the way, is one of the most historic buildings in Hollywood. It started out as a barn. Then in 1914, Mr. DeMille turned it into a studio. It was there that he made the first feature-length picture, The Squaw Man. Keeping fit has become so important in Hollywood that in the near future, every new player at Paramount will undergo a complete physical examination when signed. All of our executives will also be expected to report regularly. Take a tip from these famous people, ladies and gentlemen, and find time to exercise. I guarantee you'll be amazed at how much more work you'll be able to accomplish, how much better you'll feel. Do your exercising where you can step into a shower immediately after. And if you want to get the ultimate good from both exercise and shower, my advice is to use Lux toilet soap. I believe in physical culture of the skin as well as the rest of the body. It's part of my business to know what's best for a healthy skin. Lux never leaves the skin dry, as many soaps do. It has a pleasant aroma, and its cleansing qualities are distinctly superior. you can be pretty certain that when the stars go for something the way they do for Lux soap, it must be good. And thank you, Mr. DeMille, and so long.
Good night, Prodigy. And now, back to the Virginian, starring Gary Cooper with Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Several days later, in the corral at the Box H Ranch, we find the Virginian saddling his horse. Strolling up to the gate comes Molly Wood. She stands for a moment watching him, then speaks timidly.
Good morning.
Molly. Good morning, ma'am.
May I come in?
It'll be a pleasure to have you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. You see, I didn't leave after all.
Yes, ma'am.
I changed my mind. I'm going to stay.
Are you?
Well, aren't you glad?
That all depends. You see, folks has to be made for this country. It's rough, and it's wild, and it takes a strong stomach to stand for some of the things that go on out here. If you can't stand it, it's best not to stay at all.
You think I'm a weakling, don't you?
No, ma'am. I just don't think you understand our side of it.
Perhaps not, but I've decided to try. I've been doing a lot of thinking since the other day. I've looked around me at people like Judge Henry and Shorty and Nebraska and their wives. People like that can't all be wrong. They're kind and good.
Yes, ma'am, they are. But they don't ever let themselves forget the reason they're here. They're building a new country, ma'am. It's a big job.
I know, and that's why I'm staying. I want to help.
Well, we sure need it, ma'am. Any help at all, and yours will be right welcome.
Thank you. And now will you forgive me for what I said to you?
Forgive you? Well, that's easy.
And will everything be just as it was between you and me?
That's up to you, Molly.
I want it to be.
I've been wanting it, too.
Oh, darling.
Hey, Joe. Joe.
Oh, hello, Krampus. Ain't seen you around here for months.
Yeah, I've been traveling. Set up around, Joe.
Sure.
Hey, Greasy, come and get it.
Hey.
Hey, Joe, Tom's getting mangy with cowhands. What's up? Payday?
No, a wedding. The Virginian's getting hitched to the new schoolma'am.
The Virginian, huh?
You think he would marry her? I heard she saved his life.
Yeah, I do seem to recollect something about him being shot a while ago. Injuns, wasn't it?
Yeah. Somebody plugged him in the back.
You don't say. Too bad it didn't finish him for good. Come on, Greasy, drink up.
Here's how,
Oh, boys.
Hey, when's the wedding, Miss Molly?
Yeah, when's the big event? Speak up, boss.
It ain't going to be till tomorrow, so you can stop pestering right now, you bunch of mangy mavericks.
Say, Miss Molly, do you mind if we borrow him for a spell?
Well, can I trust you?
Oh, we'll all be very good.
Pretty good.
Not too good.
Which is the honest man?
Not one of them.
Well, all right. I'll trust all of you. You can borrow them, but not for too long.
That's fine.
Go on ahead, boys. I'll meet you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, see you over at Joe's place, boys.
Right, boss.
You don't mind me going with him, do you, honey?
Well, of course not. The boys have their rights to you just as much as I have.
I won't be long, anyhow. We'll have plenty of time alone where we're going. We'll travel west till we find just the place we want to make our home.
I hope you'll never be sorry.
I hope I'll always be able to make you happy. And to keep you happy. That's going to be my main aim in life.
Oh, I love you. Well, you better run along now. The boys are waiting for you.
Yeah, come on.
Take it easy, boys. I got to get married tomorrow. Set him up, Joe.
Sure. Say, there's a friend of yours in town.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fellow named Krampus.
Krampus? Did he mention he was a friend of mine?
He said plenty about you. All lit up and talking big. Said he'd drop in again in case it's any interest to you.
Well, it ain't.
I think he's looking for trouble myself.
Wouldn't it be just too bad if he found it?
Say, boss, we'll take this thing off your hands if you want. Yes, and save you the trouble. Just say the word. Any or all of it.
No, Thanks, boys. This is a matter between us two. I'm only hoping they don't drift around.
Yeah, but a fella don't get married every day.
That's just it.
You've got to think of her.
Who else am I thinking of?
Come on, boys. Step right up and name it.
There he is, boss. Coming in the door.
Well, look who's here. Enjoy your place getting sort of crummy, ain't it? Never use letting Magee foreman hang around.
Shut up, Krampus.
Easy, Shorty. It's all right.
Let him up, Joe. Sure. You know, Greasy, it seems to me I heard of a fellow around here who got shot in the back. Well, so far as I know, the only way that can happen to a fella is when he's running away.
Gee, running away.
Let me handle this, will you, boss?
No. I don't want no trouble, Nebraska.
I'm sick of this palavering around. Listen here, you.
You speaking to me, Trampus?
Yes, you. You've been spreading a lot of talk around about my dealing in cattle. I'm having a showdown with you here and now.
Trampus, I'm trying not to have any trouble with you just now.
Yeah, you've been dodging it for 5 years. You've been talking plenty trouble to keep out of my way. But I got you corralled now, and I'm calling your hand.
All right, what have you got?
I've got the belief you're a lying, white-livered skunk. This country ain't big enough to hold the two of us. And I'm giving you till sundown to get out of town.
It's too bad you had to say that, Trampus.
Get out. Get out by sundown, or I'll shoot you on sight. Come on, Greasy, let's get out of here.
Boys, I'd like you to oblige me in this by not interfering.
Sure, we understand.
Sundown. Well, it's less than a half an hour now.
You're going to tell Miss Molly?
Not till it's over. She wouldn't understand about this. She's raised different.
Well, we won't say nothing, boss.
I got Steve's gun over at the hotel. I reckon that'd be the one to use. I'll go over now and fetch it. Come in.
Oh, here you are.
Sure, Molly.
Oh, it's been so terrible waiting for you.
You heard about Trampus being in town?
Everyone's talking about it. They say you've got to leave by sundown. I wanted to run out and find you, but I didn't. I waited quietly in my room.
I'm sorry you had to be worried, Molly.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except that you're here. Let's don't think about it. What shall we do now?
Now? Nothing now. It ain't quite sundown yet.
What?
I know it's a heap worse for you. I wish you didn't have to wait alone. But it won't be for long.
Why, what do you mean?
I did my best. I let him say things to me no man ever said before. If I hadn't been thinking hard of you, I reckon I'd have killed him then. I gave him a chance to quit, but he'd gone too far. It'll have to go on now.
What are you going to do?
I'm not going to let him shoot me.
But we can go away. It's not too late. You can go away and leave him here.
I've got to stay.
Oh, no, there must be something else. There must be. Well, I think what it means, killing in cold blood.
You don't think I want to do this?
Oh, I tried to forgive the other killing, those cattle thieves and Steve. I forced myself to think of it as you did, law and order. But this isn't the same. You don't have to do this.
If folks came to think me a coward, I couldn't look them in the eye ever again, or you either.
Oh, that's just pride.
I don't know what you call it, but it's something in the feelings of a man deep down inside. Something a man can't go back on. If anybody happened to say I was a thief, I couldn't let him go on saying it. It wouldn't matter what other people thought. But I'd have to know inside of me that I thought enough of my own honesty to fight for it.
And it's to be like this always. When will it ever end?
There'll always be killing to do until this country ain't a meeting place for men like Trampus.
Then think of us. Our life together.
That's what I am thinking of.
Your life has always been your own. But now it isn't. You've given it to me. Don't take it away.
I can't think of that now.
If you do this, there'll be no tomorrow for you and me.
I'm sorry, Molly. It's got to be done.
Oh, no, don't go. Come back. Please come back. You can't leave me like this. You can't leave me.
Hello, boss. Hello, Shorty.
And it's sundown.
Yeah?
I just seen Trampus. He's in Joe's place.
Yeah? I guess I'll take a walk down that way.
Listen, boss. Stay on the sidewalk. You don't want to be stepping in one of them mud holes when you're taking aim.
I'll be all right.
I'll walk with you a piece. That is, if you don't mind.
Of course not. Come on.
Watch out for the loose boards, boss. This walk is full of them.
I'll watch it.
Yes.
Feel all right?
Fine.
We're all with you, boss.
I know it.
There he is. Just coming out the door. He sees you, boss.
Yeah. I'll go on from here alone, Shorty.
Sure, boss, and lots of luck.
Thanks.
It's sundown, Virginian.
I know it, Trampus.
I warned you.
Well, I'm waiting.
You won't have long.
Bossy, all right?
You never touched me, Shorty.
Oh, you got him, boss. He's deader than a cold mackerel.
Yeah, I reckon he is.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, let me through. Please let me through.
Miss Molly.
Molly.
Oh, you're safe. Oh, thank God it wasn't you. Thank God.
It's all right, Molly. No need to cry.
Don't ever leave me. Ever again.
But what you said before about there not being any tomorrow, don't that count?
Nothing counts, except that I love you. Promise me you'll never leave me. Promise.
Sure, I promise. But I still don't understand women, Molly.
We take our leave of the Virginian, but not of Gary Cooper and Helen Mack, who come back to the microphone a little later. Activities of the motion picture world draw more newspaper men to Hollywood than national affairs draw to Washington. Outstanding among them is Sidney Skolsky, whose column Hollywood appears daily in the New York News and in many other papers here and abroad. Formerly author of the column Tintype in the New York Sun and Behind the News in the Daily News, Sid has also been press agent for such dispensers of beauty as Sam Harris, Earl Carroll, and George White. He would probably be offended if I said he is the best-liked film reporter. Sid is a member of that resolute minority who believe in hewing to the line of news and letting the quips fall where they may. Ladies and gentlemen, Sidney Skolsky.
When you call me that, partner, smile.
Well, how are you, Skolsky?
I've got myself exactly where you want me.
You'll never get there, Skolsky.
I mean, I'm as nervous here as I make you when I visit your movie set.
Well, you look like one of my pictures. 4 frightened people. All 4 of them.
I sound like a straight man, and when a columnist goes straight, that's something.
That'll be enough, Skolsky. Get on with your Hollywood wash.
Pretty subtle. Nobody'd ever think you were talking about Lux.
Can you do better?
Well, I don't use publicity blurbs in my column, and I don't intend to start with this program. But I can truthfully say I've seen Lux soap in homes of movie stars that I've visited. And I don't believe actresses keep Lux around for the same reason they keep emeralds.
Well, now that you're here, make the worst of it.
Don't worry, I will. Hollywood is a place where Kay Francis now keeps her diary in shorthand, where Gloria Swanson has 8 photographs in her bedroom of Gloria Swanson. It is a town where you need an umbrella to walk through a mist. It is a town where you, Herbert, leaving a party, said to the hostess, "I had a lovely evening, but this wasn't it." Where Francis X. Bushman, who was once the Clark Gable and Robert Taylor of his day, now owns a hamburger stand opposite the 20th Century Fox studio and is still serving his public. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Victor McLaughlin, playing a scene for his picture, The Magnificent Brute, was told to run up a flight of stairs and then fall when the villain fired the first shot from his gun. McLaughlin failed to do this, and when asked why by the director, Victor answered, "I'm McLaughlin. It takes more than one shot to get me." It is a town where Simone doesn't pull down the shades in her apartment, and rents have gone up in that neighborhood. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Douglas Fairbanks has his name written on the bands of the cigars he gives you. It's a town where you can drive into a drive-in stand and bring home a cake of ice wrapped in cellophane. Where the first thing Robert Taylor had to do to be a picture star was to pluck his eyebrows. Where at the preview of the picture Pigskin Parade, they had a scene showing girls going to Yale. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Ginger Rogers, for a wild evening, goes bowling with James Stewart on Wilshire Boulevard. Where John Barrymore gives a great performance, ordering a cup of coffee in the Brown Derby. It is a town where Director Van Dyke, making the flicker Eskimo, took artificial snow to the Arctic. Where Gene Harlow wears a mink coat, and with nothing underneath it
but a pair of silk pajamas. Where Gene Fowler now signs his letters. Gene Fowler, author of Jack London's White Fang. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Charlie Chaplin keeps a huge dictionary in his bathroom. Where Garbo and Rex O'Malley, doing a dance in Camille, fell to the floor. O'Malley helped Garbo up and, rather embarrassed, said to Greta, "Oh, dear, how could I have tripped over your tiny little feet?" It is a town where Joseph von Sternberg raised a beard, and when asked why, answered, "I'm tired of looking at my face, and I'm not the only one." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Carol Lombard can be seen reading a story in a fan magazine titled Clark Gable's Romantic Flight. It is a town where Irving Berlin, at a party, asked what song the fellow at the piano was playing, only to be told it was Alexander's Ragtime Band. Where Ted Healy asked the stooge, Jimmy Brewster, "Who do you think will get in, Roosevelt or Landon?" And Brewster answered, "What's the matter with the guy we got in there now?" But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood, and always will as long as the supply says good copy. Good night, thank you.
Good night, Sid. We bring back the Virginian, Gary Cooper, and the schoolma'am, Helen Mack.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. The only thing I missed tonight was seeing Gary ride a horse as he does when he really gets out in the open.
Well, riding's nothing extra special, Helen. Back home in Montana, we learn to ride 'em most when we're kids. When most kids, rather, are pushing a kiddie car. I guess I cut my first teeth on saddle leather.
Is that why you picked Gary for the part of Wild Bill Hickok in The Plainsman, Mr. DeMille?
Well, partly, Helen. Actually, he's a perfect portrait of Hickok in look, size, and manner. Then there's a similarity between the Virginian and Wild Bill. The Virginian is the ideal American character in romance, short on speech and long on action. And Wild Bill Hickok is the ideal American character in fact. Hickok was not a bad man. He was a patriot.
Well, then how did he get such a reputation as a killer?
Well, he's supposed to have killed between 60 and 100 men, not counting Indians.
Well, nobody counted Indians in those days.
Oh, they were just used for practice.
Probably. The fact is, Hickok killed only in defense of law and order, and as he said himself back in the 1870s, there's no Sunday west of Junction City, no law west of Hayes City, and no God west of Carson City.
It was to change all this, to bring respect of law to the West, that Hickok devoted his life, finally losing it when shot by Jack McCraw, who killed him for the strangest reason ever heard, because he admired him so much.
I guess it's because all this is true that I got such a kick out of making the picture. It was real.
Including the danger. In riding between two horses to escape an Indian ambush, I think you did something many stars would have avoided. However, that was in the script. What wasn't in the script was your stopping the 6 horses that stampeded across the prairie, running away with the stagecoach.
Well, after all, I had to stop them. The one they were running away with was me.
Well, while you were running away with the picture, I hope we'll soon have another picture for you to steal.
When Gary steals a picture or a broadcast, it's really grand larceny.
Oh, Helen.
As far as I'm concerned, I wish this program could go on for another 60 minutes.
Anything after your performance tonight, Helen, would be an anticlimax.
Then all I can add is that when it comes to radio programs and soap, give me Lux every time. They're both tops.
I'll vote the same ticket and include you, Helen.
Thanks, Gary. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, Helen. Good night, Plainsman. Of the thousands of stories that relate the adventures of a modern Robin Hood, none has won such enduring popularity as Alias Jimmy Valentine, which comes to us next Monday night with Pat O'Brien in the title role. With Pat are 3 other Hollywood stars, Madge Evans, Alan Jenkins, and William Frawley. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater stars Pat O'Brien in Alias Jimmy Valentine with Madge Evans and an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Lewis. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. This little jewel, this little beauty, this little sweetheart of a story started on a hot night in June, around 7 p.m. I was at my desk trying to convince myself that there was really a good reason to get up and roll down my sleeves, tie my shoelaces, and start walking those steaming sidewalks so that my 400 words could end up next to the girdle ads and the shipping news, arrivals and departures, page 38. Oh, well, it's a living. So dry your tears and think... She had stopped a few feet from my desk, looking at me like I was one of those $60 embalming jobs. A cute little thing in crisp linen and wet cheeks. Can't be that bad, kid.
I'm sorry. I just can't seem to control myself. It's so awful. The elevator man said you were the only one around.
And that's why you're crying?
Oh, Mr. Stone, I just don't know what to do.
About what?
They called me an hour ago from the city pound. About my dog.
Your dog?
He's dead.
Oh, well, that's too bad, but...
He died of rabies.
Oh?
Been sick for days. I should have taken him to the veterinarian right away. Oh, it's my fault.
Well, those things happen. I know it's tough losing a dog.
That's not it. 5 days ago, he bit a man.
Well, this man better start the Pasteur treatment post-haste.
That's just it.
Hmm?
Oh, I tell you, since I got that call, I've been going crazy. What am I going to do?
Do?
I don't know who the man is.
Do that over again?
True.
Sit down.
What am I going to do?
The first thing you're going to do is start talking.
Oh, he was such a nice young fellow. He said his name was Fred.
Fred what?
I don't know. He passed by my house every day on his way to work. My dog took a liking to him.
Yeah?
It was 5 days ago. Last Monday. The dog had been sick, like I said. When Fred came to pet him, the dog bit him on the face. I went into the house to get some first aid stuff, but when I came out, Fred was gone. That's the last I saw of him.
Yeah, it'll be the last you'd see of me, too. Now, just sit where you are. Get me one of the doctors over at the Board of Health. I'll hang on. What's your name, kiddo?
Judy Hartley. I just feel terrible.
Why, you relax now. Everything will be okay. Oh, hello. Say, this is Randy Stone of the Star. A fellow gets bit by a dog 5 days ago. The dog later dies of rabies. Face. We don't know where he is right now. Yeah, I'm going to do what I can. I will. Thank you.
What'd he say?
He said the death rate from rabies is 100%.
Oh.
Now, just relax. The Pasteur treatment has begun in time. There's no danger.
And we got to find him.
Well, there's another little gimmick, kid. When the bite is on the face, you only have about a week at the most to begin treatment.
Then?
Uh-huh. We got a couple of days to find this guy. After that, it's too late. Well, that's how it began. 7:35, Thursday night, June 6th. The girl and I went right to police headquarters, through streets choked with thousands of listless Chicagoans looking for a small breeze. When I told the lieutenant in charge what had happened, he turned as yellow as calcimine and put in a call for the captain. The captain had been called right in the middle of his son's wedding. When he came down to the station, he was wearing a white tuxedo, a red carnation, and a purple rage. Only after I told him what the score was, the carnation seemed to wilt in his lapel, and he looked a little like the calcimine, too.
Rabies. Good Lord. Where do you live, young lady?
3201 Palmer Place. Oh, I feel so guilty about this.
Anybody who has a dog that doesn't give an anti-rabies shot should feel guilty.
I know.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Now, you say you walk past your place every day on the way to work. How do you know he was on his way to work?
Well, he wore mechanic's overalls, and he carried a lunch pail.
Undoubtedly works or lives in that neighborhood.
Along with 100,000 other people.
You're telling me. Radio room. Cross your fingers, Stan. Hello. I want every squad car in the Logan Square area alerted. I want 5 special squads.
I uncrossed my fingers long enough to call in all the newspaper, radio, and television boys. We set up a news pool with me as liaison man because it all started at my little weather-beaten desk. And then the coverage began. With a 9 p.m. break, every radio and television station threw away their jingles and endorsements to announce that anyone bitten by a collie dog 5 days before should report to Captain Blair of the police at once. The evening edition of the Sun-Times, the Tribune, and the Star carried the same item on the front page. By 10 o'clock, the police switchboards were lit up like Christmas trees by people wanting to help. And by 10:30, the psychos were making their appearance.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm the one, all right. I did it.
Did what, Judy?
No.
Oh, but I am. I confess. You must believe me. I killed them all. Every one of them. If you want me to, I'll take you to the body.
That's sporting of you. Sergeant, will you escort the gentlemen to the bodies?
10 after 11, still nothing. Judy, the captain, and I sweating it out in his office, avoiding each other's eyes. The captain now with his white tuxedo coat hanging over a chair and his black tie dangling from one ear, and trying not to look at the clock. Judy chewing on her knuckles and me making one trip after another to the water cooler in the corner. And the minutes passed. And then the phone started ringing again like it had been ringing all night with one false alarm after another.
Hello. Yeah. What? Where?
Hey, what is it?
Pay dirt. Good work, Harris. Be right over.
They found him?
No, but the next best thing, they found out where he lives. Come on.
It was a rambling frame house over on Kedzie Avenue with a tin sign that announced housekeeping rooms newly decorated. 2 squad cars were parked in front, and a little gathering of citizens hung around wondering what the excitement was all about. A scrawny, hawk-faced landlady led us upstairs to a back bedroom, swinging a wadded newspaper at moths and flies.
Well, here we are.
As soon as Judy looked into the room, she stiffened with excitement and pointed to the dresser.
His lunch pail. He always carried it as his.
Of course it's his. Clothes in the closet are his, too. That whiskey bottle, his. Also, them girly pictures in the mirror. Nothing I hate worse than flies.
What's this man's last name?
Fred Graham, the name he gave me.
Good. Now, do you
They
have
say
any...
it might hit 103 degrees tomorrow. How do those fellas know? Answer me that. Well, that fixes your wagon, Sonny, the dirty little monster.
Lady, do you have any idea where we can find Graham now?
Other copper asked me that.
And what did you tell the other copper?
Told him I didn't have the slightest idea where Graham is now.
When's the last time you saw him?
4 or 5 days ago. All them girly pictures, though. I figure he's got a roof over his head.
All right. Much obliged, Mother.
Now, thank you to watch your language.
Yes, sir.
You.
Me?
Oh, still.
Why?
Hey! Oh, stinker got away. I hate flies.
So, at a few minutes before midnight, we had his name, Fred Graham. And after the cops finished going through his room, we also had his personality. This was a lover boy from way back. Couple dozen love letters that made Chicago's heat wave seem puny by comparison. A large handful of girly pictures, each thoughtfully inscribed. Hair pomades and toilet waters galore, and 2 tins of Sen-Sen. Also some paycheck stubs from the A1 Auto Repair Service. Also a postcard from his mom in Cheyenne, Wyoming, hoping he was being a good boy. Good? This guy must have been terrific. By 1:30 a.m., every girl who'd sent a letter had been contacted. No Freddie. The owner of the garage hadn't seen him for 5 days. All his poor ma in Wyoming could offer were her tears. The one break were the snapshots. He appeared on a few of them, and his likeness was blown up full size and handed around. 2 television stations returned to the air to transmit the picture for a solid hour. And the 2 a.m. edition of all the papers tore out every story of disaster and war and hate and carried nothing on the front page but the smiling face of Fred Graham. The radio boys brought a wire recorder to the captain's office, and he transcribed the message.
This is Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham. The dog that bit you 5 days ago has died of rabies. You must have treatment at once, or you are doomed. Report to the police or to any doctor in Chicago immediately.
And for the rest of that night, the message was broadcast every 15 minutes on all the stations that remained in operation. But still nothing happened. And then around 4 a.m., the captain rolled up his sleeves, picked up the phone, and really went to work.
I'm sorry I had to get all you good people up, but we need all the help we can, and we need it fast. I want to bring all you people up.
The Red Cross people were there, the FBI, the Civil Defense people, representatives from the mayor, the Board of Health, scout organizations, the Salvation Army. A sweltering room full of people. I spotted Judy in the back of the room looking very pale and drawn. I sat next to her and she sagged against me.
The Board of Health doctor tells me that already it might be too late for us to help Fred Graham. That's certainly that every hour that passes reduces our chances of reaching him in time. Therefore, I've decided to call the entire city into the hunt.
Let's find him, the whole city.
Judy. She folded up like a rag doll. I carried her outside to the first aid room where a nurse began bringing her around. When I returned to the conference room, I saw Judy's purse on the floor where she dropped it. I picked it up. It sagged suspiciously. I opened it. A gun. When I went back to the first aid room, she was feeling better. That is, until I handed her back the purse.
You found the gun.
Uh-huh.
I want it back.
Why?
Because it's mine. I have a permit.
You'll have to come up with a better reason than that.
It doesn't matter. I'll get another gun. It's not a gun. Something else.
Now, kid...
Don't you understand? It's like I killed him. It's just the same.
That's nonsense.
That's how I feel. And if they don't find him in time, I couldn't live either.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. I'd like to take just half a minute to alert our listeners for two more top mystery shows heard tonight on NBC. First, straight from the famous Craig Rice novels, hear The Amazing Mr. Malone. Then later hear Herbert Marshall starring as the man called X, who proves that the symbol X stands for adventure in all the distant and dangerous places of the world. Listen for The Amazing Mr. Malone and Herbert Marshall as the man called X, later tonight over many of these same NBC stations. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It had started out as just another hot Chicago night, and now it had disintegrated into a first-class nightmare. An entire city trying to find Fred Graham, who'd been bitten by a rabid dog and who would surely die if he weren't located very soon.
Blair, I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham, the dog that bit you 5 days ago.
And all through the long hours of the night, the disc jockeys interrupted Old Soldiers Never Die and Dabba 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 to play the captain's recorded message. And all that morning on the Wake Up and Shine shows. And the television stations and the newspapers playing up the photograph of Fred Graham. But nothing happened. Around 6 a.m., I sent Judy home with a nurse and told the nurse to watch her every minute. And after that, I just hung around the hallway of the Central Police Station, watching the ruby red sun start a new sizzling day. The last day we'd have to find Graham in time. The captain called me in around 9. A white tuxedo looking like something left over from war surplus.
All right. So you might say he left town without picking up his clothes or his paycheck, and for no reason, mind you. We've checked on that. He's not wanted for a thing. No creditors or police records, nothing like that. But for the sake of argument, okay, he left town. Now look at these newspapers. Detroit News, New York Post, Miami Herald, San Francisco Chronicle. Front page story in every newspaper in the country. But still nothing happened. Where is he, Randy? Where is he?
That's a good question.
Come up with a good answer. I'll fix every traffic ticket you get for life. I'm going batty.
Or maybe you need a couple of minutes sleep, huh?
Sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that Board of Health doctor lecturing us about the way a man dies with rabies. That's not why I called you, Randy. You're the boy handling the press pool for all the papers. Okay, here's the latest plan of action. We're dividing the city into 8 sections. The scouts are going to supply us with 2,000 boys to cover the suburbs around Evanston. The Civil Defense is supplying 10,000 volunteers to handle the north side. The Red Cross is digging up another 5,000.
And Captain Blair.
Yes.
What are you making it so hard for a taxpayer to see you for? For an hour now, I've been trying to get in here.
I've been pretty busy. What can I do for you?
Robinson's the name. Joe Robinson. It's all over. Ended.
Huh?
Call off the cops. Everybody relax. Fred Graham's found.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
And those bums outside gave me trouble. Wouldn't let me through.
Look, taxpayer Robinson, just tell us where he is.
How should I know?
How should I know?
I mean, not right away. Give me an hour or two. But as soon as I hightail it to the airport and get my little Piper Cub up there in the wild blue yonder...
The wild blue yonder?
Don't you get it? I'm a skywriter. All day long, I float around writing, Soda Seltzer is the tops. Hour after hour, Soda Seltzer is the tops. You know how many people look up and see that? Only everybody. Okay, so today I tell Soda Seltzer to keep their $20 an hour, and I write, Fred Graham, where are you?
With a question mark?
Sure, with a question mark. You know how many guys in my racket can make a perfect question mark? Mighty few.
As gently as possible, we eased Joe Robinson, the flying taxpayer, out of the place. But in a cockeyed way, he was symbolic of the entire city, ready to give up $20 an hour to help find Fred Graham. Yeah, that's how it was everywhere. That morning in every church, a prayer was said for Fred Graham at early Mass. Around every newsstand, a solemn little crowd gathered, shaking their heads and taking it as a personal tragedy. Around the radio shops...
This is Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham.
Tens of thousands searching through the city. Even the winos on Skid Row had been organized to search through the flop houses and basements of their area. Since midnight, not a single police officer had gone off duty. But still, Graham was nowhere to be found. Why? Where was he? In a few hours, it really wouldn't matter. Around 8 that night, I left the police station where you could have cut the gloom with a butter knife. And through the hot streets where gloom followed at my heels, and up to my office at the Star where the gloom was waiting for me. Everyone crowding around me, wanting to know the latest, and when I told them there wasn't any latest, they moved away quietly. These characters who'd covered stories of wars and famines and pestilence where millions had died needlessly. It's a crazy world. I went over to my desk to try to write the story, and then I saw the stack of telephone messages. I thumbed through them quickly, mostly from people wanting to help. But there were 8 of them that said exactly the same thing. Call SU-13689, urgent. Nothing could be very urgent after today.
Hello?
This is Randy Stone of the Star.
Why didn't you call me before? I've been going crazy trying to reach you. Didn't you get my messages?
I've been away from the office on the Graham story.
That's what I'm calling about. He wants to talk to you.
Oh.
Fred Graham.
What?
But you've got to come alone.
Look, he needs help. He needs it fast.
I know that. But that's the condition. You come alone.
What's the address?
Alone?
Yes. What's the address?
2830 Rogers Avenue, apartment C.
I've got it. How does he feel?
Terrible. Hurry.
I was in the cab on my way over there when I remembered a beat-up little dame who'd wanted to kill herself, namely Judy Hartley. We had to pass within 3 blocks of her house anyhow, and I figured the extra minute wouldn't make that much difference. I told the cabbie to keep the motor running and rang Judy's bell. Nurse opened the door. I went right past her to where Judy was curled up on the couch, still gnawing on whatever was left of her knuckles. I took her gun out of my pocket and handed it to her.
I don't understand.
Well, you said you had a permit for it, so I guess
But
it's okay. Besides, you won't have to blow your brains out after all.
You don't mean it.
Yes, I do mean it. Come on. 2830 Rogers Avenue was a punch-drunk apartment building leaning up against the moldy gasworks. But to Judy and me, Buckingham Palace never looked so good. The dark hallway smelled more of cabbages than of kings, and beyond was a flight of stairs lit by a single flickering light bulb that dangled listlessly, willing to let well enough alone. I pressed the button marked C, and we waited. And then upstairs, beyond our sight, a door opened.
Mr. Stone?
Yeah. Graham?
That's right. Come on upstairs.
We hurried up the steps. It seemed to me like 4 million Chicagoans were running up right with us, gasping down my neck. And then it came to me that I was doing all the gasping. And up ahead was another hallway, lit by another no-talent bulb. A young man was standing beside an open door. Brother, am I glad to see you?
Yeah. No. Oh, no. No.
He spun around, went back into the apartment, slammed the door behind him. I must make a grand first impression. Graham, open up, Graham. Oh, what's wrong with you?
Maybe he's already starting to get sick. I read somewhere we're acting like this is one of the first symptoms.
Yeah.
Oh, break down the door. Break it down.
Stand back. Me and my dynamic tension.
That's it. That's it.
I stepped through the broken door and into the small bedroom. He'd been desperately trying to get out the window, and now he was cowering against the wall, like a mad dog.
Oh.
Judy, get on that phone quick. Call Captain Barnes. Have him get an ambulance over here right away.
He won't need an ambulance. He'll need a hearse.
Why?
Oh, now listen to me, sweetheart. I can explain everything.
Sweetheart. Hey, Judy. Judy. What are you doing with that gun?
Killing a dirty rat.
Yes, the gun I'd given back to her half an hour before. The first shot shattered the window. The second knocked the head off a pink Cupid doll on the dresser. And the next two did terrible things to the ceiling plaster. The fifth went through a silk lampshade, making the tassels wave back and forth. The last shot was really a dangerous one. It came within 3 feet of Fred. And after that, the gun just clicked harmlessly several times. And after that, Judy began crying, which is where I came in. And then Fred started crawling over to her.
Oh, come on, sweetheart. Don't cry. Please, don't cry.
Oh, Freddie.
Oh, baby.
Freddie, I wanted to find you and kill you. Now look at me.
You wanted to kill him. Graham, where are the dog bites I've heard so much about?
Oh, isn't this a fantastic little thing? But I do love her. I love her. I love her.
Oh, Freddie. The next time I get jealous, I want you to turn me over your knees.
Wait a minute. Wait, what is this?
Last fight we had, that was a real Lulu, wasn't it? She made me give her back all the letters and pictures, and still she wasn't satisfied. When I heard she bought a gun to kill me, I figured it was time for me to drop out of sight.
Oh, So, in order to find you, she came around to me with a story about her dog?
She doesn't even have a dog. Scared to death of him.
Oh, no, this isn't really happening to me.
Well, gee, I never expected there to be such a fuss about it, Mr. Stone.
Oh, no, Randy, it's all a dream. This is a dream.
I just thought that maybe you'd help me find him yourself.
Oh, hang on, Randy. Everything's going to be okay.
That's why when the captain called all those people in, that's why I fainted.
Oh, that's why you fainted. Sarah Bernhardt, you know what you've done to this fair city of 4 million people in the last 24 hours?
I guess that was sort of a silly thing to do. Wasn't it, Mr. Stone?
Well, since there were no more bullets in the gun, I couldn't kill her. Or myself for not checking with the dog pound. But who could doubt a story like that? Tommy, I took a walk through the city where 10,000 Boy Scouts and 8,000 Red Cross workers, the entire civil defense setup, were searching for Fred Graham door to door. The television people, the newspaper people, the radio people.
This is Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham.
Shut up! All those cops working the night through without a moment's sleep. The winos searching the flop houses. Every church offering up prayers. Dismally, I looked up into the sky myself, only to see in the fast-fading dust a skywriter putting a smoky question mark on Fred Graham. Where are you? The whole city, 4 million people. What was the caliber of that gun? And then, gradually, I began to realize that maybe all this wasn't such a tragedy after all. Oh, sure, I was in for the razzing of my life, but just the same, maybe something wonderful had taken place without anybody realizing it. So what if the thing turned out to be a phony? There was nothing phony about the way this town of 4 million closed ranks and forgot all their petty little problems and went to work. If this was a sample of what would happen if a real test came, well, things were pretty good. When 4 million people can tear themselves apart trying to save the life of one simple guy without caring how much money he had in the bank or whether he was for Truman or MacArthur or what church he went to, when all they cared about was that one human being was in trouble. Well, by golly, the race of man wasn't so bankrupt after all. Copy, boy. No. Wait a minute, no. You better get me Captain Blair. I just hope he's had his rabies shot. Oh, well.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Larry Marcus with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of the captain was played by Alan Reed. Others featured were Virginia Gregg as the landlady and Laura, Paul Frees as Fred, Joyce McCuskey as Judy, and the pilot Homer Welch. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. The daily problems of most teachers are not restricted to the ones they face at school. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, is no exception to this rule.
No, indeed. Many of my problems don't begin until I leave school, or before I start to school. This, in spite of the fact that my home life consists of just A, my landlady, Mrs. Davis, and B, our cat, Minerva. Unfortunately, A is extremely absent-minded, and B is allergic to cat hair. Last Friday morning, the three of us were having breakfast together.
Careful, dear. Don't drink so fast or you'll get milk all over you.
Thanks for reminding me, Mrs. Davis. May I have that napkin, please?
Oh, here you are, Connie. You look pretty silly with your whiskers all white.
Well, who wouldn't? Oh, you're talking to Minerva.
Yes. All finished, Minerva. There's a good girl. Now go on into the kitchen and wait for me.
While you're out there, do the dishes. All right, I'll do the dishes.
Oh, don't bother, Connie. You better get ready to go to school. Walter Denton should be picking you up any minute. Of course, you could dust the living room for me if you've got a minute. Those andirons I bought yesterday are pretty dusty.
Andirons? But, Mrs. Davis, we haven't got a fireplace.
That's what I told the salesman, Connie. But he carried them all the way up to our door by then.
From where?
From his car. He said it was his first time in this neighborhood.
A door-to-door andiron salesman. Well, that's a new wrinkle.
Yes, he was, Connie. And rather gray, too. That's why I just had to buy them. You'll find the set over by the piano. There's a brush and a sifter came with them.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's burn the piano. I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. What you buy is your own business, but I don't like to see people take advantage of you all the time.
But, Connie, nobody takes advantage of me.
Certainly they do. You're always doing favors for somebody, and most of the time they're practically strangers. Like that night you consented to sit for that couple down the street. You sat all right till 5 a.m.
But they couldn't find anybody else to stay with their children.
A fine litter it was, too. 2 sets of twins, 8 months old and 2 years old.
Oh, it wasn't so bad. They had a lovely phonograph, and I listened to music all evening long. It had a record changer and everything.
You probably set a few changing records yourself that night. Mrs. Davis, you've just got to learn how to say no to people.
Oh, I guess I'm just an easy mark. Well, I'll get on with these dishes.
Oh, that's probably Walter now. Coming! Yes?
Miss Brooks, isn't it? I'm a neighbor of yours, Mrs. Evans. George and I live about a mile from here.
Are you asking me or telling me? Come in, neighbor.
Oh, thank you.
Come into the living room. Sit down, Mrs. Evans.
Oh, you still don't know who I am, do you? Let's see. Belmont Laundry. Does that do anything to you?
Well, they tear my slips once in a while.
Oh, I knew that would do it. It is good to chat with you again, Miss Brooks.
Again? When did you chat with me last, Mrs. Evans?
Right after the holiday.
The Easter holiday?
No, dear. Last Thanksgiving. We were both at the Belmont Laundry to complain about the service. And on the way out, we had a conversation. I said, isn't this laundry getting terrible? And you agreed with me. Now, do you remember?
Of course. I just forgot some of the details.
Well, I know you'll forgive me if I'm brief, Miss Brooks. I've been rather upset lately. It's George.
It is?
Yes, my husband, he isn't a bit well, and that's why we have to make this trip. The doctor seems to think that a week in the country will do him a world of good, so we're going upstate this afternoon. Molly has a farm up there, you know. It's a beautiful place.
If there's one thing Molly knows, it's how to pick a farm.
Oh, but she didn't pick it. Uncle Fred left it to Molly. But George is so attached to peanuts. And, well, Miss Brooks, for just this 1 week, will you take care of peanuts for us?
Well, it's all according. How many bags of them are there?
No, you don't understand. Peanuts is our dog, the cutest thing you ever saw, and he's no trouble at all. I've got him right outside in our station wagon. Come on out and take a look at him.
Oh, but Mrs. Evans, the
We
dog...
take him with us, but Molly's afraid of dogs. Come along, Miss Brooks. I took the liberty of parking in your driveway.
Yes, I see. Who's that at the wheel, your husband?
No, that's Peanuts.
Oh. Did he drive you down? I mean, what kind of a dog is that, Mrs. Evans?
He's a Dane, of course.
I should have known. He's built just like Lauritz Melchior.
Come here, Peanuts. Come on, boy.
How can he get out? The windows are closed.
He opens the door with his teeth. We taught him how when he was just a little puppy, and he's never forgotten it. He's got a wonderful memory.
He should have. His father was an elephant.
Where are you going, Miss Brooks?
I left a crossword puzzle up this tree.
Don't be afraid. He likes you. You see, he wants to make friends. He's talking to you.
Does he talk like that to all his friends?
Come on, Peanuts. There's a good boy. Give Miss Brooks your paw, Peanuts.
No, thanks. I've got a couple. Mrs. Evans, I don't think we
Well,
can
let's go in the house now so I can give you a few last-minute instructions. Come on, Peanuts. You might as well get used to your new home. You're going to be here for a week.
Oh, but Mrs. Evans, I can't accept the responsibility for a dog this size. Besides, this isn't my house. I just rent a room here. Mrs. Davis owns the place, and she couldn't possibly have a dog
the dishes, Connie, and... Oh, I didn't know you had company. Who are these folks, Connie?
These folks, Mrs. Davis, are Mrs. Evans and her dog, Peanuts.
How do you do?
So we meet again, Mrs. Davis.
Again?
We all take from the same laundry.
You know, I was just telling Miss Brooks here how little trouble Peanuts is around the house. He's really a lap dog, you know, but he doesn't require any special attention whatsoever. He'll eat some of whatever you eat, get up when you get up, and go to sleep when you go to sleep.
I hope he's got his own toothbrush. Look, Mrs. Evans, this cottage belongs to Mrs. Davis, and it's up to her.
Oh, don't think about me, Connie. If you want this lovely dog, please take him.
Good night, all.
Oh, thank you, Miss Brooks. And you won't be sorry. Peanuts is loads of fun. Well, I'd better be running along now.
Oh, but where do we get in touch with
well,
you if
won't
Peanuts
have to
has...
get in touch with us. We'll contact you as soon as we return from the farm. Goodbye, my dear.
Now you've done it, Mrs. Davis.
I've done it. Why, Connie, Mrs. Evans is your friend.
My friend? I only met her once in my life.
Well, it's done now, Connie. Might as well make the best of it. By the way, where is the dog?
Well, he's probably in the kitchen. The door is ajar.
Well, that's funny. I left it closed.
He opens it with his teeth. They taught him when he was a puppy. Come on.
There was a whole leg of lamb on the stove, Connie.
That's right, Mrs. Davis.
Peanuts. You didn't eat that whole leg of lamb.
Oh, Mrs. Davis, we can't afford to feed this dog. Not if we want to eat, too.
Oh, that's Walter Denton, Connie. Shall I answer him?
No, I'll let Walter in. Walter? Say, he hasn't got a dog of his own, has he?
Not that I know of, Connie.
A kid like that? I bet he'd love the idea of taking care of Peanuts for a week. His folks have a big backyard, too. It'd be just the thing. Coming, Walter. Now, whatever you do, Mrs. Davis, keep the dog out of sight until I've prepared him. Well, Walter Denton. Come in, Walter. Come in.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks. I'd have been here sooner, but I was dog-tired this morning.
That's a coincidence. Walter, who would you say is a fella's best friend next to his mother?
Stretch Snodgrass. He's mine, anyway. Why, Miss Brooks?
I mean in the animal kingdom, Walter. Who is man's best friend?
Well, out west, they say a horse is.
Right. And next to a horse?
A dog, I guess.
Right again, Walter. Now, what would you do if you could get an animal combining the best features of both?
You don't get it, Miss Brooks.
You will, Walter. For 1 week, I'm offering you absolutely free of charge the opportunity to look after, play with, and be a pal to a wonderful creature named Peanuts.
Peanuts? Oh, where is he?
Right in the kitchen. A friend of mine left him here, but, well, when I thought of how much bigger your backyard is, I just couldn't help it. I knew I'd have to make the sacrifice. Call him, Walter. Call Peanuts.
Well, if you say so, Miss Brooks. Peanuts! Here, Peanuts!
Walter, come down off that piano. You hurt a fly.
I'm not worried about his reaction to flies, Miss Brooks. Are you sure he won't bite?
Positive. Come on now, just pet him. He likes you, Walter. Now, give him your paw, boy. Go on. Give him your paw. Not you, Walter.
Hey, he's all right. Oh, but I couldn't take him home even for a week, Miss Brooks. My folks have started a garden out in the back.
A garden?
Yeah, that's why I haven't got my own dog right now.
Oh, I wish I knew what to do with him. Frankly, Walter, I just can't afford to feed him for a week.
I've got an idea. How about leaving him at Snodgrass's pet shop? You know, Stretch's old man. He's got all kinds of animals down there, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
Perfect, Walter. Then when Mrs. Evans comes back, she can pay his food bill. Come on, Peanut. Oh, just one thing, Walter. I'd better drive today. You can sit in back with Peanuts.
In back? But there isn't room back here for both of us, Miss Brooks.
Sure there is. He's a lap dog, Walter. You can sit in his lap.
Well, here's the pet shop, Miss Brooks. We can... Oh, golly, I forgot.
What?
It's closed. Stretch told me his pop was going away for the weekend.
Oh, that's just dandy. Now we'll have to take Peanuts to school.
To school? But, Miss Brooks, Mr. Conklin doesn't allow dogs at school. If he saw Peanuts, he'd blow his top.
Our beloved principal will just have to make an exception, Walter. Besides, this dog is completely outside of Mr. Conklin's jurisdiction.
Well, what do you mean, Miss Brooks?
He happens to be a Danish citizen.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous Beauty Lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather, now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's beauty lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
In spite of my enforced bravado, I was pretty squeamish about getting Peanuts into school without Mr. Conklin finding out about it. Fortunately, we were early, and while Walter parked his car, I was able to hustle the dog into the supply room with a minimum of incident. Of course, a few students we did encounter in the halls will spend the remainder of their adolescence with hanging jaws and bulging eyes, but that was unavoidable. Stretch Snodgrass, Madison's star athlete, known to the faculty as the body beautiful and the head empty, was in charge of the supply room when Peanuts and I arrived.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Quiet, quiet. This is Peanuts, Stretch.
Oh, I didn't notice him. Nice pooch.
Pooch? Well, you're not seeing him at his best, Stretch. He usually carries a barrel around his neck with a St. Bernard in it. Stretch, we've got to keep him out of sight. Mr. Conklin mustn't find out that he's in school.
Oh, he won't. Mr. Conklin's at the doctor's office. Harriet told me when she gave me the key to the supply room. Her father's getting tested for
Allergies?
Yeah. He won't be in for an hour yet. Harriet said she talked to him on the phone, and he's half shot.
Translation. He's only through with half the shots the doctor's giving him.
Yeah. But don't worry about Peanuts, Miss Brooks. I'll keep him right here in the supply room. Oh, look, Miss Brooks. He's scratching his own back. Isn't it cute? He smiles while he does it.
Don't you? I wonder what he's got back there.
Oh, it's probably just a mild case of hives.
Well, it's certainly clever the way he takes the hives with one paw and beats them to death with the other.
He'll make a great watchdog if I have to leave this place for anything. Can you imagine what a gag it'd be if somebody just wandered in to snitch a pencil or something?
Yeah, great gag. They'd probably get hysterical permanently.
I've sent for you, Miss Brooks, because I feel that you, of all the personnel at Madison, can keep a cool and level head in time of crisis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Conklin, but
I'm
what
trying to be calm myself, Miss Brooks. And I shall make every effort to acquaint you with the facts in as brief and concise a manner as is possible.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I returned from the doctor's office about an hour ago, some allergy shots. I was jotting down some possible prizes for the community chest raffle and found myself in need of another notebook.
Yes, Mr. Conklin?
Pending your opinion, Miss Brooks, I have so far failed to notify the police or fire departments. It is my belief that if we can successfully avoid any and all panic, we can ourselves remove the student body and faculty to a place of safety from this danger.
What danger?
Miss Brooks, there's a leopard in the supply room.
Oh, is that all? I mean, that's impossible, Mr. Conklin.
Impossible? But I tell you, I saw it.
Mr. Conklin, you said yourself you've just had some shots. Isn't it possible that what you saw could have been an illusion?
Miss Brooks, I slammed the door on the creature as soon as I saw it, but not until I'd gotten a good look. When I think of those slavering jaws, what they could rend.
What they've already rent. That is, I'm sure the shots had
Come
something...
with me, Miss Brooks. I'll prove to you the shots had nothing to do with it. But for the life of me, I don't comprehend. Miss Brooks, what do you suppose that leopard is doing in the supply room?
Maybe he ran out of something.
Careful, Miss Brooks. That puny door could never hold him if he becomes enraged. Let's tiptoe up to it and listen to the beast.
When I'm calling you...
The beast hasn't got a bad voice. Oh, Stretch, it's us. Mr. Conklin and I. Open up.
Okay. Hi.
Where is it?
Where's what, Mr. Conklin?
The beast. It was a big... It had... Oh. How long have you been in this room, Snodgrass?
Me? Oh, right along, Mr. Conklin. All morning.
You see, Mr. Conklin, it was those shots after all. Now, why don't you go back to your office and lie down for a while?
But I can't understand it. I saw him as clearly as I see you. Clearer. Maybe I'd better get back to my office at that. A lot to do today. I've still got to find a suitable prize for that raffle. Maybe I'll call my doctor. Yes, that's what I'll do. I'll call the doctor. That's what I'm going to do it. The doctor.
Stretch, quick Stretch. Get him out from under and let's go.
Get who out from under what, Miss Brooks?
Peanuts. You hid him, didn't you, when I told you that Mr. Conklin was with me?
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. Peanuts blue.
He blew?
Yeah. I didn't want to admit it in front of old man Mr. Conklin. But I left the supply room for about 10 minutes, and when I got back, the dog had taken a powder.
He could use some powder. But this is terrible, Stretch. We've got to find him before Mr. Conklin sees him again. You'd better go directly to the cafeteria and look for him.
Cafeteria? But it isn't lunch period yet, Miss Brooks.
For him, it's lunch period all day. Some of our younger students are still pretty tender, you know. I'll look in Mr. Boynton's biology laboratory. Maybe something in the lab attracted Peanuts. I know there's something that attracts me in there. Now, suppose you get going, Stretch.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I'll report back to you if I find him.
Yes, do that, Stretch. I'll just close up this supply...
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but I just ran into Daddy in the hall. He's very overwrought.
Well, that's better than being underwrought. Your father's just a little nervous, Harriet. He's been to the doctor, you know.
Yes, I know. That's why he asked me to tell you that you've got to pick out a prize for the community chest raffle tickets we sold last week.
Me?
Yes. The drawing's this afternoon.
Get her on, Harriet. Right now, I've got to see a real man about a real dog. Excuse me, Mr. Boynton. I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Oh, not at all, Miss Brooks. I was just going to have a little snack. Brought some milk and pastry from home. It's Danish.
Danish? Well, don't bite it till you see if it's wearing a license.
What?
Oh, skip it, Mr. Boynton. Do you mind if I look around the lab?
No, Miss Brooks, but what are you looking for?
I'd rather skip that, too, Mr. Boynton. If I tell you, you'll only give me an incredulous look and say, why did you do a crazy thing like that?
No, I won't, honestly.
Well, I lost a dog. It's a Great Dane, Mr. Boynton. I brought him to school this morning.
You brought a Great Dane to school? Why did you do a crazy thing like that?
I knew it. But it's too late for explanations now, Mr. Boynton. I've got to find him.
Of course, and I'll do everything I can to help you, but let's approach this problem in a scientific manner. Take the habits and customs of the creature and go from there.
Fine, but do you know the habits of a Great Dane?
Oh, Miss Brooks, I'm a biologist, if I say so myself. I know the habits of animals from A to Z. Or perhaps I should say from aardvark to zebra. That's a little joke we scientists like to tell.
Well, tell it later on, will you? Right now, we've got to find Peanuts. That's his name.
Oh, well, the Great Dane, also called boarhound, has a keen sense of smell. He's an excellent dog for hunting.
I know. I've been hunting this one all morning.
Tell me, Miss Brooks, where was he when you last saw him?
In the supply room.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's consider for a moment the Dane's remarkable sense of hearing. It's 5 times greater than a man's, you know. Do you think he might have heard anything that made him run away?
Just the one about the aardvark and the zebra.
Please, Miss Brooks, I'm trying to help you. The Dane was originally developed to hunt boars, hence the name boarhound, and he was a cross between...
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Boynton, but you've just given me a very important lead. You say the Dane likes to hunt boars.
That's correct.
Then all I have to do is put myself in his place. Now, if I was hunting for a boar, where would I go?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
I do. I'd go to the office of the biggest boar at Madison. Mr. Conklin, here I come.
Come in.
Hello, Mr. Conklin. Could I talk to you for a moment?
I suppose so, Miss Brooks. Sit down. This has been a trying day for me, a very trying day.
Yes, I know, Mr. Conklin.
They haven't been able to isolate my particular allergy, and the doctor says it may take some time. Excuse me. Hello, Mr. Allergy speaking. Conklin.
Hello, Mr. Conklin. This is Mrs. Davis. I wouldn't disturb you at school like this, but it's terribly important. I've got to speak to Miss Brooks.
Oh, she's right here, Mrs. Davis. It's for you.
Thank you. Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Connie. I've just some distressing news for you. Mrs. Davis called and said her husband's doctor discovered that he's allergic to dog hair.
Mrs. Evans? What?
Naturally, they can't keep Peanuts any longer, so Mrs. Evans told me to tell you that he's yours.
Mine? Oh, but I can't... Where is Mrs. Evans? I'll call her back.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Connie. They've just left town for the summer.
Left town? But, well, I'll talk to you about it later on, Mrs. Davis. Thanks, if you'll forgive a lie, for calling.
Everything all right, Miss Brooks?
Huh? Oh, yes. Everything is dandy, Mr. Conklin.
Good, good. Now, about this prize for the community chest raffle, I've been racking my brain. Have you been able to think of anything? What did you say, Miss Brooks?
Me? I didn't say anything, Mr. Conklin. What did you say?
I said...
I thought that's what you said. Mr. Conklin, I think I've got the answer to both your problems.
What?
Well, first, your allergy. Mr. Conklin, do you hang your coat in the closet over there?
Yes, I do.
And did you wear a tan top coat to school today?
That's right.
How tall is it?
Tall?
Has it got soft brown buttons?
Yes, I think they're brown.
With long eyelashes?
Miss Brooks, what are you trying to...
Grip the arms of your chair tightly, Mr. Conklin. Peanut! Here, Peanut!
Take it away! Take it away!
This is Mr. Conklin. Meet Mr. Conklin, Peanut. Mr. Conklin, shake hands with the first prize in the community chest raffle.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, the drawing for the grand prize occurred in assembly that afternoon.
Attention, everyone. Quiet, please. Quiet. I'm happy to say that every member of the student body and faculty has contributed something to our community chest drive. And as we promised, there will be a prize for the holder of the winning number, which is 644.
Miss Brooks, let's see your stub.
My stub? Oh, don't be silly, Walter. I never won a raffle in my life.
Well, you won this one.
Oh,
644.
Oh, no,
Here's
Walter.
the winner right here, Mr. Conklin. It's Miss Brooks.
Oh,
Well, congratulations, Miss Brooks. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Just one thing, Mr. Conklin.
Tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, Mary Jane Croft, and Pinto Colbeck.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shaving cream comes both ways. And whichever way you prefer to shave, you'll find that using either Palmolive Brushless or Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream can bring you more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Here's the proof. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they had shaved before, 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Get Palmolive Brushless or Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. One good reason to be proud we're Americans is that we're always free to tell our government how we feel about its actions. But let's not forget that freedom is everybody's job. All of us must work to keep our individual rights and freedoms by voting in an informed way so that the best men and women are placed in office. We must serve willingly on juries and public committees and take an interest in the development of our community, state, and country. For by being better citizens, we can show the world that America is a strong, successful democracy.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell's Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, under the guidance of an expert, we're going to take an excursion into the underworld of the Prohibition period. Our story is The Glass Key, by an author who is best known as the creator of The Thin Man, Mr. Dashiell Hammett. The Glass Key is, to my way of thinking, one of Dash Hammett's very best. So sit back and let the Campbell Playhouse demonstrate that Mr. Hammett knows far more about underworld plots, political skullduggery, and crimes of violence than any other respectable author should. And then when our story is over, we'll have a chance to check on Dash Hammett, because we have with us in the studio tonight a man who knows more about this sort of thing than even Dashiell Hammett. Warden Laws, no less, of Sing Sing, of course, and who will speak to us at the end of this broadcast. And now first a word from Ernest Chappell.
There are different dishes that are special favorites with different families. But there's one dish that makes a big hit with most everyone, and that is chicken. People, by and large, like chicken so much that it's become the customary main dish for nearly any special party meal. I believe this enthusiastic taste for chicken accounts for the widespread liking for Campbell's chicken soup. Because as sure as you like chicken, you'll like this soup. There's chicken in the savory aroma from your plate, and chicken in the tempting golden glisten of the slowly simmered broth. Chicken in the eating of this soup, too. Deep down, slow-simmered chicken flavor and tender pieces of chicken meat, along with a fluffy white rice. I want to make a bold statement, one you might have doubted 5 years ago and that perhaps some of you will doubt today. If you will eat a plate of Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow, I'm absolutely sure you'll say it's as fine as the finest chicken soup you ever tasted anywhere. Do you doubt that statement? Well, if you do, I'm sure it's because you haven't tasted Campbell's chicken soup recently. And in that case, I ask you to try it, because I'm sure one taste will convince you, and that you'll want to have Campbell's chicken soup often. And now, The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles as Paul Madvig.
My name's Ned Beaumont, and I guess I'm out of a job for a while. Well, I did the best I could for Paul Madvig, but there it is. A clean sweep for the reform ticket. Funny how things change.
6 weeks ago, you could have got 4-1 on the Madvig machine, putting over the whole ticket. When you come to think about it, there wasn't a thing Paul Madvig could have done differently. Not with the setup he had. I remember the first evening he talked to me about it in his office up over the party headquarters. Office? Well, it wasn't much of an office, just a desk with a lamp on it, a couple of chairs, and a picture of the governor looking down at you.
All right. Now, there you are, Ned.
Hello, Paul. Lend me some money.
What do you want?
Couple of $100?
Been shooting dice?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thanks.
It's a long time since you've done any winning, isn't it, Ned?
Oh, not so long. Month or 6 weeks.
That's a long time to be losing. Why don't you try laying off a while when you hit one of these sour streaks?
That's no good. It only spreads it out.
Well, if you can stand the gaff.
I can stand anything I've got to stand.
Guess you can at that. Listen, Ned. You know more about this stuff than I do. Janet Henry's birthday's Thursday. What do you think I ought to give her?
Is the senator throwing a party?
Yeah.
You invited?
No, but I'm going there to dinner tomorrow night.
Are you going to back the senator in this election, Paul?
Yeah, I think I will.
Why?
Because with his help, we can put over the whole ticket just like nobody was running against us.
Without you behind him, could the senator make the grade this time?
Not a chance.
Does he know that?
He ought to know it better than anybody else. And if he didn't know it...
You wouldn't be going there to dinner tomorrow night.
Have you,
promised him anything yet?
Yeah, it's pretty well settled.
Listen to me, Paul. Throw the senator down, sink him.
Well...
Forget he's never been licked at anything in his life.
Sure, and that's one of the best reasons I know for throwing in with him.
No, it isn't, Paul. It's the very worst. Think that over, even if it hurts your head. How far has this dizzy blonde daughter of his got her hooks into you?
I'm going to marry Miss Henry.
Is that part of the bargain?
Nobody knows it yet, except you and me.
That's what you want. Make them put it in writing. Better still, insist on the wedding before Election Day. Then you'll at least be sure of your pound of flesh, Paul, or she'll weigh around 110, won't she?
I don't know why you keep talking about the senator like he was a yake. He's a gentleman.
Absolutely, and his daughter's an aristocrat. Rules apply.
Ah, Ned, don't be...
And we oughtn't to forget that her brother, Taylor Henry's an aristocrat, too, which is probably why you made your daughter stop playing around with him.
Ah, no, Ned, that's different.
And when you're married to Janet Henry, will that entitle her brother to begin playing around with Opal again?
Over my dead body it will. I didn't ask for all this. I just asked you what kind of present I ought to give Miss Henry.
How far have you got with her?
Nowhere. I've been over there half dozen times to talk to Senate. Sometimes I see her and sometimes I don't.
But you didn't get a bid to the birthday party?
No, not yet.
Then the answer's one you won't like.
Such as?
Don't give her anything.
Oh, Nick.
Well, do whatever you like. You ask me.
But why?
You're not supposed to give people things unless you're sure they'd like to get them from you.
I got you. Guess you're right. I'll be hanged if I'll pass up the chance to give her a present.
Well, flowers, then, or something like that might be all right.
Flowers? Yeah, but I want to...
Sure, you wanted to give her a roast or a couple of yards of pearls. You'll get your chance at that later. Start little and grow. Paul went to that dinner. It was the next night, a Wednesday. Just lately, I found out what happened up at the senator's house that evening. As a matter of fact, I got it... Oh, well, never mind.
Don't give it a thought, Senator. Me behind you, the election's as good as in the bag.
I've been through a few more elections than you, Madvig. They're never in the bag until the votes are counted.
Boys will figure to pile up a 30,000 majority in the 8th Ward alone.
What will you two talk about when the election's over?
How to win the next one, Miss Henry.
I'm afraid that's true.
Oh, if you'll excuse me, Madvig, I'll leave you alone with Janet for a moment.
Sure, Senator.
I want to have a talk with my son before he goes out. I'll be right back.
You'll have to excuse my brother for not coming down to dinner.
That's all right. Taylor and I had a little misunderstanding some weeks back about my daughter.
You're not interested in music, are you, Mr. Madvig?
I'm interested in anything you do, Miss Henry.
I didn't ask that.
Music? Oh, yes, I like music. You play it?
I can see you're a difficult man to amuse. Mr. Magee, the conversation must be about politics or about me. Is that it?
Well, those are the two things I'm interested in.
You think they go together very well?
Yes. One's a means to the other.
Mr. Magee.
My friends call me Paul.
Very well. Paul, then.
Listen, Miss Henry. I know this is a little out of my line. I know I'm a politician from the wrong side of town, and you're Senator Henry's daughter. About all I've ever learned that you don't get up to the 6th grade is how to run things. How to get other people to run things for you. Not quite all. I can learn music and the rest of the things on your side of the town. That's what I'm setting out to do. Janet, you're the end of my road. Everything I want. Everything I want to be.
Mr. Magee.
Sorry. Thought you wanted me to kiss you.
I think you'd better go now. I'll explain to Father.
Sorry.
Let's not talk about it. Your post in the hall.
All right. Good night, Miss Henry.
Good night, Mr. Magee.
Oh, what's that? Who just went out? Where's Paul?
He's gone.
I wanted to see him. Taylor told me to come down and apologize for, Dennis. Why did Paul go?
Because I asked him to. Father, is it really necessary for me to associate with Mr. Magee?
When you're in public life, my dear, besides, Paul's not a bad sort.
He's the sort that wants something for everything he does. This evening, he started collecting.
What do you mean, Johnny?
But I say, he started to make love to me. What's that?
It must have been Taylor.
I hope he didn't
Taylor!
hear what I said. You know how he feels about Madvig.
Taylor, come back here! Taylor, come back! Taylor! Taylor! I had an idea Paul would stop by party headquarters that night after the dinner, and I went up to his office and sat at his desk waiting for him. It was after 10 when he came in.
Hello, Ned. What are you doing at my desk?
Reading the paper?
Thought you was downstairs playing dice.
I was. How'd the Henry dinner go?
I've been to worse.
Was Taylor there?
Not at dinner. Why?
Because he's dead. In a gut up on China Street. With a fractured skull.
Is that so?
You understand what I said?
Yes.
Well?
Well, what?
He was killed.
All right. Do you want me to get hysterical about it?
Oh, I thought you might want to look into it since it's Senator Henry's son.
It's up to the cops, isn't it?
I was there with him before they moved the body.
Did you notice anything?
Yeah.
What?
His hat wasn't there.
You won't need it now.
Well, I'll be going along. So long, Paul.
You're a fool, Ned.
Yeah. One of us is. Next day, I drove out to Paul Madvig's house down on Millstream Boulevard. I figured Paul wouldn't be in. Hey, Mrs. Matt. Oh, hello, Mom.
So here you are at last, Ned. You're a worthless boy to neglect an old woman like this.
Oh, Mom, Madvig, I'm a big boy now, and I got my work to look after. Where's the kid?
Opal?
Yeah.
She's laying down. She's not feeling good.
Oh, what's the matter with her?
Headache. Guess she's been dancing too much.
Yeah. Father been up to see her?
No, Paul hasn't been home since yesterday. Did they find out about the Henry boy?
The cops ever find out anything? Is it all right if I pop in and say hello to Opal?
Sure. Go right up, Ned. She'll be glad to see you.
Okay.
I'll have a cup of tea for you when you come down.
I went up the stairs and across the landing. The blind was down in Opal's room, and I could see the light from her cigarette as she sat in bed.
Hello, Ned.
Hello, Snip. Yeah, I know, youngster. It's tough.
Oh, really? Most of the headache's gone.
So, Opal, I'm an outsider now, huh?
don't know what you mean.
I mean Taylor Henry.
Yeah. But, you know, I haven't seen him for months since Dad made me stop seeing him.
Okay, kid, I'll be running along.
Oh, wait a minute. Back here. What makes you act like that?
You oughtn't to lie to me.
But Ned,
How long since you saw Taylor?
you want to talk to him? It's been weeks.
All right.
Oh, no, don't make it so hard for me. Aren't we friends?
Sure. But it's hard to remember it when we're alone to each other.
Did you know I'd been meeting?
Well, I know it now.
You.
Never mind that.
Ned, I was with him only yesterday afternoon. Oh, see, I was close.
Yeah?
What do you think put it close? You know, Ned,
No.
got to find out. You've got to.
Why?
Ned, if I ask you something, you won't get mad, will you?
I'll try not to.
Did Dad know that Taylor and I were still going together?
Listen, kid, what are you trying to prove?
And I thought you weren't going to get mad.
I'm not. Did you really love Taylor Henry, Chip, or was it just because your
I
father...
really did love him, Ned. I'm pretty sure. I'm sure I loved him.
I drove back to town and stopped at the post station and called up Paul Magee at party headquarters. He wasn't there. Back to town and stopped at the pay station and called up Paul Magee at party headquarters. He wasn't there. Around 3, I went over to the district attorney's office.
District Attorney's office. Mr. Farr's busy. Will you leave your number? Thank you. Hello, District Attorney's office.
Hello, sister.
Hello, Mr. Beaumont.
Tell Mr. Farr I want to see him.
Sure. Hello, Mr. Farr. Mr. Beaumont's here. Yes, Mr. Farr. You can go right in, Mr. Beaumont.
Thanks.
You know the way.
I ought to.
District Attorney's office. Sorry, Mr. Farr's busy. Will you leave your name?
Oh, hello, Ned. Come right in.
Hello, Farr.
Sit down. What can I do for you?
Farr, I want you to fix me up with some sort of paper, special prosecutor or something.
Oh, sure, I guess I can fix it up, but what crime are you particularly interested in solving?
A murder. The murder of Taylor Henry, remember?
Oh, yes, but I thought, well...
That Paul Madvig and I might be interested in not solving the case, is that it?
Oh, now, Ned, I didn't say that, but... Here, I want to read you this note. I get one of them every day.
Oh, writing notes, are they? Let's see. Typewritten on plain white paper. What does it say?
Well, it doesn't say anything. Just asks a question. Is Paul Madvig the reason you're doing nothing to solve the Henry murder?
Well?
Well, now, Ned, don't think I'm taking that seriously. But you know, we get bails of that kind of stuff every time anything happens. I just wanted to show it to you.
Oh, that's all right, as long as you keep on feeling that way about it. I don't think I'd say anything to Paul about the notes if I were you. He's got enough on his mind.
Well, sure, whatever you say, Ned.
Listen, Farr, Paul hasn't anything to hide in the Henry murder, and I wouldn't like to think you were going around thinking he had.
Oh, now, for heaven's sake, Ned, get me right. You know darn well there's nobody in the city any stronger for Paul and you than me. You know you can always count on me.
Well, that's fine. Well, I've got to run along. So long, Farr. I never did spend much of my time at party headquarters around election. I don't like listening to the same line of talk over and over again. It was Tuesday before I saw Paul Madvig again.
Hello, Ned. Where you been the last few days?
Oh, in different places. Oh, Paul, you oughtn't to wear silk socks with tweeds.
No? I like the feel of silk.
Well, then lay off the tweeds. Did you go to Taylor Henry's funeral yesterday?
Yes. Senator suggested it.
How is the senator?
He's all right. I spent most of this afternoon up there with him.
His house?
Yeah.
Was the daughter there?
Janet Henry was there.
Yeah, it's Janet now. Getting anywhere with her?
Still think I'm going to marry her.
Does she know yet that your intentions are honorable?
Oh, lay off, Ned.
All right, Paul. I came here to tell you something you ought to know.
About the election?
Yes, in a way, it's about the election. Shadow Rory's noising it around that you know more about Taylor Henry's death than you're telling. That won't do you any good with the respectable citizens, civic union, and the women's clubs.
So Shadow Rory's shooting his mouth off, is he? His own backyard's getting too small for him. Ned, I think I'll knock Shadow Rory loose from our little city. I'm tired of having him around, Ned. I think I'll knock him loose right away, starting tonight.
For instance?
For instance, I think I'll have Farr close up the doghouse and Paradise Gardens and every dive that we know Shad or any of his friends are interested in. I think I'll have Farr smack him over in one long row, one after the other, this very same night. Maybe that'll keep Mr. Shadow Rory quiet.
Maybe. But this wholesale stuff is too much like using a cyclone shot to blow off a safe door when you can get it off without any fuss by using a cumbalord.
I don't know a thing about opening safes, Ned, but I do know fighting. My kind, going in with both hands working. Never could learn to box. Only times I ever tried, I got licked. We'll give Mr. Shadow Rory the cyclone shot, beginning tonight.
All right, men, break down the door.
All right, boys, start working. Okay, that's all for here, boys. Paradise Gardens next.
Well, that was quite a night. From midnight to dawn, they raided Shadow Rory's places. The doghouse, Paradise Garden, the carousel, one after another. The next evening, Paul Madvig and I were sitting in a private room at Pip Carson's. The man opened the door and came in without knocking. A man of medium height with smooth white hair. He wore a dark blue overcoat over a dark blue suit and carried a black derby hat in a black gloved hand.
How are you, Shad?
I'm fine, Paul. How's yourself?
You know Beaumont, Mr. Shadow Rory.
Yep. Yeah. Madwig, politics is politics and business is business. I've been paying my way and I'm willing to go on paying my way in this town. But I want what I'm paying for.
Yeah? What do you mean by that?
I mean that half the coppers in town are buying their cakes and ale with dough they're getting from me and some of my friends.
Well?
I want what I'm paying for. I'm paying to be let alone. And election or no election, I want to be let alone. Business is business and politics is politics. Let's keep them apart.
No.
It's going to mean killing.
If you make it mean killing.
It'll have to mean killing. I'm too big to take the boot from you, Madvig.
Maybe you're too big to take it laying down, but you'll take it. You are taking it.
I'm opening the Paradise Garden again tonight. I don't want to be bothered. Bother me and I'll bother you.
Ned, get me headquarters on that phone, will you?
Sure. Operator, police headquarters. Well, I want to speak to Lieutenant Brett. There he is, Paul.
Hello, Brett. Paul Madwig. How are the folks? It's good. Say, Brett, I hear Shad's thinking of opening up again tonight, yeah. Yeah, the Paradise. We'll slam it down as hard as he can. Right. Sure. Right. Now, do you know where you stand? You're through, Shad. You're through.
I understand. So long, Madvig.
Well?
Wrong, Paul.
Holy mackerel. Don't anything suit you? Say, where are you going?
I'm leaving. I'm tired of Hicktown stuff.
Meaning me? This is a swell time to be throwing me down. Say, you're hard to get on with, Ned.
I never said I wasn't.
Yeah, have a drink. No hurry, is there?
No. Thanks.
You mind telling me why you think I handled Shad wrong?
It won't do any good.
Try.
Shadow Rory's going to fight. You've got him in a corner. There's nothing you can do now but play the long shot. You're trying to reelect the whole city administration. Well, giving them a crime wave just before election isn't going to make them look any too efficient. And then there's this stuff that's being said about Taylor Henry's killing. Next thing you know, it'll be printed.
You think I ought to lay down to Shadow Rory?
Well, I think you should have left him out, a line of retreat. You shouldn't have got him with his back to the wall.
I don't know anything about your kind of fighting. He started it. All I know is when you got somebody cornered, you go in and finish him. That system's worked all right for me so far.
Well, Paul, this is one time I think you've let yourself be outsmarted. First, you let the Henrys wheedle you into backing the senator. There was your chance to go in and finish an enemy who was cornered. But that enemy happened to have a blonde daughter in social position and whatnot, so you...
Cut it out, Ned.
Well, I must be running along.
Now, wait, Ned.
Take your hand off me.
Now, look here, Ned.
Let go.
Don't be a fool. You and I...
I said to let go. I meant it.
Crazy nut. I ought to knock the devil out of you. Ah, come on, Ned. Let's finish our beer.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Glass, starring Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In just a moment, we will resume our presentation of Dashiell Hammett's The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles. Who killed Cock Robin? Who killed Taylor Henry? I think there's nothing quite like a good murder mystery, and Dashiell Hammett is my idea of a perfect companion, whether it's for a Friday evening by the radio or for good reading anytime. But there's a time and place for mystery like anything else. And one place you won't find any mystery is in the kitchens where Campbell soups are made. I visited those kitchens as recently as last week, and I know whereof I speak. There are no secrets there. You can watch for yourself each step in the making of fine soup. Among other things, I watched them make Campbell's chicken soup. And I know why it is that people who have never thought a canned chicken soup could be as good as homemade change their minds completely when they first taste Campbell's. Because Campbell's make chicken soup the way a good cook does at home. Indeed, it seems to me that Campbell's way is in some respects even better. For example, where chicken soup at home is often made from leftovers, Campbell's use all the good meat of the fine selected chickens. And what plump, splendid chickens they are, too. But the thing that amazes me most is the care with which each ingredient is prepared and cooked, and the precision of the measuring and blending. Skill, precision, a lavish hand with the ingredients. These you see in the making of Campbell's chicken soup. But no mystery, no secrets. And if there's any doubt in your mind about how good a canned chicken soup can be, I do earnestly invite you to try Campbell's chicken soup. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Glass Key, starring Orson Welles as Paul Madvick.
Well, you can't keep a thing like that quiet. By next morning, word had filtered through the grapevine that Paul Madvick and I had quarreled in the back room at Pip Cotton's. At noon, one of Shadow Rory's boys by the name of Whiskey Saunders came to my apartment. He didn't stay very long. Around 3, I wandered over to the Paradise Gardens, and in the private room of the joint they'd smashed up 2 nights before, Shadow Rory was waiting for me.
Oh, I'm glad to see you, Beaumont. Drop your hat and coat anywhere.
What'd you want to see me about, Shad?
I heard what happened after I left last night. I owe you something for trying to stop Paul from closing up my joints.
You don't?
I don't?
No. I was with him then. What I told him was for his own good. I thought he was making a bad play.
He'll know it before he's through. Is it so that you and Paul have broken for good and all?
I thought you knew it. I thought that's why you sent for me.
I heard it, but that's not always the same thing. What were you thinking you might do now?
There's a one-way ticket for New York in my pocket, and my clothes are packed.
How long you been here?
15 months.
You and Paul have been close as a couple of fingers. How long?
Yep.
You ought to know a lot of things about him.
I do.
Why did Paul Madwig bump off young Henry?
Make your proposition.
How does it hit you? After election, I'll take you to the finest gambling house the state's ever seen. Let you run it to suit yourself with all the protection you ever heard of.
That's an if offer if you win.
Don't you think we're going to win the election?
You won't bet even money on it.
You're not so hot to go in with me, are you, Beaumont?
No, it wasn't any idea of mine.
Sit down. We can still talk, can't we?
Sure.
Listen, I'll give you 10 grand in cash right now if you'll come in, and 10 more on election night if we beat Paul. And I'll keep that house offer open for you to take or leave.
You want me to rat on poor Madwig, of course.
I want you to go to the papers with a lowdown on everything you know about him being mixed up in the sewer contract. The dirt on how he's running the city. I want you to tell the papers how he killed Taylor and why.
Well, there's nothing in the sewer business now. He let his profits go to keep from raising his stink.
All right. But there is something in the Taylor-Henry business.
Yeah, we might have him there.
It'll be worth it for both of us. I'll have a reporter put the stuff in shape. You just give him the dope and let him write it. You can start off with the Taylor-Henry thing.
Maybe.
You mean we ought to start off first with the $10,000? Well, there's something in that. Here. 10 grand. Count 'em up.
Thanks.
The thanks go both ways. The reporter's out there now. Shall I call him?
I ought to have a little time to straighten it out in my mind.
I'll give it to him any way it comes to you. He'll put it in shape.
Fine. We'll go over to my place now and get to work on it.
It'll be better here.
Well, if it's the money you're worried about, you can hang on until I've turned in the stuff.
I'm not worried about anything. But you're in a tough spot, and if Paul gets the news, you'll come over to me, and I don't want to take any chances on having you knocked off.
You'll have to take them. I'm going.
No. Jeff, whiskey?
Yeah, boss.
Come on in here, you two.
Okay.
I am afraid we'll have to persuade Beaumont to stay with us.
Sure. Want us to get to work?
Well, how about it, Beaumont? You coming across on Madwig?
No.
Too bad. Well, boys, get going.
Come on, Whiskey.
Sure.
All right, boys. You stay now. Go back and finish your game.
Raise your 2 bits, Whiskey.
I'm staying in. How many cards, Jeff?
3.
2 for me.
4 bits.
I'll fade.
Just a second, gents. Now, Beaumont, I told you to stay away from that door, didn't I?
Hey, careful, Jeff. You'll croak him.
You can't croak Beaumont. He's a tough baby. I've never seen a guy that liked being hit so much, or that I liked hitting so much. Oh, well. I'll call you, Rusty.
There are kings.
My pot, 3 deuces.
Yeah, deal, Rusty. Oh, hi, Shad.
How's Beaumont?
Jeff's been slapping him down for the fun of it.
I don't want him killed, Jeff. Not yet. Beaumont.
Yeah?
He's pretty far gone, boss.
This is Shadow Rory, Beaumont. Can you hear what I say?
Yeah.
Good. Now listen what I tell you, Beaumont. You're going to give me the dope on Paul Madwig.
No.
Maybe you think you won't tell Beaumont, but you will. I'll have you worked on till you do. You understand me?
I won't.
Okay, Jeff. Get to work on him some more.
I'll try the same thing again. There, you. It ain't no good now. He's thrown another Joe.
I don't remember much what happened after that. It was getting dark, and I found I was alone in the room. And I remember something about tearing a mattress apart with my nails and teeth and setting fire to it with my cigar lighter. The next thing I knew, I was at the emergency hospital. Paul was standing at the foot of my bed.
Gosh. Glad to see you alive, Ned.
Oh, Paul. How'd I get here?
A copper found you crawling on all fours in the lawn of the Paradise Garden, leaving a trail of blood behind you.
I think of funny things to do.
Yeah.
Did your nails shed?
No use, Ned. They'll lay it on Jeff and let him take the rap for assault. What good does that do us?
Is Shad still squawking about the Taylor Henry murder?
Chronicle's full of it. Other papers are taking it up.
We're going to stop that.
You're going to stay in bed and get well. That's what you're going to do. Look, Ned, I've got a visitor with me. She'd like to see you. She's waiting in the hall. It's kind of important to me. Mind if she comes in?
Well, I guess not. Who is it?
Janet Henry.
Well, the senator's dead, huh? Well, send her in.
She said she wants to see you alone. That all right?
Sure.
Take it easy, kid.
Looks like I'll have to. So long, Paul.
All right, Janet. That's feeling better. Come in. Have a nice visit, you two.
Thanks, Paul. I wanted to come. You don't mind, do you?
I'm flattered. Sit down.
No, you're not. You don't like me. Why?
I think maybe I do.
You don't. I know it.
Well, you can't go by my manners. They're always pretty bad.
You don't like me, and I want you to.
Why?
Because you're Paul's best friend.
Paul has lots of friends. He's a politician.
You're his best friend. He thinks so.
What do you think?
I think you are, or you wouldn't be here now. You wouldn't have gone through that for him. I wish you'd like me if you can.
Miss Henry, I'm kind of awkward when I'm around people like you who belong to another world altogether, society and roto sections and all, and you mistake that for enmity, which it isn't at all.
You're making fun of me. But I don't even mind that if you'll let me be your friend.
Well, I might. Might be something new. I never had a senator's daughter for a friend. Next day, I had another visitor. About 2 in the afternoon, the nurse came in to see if I was sleeping. I wasn't.
Basket of fruit for you, Mr. Beaumont.
Who from?
Here's the card.
Open it, nurse.
It just says, please, and it's signed Janet Henry.
Oh, help yourself to the junk. Take enough so it looks as if I'd eaten it.
No wonder people beat you up. And there's a Mrs. Madvig here to see you.
I'll tell her to come in and you stay out.
It'll be a pleasure. All right, Mrs. Madvig. Thank you. Hello, Ned.
Come on over here, Mom. I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, what foolishness. Well, you don't look so bad, nor yet so good. How do you feel, Ned?
Oh, swell. I'm only hanging around here on account of the nurses.
That wouldn't surprise me much, neither.
Oh, Mom.
Look here, Ned. You've got to tell me the truth. Paul didn't kill that whippersnapper Taylor Henry, did he?
What makes you ask that? Opal, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Yes. Opal's got herself in a state over it. She's sure her father did it.
What's she got? Evidence or intuition?
She gets a note like this every day.
I'll bet she does. I've seen one of those before. Read it to me anyway.
Are you really too stupid to know your father murdered your sweetheart? That's what it says.
Well, everybody in town's had at least one of these notes.
Ned, it isn't true, is it?
Nope.
I didn't think so. He's always been a good boy, but the Lord only knows what goes on in this politics.
You're a humdinger, Mom.
Would you tell me if he had killed him?
Nope.
Then how do I know he didn't?
Because if he had, I'd still say no. But then if you asked me if I'd tell you the truth if he had, I'd say yes. No, he didn't do it, Mom. It would be nice if somebody in town besides me thought he didn't do it, and it would be especially nice if that other one was his mother. While I was on my back in that hospital, I did some thinking. I didn't like the way things were going for Paul. Decided I'd better get out and do some looking around. The doctor said no. I said yes.
District Attorney's office. Yes, I'll connect you.
Hello, sister.
Hello, Mr. Beaumont. How are you feeling?
Fine. Tell Farr I'm here.
Mr. Beaumont to see you, Mr. Farr. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Beaumont. Mr. Farr has an important conference.
If you don't mind, I'll see for myself.
Mr. Beaumont, please. You're not supposed to go.
How are you, Farr? Do I have to smash my way in to see you these days?
Oh, Ned, was it you? I thought the girl said Mr. Barman. Come right in.
Oh, no harm done. I got in. Anything new?
Oh, no, nothing. Just the same old grind.
How's the electioneering going?
Well, it could be better, but I guess we'll manage all right.
What's the matter?
Oh, this and that. Things always come up. Well, that's politics, I guess.
Yeah. Anything I can do, or Paul, to help?
No, I think not.
This Henry killing the worst thing you're up against?
Well, there's a lot of feeling that we ought to have cleared up the murder before this, and that Paul ought to have helped. That's one of the things, and maybe one of the biggest that'll count against us at election.
Made any progress since I saw you last?
No, not much.
Listen, Farr. Paul's always glad to help the boys out of holes. Do you think it would help if he'd let himself be arrested and tried for the Henry murder?
Well, it's not for me to tell Paul what to do.
Yeah, there's a thought. And here's another one that goes with it. It's not for you to do much Paul wouldn't tell you to do, Mr. District Attorney.
Ned, how did you happen to come to the house with Paul tonight? You didn't come to see me.
Well, I came because Paul asked me to. I don't go to senators' houses usually. What's that you're playing, Miss Henry?
Like it?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you, Ned, before Father and Paul get through with their business.
Go ahead, talk, but don't stop playing.
How's Opal?
I haven't seen her since last week. Why?
Isn't she in bed with a nervous breakdown?
Oh, that. Didn't Paul tell you?
Yes, he told me his daughter was in bed with a nervous breakdown. He told me that. I suppose that means she's locked up in the house.
That's right. She got the foolish idea that her father had killed your brother.
But why did she think that?
Who doesn't?
That's what I wanted to ask you, Mr. Beaumont. Do people think that?
Didn't you get any of the anonymous letters that have been going around?
Yes, today. I wanted to show
don't
it to
bother. They all seem to be pretty much alike, and I've seen plenty of them.
Is Paul actually in danger?
If he loses the election, loses his hold on the city and state government, they'll electrocute him.
But he's safe if he wins?
Sure.
Will he win?
I think so.
And then he'll not be in danger?
No, he'll not be in danger. Too bad, isn't it? Go on, play. You may not want this to be overheard. You can put up with Paul for the sake of the political backing your father needs, but that has its limits. Last week you decided Paul had killed your brother and was going to escape punishment, so you decided to do something about it, Miss Henry. That's splendid. Paul's daughter and his sweetheart both trying to steer him to the electric chair. He certainly has a lot of luck with women. Keep playing, I tell you, or I'll shout it. You sent those anonymous letters around. Certainly you did.
I'm not good at lying. I know Paul killed Taylor. I wrote the letters.
You hate Paul, don't you? Even if I proved to you that he didn't kill Taylor, you'd still hate him, wouldn't you?
Yes, I think I should.
That's it. You don't hate him because you think he killed your brother. You think he killed your brother because you hate him.
No, now listen to me. I'll tell you what happened that night. Paul came to dinner, the first time we'd had him to dinner. Taylor wasn't at the dinner table, but he was up in his room. Yes, he would meet with Paul because of the trouble he'd had about Opal. After dinner, Paul and I were alone for a little while in this room, and he suddenly put his arms around me and tried to kiss me.
What happened then?
I asked him to leave.
And then?
Father came down. He'd heard Paul going out. I told him what had happened. And then Taylor came down from his room. He must have heard what I said because he ran out the door after Paul. Father tried to stop him. I didn't see either of them until Father came to my room and told me Taylor had been killed.
Well, what of it?
What of it? How could I help knowing then that Taylor had run out after Paul and had caught up with him and had been killed by him? He was furious.
No, that won't do. Paul wouldn't have had to kill Taylor, and he wouldn't have done it. Paul doesn't lose his head in a fight. I know that. I've seen Paul fight, and I've fought with him. No, that won't do.
I know. You're Paul's friend. It hurts.
You're right about my being Paul's friend.
Then this is useless. I thought if I could show you the truth, But we needn't be enemies, need we?
The part of you that's tricked Paul and is trying to trick him is my enemy.
And the other part of me that hasn't anything to do with that? You don't know that part, do you?
Sure I do. That part was playing the piano just now.
Drop you off at the club, Ned?
No, thanks, Paul. I think I'll go home.
You don't know how good I feel that you and Janet hit it off this evening.
I can get along with anybody if I have to. How's the election going, Paul? Is everything going along to suit you?
We're not as well off as we were 2 weeks ago. You know that.
That's right. And if Taylor Henry's killing isn't cleared up pronto, you won't have to worry about the campaign. You'll be sunk whoever wins.
Just what do you mean by that, Ned?
Everybody in town thinks you killed him.
Yeah? Don't let that worry you. I've had things said about me before.
Is there anything you haven't been through, Maverick? Ever been given the electric chair?
I don't think I ever will.
You're not very far from it right now, Paul.
Ned.
I'm not taking up your time with my nonsense.
I'm listening to you. Never lost anything listening to you.
Thank you, sir. Why do you suppose Farr's wiggling out from under and the rest of the boys? They figure you're licked. Everybody knows the police haven't tried to find Taylor's murder, and everybody thinks it's because you killed him. Farr figures that's enough to lick you at the polls this time.
We've been talking a lot about what other people figure, Ned. Let's talk about what you figure. Figure I'm licked?
I've told you. If Taylor Henry's murder isn't cleared up pronto, you're sunk. That's the whole thing. That's the only thing worth doing anything about.
That won't do. Think up something else. Must be an out, Ned. Think.
There isn't. That's the only way. You're going to take it whether you like it or not, or I'm going to take it for you.
Ah, no, lay off.
Well, that's one thing I won't do for you, Paul.
I killed him, Ned. It was an accident, Ned. He ran down the street after me when I left. Cane he picked up on his way out. Tried to hit me with a stick. I don't know how it happened, but pulling it away from him, I hit him on the head with it. Not hard, but he fell back and smashed his head on the curb.
What happened to the stick?
I took it away under my overcoat and burned it.
What kind of a stick was it?
A rough brown one. Heavy.
And you had a clear self-defense plea.
I know, but I didn't want that, Ned. I want Janet Henry more than I ever wanted anything in my life. What chance would I have then? Even if it was an accident.
You'd have more chance than you've got now. Janet Henry's always thought you killed her brother. She hates you. She's been trying to play you into the electric chair. She wrote all those anonymous letters to everybody. She's the one that turned your daughter against you. She was telling me this tonight, trying to turn me. She's not...
That's enough. What is it, Ned? Do you want her yourself, or is it... It doesn't make any difference. Get you, heel. This is the kiss-off.
Whatever you say, Paul. Norman, 5823. Hello, I want to speak to Miss... Janet. This is Ned. You mind if I come back? I've got some news, yes. Say, do you want the lowdown on what happened to your brother? Well, look among Taylor's walking sticks. That's right. See if any of them, his or your father's, are missing. Particularly a rough, heavy brown one. Yeah, that's right.
Come in, Mr. Beaumont. What's happened? Tell me.
What'd you find out about the walking stick?
It's upstairs in Father's closet, the heavy one you described. In fact, none of them are missing. Neither Taylor's nor Father's. But what about it? Ned, don't be so mysterious.
Look here, Janet. Are you sure you want to go through with this thing?
I want to go through with it more than I ever wanted to do anything in my life.
They're practically the same words Paul used, telling me how much he wanted you.
Did you tell him about me?
Yep. Called me a liar and kicked me out of his car. Paul and I are washed up.
I'm glad. I won't pretend I'm not. Did Paul say anything else?
Yes.
Well?
He said that he killed your brother.
Ned, I knew it. Then you'll go to the district attorney.
You certainly want to be in at the kill, don't you?
He was in at my brother's.
Well, I hope you like it when you get it. Now, go ahead. Call your father.
Father? Oh, Father, would you come in, please? Right away.
Janet, just one more thing. You're sure about that cane?
Of course I'm sure. I saw it just 10 minutes ago.
Good. That's all I need to know.
Well, Janet, what is it? Oh, hello, Mr. Beaumont.
Hello,
You back
sir.
again?
Father, I'm afraid we have some unpleasant news for you. Mr. Beaumont has just told me who killed Taylor. It was Paul Madvig.
Madvig? Mr. Beaumont, what have you got to support that statement? What evidence?
For one thing, his own confession.
Madvig admitted that he killed my son?
Yes.
This is incredible. An associate of mine killed my son? I can't believe it.
Father, what are you going to do?
Well, there's only one thing we can do. Tell Farr to arrest Paul Madvig. Operator, get the district attorney's office.
Senator, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
What do you mean, Beaumont?
I'd hang up that receiver. I wouldn't talk to Farr yet. You're not quite ready.
You think that you can tell me what you did and expect me to do nothing when my son...
Hang up that receiver, Senator. Senator, I have a special authority from the district attorney. I've got it here in this pocket. If there's any arrest in this case, I'd like to do it myself.
Then why didn't you arrest Madvig on the spot?
Because he didn't kill your son.
Ned.
Well, you just said
that Paul confessed, yes, but I didn't say I believed him. His story didn't hold together. Sit down, Senator, and you, Janet. I've got plenty to say to both of you.
You'd better be quick about it, Beaumont, before I pick up the phone.
It won't work, Senator, because Paul's going to stop covering you up the minute he gets arrested. Now, what happened, Miss Henry, is something like this. When your brother heard about Paul that night, he ran after him, taking the stick with him and wearing a hat. Well, that's not important. You wanted to be reelected, Senator. You couldn't let your son get in a fight with a man you were counting on to put you over. So you had to stop your son at all costs, didn't you?
This is nonsense. I will not have my...
Sure, it's nonsense, and your bringing the stick that killed him back home is nonsense, and wearing his hat because you'd run out bareheaded after him is nonsense, too. But it's nonsense that'll nail you to the cross, Senator Henry.
Let's have it quickly, Beaumont. What is it you're trying to say?
I can say it in 4 words, Senator. You killed your son. Well, that's how the Reform Party got in. Here it is, right off the tape. A plurality of 227,000. That's reform with a vengeance. After tonight, Paul and I are on the shelf. Even Shadow Rory is out of the picture. 2 days ago, he was killed by one of his own henchmen at Paradise Gardens. Senator Henry's through with politics, too. He's indicted for manslaughter by his own confession, and he's waiting trial. Paul Madvig's lying low for a while. Never gives up, that man. I said goodbye to him yesterday. We shook hands. There wasn't much we could say. Well, I still got my one-way ticket to New York, and tomorrow I'm going to use it. Oh, I'm the sort that likes to travel alone, but, well, I guess the reform wave's got me, too. There's another ticket in my pocket. I bought it last night. This one's for Janet Henry.
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Glass Key by Dashiell Hammett. In just a moment, Orson Welles will return to the microphone. But first, a word from the makers of Campbell's Soups. A little while ago, I spoke of the lavish emphasis on chicken in Campbell's Chicken Soup. Actually, all the good meat of fine government-certified chickens goes into its making. The broth bubbles slowly and softly in shining kettles until it takes on a golden glisten, and the good flavor of chicken is rich in every drop. Pieces of chicken meat, cooked deliciously tender, go into the soup, too, along with snowy rice. Somewhere, sometime, you've probably tasted a chicken soup that you decided was the very last word. Well, with that chicken soup in mind, if you'll try Campbell's tomorrow, I'll promise you won't be disappointed. I'm sure you'll say Campbell's is as fine as the finest in your memory, and you'll be glad you can have it at any time and often. You'll like it for lunch, for supper, for family meals, whenever the idea of chicken soup sounds good. Why not put Campbell's Chicken Soup on tomorrow's shopping list and have it this very weekend? And now, here is Orson Welles.
certain sense, The Glass Key is something more than a detective story. Someday, perhaps, historians will consult it as a social document, as an accurate, if depressing picture of almost any American city of the not-so-distant past. Dash Hammett, one of the period's greatest chroniclers, comes honestly by his knowledge of the dark ways of the underworld. Before he ever published a single story, long before he went to Hollywood to create this cinematic detective, he was himself a private investigator, a dick in the vernacular. I'm sure he wouldn't object to my telling you the story of his biggest case. The biggest case in the sense that he was hired to look for one of the biggest things you could imagine. It was a Ferris wheel. As a friend of Mr. Hammett, I should like to be able to report that he laid hands on the Ferris wheel and returned it to the owner, but he didn't. Nobody to this day knows what happened to the Ferris wheel. Perhaps it escaped to South America disguised as a roller coaster, a merry-go-round. However, Hammett, thwarted in his career of detection, turned eventually to literature, and I, for one, am heartily thankful. There are lots of detectives, but there's only one Dashiell Hammett. And now, I have the great pleasure in introducing to you our distinguished guest of the evening, Warden Laws of Sing Sing.
Mr. Wells, I want to thank you for inviting me to one of the most realistic crime dramas I've witnessed. Shall I say in an unofficial capacity?
Warden Laws, would you say that Mr. Hammett's story reflects the underworld of the Prohibition era only, or one that still persists today?
Well, booze is gone, Mr. Wells, but crime persists. However, I believe the intimate tie-up of crime with politics is decidedly on the wane.
Does that mean that we're catching up with the crime problem?
We've been catching up with crime for over 4,000 years. Tablets dug up in the Near East of the trial and execution of a couple of protection racketeers who had been terrorizing the local merchants. The record shows that these gangsters had actually been paying off the mayor. This particular racket was busted in the year 2000 B.C.
Well, that's not exactly tossing orchids to the crime crusaders the past 4,000 years.
Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Wells. Police action against matured crime is necessary, but there is another front on which the fight must go on. We may fill our prisons to capacity and work the electric chair overtime, but crime will continue until we correct the conditions which produce it.
That's the challenge you made in your recent book, Invisible Stripes. Supposing we accept your challenge, Warden Laws, what can the average citizen do about it?
The average citizen is the only one who can do anything about it, because crime is essentially a problem of youth, and the average citizen is directly responsible for the training of youth. And there are at least 3 million children throughout the country desperately in need of supervised leisure activities.
Well, that brings the fight right into our own homes, doesn't it? And those are the basic factors involved in society's effort to eliminate crime.
No, there is one thing more. In the 12 months of depression beginning in the late months of 1937, Sing Sing received the greatest number of genuine first offenders in its history, victims of a tragic lack of opportunity. We must find places in our social and economic fabric for every young man and young woman. That, Mr. Wells, is the answer to the crime problem.
Let's hope that it can be accomplished.
It must be accomplished, Mr. Wells, if democracy is to reach its true fulfillment.
Thank you, Warden Laws.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Glass Key, Orson Welles played the part of Paul Madvick, Paul Stewart played Ned Beaumont. Ray Collins played Shadow Rory, and Myron McCormick the part of Senator Henry. Effie Palmer was Mrs. Madvick, Elsbeth Eric was Opal, and Elizabeth Morgan was the telephone operator. The role of Farr was played by Everett Sloan, that of Jeff by Howard Smith. Laura Baxter played Jeanette Henry, and Edgar Barrier the part of Rusty. Music for the Campbell Playhouse was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now, Mr. Wells, may we have a word, please, about next week's broadcast?
Just a word. Next week, our story is about 3 brothers who left England to save a lady's honor, and who wound up in Morocco as members of the most desperate band of men in the world, the Foreign Legion. Next week, Percival Christopher Wren's romance, Beau Geste, is the story, and with us, Laurence Olivier and Noah Berry. And so, until next week, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us at the Campbell Playhouse again next Friday evening, when Laurence Olivier and Noah Beery will appear with him in Beau Geste. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed tonight's Campbell Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
Heard on tonight's show, Manhattan Serenade and Metropolitan Nocturne by Louis Alder, also Alfred Newman, Street Scene. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear. Well, the Lone Ranger, up next.
Hail, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Cattle raising was the first great industry in the western United States. But the lives and property of the ranchers were in constant danger from outlaws and hostile Indians. It was not until the masked rider of the plains started his fight for justice that cattle rustlers were driven from the range country and the West became safe for honest men and women. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading south for the Rio Grande. There's going to be trouble. Hail, Silver, away! Sam Curdy's cattle were grazing peacefully on the buffalo grass that covered the rangeland. They were Texas Longhorns, sleek and well-fed, just about the best cattle in the territory. It was late at night, and the herd was watched by only 2 range riders.
That you, Regan?
Yeah, Jeff. Pretty quiet tonight, ain't they?
Get around the other side of the herd, Regan. I'm riding this side.
I thought I saw a light flickering over this way. Come over to ask if you saw
I ain't seen nothing.
It was right up that there bluff behind you. I figured that...
Now get back to where you belong.
I was just going to tell you
I
about...
ain't seen nothing, and there ain't nothing. Regan, suppose them cattle takes a notion to wander right where you're supposed to be.
Jeff, I wouldn't have come unless I figured them cattle wasn't in no danger of stampeding.
I never can tell. Now get.
All right, I'm sloping.
Doggone curious, that fella.
What's up there, you critters? This ain't no night for wandering. Come on there, get him.
I reckon he don't suspect nothing. Come on, horse. Up the hill. Come on, boy. Steady now. Steady. Come on, fella. fella. Worcester. Worcester.
Right here, Jeff. You get rid of that cowhead?
Well, he's seen a light. You ought to be more careful, Worcester.
Forget it. We got business to attend to. The sooner we stampede Curdy's cattle past Rock Gulch, the sooner the boys can cut out a couple of hundred head for rustling.
All ready any time you say, Worcester.
No shooting and no yelling, savvy?
Ain't gonna be easy getting them steers on the prod.
Ain't it? I got something right here in my saddlebag.
Huh?
We use this. There won't be no need for us to shoot or raise a holler.
Hey. Worcester, that smells like wolf.
Yeah, Jeff. It's wolf scent, all right. Got it from an engine.
Well, hold there. Stand still, you cayuse.
There, you see? Your horse got the smell of wolf. Just figure what'll happen when them longhorns start to get it. Yeah, you hear him? Wind's carrying the scent toward him already.
That's a right smart idea, Worcester.
Yeah. Jeff, you take this here sack. I got another one. Now we'll just head for the cattle. The closer we get, the wilder they'll get. They'll stampede without us making a sound.
If this doggone horse don't run away first.
Come on. Let them cattle get the smell of wolves.
They're moving.
Swing that sack toward them. Spread the wolf scent. They're getting it. Faster.
Get up.
Pretty slick scheme, ain't it? Regan won't know what makes him so nervous. Come on, keep going.
What's eating her?
Silver boy, easy there. Get back. Get back there. You're acting plumb loco. What's there to be scared of? Get back. Back, you ornery longhorns. What's making you act up? What the... Ain't no use. I can't turn it back. Here they come. Come on, horse. We gotta run for it. Get traveling, horse. It's a stampede. I gotta ride for my life.
What that? Stop, Tonto. Them cattle. Tonto, it's a stampede. They're heading this way. That's right. We go fast. Tonto, wait. Huh? You hear that, Kimasabi? There's a rider out in front of the stampede. You hear him. He sounds tired, Tonto. Come along. We've got to see if he needs help. Get him up, Scout. Come on, Silver. Head for the stampede. Hello! Him not hear you. Look, Tonto. The moon's coming out through the clouds. Him plenty close. Faster, Silver, faster. Hello!
I got to ride you down.
Over this way.
I can't. If I turn, they'll get me up.
Look, him fall down. His horse hit a gopher hole. Come on, Silver.
Look out for them spears.
Get set. Swing up behind me. Him ready.
Give me a hand.
Up you come. Hang on.
You'll never make a can, Double. Better let me go and save yourself.
Keep your hold. Faster, Kimosabe. Them clouds come fast. Come on, Silver. Run for your life, old boy. Hello, Silver. Away.
We sure done all right with them cattle, Jeff.
Yonder's the ranch, Worcester. Reckon I better amble.
The boys cut out a full 200 head. Changing the brand on it by now.
You figure Regan got away?
He had them longhorns right behind him, sure enough. Maybe they stampeded over him. Don't make no difference anyways. We had the cattle cut out while he was still riding in front of the stampede.
You better head back for the boys.
Yeah.
I'll ride up to the ranch and give Sam Curdy the sad news.
Yeah. Sad for him. Make it look good, Jeff.
Sure. Sam won't suspect a thing, not a thing.
As soon as we get them cars across the border, you'll get your divvy. Adios.
Adios, Worcester. Come on, horse. Pull leather.
Make it look good.
Yeah. Hey, Sam. Sam Curdy. Hey, Sam, wake up. Turn out. It's me. It's Jeff. Sam, where in tarnation are you?
Who's there?
Where's Sam?
Jeff, that you?
Yeah, there's trouble. Where's Sam?
Well, he's asleep, of course. What on earth is
Then
he
roust him out. We gotta get going.
Such a ruckus. What's it going? Jeff, something gone wrong with the steers?
Trouble, Sam.
How come you're here? You ought to be out range riding.
The herd broke loose.
What, a stampede?
They went on the prod, plumb loco. Got going, and I couldn't stop them.
Stay right here. I'll pull on my boots and get right out.
Jeff.
Yes'm?
How come you're alone? What about Regan?
Regan was on the other side of the herd, Mrs. Curdy. The cattle stampede headed straight for him.
Oh, You think something happened to
I
him?
don't know. I couldn't see. There's plenty of dust, and the moon went under a cloud. I sure hope Regan got clear. Them Longhorns got plenty sharp hoofs.
Tend to things more. I'm riding out with Jeff.
Oh, look for young Regan, Sam.
This way, Jeff. Grab me horse out of the corral.
You better make it too, Sam.
Huh?
Well, my horse is plumb tuckered out.
Sure, I clean forgot. Sure, your horse must be wore out. Riding after stampeding cattle ain't no picnic. And then pouring for the ranch at a gallop. Sure, you put that cayuse into the corral and we'll get us fresh horses. Shed that saddle and give me a rope. The sooner we get horses, the sooner we can take after them Longhorns. Sky's getting light. Them cattle sure covered plenty of ground.
Went way past Rock Gulch, Sam.
Hey, you hear that?
The cattle.
Yeah. Must be right past this clump of mesquite.
Hey, over this way. Over here.
You hear that? It's Regan. Hey, Regan, that you?
Mr. Cuddy.
Come on, Jeff, that's him.
Mister, I sure am glad to see you. These here local steers been rambling all night. Jeff, you figure what started them?
Well, nary an idea, Regan. Just got to belling and milling around, and off they took.
Glad to see you safe, son.
They come mighty near getting caught, Mr. Cuddy. But a fella...
And as for the herd, it look... Hey,
Huh?
Jeff, Regan, there's something wrong. That herd looks heaps smaller than it ought to be.
Well, Sam, I don't
Looks
think...
like plenty is missing. I
Gosh,
wonder if
Mr.
something...
Cuddy, they sure do look thinned out now that you mention it.
Rustlers.
Now, Sam,
Rustlers, I tell you. That's what it must be. And by granny, I got a good idea where they're headed.
Where?
Rock Gulch. It's the only spot they could have cut out any cattle.
Well, maybe they strayed off. and
Straight
they-
nothing. Couple hundred head. I tell you, them cattle was cut off deliberate. And I tell you, it's Rock Gulch where it was done. Get your horse, Regan.
My horse is lame, Mr. Cuddy. Stepped smack into a gopher hole.
Lame, huh? All right, then you stay here and keep your eyes on the herd.
I don't reckon they'll go on the prod again. They plumb wore to a frazzle.
Nevertheless, you stay. Jeff, we're heading for Rock Gulch.
Well, if you say so, but I
But
don't...
nothing. Rock Gulch leads right to the ford across the Rio Grande, right smack into Mexico. It's rustlers, I tell you, and we're heading after them. Come on, boy. Come on.
There they are, Kemosabe.
Rustler.
Across the Rio Grande into Mexico.
Them change brand now.
Keep low, Tonto.
That's right.
The sun's coming up. I don't want them to see us over the top of this hill.
Tall feller boss, huh?
Remember what he looks like, Tonto. Now back to the horses.
How many cattle there?
At least 200 head, Tonto.
We go back across Rio Grande now?
Now, this is Mexican territory, Tonto. Nothing we can do here would be within the law.
Boss Rustler not Mexican.
He'll cross the border again soon, Tonto. That's the time to trap him.
You think maybe...
Yes?
Him fella we helping stampede.
Regan?
Maybe him Rustler, too.
No, Tonto. I'm sure Regan has nothing to do with it. Plenty of cowhands rustle their own cattle. But Regan was running ahead of that stampede. He couldn't be in with the rustlers. But Regan mentioned another rider. A rider who should have been with that herd, and yet he wasn't. A cowhand named Jeff. Steady, Silver.
Oh, steady.
We'll head back across the river into Texas territory. Curdy's cattle have been rustled. Now I want to find out where Jeff is and what he knows about it. All right, Silver. Back trail.
Get him up, Scout.
Clear's a marked trail. Look at Jeff.
Yes, Sam?
Doggone ornery cattle-stealing rustlers. They cut out them prime heads and moved them right across the Rio.
Reckon that's what started the stampede.
Sure, rustles that butt. I'll pull up. Ain't no use chasing them into Mexican territory. Just two of us ain't enough to put up a fight.
Yeah, it's a doggone shame, Sam.
You sure you didn't see anyone last night, Jeff?
Well, nary a soul.
It beats me how they started a stampede without shouting and yelling. Must be them same rustlers that's been taking cattle off every ranch in this section. Dad read him. If I had a posse of men around,
What's that?
Hoofs. Come from the other side of the river.
Hey, where you going?
Behind these here cactus. They ain't seen us yet.
What are you figuring on doing?
Get your shooting iron. Must be a couple of them rustlers coming back. We'll give them a warm welcome.
But, Sam...
Look, they're coming down the slope now.
That can't be... Well, one of them hombres is wearing a mask.
Yeah, masked man, the Injun. Ain't nobody wears a mask unless he's up to something ornery.
Yeah, I thought it was...
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, Sam.
Reckon you're right. Them's the rustlers, sure enough. Right now, either come across the river. We can get 'em easy. Don't shoot. But saying, I want these hombres in my own way. Just keep your guns out, ready to shoot if they don't stop. They're right close. Yeah. All right, you sneaking coyotes, reach for the sky.
Steady, Silver.
Don't make no play for your guns. This ain't no ambush, mister. You and the engine are rustlers, that's what. And you know what that means. Come sundown, you'll be swinging at the end of a rope, ready for the buzzards.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger and Tonto returned to the Texas side of the Rio Grande after following the rustlers, they were ambushed by Curdley and his foreman, Jeff. Curdley, certain that the masked man and the Indian were rustlers, locked them up at his ranch and headed for the town to get the sheriff.
Miss Curdy, now don't you fret. Them two hombres is locked up good and tight, and there ain't no way for 'em to get out.
Oh, it's sure taken Sam a long time to fetch a sheriff.
It's a right smart piece to town. Ought to be back around sunset.
I sure wish you took them into town instead of leaving them here on the range.
A lot less likely they can get away here.
Hey, Jeff.
Huh? Regan, what are you doing here? I told you to stay with them steers.
I brought my horse in the corral, Jeff. Got to get another one that ain't lame.
Well, get it and get back.
Sure. Sandy's riding day herd on him. Say, what's this he was saying about Sam and you catching up a couple of them rustlers?
Yeah, Regan. We got 'em locked up waiting for the posse. And I wish we didn't.
Shucks, don't figure there'd be any trouble.
Now, get your horse and get moving, Regan.
Gosh, Jeff, you don't have to.
You heard me? Get.
All right. Oh, I almost forgot.
What?
Met Worcester over near the ranch line. Said he'd like to see you. Could you spare him a minute?
Oh, Worcester, huh?
Are you going, Jeff?
Sure. Now, don't worry about them two hombres, ma'am. They ain't getting out. I'll see Worcester, and I'll be right back.
What time you got here, Jeff?
Keep your shirt on, Worcester. Regan just told me you wanted to see me.
What about those two hombres?
You heard?
Sure, I heard. They come back across the border to my place. Met Sandy on his way to ride Sam's herd.
We ain't got a thing to worry us none.
Yeah?
Sure not. That masked gent and the engine will be swinging as soon as the sheriff gets here. What about them head we rustled?
The boys are busy changing brands.
We'll have them sold at the same place in Mexico?
Yeah, another couple of days they'll be moved along. Yeah, sure nobody's suspicions it's us doing the rustling?
Positive, Worcester.
Mighty convenient them two was captured.
They didn't put up no fight either. Had me plumb worried. For a second, while me and Sam was waiting, I figured it might be you coming back across the river.
I ain't that foolish, Jeff. Well, reckon I'll head back for my ranch. Where'd Sam put them two hombres?
See the house right down below us?
Yeah.
The back end. You can see it from here. The feed shed.
Yeah. Good thing Sam Curdy put bars on that shed.
Yep, done it to keep varmints from getting in and stealing feed last winter. I wonder how that masked man likes his gin.
Tonto, come here. Oh. Look out the window, Kimasabi. See those two men near the ranch line?
Me see him. Him?
Yes, Tonto. The man on the black horse.
Him, rustler.
The one we saw on the Mexican side of the Rio Grande. Tonto, look. Coming from the ranch house. Regan.
Yeah? What the... It's a mass, man. You mean to tell me Curdy put you two in here?
Forget that.
But, mister,
I told you not to mention that Tonto and I helped you last night. You haven't told anyone.
No, like you said, mister, I kept shut up about it. But this here's different.
Then never mind that, Regan. Who are those two men?
Huh?
Up there on the hill.
Oh, that's Jeff, mister, top end here. The other fellow's Worcester. What about him?
Regan, that man Worcester is a rustler who stole Curdy's cattle.
What? You sure what you're saying?
Tonto and I saw him on the Mexican side.
That's right.
Well, I'll be doggone. Mister, I better go to town and get Curdy. Him and the sheriff.
Oh, wait.
Huh?
And getting the sheriff will do no good, Regan. If Worcester hasn't been suspected before, why should they take my word now?
Oh, yeah, hadn't figured that. What do you want me to do?
Can you get back here tonight?
I reckon so.
As soon as it turns dark, come here. Make sure you do it before Curdy returns with the sheriff.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the rest later, but don't forget, Tonto and I must be gone before the sheriff arrives.
Sam, you're too late.
Where you got him, Sam?
I brung the sheriff and a posse, Jane. There ain't been no trouble.
Land sakes, I've been waiting and waiting. Sam, there's been a heap of trouble. Them two prisoners are gone.
What's that?
Soon as it got dark.
Curdy, I thought you said you had him safe.
It ain't possible, Sheriff. Jane, you're loco.
I ain't loco. You can look for yourself. The door's wide open.
By gravy it is.
And the silver horse and the paint are gone from the corral, ain't they?
Well, who done it? They couldn't have got out by themselves.
I don't know, Sam,
Hold
but they
on
got...
there, Sam. I'll tell you who done it.
What's that, Jeff?
I saw it, Sam. It was Regan.
Regan? You're a cowhand, Sam?
Jeff, are you sure?
Sure as I'm standing here. Regan opened the door, gave them their guns, and got their horses. I couldn't do nothing. It being 3 against 1, I reckon Regan is as crooked as they are.
Tarnation, I never figured.
Never mind the palaver, Curdy. Speak up, Jeff. Which way'd the head?
Well, if you're looking for him, Sheriff, you might as well give up right now. They hightail out of here in an all-fired hurry. By this time, they're clear across the Rio Grande into Mexico where the law can't touch them.
There, river.
The Rio Grande.
Keep traveling across the ford.
Mister, you haven't told me yet what you aim to do.
Keep on. We'll discuss that on the other side. All right. Pull up. Rein your horse. We're in Mexico now, Regan. Here's where we part company.
Yeah?
Those rustled cattle are a mile ahead. Tonto and I saw them early this morning.
1 mile.
Now, tell me once more, Regan. Just where is Worcester's ranch?
Why, it's right over that way.
There's another ford across the Rio Grande there?
Yep, leads right to his place.
Very well. Now, I want you to turn around and head back for Curdy's place.
Huh?
Take it at a trot. I don't want you to get there too soon.
But, mister, the sheriff and the whole posse is there.
I know that, Regan. I want you to tell Sam Curdy that Worcester has rustled his cattle. I want you to convince that posse to go to Worcester's ranch.
But the cattle ain't there.
They will be.
Huh?
They'll be there by the time the posse arrives. You do your part and don't let anything stop you. And Tonto and I'll do ours.
Adios.
Come on, Silver. We're going after those stolen cattle.
Get him up, Scout.
Doggone, look at that fellow ride. I don't know how he aims to move them cattle, but I reckon he's one fella that gets things done. Well, I reckon I better start moseying, too. Come on, horse. I hope that masked man don't run into more than he can handle.
Around behind the rustlers now, Tonto.
What we do?
There are 4 men guarding those cattle. We saw them before.
That's right.
The torches?
You got them.
We're going to light those torches and stampede the cattle right back across the Rio Grande, right to Worcester's ranch. Pull up.
Their campfire.
The rustlers.
Maybe they shoot, huh?
We're not expecting anything, Cantor. We'll be on them before they're ready. Once those cattle start, we'll make sure they don't stop this side of Worcester's place. Now light the torches.
Here, one.
That's it. I'll take one and you take the other. Use your other hand for your gun. Leave the reins on Scout's neck. We can guide Silver and Scout with the knees. Now ride. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Shoot into the air, Tonto. Stampede them.
Stop them! Get those hombres!
Come on, you longhorns, on the prowl! Throw away your horse, Tonto. We don't need them now. The cattle are moving, and moving, and they won't stop. Hail, Silver, away!
Sam Curdy.
What in thunder? Regan.
Sam, Sheriff, get the posse riding. The masked man says the stolen cattle at Worcester's place.
What's that?
Sam, grab him. Didn't Jeff tell you it was Regan let the masked man and the engine escape?
Let go of me. Sure, I helped him get away. But it wasn't them done the rustling.
Regan, talk and talk fast.
I'm doing it. Sam, listen. That masked fella in the engine saved my life last night. They saved me from the stampede with my horse hit a gopher hole. They couldn't have done that and been doing the rustling at the same time.
Speak your piece.
I let them get away on account of they had a plan to get the rustlers.
Which same you say is Worcester?
Yeah, Worcester and Jeff.
Regan, you sure sound straight. But I won't swallow that until I hear from Jeff. He's my top hand. He wouldn't do no rustling. Jeff? Hey, Jeff.
Well, reckon he ain't here.
I've seen him around before.
Sam.
Huh?
Sam, I just now recollect. After you and the sheriff come up here with a posse, you seen Jeff leave.
You did?
Didn't strike me at the time, but he acted mighty secret about it. And what's more, he headed his horse for Worcester's place. Going mighty fast, too, like he was in an all-fired hurry.
Sam, you gotta come with
Regan,
me.
this ain't no time for talk. I don't savvy if what you say is all correct.
It is correct.
But you can save it. Sheriff, the horse is outside, all saddled and ready. Call out your posse. We're heading for Worcester's ranch.
Roll out, boys! Get your horses!
Get up. Get up. Come on.
Don't sound so funny to me, Jeff. What did Regan let him get away for? And he went with him.
Now, don't get head up, Worcester. That's what I told the posse. I didn't see them gents escape, savvy?
But you said that...
Sure. I figured along as the masked man, the engine was gone, and Regan weren't around to deny it. Why, it wouldn't do no harm to put him in a bad light, savvy? Besides, maybe it's better for us the posse didn't find them two. Might have been some embarrassing questions.
You're a right smart hombre, Jeff.
This way, Sam and the sheriff, and everybody figures them are the rustlers. They got away, so that's all there is to it.
I reckon it's best this way, huh?
I sloped over to tell you, Worcester. I ain't got no reason to worry about...
Jeff?
Worcester, that sounds like cattle.
Yeah. I haven't any cattle near the house.
And where'd they come from?
I don't like this, Jeff. Come on. What the...
Worcester, them are Sam Curdy's cattle. I thought you had them across the Rio Grande.
Sure I did.
Them's the cattle we rustled. How'd they get back here?
I don't know.
All right, Worcester, grab for the sky.
Stand right where you are. Curdy. Jeff, it's Curdy and the sheriff.
Where's my gun now?
Try that again, and my bullet won't be aimed at your gun, Jeff.
The masked man. Mister, you sure can shoot. He hit his gun before he had down the holster. Now, Worcester, if you got an alibi, you better start spouting. Them there's my cattle. Last night they had my brand on them, and now they got yours. How come?
Well, that is a...
nothing to say, huh? How about you, Jeff? You got anything to say? Sam, you don't think I had anything to do with this? You don't think I rustled your cattle, do you? Jeff, I don't think so. I know so. And you know how I know? Because me and the sheriff and the whole doggone posse listened right here outside this door while you and Worcester was talking. We heard every word. Sheriff, you can take these hombres to the calaboose.
Sam, I sure will.
And as for you, Regan, from now on, you're foreman.
Me, Mr. Curdy?
Yeah, you. You're top hand, savvy? I gotta thank somebody, don't I? And doggone his hide, that there masked man don't stay around for nothing. Not even for a thank you.
The story you've just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the three great Linx home brighteners, Linx Clear Gloss, Linx Cream Polish, and Linx Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Murder Goes to College, or Nick Carter and the Mystery at Spring Lake.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery at Spring Lake. But first, a Christmas suggestion. There's nothing that adds more to hospitable cheer than a bright, well-kept home. American homemakers have learned how much surroundings can mean. That's why they've come to depend on Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, to beautify their walls. And for your floors, woodwork, and furniture, it's those three great Linx home brighteners. Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. Linx Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linx Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Get the three great Linx home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we start our story today, we find Nick and his assistant Patsy in Nick's car racing toward Mount Albans College for Girls in response to a hurried phone call from the dean of the school.
But if this girl killed herself, Nick, what are you supposed to do? When a girl kills herself, there's no criminal to catch.
If it was suicide, Dean Collingwood wants me to find the reason for it.
Oh, isn't that a little out of your line?
Well, yes, it is, Patsy, but she's an old friend of mine, so I said I'd do it.
But why does she care why the girl killed herself?
Oh, she thinks that if some of the parents felt that the girl disliked the school enough to kill herself to get out of it, they'll take their own daughters out of Mount Albans in droves.
Oh.
The school will be ruined.
How did she die, Nick?
The dean said she found a box of sleeping capsules on the table beside the girl's bed, together with an empty water glass. She thought they might be the cause.
Well, when Nicholas Carter gets on the scene, everything will be all straightened out. We'll all know exactly what happened and why.
And this, Margaret, is my assistant and severest critic, Patsy Bowen. Patsy, Dean Collingwood, head of Mount Albans.
How do you do, Miss Bowen? Fine, thank you.
Have you notified the police yet, Margaret?
Why, no. I wanted you to look things over first, Nick.
I see. Well, who found the body?
When Miss Jordan failed to appear for breakfast, one of the maids was sent to see if she needed help or if she were ill. When no one answered the maid's knock, why, of course, she came back to me.
Then you found her.
Yes, I found her dead.
How many people know about the tragedy so far?
Oh, only the maid, myself, and, of course, you two.
Good. Let's keep it that way for a while longer. Now, may I see your room, please?
Yes, of course. It's on the next floor. This way, please.
What can you tell me about this Jordan girl?
She was an only child. Her mother is a widow.
Did she have any close friends?
Yes. She and 3 other girls were together quite a lot. They were Miss O'Hare, Miss Grinnell, and Miss Brown.
They all interested in the same things?
My 3 friends were interested primarily in young men and good times. But Miss Jordan's hobby was amateur photography.
Did she have money?
Yes, she did. Her mother gave her everything she wanted. This is her room, Nick. I'll say she had money, Nick. You don't get rugs like these with cigar coupons.
Are these the sleeping capsules, Margaret?
Yes.
You can't buy these in this state without a prescription.
She had a prescription, the number of it, and the physician's name on the box.
So I see. And I'll check with him later. Well, Patsy, suppose you look over the things on that side of the room while I go through her desk here. See if you can find anything that might help us learn what's happened.
Right, Nick.
Any letters, bills, notes, and so on, you know.
But I know. Oh, you really shouldn't read her letters, Nick. They're private.
Well, if any reporters happen to get hold of them, they'll be as public as Central Park.
Reporters? What have they to do with this?
Everything. You can't hide suicide or murder.
Nick, please, this mustn't be murder.
Well, I hope not, Margaret, for your sake. Oh, this is interesting. Letter to a mother. Started but never finished. Darling Mother, I hope you will remember always how close we have been and how much happiness we've had together. You've been so good to me. And that's as far as she got.
I wonder why she didn't finish it. That sounds like a farewell letter. It was a farewell note, of course.
Well, why wasn't it finished then?
Well, she was probably overcome with emotion.
I don't think so. She hadn't been crying. Her eyelids aren't red or swollen.
Good girl, Patsy. Oh, Margaret, will you ask your chemistry professor to analyze one of these sleeping capsules?
Very well, Nick. Although I still think that this is all nonsense.
Also, I'd like to use your study. I want to talk to this Jordan girl's 3 friends, one at a time.
Very well.
But don't tell them anything about the Jordan girls being dead.
All right, Nick. I'll send the first girl in to you in a few minutes.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, sir? I'm Mary Grinnell.
Yes, Miss Grinnell. Come in, won't you?
Yes, sir.
Miss Grinnell, I'm afraid I have a shock for you. Your friend Edith Jordan has just killed herself.
Oh, no. Edith wouldn't do that. She just wouldn't.
No? Well, at any rate, she's dead, I'm sorry to say. Can you shed any light on the situation?
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry.
But do you know anything about her actions last night?
We studied together for our mid-year exams.
In your room or hers?
In mine. She went back to her room early, though. Said she wanted to write a letter and then turn in early.
That must have been the letter we found there, Nick.
Probably. Can you tell me anything else, Miss Grinnell?
No, sir. Nothing.
All right, then, run along. And please don't mention what I've told you to anyone. Miss O'Hearn, I'm sure you'll be sorry to learn that your friend Edith Jordan has killed herself.
Oh, no. No, she wouldn't. Well, she couldn't. She wasn't that kind of a girl.
What makes you say that?
Oh, why, lots of things. And especially because we planned to go to a matinee together on Saturday. She even got the tickets for us.
Tell me, Miss O'Hearn, in your opinion, did Edith ever seem morbid or unhappy?
Oh, no, never. Except...
Except what?
Well, when Edith first came here, she was very gay. Lately, she's been very quiet. I don't know why, though.
Well, thanks very much, Miss O'Hearn. Ask Miss Brown to come in, will you?
Yes, sir. You can go in now, Alice.
All right. You wanted to see me?
Miss Brown, Edith Jordan killed herself last night.
Killed herself? Oh. No, you couldn't make me believe that.
Why do you say that?
Edith wasn't that kind. And besides, lately she's been afraid of something.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
I don't know, but for the last month she's lived in fear of something.
That might account for the sleeping capsules, Nick.
Possibly. How do you know she was afraid, Miss Brown?
Well, we girls never lock our doors here in the dormitory, but she did.
Perhaps she was just timid.
She wasn't timid when she first came here.
No? Well, do you know when she first began locking her door?
Yes. It was right after someone took a shot at her in the woods.
What's that? Someone shot at her. Are you sure?
Edith said she knew it was true, but she asked me not to mention it to anyone.
Was she alone when this happened?
Why, yes. She often went into the woods alone with her camera.
And did she go into the woods after this someone took a shot at her?
Oh, no, after that, she used her car and took pictures from the highway.
Oh, she had her own car?
Yes, sir.
Well, do you happen to know whether Miss Jordan was taking a sleeping remedy lately?
I don't think she was. She had some harmless preparation the doctor gave her, but I don't think she ever used it.
Well, apparently it wasn't entirely harmless. Unless I'm mistaken, she died from taking it. Well, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes?
Mr. Carter, Dean Collingwood asked me to let you know what I found out when I analyzed the sleeping capsule she gave me.
Oh, yes. What was it?
I found nothing unusual about it. Just a sleeping remedy that's in common use.
Would they be enough to kill anybody?
Oh, no, indeed. Not unless they were accompanied by something far more deadly.
Well, thank you, Professor. Thank you very much.
It's quite all right, Mr. Carter.
Oh, hello, Margaret. Come in.
Well, Nick, have you learned anything yet?
Only that I'm sure Miss Jordan didn't kill herself.
But, Nick, that's the one thing I don't want to find out.
Yes, I know, Margaret, but I can't help facts being facts.
Well, what now?
I think I'll take a run into town and talk with a physician who prescribed the capsules for her.
Will you do something for me, Nick?
Certainly.
Will you take the bus into town and come back in Miss Jordan's car? It's being repaired there, and the garage phoned a short time ago that it's ready. I promised to send someone in for it.
Of course. Patsy, while I'm gone, I want you to go over Edith Jordan's room with a fine-tooth comb. Notice every little thing.
Looking for anything special, Nick?
No, Patsy, just looking. You've heard what these girls have told us. See if you can find anything to explain the Jordan girls' actions during the past few weeks. I'll see you when I get back from town. Dr. Steele, according to the label on the package, you prescribed some sleeping capsules for Miss Edith Jordan.
Edith Jordan. Oh, yes, I remember her now. Plucky kid. Not a whimper out of her when I set her collarbone. Even refused an anesthetic.
Did you say she broke her collarbone?
Why, yes, it was, about 2 months ago, I should say, but there were no complications, and the injury healed rapidly.
Do you remember how it happened?
Oh, yes, an automobile accident. That was when I prescribed the sleeping remedy for her, just as a precaution.
I don't suppose she needed a very strong dose.
No, it was a very small one. 1 3/4 grain capsule, and, a second one an hour later, if required.
What would be a deadly dose, Doctor?
Oh, from 40 to 50 times that much, probably.
Did you give her the prescription?
No, I phoned it into the drugstore, and he had it ready for her when she got there. I often do that.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Doctor. You've been very kind. Now, if you'll tell me which way the drugstore is, I won't bother you any longer.
Well, so Edith Jordan had a broken collarbone a few weeks ago. That's something no one but the doctor had ever known about before. What else is Nick going to uncover in his search for the real reason why Edith Jordan was found dead in her bed in exclusive Mount Albans College? We'll see in just a moment. If you're a homemaker, you have every reason to take pride in a home that fairly gleams with the evidence of careful attention. And every wood and linoleum surface in your home will gleam when you use Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. Because Linex Clear Gloss lends a lustrous finish that keeps its beauty a long, long time. It lessens your housework amazingly, too, for it's so easy to keep clean. Dirt stays on the surface where you can wipe it away in a jiffy. And Linex Clear Gloss is so simple to apply. You just brush it on, and it dries without brush marks to an elastic, transparent finish that wears and wears. A finish which protects every surface to which it's applied. Yes, it's a fact. Linex Clear Gloss protects all the wood and linoleum surfaces in your home against damage by boiling water, hot grease, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol. In every way, it's truly the super varnish. Ask for it by name at your dealers. Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clear Gloss Varnish. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. As we left Nick, he was learning things about the dead girl, Edith Jordan, that not even Dean Cullenwood, dean of exclusive Mount Albans College for Girls, knew. Did she commit suicide or was it murder? Let's pick up Nick as he calls at the drugstore where the sleeping capsules the doctor prescribed for Edith Jordan were made up.
Yes, sir?
I'm sorry to bother you, but would you be good enough to allow me to see the prescription for a sleeping remedy prescribed for Miss Edith Jordan by Dr. Steele about 2 months ago?
I'm sorry, sir, but our records are available only to the police or the doctor. But I can assure you that the prescription was filled exactly as ordered.
Very well, I understand.
I thought you would. Sad case, isn't it?
Yes, very. Oh, did you fill the prescription yourself?
I believe I did. I remember thinking that college girls these days use far too many sleeping preparations.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
This is her car, Mr. Carter.
Well, I should have expected a girl with her money to have a more expensive car.
Oh, she wasn't no show-off. Yeah, too bad her luck ran out finally.
Luck ran out? What do you mean by that? Her accident?
Oh, look, Bud, that was no accident.
How do you mean?
Why, someone sawed the gadget on the steering wheel almost through. First time the car went around a sharp curve at high speed, it gave way. Only, as luck would have it, instead of going over the embankment, the car just turned into a hill of dirt along the road and buried its nose in the dirt. Miss Jordan got off with just a broken collarbone instead of being killed altogether.
Did you tell Miss Jordan what you just told me?
You bet I did. It didn't worry her at all. I'd have told the cops, too, only the boss said it was none of our business if she didn't want to report it.
I see. Well, thanks very much. Be seeing you.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Carter?
You're running a story on the suicide of the Jordan girl at Mount Albans College?
Sure we are. It's big news for this town.
Well, could you add one little paragraph to your story?
What kind of paragraph?
Miss Jordan left a diary. It's locked in a steel box for which we've not been able to locate the key.
Yeah?
May take a day or so to have a new key made, as it's a very special type of lock. But we expect the diary to clear up the motive for the suicide.
Yeah, that's very interesting, Mr. Carter. May I quote you on that?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather you'd use that well-known phrase, "It is understood."
Oh.
That should cover it.
I see what you mean. I don't know what you've got up your sleeve, Mr. Carter, but we'll play along with you. Your little item will be understood in this evening's paper.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Should help us immensely. Well, Patsy? Find anything in Edith Jordan's room?
I don't expect it amounts to much, Nick, but here it is. Exhibit A, a hat with what looks like a bullet hole through the crown.
Yes. So Miss Brown was right. Someone did shoot at her. Anything else?
The only other thing I found was this, Exhibit B, the picture that Edith Jordan took just before she was shot at.
What?
She didn't have any enlarging apparatus, so she gave it to Alice Brown, who does have an enlarger. She wanted it blown up.
But why?
Look, Nick, it's a picture of Spring Lake that's just north of here. Here in the center of the background's a figure. Neither Edith nor Alice knew who or what it was, so Alice made an enlargement of it to see if they could recognize it. But beyond the fact that it seems to be the figure of a man, it doesn't mean much. You can't see who he is.
Patsy, where did you get this?
Alice Brown gave it to me. She had it in her room. She and Edith thought there might be some connection between the shooting and this picture, but they couldn't seem to find any.
Doesn't mean much, does it?
Mm-mm.
And yet...
Did you find out anything in town?
Well, yes and no. The way things look now, this is the situation. Edith Jordan, perhaps unknown to herself, knew something that placed her life in danger.
What?
She was shot at, and she was in a phony auto accident in which she got a broken collarbone. I don't think she ever used the sleeping capsule she got from Dr. Steele until very recently.
No?
She'd probably been getting more and more nervous about things until at last she felt she had to have something to put her to sleep. So last night, she took one or more of the capsules, and they killed her. And yet the physician who prescribed them is a reputable man. And the drugstore where they were made up also has a good reputation. So far, that's as far as...
Hey, mind if I come in and bother you a few minutes, Mr. Carter?
Of course not, Sheriff. Come right on in.
Thank you. Howdy, ma'am.
Hello.
Hey, look, Mr. Carter, you got some theory about this kid committing suicide?
Only one theory, Sheriff. She didn't kill herself.
Can you prove that?
Expect to be able to.
When?
In the next 24 hours.
24 hours, huh?
Will you give me that long without interfering?
Yeah. Yep, you got it. You know, that picture of Spring Lake there in your desk reminds me we came across a murder out there at the lake just yesterday.
What was the murder?
Why do you ask?
Thought maybe there might be some connection between the two killings, that's all.
Oh, heck no. No, this college girl and the woman we found out at the lake are two different kinds of people. No connection at all.
Well, what was it you found at the lake?
Young woman. Been dead a couple of months. Was a waitress at the roadhouse near the lake.
And what happened to her?
Oh, slugged in the back of the head, skull crushed, then almost buried in the brush. Hunter found her yesterday.
Too bad.
By the way, Mr. Carter, what's the idea of withholding evidence?
What evidence?
That there diary.
Oh, the diary.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to break somebody for overlooking that this morning when they searched that girl's room.
Wait 24 hours, Sheriff. Remember, you gave me 24 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Why I let you wind me around your finger this way, I don't know.
It couldn't be because you haven't any clues and you think that I might have one, could it?
Huh? Well, could be, Carter. Could be.
Did I understand you correctly, Nick? You want to spend the night in the girls' dormitory?
That's what I said, Margaret. I want your permission to spend the night in Edith Jordan's room.
Nick, that would be most irregular.
Margaret, murder is most irregular, too.
You're sure it is murder?
Absolutely positive. And I hope to solve it by spending the night in her room.
But if it was murder, how was it done?
Probably the contents of one of the sleeping capsules was changed to a deadly poison.
But, Nick, that means
That means that no stone must be left unturned to catch the murderer.
It's time for lights out, Nick. I just wanted to see if you needed anything you don't have before I leave you.
No, Patsy, I'm all set.
Well, what are you going to do, Nick? Just sit here and wait?
That's it exactly. Just wait. I have all the evidence I need for a conviction, except the name of the killer. I could guess at that, but I couldn't prove it. I expect the killer to prove it for me.
Why do you suppose Edith Jordan never told anyone about her fears?
Probably she didn't want to worry anyone. She had only suspicions, no matter how strong those suspicions were. And if I guess correctly the kind of girl she was, she wouldn't want to burden anyone else with her troubles.
It's too bad, isn't it? She might have been alive now if she'd only told somebody.
True enough, Patsy. And hindsight is always better than foresight.
Well, Nick, I'll say goodnight. Happy hunting to you.
Thanks, Patsy. I'll just sit here in the dark and wait. Get your hands up. Up with your hands, I said. I can see you plain enough. That's better. Now for some light. Well, so it's you, the mechanic from the garage.
What's all this about, anyway?
You came here to get the diary, didn't you?
Oh, did I?
I thought so. That was your picture Miss Jordan got on her snapshot of Spring Lake, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? Prove it.
I can do that, too. In the picture, the cap on the head of the little figure has 2 white dots on it. In the same place where you wear your 2 white union buttons.
You can't call that proof. Anybody could have those.
You must have taken that picture at the time you were burying that girl you killed, the waitress. You were afraid she'd identify you as the one in the picture, so you took a shot at her. But you missed. Then you tried another stunt. You worked late at the garage one night and weakened the steering gear of a car. When that failed to kill her, you were very careful to be the first to point out to her that the steering gear had been tampered with. In that way, she'd never think to blame you for it. Which was very clever, my friend. But then you were stumped until you found out that her doctor had given her that sleeping prescription. So being a morphine addict yourself...
How do you know that?
I saw your arms the other day, and I recognized the scars of the needle.
Okay. Okay, you got it on me. You win.
So as I said, Being a morphine addict yourself, you broke into her room just as you did tonight and filled one of the capsules in the top row with morphine, which would kill her instantly.
Yeah. I knew she couldn't take that much of a dose.
By the way, how did you find out about that prescription?
She told me about it herself when we were talking one time. But if you knew all this stuff before, why didn't you pull me in down to the garage instead of laying in wait for me like this?
I could prove it all to myself, but I couldn't prove it to a jury. However, now I can, because by your coming here, you've confessed. It's a shame, killing her like that. Because she never had the slightest suspicion you were the Spring Lake murderer.
Don't try to kid me. She knew right enough. That's why I had to get that diary. The whole story would have been in that. Mabel, that girl I killed. She was in love with me. She wanted me to marry her. She said if I didn't, she'd tell the cops where I bought my dope. Made such a fuss, I finally had to hit her over the head.
And you were burying her by the lake when the Jordan girl came along and took that picture.
Yeah. Then I knew that when the body was discovered, like it would be someday, this dame would remember seeing me out there, so I had to get that diary before the cops got it.
Well, as you go to the electric chair, I want you to remember one thing, my friend. There is no diary.
Huh?
I invented it to smoke you out in the open. You've convicted yourself. A man's own conscience is a better detective than the greatest detective on earth. Always.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But now, a thought for this holiday season. Holiday time is hospitality time, and nothing reflects more clearly your hospitable feeling than the sparkling holiday look of your home. The look it has when you depend on the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Take Linex cream polish, for instance. In one easy application, it gives your fine furniture a lovely luster, leaving no oily film to attract more dust and make more work. And Linex cream polish is so quick to use, for it cleans as it polishes, cutting out one whole step in your cleaning day routine. You see, Linex cream polish removes the cloudy accumulation of previous dust and polish, banishes messy fingerprints, and helps conceal ugly scratches all at once. Here is your real shortcut to furniture beauty. Get Linex cream polish now at your dealers. Get all 3 great Linex home brighteners: Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Remember, Linex is spelled L-I-N-X, Linex. So ask for these fine homemaking products now at your hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. And now, Nick, what's the story you're going to tell us next time?
Well, Ken, next week I want to tell you about an adventure I had just because I went to a party to meet a famous man.
And the famous man never showed up at all.
Doesn't sound as if the party was much of a success.
As far as I was concerned, it was a total flop, socially speaking. But there were 3 murders as a result of that evening's get-together.
And Nick himself was almost added to the list. All due to a decanter of whiskey that turned out not to be whiskey at all.
I think that's about enough for now, Patsy. Let's save the rest for next week. And on behalf of myself and the rest of our cast, our organist, Lou White, our sound effects, Walt Shaver, our engineer, Herman Berger, and our writer and director, Jock McGregor, may I wish every one of you the season's greetings in the biggest possible way.
And that goes for me, too. So long, everybody.
So long to you both. We'll be seeing you again next week. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death in a Decanter, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Brother.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. And now Acme, creator of the 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax, wishes you the heartiest greetings of the holiday season and invites you to be listening next week when Acme will again present Nick Carter, Master Detective, over these same stations. Ken Powell speaking. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment, Gangbusters! For chewing enjoyment plus long-lasting refreshment, treat yourself to Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied flavor cools your mouth and freshens your taste. The pleasant chewing helps keep your taste and adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. So always keep a package of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Enjoy it often, every day, as millions do. Now, Gangbusters!
Good evening, Gangbusters listeners. In the history of crime, killing for money isn't unusual. But in tonight's case, the murderer collected the money by telegram.
To bring you tonight's report, Gangbusters has asked Lieutenant L.M. Hilton, Police Department, Ogden, Utah, to narrate by proxy the case of the money by wire. Please continue, Lieutenant Hilton.
This strange account begins at a carnival in Denver, Colorado, on the last day of June. It was a small street carnival out on Colfax Avenue.
Okay, kid, now watch this. All set? Watch now, kid.
Listen, I told you before my name is Essie. Don't call me kid.
Okay, kid, now watch 3 darts, see? 1, 2, 3. Now watch the 3 balloons.
You already busted 10 of them. How many of those Cupid dolls you want?
1. Watch now. 2. And 3. Hey, how's that? Am I the champ, kid? See that? All 3 of them. Yeah, all right, hand them here.
Where'd you park your car? Over this way?
Yes, right ahead. Here, carry some of these Cupid dolls with you, and look, don't drop them now.
You think they was made of gold or something?
You can sure throw those darts, huh? You know, kid?
I know. Is your car?
Yeah. Just toss them. No.
Oh.
Put them in the back seat there. Take it easy.
Thought you said you were from back east someplace.
I am. Why?
Well, your car's got a Colorado license.
So what? Well, thanks for carrying my dolls, kid. I'll see you around.
You what? Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
You big ape, where do you think you're going?
Well, I got a lot of driving to do, baby. You can get home okay, can't you? Bye, kid. See you around.
Wait! I ain't even got bus fare! You ape! You lousy ape!
Hi there.
Why are you talking to me? I can't hear you over the pump.
I see you got an Ohio license.
Yeah, I'm from Milburn.
Oh? I thought maybe Cleveland. I had some buddies from around there. Hey, you going far?
Yeah, clear to the coast.
To California?
Canyon City.
Oh?
That's your car the guy's working on?
Yeah. I got a burnt-out bearing. Had to haul me in from out on the highway. You going through Salt Lake City?
Yeah, sure.
I was just wondering, would you give me a ride that far? Because if I got to kill time waiting for my car, I might as well be in a big town.
Yeah, sure. Hop in.
Oh, that's swell. Won't be a second.
Well, take your time. I need water anyway. I better check the oil, will you, Mac? Took a quart a while back.
Right. Hey, is it okay if I put these in the bag?
Yeah, help yourself. Hey, what are they?
Oh, my Cupid dolls.
Yeah, I see. I mean,
I want them.
No kidding, no?
Yeah, I got a lot more. I win them throwing darts. Oh, my name's Maris.
I'm Tom Anderson. You must be good at darts.
I'm the champ. Well, no wonder you're in such a hurry to get to California. You're going to get married, huh?
Yeah, I sure am. That's Betty's picture there on the seat.
Oh. Hey, she's a pretty girl.
Well, I say she is.
Betty Martin. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where'd she live again?
Canyon City.
Oh.
Say, did you catch the name of that town just now?
Colville, I think. Whereabouts in Canyon City? I used to know that town.
Her address, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, 604 East Tremont Place. It's on the west side of town.
604. No, I guess I don't know that. She expects you, huh?
Well, she better be expecting me.
Yeah, she know you're driving?
Oh, sure, yeah. I told her I bought the car when I get out of service.
Uh-huh. Hey, what does she call you?
Call me? I don't get you.
Tom, I mean. Tommy.
Oh, Thomas. When she's sore. Mostly, I guess it's Tom.
Yeah, she sure sounds like an awful... Hey. That's funny.
What?
I'm just listening to your right tire out my window here.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, I do. Yeah, when I lean out, sounds like you picked up a nail or something.
It's funny, I don't feel it pulling.
No, there's something stuck there, all right. Yeah, look, pull up a second now, look.
Anybody in back?
No, not a soul.
There's a field up ahead. I still don't hear anything, though.
Oh, yeah, I do, and it's getting louder, too.
Sit still, I'll get out and look.
Okay, only, before you do.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I want to send a telegram, collect.
You want to write it out?
No, you can do that. Even with that fan, it's too hot to write.
Yeah. To whom is the message addressed?
Betty Martin. Miss Betty Martin.
M-A-R-T-I-N.
Yes.
The address?
604 East Tremont Place.
604, was that?
Yeah, that's right. Canyon City, California.
Canyon City. And the message?
Let me see. Car broken down. Wire $300 immediately. We'll pay you back when I arrive.
You can save words if you say on arrival.
Okay. We'll pay you back on arrival. Tom Anderson.
Anderson, right. Well, I'll send this right off, Mr. Anderson.
Fine. I'll drop back for the money.
A gunner again, will you?
Yeah.
Sounds pretty good.
No, like I told you, the motor's okay. I just had it all tuned up about a week ago.
Before you left Ohio?
Yeah, that's right, just before. Well, what do you say? Is the price okay?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mr.
Anderson, that's Tom Anderson.
Tell you what, Tom. Toss in the seat covers and I'll buy it.
Well, Lambert, you got yourself a deal.
You got the registration and ownership papers? You got to have those sell a car here in Utah.
Yeah, they're right in the glove compartment there.
All right, we're all set then. You want to go in the garage? We'll sign the papers.
Yeah, I'll be right with you. But wait just a second.
You're not going to take out those seat covers now.
Huh? Oh, of course not. No, I'm just getting these.
What are they? Look like Cupid dolls.
Yeah, I won them.
Won them?
Shooting darts. You know, balloons.
Huh?
That's my game, darts. I guess I'm just about the best there is.
Sure looks like
You put up a balloon anywhere, boy. I can bust it every time.
Friends, next time you chew a stick of Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, notice how cool and fresh it makes your mouth feel. That's because Wrigley's Spearmint Gum has lots of lively, refreshing flavor in every stick. The minute you sink your teeth in, that cooling flavor begins to freshen your taste and relieve that hot, dry feeling in your throat. It sweetens the breath, too. Millions of people carry Wrigley's Spearmint Gum with them wherever they go for quick, long-lasting refreshment and for real chewing enjoyment. Next time you're at the store, get some Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, back to Gangbusters and Lieutenant L.M. Hilton, Police Department, Ogden, Utah.
A killer writes his own story, Gangbusters listeners, though he seldom gets the ending right. The story of Eligio J. Maris began when he murdered young Thomas Anderson. And in the small town of Colville, another chapter was being written fast.
Hey, Red, got any root beer in this cooler? Never mind, I found one.
Sorry it took so long getting back, Walt.
That's all right, Marty. Want a cool drink?
No, thanks. Want to talk here or back at your office?
Here's just as good, I guess. Ever since Red put in the fancy air conditioning, I've been thinking of moving the sheriff's office over here. Go on, sit down.
We got a break, Walt.
Huh?
The identification is positive.
Boy on the missing persons list? The one from Ohio?
It's his body. The call back from Washington just came in. It's his serial number on his T-shirt. He was discharged about 3 months ago.
Tom Anderson, huh? I was pretty sure that'd be it.
Did you get anything while I was out with the medical examiner?
A lot. Sure you don't want a root beer? It's awful hot.
No, I'm okay, thanks. I drank a lot of iced tea for lunch.
Well, I went ahead on the idea it was Anderson, Marty. Figured it'd save time.
And?
Well, some of his people back in Ohio told me he was on his way to Canyon City, out in California.
You talked with him?
About an hour ago. Called his girl in Canyon City, too. Young Anderson was on his way out there to marry her.
Oh, that's tough.
It gets tougher. A couple of days ago, somebody using Anderson's name wired the girl from Salt Lake City. Asked her to send him money to fix his car.
Oh?
Strike a bell with you, Marty?
Not that I can think of, Walt. He wired her for money and... Wait a minute. Those reports from around Denver.
Denver and a lot of other places. I had Pete dig them all out of the file. Hot down in that file room.
Yeah, I remember when they came in. This guy would pump servicemen for their home addresses, then wire for money. The families would send it, too.
So did Anderson's girl. It was picked up, too. I had Salt Lake City check the telegraph offices.
Where does that leave us, Walt?
I got a description of Anderson's car from his people in Ohio. Gray sedan. Got the license number, too.
That's something. It's a cinch whoever killed him didn't walk away from that field.
Here. Look here, Marty. I've been studying this road map a little. I can think better over here where it's cool.
Road map?
See? I marked out a route from here back to Ohio. Lots of guesses, of course, but I figure a guy on his way to get married would come direct.
Well, I don't get it, Walt. What are you planning to do?
Cover that route. All the way to Ohio if I have to.
Looks like an awful long chance.
Anderson was a kid on his way to marry his girl. Some bum killed him.
I know.
I hate a guy like that, Marty. It's a long chance I'm gonna take.
Good and kind and lovely friends, just step a little closer and watch the man try again. It's simple, it's easy, it's good, clean fun for the entire family, my friends. Hit a balloon and win the Cupid doll.
Can I throw him now?
Right ahead. Watch the man, my friends. He can do it, so can you. Go ahead, buddy. Toss the darts. Watch the man, my friends. Number one. He did it again, friends. He wins again. Go on, shoot the other two.
Now just watch this.
And again, the boy's a wonder, friends. If he can do it, so can you. Go ahead and shoot, buddy.
All right.
3 times a winner. Look at this, you good and lovely people. 3 more dolls to this gentleman. Why, I'm just giving them away.
I'll take 3 more, Darts.
Give somebody else a chance to play with you, pal. Step right up, my friends. It's easy, it's simple, it's good, clean fun for the entire family.
I said I want 3 more darts.
Look, buddy, you got 9 Cupid dolls. Now go play some other stand, will you?
I like darts.
Don't go away, my friends. It's easy, it's... Look, now, here's $5. Will you quit?
I got money on my own. I could win all these Cupid dolls if I wanted to.
I know it. Only don't, will you? As a favor to me?
Look, I'm the champ.
Please be a good guy. Get lost. It's easy, friends. It's simple. It's just good, clean fun.
Fill her up, will you, son? I'll wait inside for my phone call.
Okay.
Operator, this is Walter Perry again. Did you get through to the sheriff's office in Colville? Yes, please. Yeah, put him on. Marty?
Hiya, Walt. Any luck?
That's about time, don't you think? Look, I'm in a town called Sinclair.
Yeah, I heard the operator.
Okay, now get this, Marty. The man here at a service station remembers Anderson.
What?
There's a lot more. Another fellow was hauled in here with a broken-down car. The car turns out to be hot. Stolen in Denver.
I'm with you.
This guy with the stolen car struck up a conversation with Anderson. In fact, the two of them left here together in Anderson's car. Now, all you got to do now is find that car.
Hey, you!
You talking to me?
Fellow in the garage office says you own that gray sedan out back. The one with the Ohio license.
That's right. What of it?
Sheriff's office out of Colville.
Oh. I'm sorry. I was working under this truck. Something wrong?
Who'd you get that car from?
I bought it off a guy.
When?
A couple of days ago. I got all the papers. You want to see them?
In a minute. What was the owner's name? Do you remember?
Anderson, I think. It's on the transfer. Tom Anderson.
Friend of yours?
He just walked in. He wanted to sell the car. I never saw him before.
Remember what he looked like? What he wore? Anything about him?
He was just an ordinary guy. He's kind of crazy, maybe.
Yeah, why?
Well, I was just kidding. I mean, this guy...
Anderson?
Yeah, Anderson. He shoots darts. He's got a whole bunch of those dolls that you win at carnivals.
Where's the phone around here?
Inside. Hey, the guy was okay, wasn't he? I mean, he had the papers and everything. I just thought it was funny about the darts.
Real funny. I gotta get to that phone.
Step up here, you lovely people. It's simple, it's easy, it's good, clean fun for the entire family. Toss the darts, fellas.
Got a minute?
For a badge? Anytime, officer, anytime. Try a handful on the house.
We're looking for a dart player. A good one.
Yeah?
Maybe. We drove over from Ogden. This Carney played there last week, didn't it?
Hell, you're telling me. Rained out 2 nights out of 5. Stay away from them darts, son.
Did you run into a good player in Ogden, a man about 25?
I'm good at darts. Collects Cupid dolls.
In Ogden?
Yeah.
Big, dark hair? Oh, him.
You know somebody like that?
There was a guy like that last week. That's why I was in Ogden. I had to slip him $5 to go away.
Know his name?
His name was poison to me, officer. He fits the description, though. Boy, I ask you nice.
That's all the help you can give us?
I'm sorry. Why don't you try some of the taverns? They got dart games, lots of them. Whoever the guy is, he sure is crazy about darts. Come on, boy, now stay away from them darts.
How many taverns does this make, Marty?
Here in Ogden? 9 so far, Walt. There's about 30 more on the list we got at the precinct.
Discouraged?
Yeah, Walt, I am. Let's look at it cold. We don't know the guy's name or even much about him.
We know he's dart happy.
Well, there's lots of places with dart games, Walt, all over the country. Carnivals, taverns, circuses.
He was here in Ogden once. He sold the car here. He played the carny here.
So what? We still don't know.
So this is a tavern with a dart game. Come on.
Just remind me if I ever think up a hobby not to make it darts.
Marty, look.
Over by the dart game. I see.
About 25. 200 pounds. Dark hair.
It looks good, Walt. Awful good.
Come on.
Kid, look, I'm telling you, I'm the champ. Here, watch this. Now watch. Watch now, kid.
Hey, you're pretty good.
Pretty good. Just telling these boys I'm the champ.
All right, champ, sit down.
Hey, watch who you're pushing there.
Man said sit down. Hey, the rest of you boys just leave us alone, will you?
What's the idea?
Pat him down, Marty.
I did. Always carry a gun, boy?
32.
Right on the button. 32.
Now, wait a minute.
A boy was killed with a gun like this, mister, a week or so ago, over near Salt Lake City.
Yeah? Well, you got the wrong guy. Because you... Oh. Let me go! You let me go! Sit down! Look, you got nothing on me. You got nothing.
Well, we think we're going to have. We got a lot of witnesses ready to take a good look at you.
Look, I'm just playing darts, you know. Just darts, because I'm the champ.
Sure, only we spell it differently.
Huh?
We spell your kind of a champ with a U. Come on, chump, let's go.
After all the witnesses in the case identified Maris, Gangbusters listeners, he finally broke down and made a full confession. On the 11th of August, he was found guilty of murder in the first degree. And on the morning of September 10th, given a choice of execution by hanging or by a firing squad as provided in the laws of the state, he was executed by a volley of gunfire in the Utah State Prison.
Thank you, Lieutenant L.M. Hilton, Police Department, Ogden, Utah. In just a moment, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues. Friends, Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum is a refreshing, delicious treat you can enjoy even while you're working, driving your car, or busy doing other things. Just slip a stick into your mouth and chew it as long as you like. The pleasant chewing will make the time pass more pleasantly for you, and you'll enjoy that cooling, refreshing flavor. It'll help keep your mouth and throat moist, a real help on warm summer days. Keep a package or two of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy all the time. Chew and enjoy it often, as millions do. That's Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. And now, Gangbusters Nationwide Clues, broadcast every week to assist American police in their war against the underworld. Attention all citizens, watch for Everett Bruce Carroll, wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution for the crime of burglary. Listen carefully to his official description.
Age, 52, 6 feet 3 inches, 175 to 210 pounds, slender build, brown hair, graying, blue eyes, medium complexion, both hands and arms badly scarred as a result of burns.
Repeating, hands and arms badly scarred from burns. May seek work as a bulldozer operator.
Caution, Carroll may be armed and should be considered dangerous. If you have any information concerning this clue, notify your local police, the nearest office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Robert J. Shaw and directed by Leonard L. Bass, with Don McLaughlin and Lawson Zerbe in leading roles. The entire production was supervised for CBS Radio by John Ives. Gaylord Avery speaking. Gangbusters, a production of CBS Radio in cooperation with Phillips H. Lord, is brought to you each week, same time, same station, by Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat you can enjoy even while you're busy. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
I don't want to put a bullet in you, but if you harm that boy, I'll have to. Just stand where you are. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin?
Oh, hello, hey boy. Look. Wow, who's this?
Oh, this is a young gentleman comes to see you.
Oh,
Yes, sir. He come looking for you. He say very important.
well now. What's your name, young man?
Dusty? You sure you're Mr. Paladin?
Yes, I am.
Here,
Well, what's this?
$1.61. I want to hire you.
Hire me?
Uncle Muncie says you was a gunfighter and worked for money.
Uncle Muncie?
Yes, sir. Him and Jeter, I live with him.
Oh, I see. And, well, just what is it you want to hire me for, Dusty?
You got to keep him from killing Mr. Big.
Mr. Big?
He's my dog, and Uncle Muncie and Jeter, they're going to shoot him.
Oh, well, now, why would they want to shoot him?
Well, 'cause they said he's no account and shiftless. But he ain't, Mr. Paladin. Honest, he ain't.
Uh-huh. Where do you live, Dusty?
About 30 miles south in the hills.
30 miles. That's a day's ride. How did you get here?
I run off. I took all my money and my mule, and I run off.
And you came to San Francisco by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Well, Dusty, you know, your uncle may be very worried about you.
He ain't worried about nothing. Most likely he'll give me another licking when I go back.
No, he couldn't be all that bad.
He is so. You ain't gonna help me, are you? You ain't gonna help me none at all.
Hey, boy.
Yes, sir.
Get a room for Dusty and charge it to my account. He's going to need a good night's sleep before we start back in the morning.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Paladin. Right away.
You mean you're gonna help Mr. Paladin?
That's right, Dusty. I'll ride back with you and we'll talk to them about Mr. Big.
Gee, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Wait a minute. There's just one thing, Dusty.
Yes, sir?
Here. I want you to keep this $1.61. You might need it.
Smoking more now, but enjoying it less.
Have a real cigarette. Have a Camel.
So good.
Have a Camel cigarette.
So rich.
Have a real cigarette. Have a Camel.
So mild.
Have a Camel cigarette.
And here's the reason why.
Best tobacco makes the best smoke. Have a Camel cigarette.
You can say that again.
Best tobacco makes the best smoke. Have a Camel cigarette.
If you're smoking more these days, but enjoying it less, then change to Camels, the best tasting cigarette of all.
Have a Camel.
Start to really enjoy smoking again.
The ride back to Uncle Muncie's took most of the next day. The sun was setting by the time we saw the little shack Dusty called home. A dog was tied to a nearby tree, and a man was standing in the cluttered yard, watching us ride in.
That's Uncle Muncie, Mr. Paladin, and that's Mr. Big over there.
Ooh, boy.
Where you been, boy?
You came to San Francisco to see me, Mr. Muncie.
This is Mr. Paladin.
Paladin.
Ain't no gunfighter gonna stay around here, so you just get.
Just hold on a minute. Don't you want to know why Dusty came to see me?
Don't matter why. He run off, that's all. Missed all his chores. Now get off that mule, boy. You've got a lot of work to catch up on.
Will you promise me you won't kill Mr. Big?
I don't make no bargains with you, young'un. Now get off that mule.
Hey, now, wait a minute. That'll be just enough for that, Muncie.
I told you to get, Paladin. This boy's my kin, and I'll do with him what I want. You remember that, boy. You hear?
I told you that'd be enough of that.
You get your hands off me. Why, you...
What's going on out here?
Jeter, get your rifle.
I wouldn't if I were you, Jeter.
Who's he? He's a stinking gunfighter. That's who. His name's Paladin.
Paladin?
Yeah.
What's he doing there?
Old Dusty brung him back, and he's going to get a beating for it he'll never forget. Now, you hear that, boy?
You're wrong, Muncie. Dusty,
Yes, sir?
you're coming with me.
Where to, Mr. Paladin?
Back to San Francisco.
You got no right to do that. He's my kin, and I aim to keep him.
For what? So you can beat him? And make him do your chores? I don't think so, Muncie. You're not going to have the chance.
I'll get you for this, Paladin. Me and Jeter, we'll fix you real good.
We better get Mr. Big, Dusty. We have to be moving. As soon as the fire dies down, we better turn in.
Yes,
And we'll start for San Francisco in the morning.
I'm right sorry about making you so much trouble, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, don't you worry about it, Dusty. It'll work out.
Yes, sir.
What about your mother and father, Dusty? Do you remember them?
No, sir. I was only 2 when they died, so I never know them. Uncle Muncie, he says they was no count. He says that about most everybody, though.
Uh-huh. How about Mr. Big? How did you get him?
Well, he come around one day about a year ago, looking all hungry and skinny, so I gave him some food. He took to me right off, and I kept him. Seen him scratch and stuff.
Well, why did your uncle threaten to shoot him?
Well, I expect mostly because Mr. Big jumped at him one day when Uncle Muncie was fixing to whip me. He'd have killed him right then, only when he went for his gun, I took Mr. Big and we run off in the hills.
Did your uncle go after you?
No, sir. Me and Mr. Big, we were starved out there. So we had to go back home.
What happened then?
Uncle Muncie, he tied Mr. Big to a tree and told me he was going to shoot him. Every day he told me that, and him and Peter would laugh at me when I'd start crying.
So you came after me, huh?
Yes, sir. I'd have took Mr. Big along with me, only I couldn't get him loose.
I see.
He didn't like it none when he hears them coyotes.
Yeah, I've noticed.
When him and me run off in the hills that time, the coyotes would howl, and I'd get scared some. But Mr. Big, he'd get up real close to me, and everything would be all right.
Dusty, aren't there any neighbors around here? Someone you could have gone to?
Only the Thompsons. They got a place not far from here.
Why didn't you go there?
I don't know them very good. Just seen them once or so. Besides, Uncle Muncie had beat me good if I'd have done that. He don't like me talking to folks.
Does your uncle beat you very often, Dusty?
Yes, almost every day.
I see.
Mr. Paladin, I think you hear something besides coyotes. He's acting kind of funny.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I'll take a look.
Don't move, Paladin.
What?
There's 2 rifles pointed right at you.
Uncle Muncie.
Now, you just take off your gun belt and drop it by the fire there, Paladin. We'll do it. get you, Paladin. I told you that.
No, Mr. Big, no!
Get him, Pa!
Mr. Big! Mr. Big!
Why, you.
Look out, boy! He's got a gun! Good boy, Jeter. That ought to keep him still.
Did you see that? He had a Derringer hit on him.
Why, the dirty louse.
You killed Mr. Big!
I should have killed him a long time ago.
You killed Mr. Big!
Now, you shut up, kid. You shut up, you hear? You're going back home, boy, where you belong. Come on, Jeter, let's go.
Should I put a bullet in Paladin?
No, just leave him be. The coyotes will get him. Come on.
It's no surprise to anybody that the attractive and inexpensive new radios have proved popular. It's no surprise, that is, to anyone who listens to CBS radio. With so much in the way of music, comedy, drama, variety, and news coming your way every day on CBS radio, more than one radio around the house is more than a convenience. It's almost a necessity for anyone who has a daily routine. The man of the house wants to come home to an attractive home and an attractive wife. But household chores in themselves are rarely inspirational. The smart homemaker is one who refuses to let her regular responsibilities get her down. She gets her work done every day, but she gets her entertainment in, too. She has a radio in the kitchen as well as the living room. Chances are she has a portable radio as well to follow her from one task to another around the house. She knows why the inexpensive new radios are so popular, and she knows the value of CBS radio, too.
He's coming around, Morgan.
Get him some water, Kathleen.
Yes.
Oh.
Easy now, mister.
Where? Who are you?
I'm Thompson. Morgan Thompson. This is my wife. Somebody hit you awful hard, mister.
Yeah. Well, how'd you find me?
Well, we heard a shot. Went out looking, found you laying by a campfire.
Here, Morgan.
You better drink this water, mister.
Yeah. Thanks.
What's your name?
Paladin.
You know, we were afraid you'd fractured your skull at first, but it looks like you're going to be all right now.
I've got to get up.
No, you just settle back. You're in no condition to be moving.
I have to.
You wouldn't get 2 steps. You're too weak. That's better.
What happened out there tonight?
Yeah, who hit you on the head?
Well, I think they took Dusty, and I've got to get to him.
Dusty?
Yeah, he is Muncie's nephew.
Muncie? Oh, you mean that old coot lives a mile or so down the road?
That's right. That boy is his nephew.
Oh, I know, Morgan. Dusty must be that little boy we saw peeking through the trees at us that day. Remember?
Yeah. What's he got to do with all this?
Well, I was taking him back to San Francisco. Muncie and his son Jeter had tried to stop us.
How come you were taking him to San Francisco?
Because I didn't like the way Muncie and Jeter were treating the boy. They had him frightened half to death.
How?
They took pleasure in beating him and made him do most of the work around the place. Threatened to kill his dog, which they finally did.
Well, I'll be. You mean they beat the boy?
Yeah. He's had his share of whippings.
Morgan, something ought to be done about that.
Yeah, and he's in for another one. If I don't stop it now.
No, you just lie back there.
Yeah, but...
Can't do any riding till morning.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Here's one thing, though, mister. You're not going after that boy alone. I'm going with you. Feeling any better, Miss Paladin?
Some. I want you to know I appreciate what you and your wife did for me, Mr. Thompson.
Oh, you forget it. Anybody would have done the same.
Well, maybe. But I could have died out there.
Yeah. Looks to me like that's what Muncie and Jeter figured you'd do.
I hope they haven't hurt that boy.
Yeah, we'll soon know. That's their shack up ahead.
Yeah.
Don't see anybody. Maybe it's too early for him to be up.
Maybe. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Look there.
What?
No, in the back. Come on. Come on, boy. Come on. Oh, no. All right, you hold it, Muncie. Keep your hands off that boy.
Mr. Paladin! It's Paladin, Paul. I told you I should have put a bullet in him. I thought we fixed you last night, Paladin.
You probably would have if Thompson here and his wife hadn't found me.
Thompson, I thought I seen you somewheres before.
That's right, Muncie. We're neighbors. If I'd known how you've been treating this boy, I'd have been over here before now.
Meddlers. You're all a bunch of stinking meddlers. Now, this boy's my kin, and I aim to do with him what I please.
But not a beating, Muncie.
Yes, a beating. He's been crying and carrying on about that cussed dog. All night he done that. He's going to get a whipping for it. And you ain't going to stop me this time, Paladin.
Jeter.
Huh?
Turn that boy loose. Now. All right. Dusty, get on my horse.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, you got no right. This is my property, and that boy's my kin.
We got a right, Muncie, when anybody treats a boy the way you treat him.
He belongs here, and you ain't going to take him.
This whole thing is going to be turned over to the law.
No, you ain't taking him.
Come on, Mr. Thompson.
Mm-hmm. I'll kill you, Paladin.
You...
Paul! Paul! Look what you done. You killed him. You killed Paul.
You saw what happened, Jeter. I had to shoot him.
You didn't have to. You didn't.
What did you expect me to do? Let him shoot me in the back?
I wish he had. It's all on account of that stinking little kid. He brung this on us.
You're wrong, Jeter. You brought it on yourself.
Get him out of here. And I'll never bring him back.
You know, Jeter, I think that's the smartest thing you've said. It's just too bad your pa didn't say it a long time ago.
Dave, about those trees you took down. I'd help cut them up for part of the wood.
As soon as I feel better, Ed.
What's wrong?
Had nagging backache lately with sleepless nights. Feel tired out.
Just the way I felt with backache. Better try to get relief.
How?
Try Doan's pills.
Right. Doan's pills are an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains, may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
Oh, Miss Wong.
Oh, hey, boy.
You see Mr. Paladin?
Oh, he told Mr. Wong he's going out.
Oh. No, he had dinner engagement with a young lady who was waiting for him in dining room.
Oh. Hey, boy. Mr. Wong forget.
Forget? What?
Mr. Paladin told Miss Wong to tell hey, boy, tell young lady he'll be late for dinner. He said he must go shopping.
Oh, why'd he do that?
He was talking of young boys. You remember one called Dusty?
Oh, yes. He come to harm Mr. Paladin many days ago. I remember.
Look, hey, boy. Young lady not be angry after all. Mr. Paladin come back.
Ah, sure.
Good evening, Miss Wong. Hey, boy.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Mr. Paladin, a young lady waits for you, sir.
Good. I'll join her in a few minutes, but first I want you to feed this gift I got for Dusty.
Feed? Gift?
Not understand.
Well, a part of Dusty's family is in this box here.
Family, Mr. Paladin? A little box, you say?
That's right.
Huh?
Dusty and his new parents, Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, are coming here tomorrow, and I want Dusty to have the rest of his family.
Hey, boy, still not understand. Maybe you show me what is in box, huh?
Oh, all right, hey, boy, but be careful now. He's pretty ferocious. Here. Look at that. Right, Miss Wong. And you know, it's marked. It's marked exactly like the dog Dusty used to own. I looked all over San Francisco before I found him.
Yeah, Mr. Paladin. Little boy be very happy.
I hope so, hey, boy. I sure hope so.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair, debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Sam Edwards, Bartlett Robinson, Shirley Mitchell, and Richard Beals. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the silver spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West. Hop Along Cassidy, the same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hop Along is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hop Along Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. What's our story this time, Hoppy?
Well, it's one that took place on the Staked Plains of eastern New Mexico, where after the Lincoln County War, there were more gunslingers per ranch than cowboys. Jesse Chisholm's Jingle Bob spread ruled the Pecos country, but on the Staked Plains, it was the Crossed Arrow Ranch. After a delivery of cattle in Texas, California and I headed back for the Bar 20. We planned to go as far as Albuquerque on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad. And a Goudoir car had picked up a set of unusual guests.
Sure, Hoppy, look at that pretty female up there. Ain't that Princess Stuttgart, boss lady of the Crossed Arrow?
Uh-huh. Could be California. She has a regular following.
Huh? You mean them hombres with her?
Yeah.
Reckon they're her guards. Folks say she's got more cows than Jesse Chisholm. And her land, well, that runs from the Canadian River plumb down to Mexico. And not only that, she's supposed to be related to the king of,
Francovia. But she doesn't look too happy about it. Uh-oh. One of her men is coming back here.
Sorry, gents. Gotta ask you to mosey along to the other coach. The princess wants privacy.
She, what?
The other car is full, stranger. There's no room.
Make room.
Much as we'd like to oblige the lady's whims, I don't think we'll stand all the way to Albuquerque.
She ain't no lady. She's Princess Iselda Stuttgart.
Well, I won't argue the point, but we're not...
What do I have to do? Shoot you both and drag you out?
Hoppy, get him. Wild Bill Hickok without whiskers.
Never mind my age, Pop. The name's Devlin.
Heck Devlin, late of Lincoln?
That's right. Now you're going to vamoose easy like?
No, we're not, Devlin.
Some folks just don't hear good. Sorry.
So am I. But you shouldn't flash guns on strangers.
Here, what's going on? What happened to Devlin? Oh, he just tried to get the draw on Hoppy and got slugged for his pains. What? You beat Devlin's guns with your fists?
That's the size of it.
Riff-raff, ruffians. Lions hit them.
Well, after what they did to Devlin, not me, Princess. I'm just your foreman, not a prize fighter.
Devlin, get up. Strangers, didn't Devlin tell you I wanted privacy?
Yeah, he told us, ma'am.
Well, go. Shoo, scat. Oh, Devlin, get up.
Hoppy, tell this kid we ain't her servant.
Kid, you dare call me? Oh, Devlin, get up.
Oh, he's gonna make it.
Oh, what hit me? You low down...
Oh, no, ain't that plumb awful. He tried to draw on Hoppy again.
Devlin, how dare you let this brute strike you? Get up.
Oh, let him stay down, ma'am. On his feet, he just gets into trouble.
Wait, that face. I wonder. Lions, take a look at him. Is it possible we have found him? Note the strong Burgavian jaw, the cold blue Burgavian eyes.
Yeah. He does look a lot like those pictures.
Turn around, mister. Your first name.
What? Now, wait. It's William, but what...
Turn around, I said. There, the light is better. Lions, it must be. We found him right under our noses.
You found what? Who?
You. You are Prince William of the royal family of Burgavia.
Now, back to Along Cassidy and our story, Hoppy Meets His Match. Hoppy and California's train trip to Albuquerque is strangely interrupted by the fabulous Princess Iselda Stuttgart, young owner of the huge Crossed Arrow Ranch. She announces that Hoppy is really a prince.
Stop, wait, hold up. Whoa!
Shh, I will not hold up, whoa. I have positive information that the heir to the title, Prince of Burgavia, is here in New Mexico. You are that prince. You are the image of your grandfather, whose picture I have in my possession.
Hoppy, you really...
Oh, of course not. She's loco.
Fair prince, will you join my company? I have much to say to you.
Now, let's be calm. My name's Cassidy. I'm a cowpuncher. I'm not a prince of Burgavia or any other place. Now, good day.
But the family resemblance, it is unmistakable. You must be.
Princess Iselda, understand me. I don't want a title. I just want to be plain Hopalong Cassidy.
You prefer horses to me? Me, the Princess Iselda?
Well, now that you put it that way, well, so long, Princess.
Hoppy, Hoppy, do we have to stay here in Albuquerque tonight? You know I just hate hotel rooms.
Well, I'm not fond of them myself, California. But I want to give that stone bruise on Topper's hoof another day's rest before I ride him.
Well, all right. But I sure don't like the fact that the princess and her crew get off from here, too. That female's got some kind of ideas about you still.
Uh-huh. I wonder why she took so much interest in me. My being a prince or not a prince wouldn't cause that kind of interest. And she said she'd been looking for me.
Then you are Prince William. Hail to your fair prince.
I'll hail you, why you...
You want to wrestle, eh? I'll put a halt on you.
I'll say the Green Lizard. What is this?
Uh-huh. Oh, who are you?
I am Pascual.
Looking for a fight, Pascual? Join us.
Oh, no, senores. No. Pascual is a man of peace. I've not killed a man in 1, 2, 3. He's weak now.
That's good for you, eh?
Oh, see. Sometimes it's only one day. Always there is some hombre that wants to fight. Who Pascual is, what you say, the sheep.
Goat.
That's what I said. But I am not come to talk about sheeps. I am come to tell you the most gracious Princess Isalda wants honor you with dinner tonight.
Hoppy, I told you.
Pascual, tell the princess no thanks.
It's not so. You come.
It's so. We don't come.
It's too bad. Pascual gets so very mad. And when Pascual gets mad, all these vaqueros get mad too. You come.
It's so. We come.
Prince William, I am so delighted you decided to join us.
Your invitation was hard to refuse.
Dang near impossible.
This is Papa Googie, my favorite uncle.
Papa Googie's your uncle?
Yeah, that is, I am called Papa Googie, but I am not Papa, but uncle. That is, they Papa call me. You understand? No?
No.
That's the trouble with this country. No one can language to understand without I explain to myself what they are saying.
You'll have to excuse Papa Googie. He is newly arrived. But perhaps we should get down to business, Prince William.
I don't suppose it'll do any good to tell you I'm not a prince.
After the proof Devlin found in your saddlebags, not hardly.
Proof? What are you talking about?
The letters from your esteemed cousin, King of Burgavia.
What? Now, Hoppy,
letters addressed to me? What? That's ridiculous.
They were addressed, dear cousin, naturally. But your possession of them, plus your family characteristics, is quite enough proof for me. But I'm glad you're nice-looking. It makes it much easier.
Look, this joke has gone far enough. I'm no prince, but I sure want some questions answered. Why the gunman to threaten us? Who planted letters in my saddlebag?
Gunmen? You mean Devlin and Pascual? Why, ever since my father died a year ago, they have been perfect lambs around me. Especially Devlin.
That's interesting, but a little hard to believe. This whole thing is getting silly.
Silly? Money is silly, never.
If you will only stop being so impatient and cooperate, I can assure you a handsome reward, fair prince.
Like what? A bullet in the back?
Oh, my dear, no. Papa Googie and I have decided your share will be $1 million, paid in gold.
Hoppy, my ears is busted. Gosh, you should have heard what I thought I heard.
I did.
You did? Well, come on, then. She's as local as 2 ring-tailed buzzards in a barrel of white mule.
Wait. You gentlemen should first take a peek at the doorway.
Pascual.
Devil.
Yes, he's come with the bang-bangs.
What's the idea, Princess?
Just that you aren't leaving, my dear prince. I've no intentions of letting you escape and make me forfeit a fortune.
Lady, ain't you forgetting you already got a fortune?
What's that got to do with it? I want more.
Sorry, not even for $1 million do I want to get tied up in this deal.
But it is perfectly honest. I swear it is.
Sure. It's a Sunday school picnic where all is truth and light. That's why you got gunmen at the doors. Where's your foreman, Lyons? He's the only one not around. He upstairs searching our room?
Lyons I sent home to take care of the ranch when Pascual rode in. Please, this is very serious. And the offer of $1 million in gold stands. Devlin?
Well, it can stand.
The crazy is a prince, man.
Yes, Princess? Is he going back to the ranch okay?
He is not.
He He is proving to be stubborn. I didn't tell you before, but the reason I wanted him...
Don't matter to me, Princess. Whatever you do is right, you know that.
Well, this is still going to come as a shock. I am sorry, but it means millions to me.
So tell him. Why you stumble like a blushing maid, dearie?
Well, Papa Googie, I think the princess is in love.
Cassidy! Prince, you are overstepping yourself. Devlin, you may as well know it. I was going to wait until we were home, but, well, the Prince Cassidy and I are going to be married. Now.
But,
wait a minute.
Zelda, you can't. He's a stranger. You just can't marry him.
Please stop all this babbling. Get me a minister, Devlin, and hurry. Tell Pasquale to leave his men around the hotel and at the stable where their horses are. I don't want them to escape. Bring the minister to my room. We'll hold the ceremonies there. Papa, my arm.
Yeah. What a wedding for a princess.
Wait a minute. This is impossible. It's loco. I won't do it. I will not.
And do you, Iselda Marguerite Stuttgart, take this man, William Cassidy, to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
Do you, William Cassidy, take this woman, Iselda Marguerite Stuttgart, to be your lawful wedded wife?
No.
Attaboy, Hoppy.
Sure he does, Preach. In 5 seconds, you're going to be married. Or the deadest bachelor in New Mexico, Cassidy. Now, do you answer right, or does this gun in your ribs go off?
Shoot and be hanged.
Better at least think of your partner. He gets it, too, if you don't say them words, and pronto.
This is highly irregular. Perhaps... Hoppy, don't mind me. Don't.
Shut up. Well, Cassidy?
I'll restate the question. Do you, William Cassidy, take this woman, Iselda Marguerite Stuttgart, to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
Then I now pronounce you man and wife.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Hoppy Meets His Match. On the way back to the Bar 20, Hoppy is taken to be Prince William of Burgavia by Princess Iselda Stuttgart, owner of the huge Crossed Arrow Ranch. Further proof was found planted in Hoppy's saddlebags, whereupon the Princess Iselda promptly offered him $1 million in gold to cooperate. Hoppy refused, but under threat of death to California, he gives in and finds himself now the husband of Princess Iselda. It is an unhappy newlywed that now rides to the Crossed Arrow.
Gee, Hoppy, excuse me, Prince Hoppy, this ain't so bad. Now you own half of the Crossed Arrow. You're rich.
Yeah.
My husband, we camp here for tonight. I'm afraid your night will be slightly uncomfortable. I shall have you tied up and guarded. Will you mind so terribly?
Mind? Princess, I'll be delighted.
Hoppy, this seems like a darn uncomfortable way to treat a prince and his partner. Tell him to let us loose. These ropes hurt.
Not on your life. I know when I'm well off. Besides, as long as they're not watching us, we may be able to escape.
Not watching? Hoppy, ain't you forgetting Mr. Heck Devlin is sitting there a-glaring at us?
Hardly. I'm depending on him.
You're... Huh?
Sure. Hey, psst, Devlin.
What is it?
Come on over.
Yeah, what do you want?
I figure it's what you want, Devlin. You're in love with the princess, aren't you?
You ain't very funny. Suppose I am.
You'd like to see us out of the way, then. If you were to untie our ropes and look the other way, I can promise you I'd ride out of her life for good.
All right, I'll do it. But by heaven, you'd better be right. Here, I'll cut your ropes. There. That does it.
Thanks, Devlin. We'll never forget this.
Wait. There's one thing about this you should know.
Hoppy, Baswell's getting up.
Sorry, Devlin. No time for it now. Come on, California.
Good luck.
Hey, what is this?
The horses. Don't wake the saddle.
Stop! down and shoot. We must stop them. Come on in there. Harvey, that sure was a narrow escape. My legs is nearly busted from hugging this slick-sided critter.
Well, it's daylight. I guess we can take a chance now, begin to circle around as soon as we get through this draw.
Yeah, you mean we've been traveling away from the bar 20?
Yeah, we had to lose Pasquale and his men. But we're free now. They'll never catch us.
Bobby, there's men above us in the sides of the draw.
Freeze and pull up those horses.
It's lions.
Welcome to the Crossed Arrow. Well, you're home, Prince.
So you caught us. How'd you know we'd escaped?
I didn't. The princess sent a fast rider ahead of the main party with the news about your marriage. I was heading out to meet him when you come riding along. You're lucky we didn't have no guns. You wouldn't have took her so easy. I don't doubt it. You two have plenty of nerve. Well, here's where you stay.
Thanks a lot. Nothing like a dirty storehouse for comfort.
You know, I can't figure you out, Cassidy. Why are you so set against getting a free $1 million? Plus the prettiest young gal in the territory for a wife.
You wouldn't understand, Lion.
Well, you're nuts, Cassidy. This deal is nothing but good for you.
Maybe I don't like being framed or forced into things. And, mister, I am warning you. If I don't get some satisfaction soon, I'm going to take you and this spread apart piece by piece, guns or no guns.
Lines you better get, and get fast. Yeah, well, yes, perhaps you're right. Harvey, don't scare me like that. I thought you was going to jump him for sure, gun and all.
I was. And next time, maybe I will. Yeah. Next time he comes in that door, I'm going to get the truth out of him if I have to swallow 6 slugs to do it.
Harvey, he's coming.
Oh, it's about time. We've been here all day.
We jump him, right?
Yeah. Shh. He's opening the door.
Help! Murder! Help!
Papa Googie.
We thought it was a lie.
Well, maybe it's just as well. You ought to know some answers, Papa Googie. Start talking.
Talking? I'm being dead to killed. Only once I am talking. The Prince, you are no gentleman.
Never mind that. Tell me what this is all about, or I'll...
Wait. That is, I am here by...
Go on and make it short.
It is short. It is that my niece, your wife, she is nearly 21 age of years.
Well, what's that got to do with this?
Please, I am telling. I learned in Francovia a few months ago that the Royal Treasury voted my niece a dowry of 600 million pesetas. I hasten here to come.
600 million? How much is that in American dinero?
Dinero? Oh, yeah. In American, it is $5 million.
You mean she gets $5 million when she gets married?
Well, it is supposedly her husband that money he receives.
Harvey, that's you. You get $5 million now.
It's not quite. My niece feels that 1 is a fair share to you. And 4, she will keep for herself.
But why me? Why was I picked? And what's all this business about my being a prince?
But you are. That is why you are picked. According to ancient custom, to receive her dowry, the princess of Francovia must marry before she is 21 and into the royal family of Bulgaria. You are the last line of that member.
But those letters were fakes. I'm not the prince. Papa Googie, tell me, what happens as a result of the marriage?
Nothing is happening. You and my niece go to Francovia, show that you are married. It's 600 million pesetas.
So that's it. We have to go and leave the ranch. Papa Googie, take us to the princess at once.
Should you not make trouble plenty?
We won't, but someone else may. Come on. I'm going to bust a frame up wide open. And that's the story, Princess. Those letters were made up beforehand, and as soon as you found someone who looked the part, they were planted to make sure you were taken in.
You mean they are forgeries? But, Papa Googie, you said the prince was here, in New Mexico.
Yes, many are men in New Mexico. He is here. But where?
Prince, that is Mr. Cassidy, that is husband, Why was this done? Why were the letters planted?
To make sure you married the supposed prince and left for Francovia. This Pasquale is a big-time outlaw. And running the southern half of your spread, he could clean you out.
So, it's Pasquale that is full accused. Now, stand very still or I shoot the ears off.
Yeah, I accuse you, Pasquale. You tried to get half the crossed arrow by winning the princess in marriage. But Devlin was the better man. She fell for him. And he was too dangerous for you to try and brace, so you framed me.
But that's ridiculous. Pasquale didn't even know about my dowry and its conditions.
It's true. How you explain that, Senor Prince?
Simple. The same way I explain how the letters were planted in my saddlebags before you arrived in Albuquerque. You weren't the brains of this plot. Only the guns and muscle.
Yes, but if he is not, who is?
The one man who had to know what was planned. The man who was to be left in charge of the ranch.
Lyons. He knew about it. I told him.
Check. Your foreman, Lyons. He and Pasquale cooked up the deal together. With you, your husband, and Papa Googie gone, they would have stolen every head of stock you have. The biggest wrestling scheme on record.
Ah, so this is the story. You can prove this thing?
Naturally. Lyons confessed fast when he thought I was going to, persuade him. California's guarding him now.
I see. It's plain you are a hard man, senor. And you know the cowards when you see them.
You pick bad partners, Pasquale. Lyons showed the white feather the first time we met. He talked all right. Talked you right into prison.
It's not so. Come here, senor. Quickly, in front of me.
Wait a minute.
Now, you will act as shield. You'll be very careful as we move.
Don't, Pasquale. It's not his fault. If I hadn't been such a greedy little fool, I'd never have married him.
Listen to her. Not your fault, she says. You're the one thing that we don't think of. An honest man. He's fully.
Pasquale, you can't get away. Devlin the...
Devlin, pa. You're a very smart man. It's too bad you will now be very dead one, too. That is far enough. Now I make a widow of your lovely wife.
Pasquale!
Devlin! Stand still, Cassidy. You are my shield, remember?
Drop those guns, Pasquale. I'm coming for you.
Come along. I am willing. You can kill Cassidy for me.
Get back, Devlin. He'll kill you. Get back.
No.
Now, back to Hop Along Cassidy.
Cassidy, you all right?
Sure, but Pasquale's mighty dead, I'm afraid. That was nice shooting. Hey, you were hit.
I just swinged my arm. You acted quick falling like that. Gave me just the second I needed.
Your men got Pasquale's vaqueros in hand?
Like a bunch of lambs. There won't be any trouble without Pasquale to lead them. And a few of my men that were for lions have left for cooler climates.
That reminds me. I had to go tell Lyons that Pasquale confessed everything.
But I was listening outside. You told Pasquale that Lyons had done the confessing.
I didn't exactly tell you the truth. Pasquale knew Lyons was a coward. He had to believe me.
Oh, Devlin, you're wounded. Oh, it's all my fault. I feel like such a little fool.
You sure acted the part, honey. But you won't anymore. You're going to be a lady if it killed you.
Well, I was grateful. But if you're going to act so impertinent, Mr. Devlin, I'll...
You'll shut up first thing. Then come here.
Oh, yes.
What a spot for a husband.
Oh, I forgot. I can't kiss you. I'm his wife.
Shut up and pucker up. That minister was a phony. I hired him to fake the marriage. He's really Albuquerque's undertaker.
Undertaker?
I had to, honey. If I tried to stop you from marrying Cassidy, you were just stubborn enough to fire me and really get hitched. You ain't marrying nobody but me, savvy?
I savvy, boss.
Cassidy, I'd admire it if you'd stand up for me.
Stand up for you? Man, I'm going to give the bride away.
Well, Hoppy's royal welcome turned into a not-so-welcome brush with death. And it didn't take long to prove that Hoppy hadn't met his match. Hoppy and California ride into another exciting adventure when they meet up with a girl gunfighter and Indians on the warpath and discover that Apaches don't need guns. Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Hoppy Meets His Match was written by Herb Purdom, with original music under the personal direction of Albert Glasser. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The Adventures of Philo Vance are up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have tried to show in my brief lecture just how factual are the case histories on applied psychology contained in my newest book. Are there any questions?
Mr. Merry?
Oh, yes?
Mr. Merry, if, as you say, the subconscious is the stronger of our two minds, why doesn't it dominate us most of the time?
A very good question. In my opinion, the subconscious is held in check by a controlling band. A band that keeps it under the conscious mind. Were it possible to remove that controlling influence, I am of the opinion that the subconscious would dominate our motivations. Well, if there are no other questions, ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed I have a phone call in my office. Should any of you care to speak to me there, I assure you I shall be delighted. Thank you very much. Hello? This is Mr. Merry speaking.
Mr. Merry, this is George Haworth. I represent the Justine Literary Club. Would it be possible for you to speak to our members next Thursday?
Next Thursday? Yes. Well, I intended to return to the coast.
Oh?
But I think I might be able to postpone my departure. Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Will you write me a letter, Mr. Haworth, merely confirming our appointment?
Oh, I'll be very glad to. Thank you, Mr. Merry.
Not at all. Goodbye. Coming. Oh, it's you. I thought I saw you in my audience. I hardly expected the pleasure of a personal visit. Come in. I hope you've come to tell me that you've forgotten the past. How would the French say it? Un de ces choses? One of those things. I'm glad you came to see me. I've been wanting to Oh, why are you staring at me like that? Why don't you say something? What do you want? Oh, no. No! No!
No. I think yes.
Vance? Mr. Vance, I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I could contribute to your ego, Miss Deering, by saying that you're quite disturbing to me. But I won't. At least, not during business hours.
I'm not disturbing during business hours, or you won't say it during business hours.
A combination of both, Miss Deering. You know, I believe I've reached the epitome of success as a private investigator. I'm so private that I haven't had an interesting or unusual client in a week.
Doesn't seem to bother you much.
It doesn't bother me at all. You know, I rather like the ambition that gets me down to my office and the circumstances that do not force me to work when I get here.
It guarantees my character and places no strain whatsoever on my mentality.
Would it be too much for me to ask you to guarantee your character in your own office? After all, it's only through that door, and I have some typing to do.
Do I distract you, Miss Deering?
Well, I could contribute to your ego, Mr. Vance, by saying that you're quite distracting. So I will. You're quite distracting. Now let me get to work.
Miss Deering.
Yes?
Take a letter, please.
A letter? Okay, I take L for let me finish what I'm doing. Now, let me see. Take a look at the glass panel in the door. You will not be at ease much longer, oh serene sir. I seem to see a female profile.
And I seem to hear a female knock. Come in.
Mr. Vance here.
I'm Philo Vance. May I help you?
Oh, yes, if you only will, Mr. Vance. Is there someplace we can talk alone?
Oh, don't mind me. I only work here.
Come into my office if you like. It's just through this door here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not at all. Won't you have a seat?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Vance, I'm Alice Barkley. And I've come to you because you're the only one who can help me, if anyone can.
I assure you I'll try. Just give me an idea as to what you'd like me to do.
I don't know. I don't know what anyone can do, Mr. Vance. I've just shot and killed a man.
I'm afraid you've come to the wrong office, Miss Barkley. You want the police, or perhaps that's vice versa.
Oh, but you don't understand. I can't remember anything that happened to me, except that 2 hours ago I was standing over a man who'd been shot in the heart, and I had a gun in my hand, and the gun was still warm from being fired.
You can't remember anything before that?
Well, I went to a lecture on applied psychology this afternoon with friends. The lecturer was Joseph Mary. You've heard of him, of course. He's written books.
Oh, yes.
All I remember was that after the lecture, I was standing over his body, and he was dead.
What did you do with the gun?
And I have it here. I put it in my purse and ran. It was only then that I realized I didn't know where I was running to. And so I walked and walked, and then I came here. But I can't remember anything else.
Well, I'll do what I can to help you, Miss Barkley. But I'm pretty convinced that you'll be facing a murder charge unless you suddenly start remembering something.
Well, Mrs. Anderson, how do you think your husband looks in his new tuxedo? Pretty nifty, eh?
Please, darling, I'd like to lie down for a while.
What's the trouble, Joan? You've come home rather late from the lecture and you're all upset.
Here,
wait, sit down for a minute.
Thank you.
That's it. I'll get you a glass of water. Here, let me have your hat and your handbag.
I'm so sorry. I guess I don't know what's come over me.
Joan, your handbag's terribly heavy. What's in it?
Well, you might as well look.
Joan, it's my gun.
Yes.
What were you doing with my gun? And one of the bullets has been fired. Joan!
Please, darling, I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
All I know is that I had to take it to the lecture. Don't ask me why. And I shot a man with it.
You what?
I shot Joseph Mary.
The district attorney will see you now, Sergeant Heath. Go right in.
Thanks, Mary. Oh, how's his humor today?
Very good, I'd say. And don't change it, will you?
I'll try not to. Hi, Mr. Markham.
Hello, Heath. What do I owe the honor of the homicide department's call?
This, D.A. You've always been griping about the cases I hand you. There's always something missing, you always say, right?
Go ahead.
This time I got one for you on a silver platter. Man named Joe Mary was killed in his office this afternoon. This afternoon, mind you. He was shot. There was a gun lying next to his body. We traced the gun, found its owner, and I'm holding her. Name is Frances Adams. How's that?
Sounds like good work, Heath. Just a moment. Yes?
Mr. Philo Vance is here, Mr. Markham.
Vance. Well, show him in, by all means.
Oh, so your friend is here, eh, D.A.? Well, I'm glad. He'll find out that the police don't need him on every case.
Hello, Markham, and Sergeant Heath.
How are you, Vance?
How have you been, Heath? Or haven't you made up your mind yet?
I feel fine, Mr. Vance. Wonderful, in fact, and you?
You'll have to forgive the sergeant today, Vance. He feels rather good. He's wrapped up a murder case by himself.
Really? What one is that?
The Joe Mary murder. Girl named Frances Adams shot him.
Is that so? Well, I came up here to tell Markham that a girl named Alice Barkley came to my office a little while ago, and she was under the impression that she killed Joe Mary.
Huh?
Had the gun she did it with, too. Here it is.
Well, Sergeant Heath, this rather complicates things, doesn't it?
Any time your friend Vance arrives, there's complications, D.A. My advice is...
We'll have to wait for your advice, Sergeant. Hello? Yes? Yes. Yes, of course. Would you bring her right down, please? Thank you. I'll be here. Goodbye.
Now, I was saying that my
We're going
advice...
to still have to wait for that, Sergeant. You see, you've arrested a girl for killing Joe Mary. Vance here has a young lady who says she killed him. And that phone call was from a man named Anderson. He says his wife shot and killed Mary, and he's bringing her down here right away. How long does it take that medical examiner to check a body, Sergeant Heath? He's been working on Joe Mary's body for an hour.
Our friend the sergeant doesn't seem to be in a hurry, Markham.
Sure, I'm in a hurry, Vance. Why shouldn't I be in a hurry? When the doc tells us what bullet killed Mary, I'll know which of the 3 guns I have fired that bullet. I'll know whose gun it is, and I'll know which one of the 3 girls killed him.
I guess Sergeant Heath has something there, Vance.
Maybe. But I don't think it'll be quite as simple as that. Well, here comes the doctor. We'll know in a second.
Hey, Doc. What kind of a bullet was it that knocked off Mary?
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, gentlemen? Doc, we're in a hurry. What kind of a bullet did you find in Mary?
Patience, Sergeant. Patience is a virtue.
All right, so I'm not virtuous. What did you find? We want to know which one of 3 different gals to hold for this murder.
I'm afraid I won't be able to tell you that, Sergeant. Yeah, there are 3 bullets.
3 bullets?
Yes, 3 bullets in Mr. Mary's heart. 3 bullets from 3 different guns, I'd say.
Huh?
I beg your pardon?
The sergeant said, huh. That means he's bewildered.
Yes, and he isn't the only one who is.
Bewildered? Oh, I'm supposed to be bewildered, huh? Well, I'm not. All right, so there were 3 different bullets fired into our friend, Mr. Mary. Doc, which one was fired first? Whoever fired that shot is the murderer.
That's probably correct, Sergeant, only the 3 bullets were fired within a very short time of each other. I'm afraid there's no way I or anyone else could tell which one was fired first.
Oh, no, it can't be.
I'm inclined to think it can. I had a feeling this wouldn't be so simple. Sergeant, may I make a suggestion?
Somebody better suggest something.
We have 3 suspects and 3 guns. I think the first thing we ought to do is find out if those 3 guns fired the bullets that the doctor found in Joe Mary's body. Which way to the ballistics department, Sergeant? Well, you have quite a good eye, Sergeant. You hit the bale of cotton without any trouble.
I got trouble, all right, but it's not because of the way I shoot. Okay, Daniels, get that bullet out and check it with the 3rd one we took out of Joe Mary's body.
Right.
Now, Vance, what do you think we'll find?
The same thing we found in the case of the other 2 guns we checked. That each fired 1 bullet into Mary.
You know something? I wouldn't mind that. Look, this Barclay gal who came to see you, we know her gun fired one of the bullets, right, D.A.?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. The Anderson gal whose husband phoned us, we know her gun fired one of them. The Adams woman that I picked up, this is her gun we just tested now. Why, this case is a snap. All 3 of them were in on it. They're all murderers.
I doubt that, Heath. In fact, even if it were right, you could never put all 3 of them on trial.
No, why not?
Vance is right, Heath. Only one of those women is a murderer, the first one that fired the first bullet into Mary. She killed him. Supposing the other 2 did fire their guns into his body. If he were already dead, what crime did they commit?
See what I meant, Heath?
We don't know and can never find out which was the first bullet that killed him. Of course, we got to hold all 3 of those women. We've got to. Vance, do me a favor. Say that you're a little confused by all of this, too.
All right, Heath, if it'll give you any satisfaction. I'm confused.
Okay, you solved the Canary murder case and the Green murder case, and only last week the Eagle murder case. The DA keeps reminding me that I didn't, but you did. Well, I'd like to see you solve this one.
I'd be glad to wind up this case for you, Sergeant. Very glad. And I'd gladly close it for you if only knew where to start.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mary murder case has everyone concerned, including Philo Vance, completely baffled. Joe Mary was murdered. 3 bullets were found in his heart, bullets belonging to guns owned by Alice Barclay, Joan Anderson, and Francis Adams. All admit they brought those guns to Mary's lecture, but can't tell why. At Vance's request, all 3 women were brought into a detention room at headquarters, and I understand Vance is on his way.
Well, somebody say something. It's no good for the 3 of us to just sit here and stare at each other.
What is there to say, Alice? We don't know where to begin. Francis, the police are going to find out that you were once married to Joe Mary. Why don't you tell them?
And make myself their number 1 suspect. You can't mean that, Joan. And while we're on the subject, you and Alice ran around with him at college, didn't you? Why don't you tell the police that?
Don't try to make it look like we killed him, Francis. Don't you do it. I warn you, I may know more about this than I'm saying.
That sounds like a threat.
Well, does it? How does this sound? I think you killed Joe Mary.
You even intimate that again, and you'll be the sorriest girl alive.
Joan, are we going to stand here and take
Now,
this from
look,
her?
Alice.
She killed Joan. She killed him, and she's afraid we know how she did it.
Now, look, darling.
She shot him. I know she did.
Don't cry,
Keep
Alice.
that screaming idiot quiet, Joan. Keep her quiet.
Ladies,
Oh.
please.
What do you want here, Mr. Vance?
Well, first I want to tell you that I couldn't help overhearing what the 3 of you just said. Very interesting. But, ladies, I have good news for you. You're all free to go home.
Oh, how wonderful.
Only, of course, you're not to leave town.
Not to leave.
And, Mrs. Anderson,
Yes?
I'd like to see you in my office the first thing in the morning.
I'd prefer it, Joan, if you'd get out of here and let me finish packing.
You can't leave me now, darling. You just can't.
Oh, no? Just you wait and see. I'm not going to be known as the husband of the girl who murdered Joe Mary, believe me. Ex-husband, maybe, but not husband. Get out of the way, please. Oh, answer that, will you? I'm having trouble enough trying to close this bag.
All right. Hello?
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes?
this is Philo Vance.
Oh,
Why weren't you down at my office this morning as I asked you to be?
I'm sorry. I can't talk to you now.
You've got to. I just found out that the police know you ran around with Joe Mary at college and that he walked out on you.
Please, Mr. Vance, let me alone. I can't explain anything to you. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'm going to hang up. And if you or the police think that I killed Joe Mary, well, it doesn't matter very much now, anyhow.
Yes, come in. Come in. Don't keep knocking like an infernal idiot.
Good afternoon, Professor Colby. Remember me?
Huh? Oh, certainly I remember you. One of my worst students. Got one of my highest marks. Never forgiven you for it. What's your name?
Vance, Professor. Philo Vance.
Yes, Vance. Well, Vance, what is it?
Professor Colby, can a person be hypnotized into committing murder?
If you'd paid any attention in your classes, you'd know that nobody can be hypnotized into doing anything that's against his moral code. Goodbye, Mr. What did you say your name was?
Vance.
Yes, Vance.
Tell me this, Professor. Post-hypnosis is a suggestion given to a hypnotized person which must be carried out after he is awakened from hypnosis, correct?
Yes, of course, that's correct.
The person receiving a post-hypnotic suggestion would have no idea why he was doing something, but he'd know he'd have to do it, right?
Any child knows that.
Children don't take courses in applied psychology. May I use your phone?
Well, there's a pay station outside.
Oh, this will do very nicely, thank you. I've got to talk to the district attorney and ask him to have 3 suspects in a murder case brought to my office this evening. And then, Professor Colby, I have a favor to ask of you. A favor I don't think you can well refuse. Miss Barclay, Mrs. Anderson, and Miss Adams.
Yes.
Let me start by saying I'm glad you were willing to come to my office.
Oh, not at all.
I appreciate that.
Well, Vance, I got them here. Where's this great experiment you promised?
Please, Markham. Ladies, I'm going to attempt an experiment in mass hypnosis. Does any of the 3 of you object to being hypnotized?
Well, I
don't object.
No,
No.
I don't
either.
think so.
You know as well as I that if you fight against it, you couldn't possibly be hypnotized. So thanks again for your cooperation. Now I'd like to present one of our eminent authorities on hypnotism, Professor Colby.
How do you do, Professor Colby?
Well, turn out all the lights except this one on the desk, please, Vance.
You do it, will you, Markham? You're nearer to it.
Well, somebody do it. I haven't got whole night, you know.
Very well.
Good. Now, ladies, I want you all to sit back in your chairs. Please make yourselves comfortable and think of nothing at all. And if you feel yourselves getting drowsy, close your eyes and sleep. Sleep. Vance, there they are, the three of them hypnotized. The conscious mind dormant. You won't need me any longer.
No, I know what to do from here on in. Thank you, Professor.
Be sure you do it. Fine thing bothering me at this time of the night. Good night, Mr. Vance. Mr. Markham, Sergeant.
Good night. Good night, Professor. He certainly is a strange sort of gentleman, isn't he, Vance?
Professor Colby is wonderful. You know, it's his theory and mine that under hypnosis, if hypnotism was used once before, the subconscious mind will recall what was done at that time. I have one of my secretary's hat pins in my hand, Markham. Observe closely. I'm going to touch Miss Adams' hand with it. There.
What's up, Vance?
Don't be alarmed, Markham. I assure you she didn't feel it. And now for the experiment. Remember, Markham, they're completely under hypnosis. They couldn't lie if they wanted to. Remember that. Miss Adams, I want you to take this gun and shoot it like you shot Joe Merry.
She's doing nothing, Vance, just holding it.
I know. I'll take back that gun, Miss Adams. Thank you. Now, Mrs. Anderson, please take this gun. Thank you.
Now what, Vance?
Hand me that hat pin, Markham, please.
Here you are.
Thanks. I'll just touch Mrs. Anderson's hand with the point. There. That's fine. No reaction, Markham. Now, Mrs. Anderson, I want you to fire that gun the way you fired it at Joe Merry. Now.
Fine experiment, Vance. She hasn't moved a muscle either.
One more subject, Markham. Give me back the gun, Mrs. Anderson. Thank you. Now, Miss Barkley. First, the hatpin test. No reaction, Markham. Now, take this gun, Miss Barkley, and fire it just as you did at Joe Merry. Now.
Vance, this is ridiculous. She's doing absolutely nothing.
I know. But believe me, that isn't all I know. I know who killed Joe Merry. Can't you tell, Markham? Miss Barkley.
Yes?
You've got to help me. I know you were hypnotized the day Joe Merry was murdered. I know who hypnotized you. The real murderer gave herself away in my office a little while ago. But I can't prove anything without your help.
In the interest of society and to help trap a clever murderer, Miss Barkley, will you please?
Will I be in danger, Mr. Markham?
Mr. Vance and I will try to see that the danger is as slight as possible.
Very well, gentlemen. I'll do it. Hello, Francis.
Oh, it's you, Alice. Come in.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Tea?
Yes, please. Francis, we're quite alone, aren't we?
Why, yes, of course. Why? Cream?
Yes, please. I just wanted to tell you that as long as the police have apparently given up on us, you and I ought to have an understanding.
Really? What sort of an understanding? Sugar?
Yes, two, thank you. Well, for one thing, when you hypnotized Joan and me several weeks ago and gave us a post-hypnotic suggestion to bring guns to Joe Merry's lecture, I wasn't hypnotized.
I don't know what you mean. Is the tea strong enough?
Yes, quite. I saw you shoot Joe Merry with your own gun, then with mine, and then with Joan.
You're dreaming, child.
Oh, no, I'm very much awake. I let you go through with your plans because, you see, I could use some money.
Oh, well, that's too bad. But you won't need money very shortly. You'll never leave here alive. You were clever enough to figure out what I had done. Very well. But if you think that you can blackmail me, you're mistaken. I'll kill you with my hands. It'll make no noise. You'll never feel anything. Just my hands on your neck like this. A little while. No pain, no knowledge, no fear.
All right, Miss Adams, take your hands off Miss Barkley. Arrest her, Markham.
All right, Vance.
She's all yours. Yours and the state's. Miss Deering, inasmuch as you are employed by me, would it be too much to ask you why you're not working?
I'm only hired between the hours of 9 and 5, Vance. It's 5:30 now. How about breaking down and telling me how you solved the Mary murder case?
All right. To begin with, when Professor Colby hypnotized the three ladies, only 2 of them were really hypnotized.
Oh.
The actual murderer, Frances Adams, fought against it, knowing her subconscious mind, which she could not control, might reveal something to us.
Mm-hmm.
That was the whole purpose of the experiment, to find which girl would be afraid to be hypnotized.
But how did you know Miss Adams was faking?
Your hatpin told me.
Well, how do you like that? I've been using it for months, and I never knew it could open its mouth.
I touched the point of it to all 3 of the ladies. One of them, Frances Adams, jumped a little. That was enough to prove she wasn't hypnotized, and indicated she was the murderer, but didn't prove it. So we framed a little scene between her and Alice Barkley, and we got our proof.
Well, and why did Miss Adams become a murderer?
She'd once been married to Joe Mary. When he left town with his divorce, he also stole most of her jewelry and ready cash. And there you are.
Oh, really? Where am I?
With me, Ellen. Right at the end of the Mary murder case.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now, the rest of the story. One of the most exciting developments in the history of marine technology was about to be presented to the United States Navy, an invention, a craft called the HD-4. The principles on which it operated had been conceived earlier in Europe, but it had required the ingenuity and persistence of 2 men in the New World to make the dream a reality. And the dream was the hydrofoil, a vessel with a succession of slanted blades attached to its hull, which enabled it to rise above the surface of the water. Because of the decreased resistance of the water, such a boat would be capable of traveling at tremendous speeds. And now, at last, it was within the grasp of the United States Navy in the form of the prototype HD-4. The research and development had been conducted privately in a remote, secluded plant, but finally the project was completed. Navy personnel would have the opportunity to observe the HD-4 in action. The demonstration was exciting and entirely successful. In fact, the HD-4 set a world record for marine travel with the then phenomenal speed of 70.86 miles an hour. And then one of the developers related the rest of the story, that his original intention had been to invent a boat that would rise up out of the water and actually soar in the air, because his true interest, he confessed, was aviation. Well, this came as a surprise to hardly anyone at the time, because he, the co-designer of the HD-4, was actually a pioneer in heavier-than-air flight. I want you to remember that about him. A pioneer in flight. Since boyhood, the subject had fascinated him. He'd made many thousands of related experiments. He'd produced helicopter designs, including one with rockets on the tips of rotor blades. He'd tinkered with innumerable propellers and wings. He had invented the tetrahedral cell. He had also founded the Aerial Experiment Association, responsible for the design and construction and testing of several revolutionary aircraft. His heart was in the sky, and it was he and an AEA colleague who, in attempting to develop a flying boat, conceived of and produced a working hydrofoil, the HD-4. And they presented it to the United States Navy, and the Navy turned it down. Oh, the Navy agreed it worked. But once they had it, what would they do with it? The entire idea was simply too radical for the United States Navy. In 1919... You see, one of those two men who produced the HD-4 was an engineer named Casey Baldwin. I doubt you've heard of him, but the other fellow, the true inspiration for the project, was more of a pioneer in the field of aviation than you ever imagined until this minute. For he was experimenting in that field, aviation, 10 years before the Wright brothers, 10 years before that historic flight at Kitty Hawk. The science of flight was perhaps his most persistent and passionate interest. Yet because of a little something called the telephone, you have had an entirely different impression of Alexander Graham Bell. But now, well, now you know the rest of the story.
Thank you.